I spent 3 years in the game, Tian Dao, and finally completed a hidden mission. I thought I would get god-level equipment or talents, but the reward was just a chance to resurrect. However, I was reborn back to September 12, 2031, the day before the game was launched. I recalled that in my previous life, I was betrayed by my girlfriend Yuxue and Huang Xue, and was beaten to disability. In this life, I want revenge. I found myself without money to buy a gaming helmet, but luckily, my neighbor Luo gave me one. After entering the game, I learned that I would get 3 god-level talents by completing special tasks, but I could only choose the druid profession, and I also activated the god-level bloodline, Elf King. Can I use these advantages to rise again in the game and take revenge on those who hurt me? My gaming journey is full of challenges and opportunities. Ding! Congratulations on discovering a special item, Life Crystal. Chu Tian was in a dark mine. He put down his pickaxe, bent down and picked up the 999th Life Crystal. There was a glimmer of joy in his eyes. After 3 years, I finally dug up 999 crystals. This damn task. What kind of rewards will there be? God-level equipment, God-level talents, special bloodline professions. What can the system give me? Anything, I can rise again. Aosher Dynasty Guild, I will turn you into ashes. Huang Xue and Yuxue, you 2 dogs, I will make you pay the price. His eyes were determined. He pulled out a dagger and stabbed himself in the heart. His health points continued to decrease, and finally his body turned into a white light and disappeared. Chu Tian in soul state came to the resurrection point and looked at the question mark above the resurrection angel's head. Finally I can hand in the task. Dear Resurrection Angel, I have brought 999 life crystals, which has met the mission requirements. Chu Tian said the words that triggered the mission. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the unique hidden mission, Resurrection of the Resurrection Angel, mission reward, 1 chance to resurrect. Looking at the crystal that disappeared from his package and hearing the system prompt, Chu Tian found it hard to accept it for a moment. He spent 3 years traveling through the abandoned mines of various empires in the gaming continent. The reward is a chance to be resurrected. Others' resurrections are free, but they only lose 1 level of experience. Without giving him time to question, the 999 life crystals in the resurrection angel's hands turned into powder, and a dazzling light shone on him. A burning sensation that was different from every resurrection spread throughout my body. Chu Tian's consciousness fell into darkness, as if billions of years had passed. In a rental house in Xingjing City, Chu Tian suddenly sat up and looked at his skin, which turned as red as molten iron and then slowly faded. The burning sensation gradually disappeared. Chu Tian stood up covered in sweat and looked around. This is... Memory slowly emerged in his mind. Wasn't this small room with a bed right at the entrance the shared house he rented when he was a sophomore in college so that he and Yuxue could have some time alone? Chu Tian suddenly realized something, picked up the phone beside his pillow and turned it on. The date showed, September 12, 2031, Friday. He still couldn't believe it, so he quickly opened the door and ran out. Ding ding ding. Chu Tian knocked on the door next door. He remembered that a girl had just moved in yesterday. Later I found out that she was from the same school and department as me, and she was my junior. She was pinned to the bed and her legs were broken, and it was she who called the ambulance. Lolo, what day is today? Chu Tian asked directly when he saw the door open. The girl was stunned. How do you know my name? It's not important. Can you please tell me what year, month, and day it is today? Chu Tian actually called out the other person's name in a hurry, which was a little embarrassing. After all, this should be the first time they met. Today is September 12th, 31st year. Before the girl could finish her words, Chu Tian turned around and rushed back to his room, slamming the door shut. Chu Tian sat on the bed in a daze. I am really reborn. Recalling the completed tasks, the task reward description reads, complete the task and get the reward you want most. Chu Tian smiled bitterly. I just wanted a piece of godly equipment or god-level talent, so that I could have a chance to rise again, but I didn't expect. On second thought, my biggest wish is to be able to stand and walk again, and make that couple pay the price. Perhaps this can only be accomplished by being reborn once. He looked at his legs, which had been amputated 3 years ago after being beaten to a crippled state. Although everyone knew that it was Huang Shui who ordered someone to do it, there was no evidence and the case was left unresolved. Afterwards, Chu Tian escaped to another city with the help of his friends and escaped from the murderous clutches. Chu Tian's mind was not very clear at this time, and he began to recall. September 12th was a day he would never forget. In the previous life, Yu Shui proposed to break up on September 11th, and on the afternoon of the 12th he went to Huang Shui to borrow money. In order to buy the Tian Dao holographic online game helmet, he didn't know at that time that Yu Shui broke up with him and followed Huang Shui. At the beginning of 2031, Tian Dao Group emerged out of nowhere and swept up all online game companies in the world. In the early stages, it was jointly attacked by domestic and foreign gaming giants, but in just half a day, all the resistance of the giants disappeared. They were all assigned to the Tian Dao Group. In the following 6 months, no games were launched online in the world, and everyone knew that Tian Dao Group was planning a big move. In fact, it is true. 3 months ago, on June 2, 2031, sensational news was released to the world. Tian Dao Group, the 100% realistic holographic virtual online game, was officially launched at midnight on September 13th. The game was named Tian Dao. There is also another round of doubts. Many people think that it is unsafe to introduce this kind of cross-historical spirit into the game. Moreover, Tian Dao was developed in just half a year. Many experts have called on governments to ban the game from being released online. But governments around the world have remained silent, and those experts who were jumping around have also shut down. It was a 3-month wait during which advertisements were everywhere, but they were all just the same slogan that was originally released. There are no posters, no CGs, and no description of the game background. Everyone guessed from the name, Tian Dao, that it might be a game about cultivating immortals. Chu Tian, who was reborn, knew that this was a survival game in the future world. With 4 years of gaming experience, he knew where most adventure quests were triggered, where all kinds of gaming gear were produced, and had strategies on how to quickly clear all dungeons. But, what should I do without a helmet? Looking at this time in his previous life, he should have been on his way to Huang Shui to borrow money. It is impossible for him to repeat it again in this life. Just think about it, the clown was actually himself. Feeling the only $11.50 in his pocket, he still needed $1,988.50 to buy the cheapest holographic helmet. After being reborn, he was full of ambitions, but the difficulty was that he couldn't even enter the game. Do we have to wait until half a year later when Tian Dao Group distributes free helmets to all mankind? Knock, 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 knock on the door. Chu Tian got up and opened the door, and he was stunned the moment he opened the door. Outside the door is our next-door neighbor, Lolo. However, he was stunned not because of why Lolo came to knock on his door, but because of the holographic helmet number 207 in her hand. This was supposed to be a gift that Lolo should have given him half a year later, when they had become familiar with each other. Why was it in her hands now? Neighbor, I just moved here. Please take care of me. This small gift is not much of a token of respect. Looking at Luo's blushing face, the memories of the previous life instantly overlapped. Neighbor, thank you for your care over the past 6 months. This small gift is not enough to express my respect. In the previous life, Luo looked at him with a smile. Senior. Hello, hey. The waving little hand in front of him brought Chu Tian back to reality. Ah, thank you Lolo, junior sister. Chu Tian reached out and took the helmet. Then. I'll go back first. Lolo ran back to her room with a red face. Close the door together. One of them leaned against the door and whispered, does he really know my name? Could it be that he still remembers? The other one sat on the bed, looking at the helmet in his hand. Could it be that she had already prepared the helmet in the previous life, but didn't give it to me until half a year later? Why? Chu Tian thought that as a poor boy who grew up in an orphanage, he would not be so popular with women. Chu Tian threw away the messy thoughts in his mind, unpacked the helmet, and showed excitement in his eyes. Chu Tian lay on the bed with the helmet on. There were still 10 minutes before Tian Dao was officially launched. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Little guy, you're here. There was no game background he expected, no character creation interface, no sweet welcoming elf. A sloppy old man, whose clothes looked like they had been blown up by a bomb, appeared in front of Chu Tian. Well. Chu Tian's brain was a little confused. Little guy, as someone who has been tested in character, you shouldn't be so surprised. The old man looked at Chu Tian with a smile and said lightly. A test of one's character? Could it be? Yes, it's the mission, Resurrection of the Angel, that you completed. The original activation condition for this task was to die more than 1,000 times. You are the only one who triggered this task within the time limit, which shows that you have a tenacious mentality. The old man spoke to himself. Chu Tianji ranks first in the ranking of the number of deaths before rebirth, with 1,389 deaths. The second place was only 287 times. At the beginning, some people deliberately increased their number of deaths in order to impact the list, but no one could persist. Heaven's Way, 100% simulates the fear of death. No one can withstand the torture of continuous death. It is said that the second-ranked boss tortured himself to the point of going crazy. So, no one else can trigger this mission. Chu Tian still found it hard to believe that a mere game could allow him to be reborn. Yes, no one else can complete this task. I know you have a lot of questions, but now is not the time to answer you. The old man seemed to know all his inner thoughts. Seeing that Chu Tian didn't speak, he continued. As the only one who has passed the test, you will be rewarded with 3 god-level talents, but you can only choose Druid as your profession in the game. Why Druid? Chu Tian felt resistant when he heard that this was the only profession he could choose. This was mentioned in the career introduction when I entered the game in the previous life. Druid is an all-around profession, divided into 6 forms: giant bear, cheetah, owl beast, ancient tree, giant deer, and human form. The initial growth value of other professions is 12 stars, while Druid has only 10 stars. However, many people think that since this profession exists, there must be a reason for its existence, and it may be a super strong profession in the late stage, so when the server was first opened, a group of people chose Druid, but later facts proved how ridiculous their ideas were. No shield warrior can resist the giant bear form. The cheetah form is not as functional as the thief form. The owl beast's burst is not as high as that of the mage. Ancient trees do not have the outstanding healing abilities of priests. The movement speed of the giant deer form increases by 200%. The funny thing is that it does not have any attack skills, but it can be used as a mount for others. You cannot use any other form's skills in human form, as if it just tells you that you are still a human. As the saying goes, the almighty and the all-powerful are good at nothing. Therefore, this group of people can only transform into professional life players who specialize in collecting, because Tian Dao does not have the function of deleting the account and starting over. Now, the old man forced him to choose Druid, and Chu Tian was unwilling to do so. Little guy, don't worry too much. As the only one who has passed the test, after choosing Druid, your character will have a bonus of +10 growth in all attributes. You have 5 years. After 5 years, the apocalyptic disaster of the novice experience expansion will befall the earth. The Way of Heaven is not just a game, it is real. It truly describes what the disaster will be like in 5 years, and then what it will be like after 10,000 years of recuperation. If I say too much, you may not understand. Now enter the game and remember to choose Druid. The old man didn't give Chu Tian a chance to speak and waved his sleeves. A familiar scene interface and familiar music appeared in front of him. Protect your sister, are you kidding me? Doomsday. What the hell, if the world after the apocalypse is as exciting as the one in heaven, then let the apocalypse come sooner. Ding. The player has selected the profession, Druid. Please customize your character name. Chu Tian was still struggling over whether to listen to the old man when the system prompt appeared in his ears. You said you would let me choose the Druid, but you let me choose. What do you mean by forced assignment? Ding. Character name, you said I should choose Druid, but you made me choose. What does forced assignment mean? Unavailable, please re-enter. Chu Tian sighed and cursed in his heart. The name, I'm Not a Druid, may be his last struggle. The character has been created successfully. We are logging into the northern theater of the Asian Dragon Nation. Please wait. The Heavenly Dao distributes areas according to the first landing location. The service area where Chu Tian was located in his previous life was also the Northern Theater Command, so he knew all about the adventures in the Northern Theater Command. Ding! Congratulations to the player for landing in Novice Village number 1314. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. It was this Novice Village where he triggered a hidden mission in his previous life and obtained the magical item, Wish Box. This sacred object made him rise to the altar, but also fell into the abyss. Just now he was worried whether he would be assigned to another Novice Village. Ding! Activate the God-level bloodline, Elf King. Bloodline. What is that? Where is the God-level talent? I thought that I only had $11.50 left in my pocket and I didn't know how I would eat tomorrow. I opened my backpack and found only 3 items in it: cloth, straw sandals, and a long-handled weapon. Originally, he thought that there would be 3 God-level talent activation cards, and he could sell one of them so that he could enjoy the happy life of a nouveau riche. Put on the cloth clothes and straw sandals in the backpack. Although they have no attributes, at least your feet won't hurt when you walk on the road. He also picked up a long-handled weapon with only 2 points of attack. Open the Properties panel. I am not a druid. Occupation, druid. Race, human. Level, 1. Faction, not selected. Bloodline, Elf King, God level. Strength, 2, Growth Index, 20, increases physical attack power. Intelligence, 2, Growth Index, 20, increases magic attack power and magic value limit. Agility, 2, Growth Index, 20, increases attack speed, movement speed, and energy recovery speed. Endurance, 2, Growth Index, 20, improves defense. Physical Strength, 2, Growth Index, 20, increases the upper limit of health. Physical Attack Power, 2 to 6. Magic Attack Power, 2 to 4. Physical Defense, 2 to 4. Magical Defense, 2 to 4. Health, 40. Experience, 0 out of 100. Free points, 0. General skills, primary detection, can view the attributes of monsters up to level 5 of your own. Open up the blood that I had never touched in my previous life. Bloodline, Elf King, God level, only. Bloodline passive, all attribute growth plus 10 stars. Bloodline talent, can be combined with player talent, concentration, God level, revelation, God level, growth, God level. Concentration, God level, skill effect increased by 50%. Apocalypse, God level, upgrade to gain plus 10 allocable attribute points. Growth, God level, increases experience gained from killing monsters and quests by 100%. Introduction, the peace-loving elves are never afraid of war. In every holy war recorded in the annals of history, the elves have an indelible mark. I didn't expect that the God-level talent the old man was talking about was actually a bloodline-exclusive talent. Why don't you just tell me to give me a God-level bloodline? Are you afraid that I won't understand? The talent of bloodline is simply explosively powerful. With the God-level revelation and the growth of all attributes up to 20, who would dare to say that he is a useless profession after his later development? And it can actually be stacked with the player's talents, so unimaginable. In the previous life, the person who was number 1 in the level rankings and the world's number 1 divine priest was the one who possessed a god-level growth talent. He dominated the rankings for 4 years and was 20 levels ahead of the second place. Whether it was 1v1 or a battle zone confrontation, he could use his level advantage to crush everyone. God-level concentration is obtained by an arcane mage, who is said to be able to kill any boss instantly with 1 tube of blue. Of course, as a profession that requires a lot of foreplay and standing still to output, no boss can allow him to activate full burst and kill all the blue in 1 tube. Seeing that he had 3 god-level talents, if he obtained the same talent in the future, it would be a double bonus. Chu Tian was no longer worried about the career issue. First, trigger the hidden task. As long as you get the wishing box, you will once again ascend to the altar. Of course, you cannot tell this secret this time. Transformation, cheetah form, movement speed increased by 30%. Chu Tian used his only transformation skill at that time and turned into a big black cat. Chu Tian's transformation scared the people around him, and one of the girls actually cried. I felt so uncomfortable moving my limbs that I had to walk on my stomach. He felt like he was turning the wrong way with the first few steps and looked around awkwardly. Luckily no one noticed. This is a human novice village, why are there druids? Yes, is it that the system has allocated it wrong? The people around him pointed at Chu Tian and talked about it. Chu Tian walked through the crowd and said in his heart, "You bunch of low-level creatures, how do you know that I am the reincarnation of the Elf King?" Chu Tian was so happy that he wagged his tail and proudly walked out of the novice village. At this moment, he was glad that he was a druid. He remembered that it took him more than half an hour to squeeze out in his previous life. Transformed into a cheetah, his body became much smaller, and he even deliberately passed under the skirts of female players, which was really a great sight. Outside the novice village, a scene of huge crowds of people came into view. There were more people than monsters. Often when a level 1 larva was refreshed, countless people would rush up to cut it into pieces. This is the first time for all players to experience this kind of virtual game, and it is 100% realistic. The thrilling and immersive feeling can really make people indulge in it. In his previous life, Chu Tian was also one of them. He fought here for a full 10 minutes. In the end, he couldn't get any monsters, so he went to explore deeper. However, in this life, he brought with him the memories of his previous life and knew that the novice village here was just a pre-installed expansion pack for the system. There would be a major reshuffle at 1 o'clock in the morning, and everyone would experience a world-destroying natural disaster. After the natural disaster, everyone will be teleported to a continent called Gemini 10,000 years later. The Gemini stars are actually the product of the collision between the current AI star and another high-tech planet, Blue Star. After the two planets collided, they did not explode, but squeezed together to form an 8 shape. However, both planets stopped rotating. The side facing the sun is Blue Star, and the side that is always in darkness is AI star. Those who survived the natural disaster were teleported to Blue Star and automatically assigned to the survivor camp. Those who died in the natural disaster will be resurrected on AI star and automatically assigned to the killer camp. After this expansion pack, players can choose which camp to join when creating their characters. For this reason, a lot of people protested against Tiandao's forced allocation of camps, and threatened to quit playing the game if they were not given an explanation. But the official statement is that this is the only 100% holographic virtual game in the world, and there won't be a second one. You can play it or not. When entering the game, the old man said that this natural disaster apocalypse would become a real thing in 5 years. Chu Tian still sneers at it. It is true that he was reborn, but was it really the game of Tiandao that reborn him? That's another matter. Who knows if I just happened to catch that time. Chu Tian walked through the crowd, and when he arrived at the wild boar spawning area, the population had become sparse. Chu Tian cursed inwardly because he was delayed for a while by the old man. There were already people in the level 3 area. I silently said to myself, don't let anyone find out first. In his previous life, Chu Tian came here because he couldn't snatch the monsters at the entrance of the novice village. Then a natural disaster broke out, and he accidentally fell into a tree hole, triggering an adventure mission. He escaped the catastrophe and was teleported to the Blue Star, joining the survivors. Come to the level 5 wild wolf spawn area. The monsters here are red-named monsters and will attack actively. The last time I came here, due to the outbreak of natural disasters, all the monsters were wiped out by the system. But there are still 20 minutes before the disaster breaks out. We can't wait until the monsters are refreshed and die, right? Just in case. Looking at the tree hole in front of him, the 3 wild wolves blocking the middle, and his own pitiful 40 health points. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and rushed inside, muttering to himself, we are all the same kind, you can't see me, you can't see me. It's impossible not to see you. The level gap is so big that the 3 wild wolves from a distance discovered that Chu Tian had transformed into a big cat. Gradually entering the wolves' attack range, 3 wolves flew into the air. It was at this opportunity that Chu Tian kicked his hind legs hard, curled up his whole body into a ball, and rolled under the wolf's belly like a wheel. After landing, the wild wolf monster turned around to look for its target, but it could no longer see the wheels of a car. No, it was a big black cat cub. At this time, Chu Tian was lying limply at the bottom of the tree hole, humming. The last time he fell here, he only had 3 drops of blood left. This time, although the cheetah form has a passive skill that reduces falling damage, his blood volume also dropped by 1/3. In order to avoid the attack of the wild wolf, he rolled with all his strength and almost broke his old waist. Although the pain in the Tiandao world was only 20% of that in the real world, it still hurt so much that he couldn't get up for a long time. Ding! You have discovered the burial place of the master craftsman Ryan, triggering the adventure quest, Ownerless Prayer Box. Do you accept it? Accept. How could I not accept it when I came here just for this? Mission name, Ownerless Prayer Box. Mission description, pick up the relics of the master craftsman Ryan deep in the cave. Experience reward, experience points plus 600. Item reward, wishing box. Hey, hey. Chu Tian had just finished reading the mission introduction when a scream suddenly came from above his head. Stones and broken soil fell with a crash, along with the chubby figure. Chu Tian dodged. He thought, what a close call, someone actually got here so soon. However, the adventure mission is unique and cannot be triggered by others. Transformation, cheetah form, shred. Chu Tian used his only skill at level 1 and directly attacked the opponent. -3. A number floated above the head of the fat man who was still lying on the ground, and his blood volume immediately dropped to 0 and turned into white light and disappeared. Ding. Actively kill the player, bad luck, sin value +1. Chu Tian thought to himself, you got this title, but you are really unlucky. If you hadn't met me who was reborn, perhaps this luck would have fallen on you. Actively killing players in the same faction in the Tiandao world will increase the sin value. When the sin value reaches 5 points or more, the player will be red named. If the player dies after being red named, all the equipment will explode. Killing monsters can speed up the process of eliminating the red name. He picked up the bottle of red potion dropped by the unlucky guy and quickly ran deeper into the cave. 2 minutes later, he returned to the cave entrance and looked at the wish box in his backpack, his eyes shining with excitement. Prayer box. The daughter of the master craftsman Ryan, she sacrificed her own flesh and blood to the furnace to forge a god-level item. You can use the wishing box to enhance any equipment. When strengthening, the fixed success rate is increased by 50% based on the original success rate. When strengthening, the gold consumption is reduced by 100%. If the enhancement fails, the equipment will not be destroyed. If the enhancement fails, the enhancement level will not be reduced. If reinforcement fails 3 times, the next reinforcement will definitely succeed. Unlimited uses. Will drop upon death, cannot be traded, cannot be stored, cannot be destroyed. Anyone who has played the game knows how tricky enhancement is. In Tiandao world, the maximum enhancement level for equipment is +30. Every 10 levels of enhancement will randomly add a powerful attribute to the equipment. However, no matter how much you strengthen it, if you fail, the strengthening will be reduced to 0. In short, strengthening is very mysterious. Some people have spent all their money but still failed to strengthen to +30, while others have 30 strengthening stones and easily strengthen to the maximum. Looking at my yellowed name and time, the system will release information in a few minutes for players to find shelter. Only in the novice village or special shelters can one avoid being killed by natural disasters. So he didn't plan to go out. The last time he avoided a natural disaster, he hid in this cave and became a survivor who was teleported to Blue Star. Selected the online hosting feature and took off the helmet. He would not be stupid enough to go offline. Someone once took advantage of the situation and hid underground. Later, when he went online, he was automatically assigned to the killer camp. After Chu Tian was entrusted, he came to the door of his neighbor next door. I knocked on the door, and after a while, Lolo's door opened a crack. Senior. Chu Tian looked at Lolo, who was wearing pink suspender pajamas, and coughed lightly. Ahem. You're playing Tiandao too, right? Remember not to leave the novice village. If you're outside, go back quickly. Also, no matter what happens, don't log off. Chu Tian remembered that a few months after they knew each other, she told him that she was assigned to the killer camp, but she didn't like the darkness there, so she rarely played Tiandao. She also used the excuse that the two camps could not communicate and did not tell him what her ID was in the game, so he came to remind her. Oh. Why? Lolo opened all the doors and asked curiously. Don't worry about it. We have to go back to the novice village anyway. By the way, what's your ID? Okay, my name is EE, the Chinese character for 1, 2, 3. Lolo answered truthfully. Okay, I'll add you as my friend later. After saying that, he waved his hand behind her back and walked towards his room. But. All. Chu Tian turned around instantly and found Lolo's door was closed. How could it be her? Even after Chu Tian put on the helmet and returned to the game, he still couldn't believe that Luo was EE. In his previous life, Chu Tian was doing a monster-killing mission in the wild and met EE who was doing the same mission as him. Chu Tian was a thief, so he naturally could not rob the archer, so he wanted to kill him. But at this time, EE asked to form a team, and Chu Tian naturally accepted. That's how the two met, and many stories happened later. But why did she lie to herself in her previous life? System prompt: natural disaster is about to come. Players are requested to find a safe place to hide. Countdown is 1 minute. System reminder: novice experience is about to end, the official expansion pack will be launched soon, everyone's level will be reset to 0, countdown 1 minute. System prompt: for new players, the experience multiplier is 15 times. The experience multiplier will be restored to normal in the official expansion pack. The system notification sound that kept refreshing the screen woke Chu Tian up from his memories. Ding 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 ding, the reminder sound of the world channel kept ringing. Chu Tian casually turned off the sound effects of the world channel. What's going on? New information released just 1 hour after the server was launched. I'm already level 4, and you reset me to 0. Are you blind? Didn't the system say this is a novice experience? Haha, it's good to go back to 0. I haven't even squeezed out of the novice village yet. All kinds of insults arose in the world, some were swearing, some were gloating over other people's misfortune. Soon the countdown ended and everything returned to darkness. As the picture slowly recovered, Chu Tian heard a shrill alarm sound in his ears. Alert, alert, the plane will crash in 1 minute, please parachute. Looking at the players around him, who were jumping out of the hatch one by one, Chu Tian thought to himself, I don't trust you. You fooled me last time. He heard from others that the plane at the novice's spawn point always prompts that it will crash in 1 minute, and he has never seen it crash. Once a player fell asleep while hosting on it, and when he woke up, the plane was still here. While everyone else was running towards the door at the rear of the plane, he was squeezing inside. When Chu Tian arrived at the cockpit, he saw the dead pilot. He didn't care too much about it, it was just an NPC anyway. After dragging the pilot out of his seat, he began to search the body. If the system had not allowed it, he would have wanted to strip off the pilot's pants. This is also an adventure I have heard of before, that you can take off the pilot's equipment on a novice plane and put it on yourself. The properties are comparable to level 5 equipment. The main thing is not the equipment, but the pilot's watch, which is an important item for triggering adventures in the future. Chu Tian came to the cabin door and picked up the parachute on the ground. Calculate the flight trajectory of the plane and jump down. His target was the real safe zone for novices, the town of Shenzhen. The last time he heard the alarm he jumped down, and after landing he ran for 3 hours before reaching the town. Although there is nothing strange about walking along the main road, the distance is far and it wastes too much time. All the content in Tiandao needs to be activated and opened. The upgrade location in the novice village, the opening of the monster refresh area, etc., require someone to arrive at the Shenzhen town to be activated. Looking at the gradually expanding town below, Chu Tian dived and glided until he was 100 meters away from the ground, then he opened his parachute. Have you ever seen a cheetah skydiving? Here it comes. Transformation, cheetah form. Bang. The Black Panther fell to the ground, and the passive skill of Panther's Grace took effect, reducing the falling damage by 80%. Even so, he only had 1/10 of his health left. If another profession opened its parachute at 100 meters, he would definitely fall to death. System announcement: Player, I'm not a druid, is the first to arrive at the safe zone, Sanjin Town. System announcement: 1314 Novice Area Bounty Mission is now open. Players can accept the mission in the Sanjin Town Mission Hall to receive rewards. Chu Tian's destination is the Mission Hall. In the Tiandao world, there are no missions that follow one after another like in previous games. All bounty missions issued by NPCs are collected on the panel in the Mission Hall, and there is a cap on the number of bounties issued each day. If you come late, you will just get nothing. Then you can only collect materials that need to be dropped by specific monsters. Of course, when you come back after collecting the materials, the NPC may have already purchased enough materials, so your collection is in vain. Ding. System prompt: You have obtained the achievement, the Discoverer of Sanjin Town. As the first player to arrive at the town, all NPCs in the town will have plus 200 friendship towards you, and your reputation with the human race will be plus 200. This is exactly the reward Chu Tian wants. Friendship is the most difficult thing to gain. If the friendship is not up to standard, even if he knows how to activate the adventure mission, there is nothing he can do. Entering the task hall, Chu Tian accepted all the tasks that he thought were of high quality. The task bar had reached the upper limit of 20 tasks. Everything is ready, go out of the city to upgrade. Run all the way out of the east gate of the town and head to the abandoned power plant, the first mission point. 4 tasks can be completed directly here. The tasks selected by Chu Tian are all focused on a certain scope, making it convenient to complete them in one go. When I arrived at the door, there were 2 level 2 hounds guarding it. I casually cast a detection spell. Corrupted Hound. Quality: Ordinary. Level: 2. Physical Attack: 10. Physical Defense: 2. Magical Defense: 2. Health: 30. Skill: Slash. Use claws to slash the enemy for 8 seconds, causing bleeding damage equal to 10% of the attack power per second. Description: A hound infected by corruption, cruel and violent, it will actively attack any life form within its field of vision. If you want to enter the factory, you must deal with these 2 dogs. Chu Tian looked at his own attributes. After putting on a set of pilot equipment, his physical defense was already as high as 12 points. This dog's attack would not break his defense at all, and would only forcibly deduct 1 health point. Seeing that the hounds posed no threat to him, Chu Tian leaped towards one of them. Tear up, tear up. -16, -14. Ouch. A hound let out a scream and fell dead to the ground. Ding. You killed, Biochemical Hound, experience points +4, including God-level talent increase +2 experience points. Chu Tian was stunned for a moment. Why was his damage so high? Another hound pounced in front of him, and Chu Tian rolled on the spot to avoid the attack. Tear into pieces. -16. Tear into pieces. System prompt: Insufficient energy, cannot be used. Chu Tian saw that his energy value was only 5 points left and was still recovering at a rate of 10 points per second. Shred requires 40 energy points each time it is used and is temporarily unavailable. Claw attack: Chu Tian used normal attack to hit the hound. -4. He retreated and dodged, then found an opportunity to launch a normal attack. I was a thief in my previous life and was hunted for 3 years. Dodging monster attacks was a piece of cake for me. Several claws hit the hound in succession. Ouch. The dog also fell to the ground and turned into 4 experience points. Pick up the 2 copper coins and a piece of meat dropped by the 2 dogs. Take a look at the skill introduction. The Shred skill causes 200% physical damage, plus the attribute of the God-level talent Concentration. The skill effect is increased by 50%. When it is shredded, it becomes 300% physical damage. No wonder it can kill a level 2 monster in 2 hits. Chu Tian's God-level talent began to show its power, and he began to look forward to how far he could grow. Entering the factory area, All the monsters refreshed on the ground were level 1 yellow monsters, which were not within the scope of the mission requirements. Relying on previous experience, he quickly came to the entrance to the underground floor, where a level 3 fat rat was blocking the entrance. Mouse Feifei. Quality: Rare, Unique. Level: 3. Physical Attack: 25. Physical Defense: 10. Magical Defense: 5. Health: 300. Skill 1, Bite: use teeth to bite the enemy, causing 200% physical damage 3 times in a row. Skill 2, Charge: run quickly and charge the enemy. Enemies on the route will receive 100% physical damage and be stunned for 3 seconds. Description: a rare monster guarding the gate. You can only go to the underground floor of the power plant after you kill him. If you don't provoke him, he will not attack you. The fat Feifei's front limbs are almost degenerated, and only the impact force of his body and the bite force of his teeth can pose a threat to you. When he came here in his previous life, this monster had already been killed. It was said that many people died tragically from its bite. Looking around, Chu Tian came to a collapsed building. There were ruins everywhere, including a triangular gap supported by 2 large pieces of reinforced concrete. Chu Tian crawled in to observe. The gap was wide enough for only one person to pass through, and it became narrower as he went in. After a while, he crawled out from the other side. Just as I imagined, I can get out after transforming into a cheetah. After deciding on a good place, Chu Tian came behind the fat mouse. Looking at the mouse that was the size of a car, Chu Tian felt that he was really too small. Tear into pieces. -8. Squeak. The big rat was attacked and began to scream and turn around. When Chu Tian turned around, he ran away. Passive skill: Leopard Swiftness, movement speed increased by 30%. This was very important, as Chu Tian managed to dodge every time the mouse released a charge skill. If other professions came, they would probably be crushed into meat patties. After adjusting the direction several times, Chu Tian finally led the mouse to the place he had observed before. The mouse kept digging the ground with its hind legs, which was a sign that it was about to release a charge skill. This time Chu Tian did not dodge left and right, but dived into the previous gap. He had tried it before. If he dodged left or right in front of the rat, it would stop charging and turn around to continue chasing him. So this time he wanted the mouse to follow him into the gap and then get it stuck. Boom. The entire ruins were shaking, and the gap supported by 2 large blocks of concrete was about to collapse. Finally, the mouse's charge came to an abrupt halt, and its shiny front teeth stopped right in front of Chu Tian's nose. He let out a long breath and looked at the mouse's red eyes and its sharp mouth that kept biting. He slowly retreated, barely crawled out of the deformed hole behind him, went around to the front, and started attacking the mouse's butt. Tear, claw, tear, claw. -8, -1, miss, -1. While Chu Tian dodged the swinging of the mouse's tail, he continued to launch effective attacks on the mouse's anus. The mouse was attacked and kept screaming, but its whole body was pinned down and it had no way to retreat. Its front limbs were also degenerate, so it was helpless. Although the damage was extremely low, under Chu Tian's continuous attacks, the blood volume of the mouse Feifei was still steadily decreasing, but it would recover some blood volume from time to time. Everything went as he expected. Chu Tian dodged the rat's tail and continued to attack, forming a skilled mental reflex. He began to think about his future development path. Should he seek revenge on Huang Shui alone, or develop his own power? After thinking it over, he found that his most important thing now was to upgrade. Only when he reached level 15 could he reach the map of the level 5 main city. Only by entering the main city map can you meet up with players from other novice villages. Now that I have been reborn, it would be really stupid to look for a monster spawning point to level up like others do. In my mind, there are many places where terrain bugs can block monsters, and many rare, elite, and bosses can be killed by the terrain. Why don't you? By the way, you can also call Lolo. The terrain with blocked monsters is most suitable for ranged professions. Open the friend interface and enter to add a friend. Ding. You and EE have become friends. You can start video communication. Lolo, which novice village are you in? Chu Tian sent a message. I'm in the 1370 Novice Village. Where are you, Senior? If you are not in the same Novice Village, you can only meet up after reaching level 15. I'm at number 1314. I wanted to help you level up, but now I can't. Please reach level 15 as soon as possible. We'll meet up in the main city. Oh. All right. Yeah, that's it. Chu Tian turned off the communication. Continue to output to the mouse chrysanthemum in front of you. Time passes by minute, and half an hour later. Squeak. The mouse Feifei let out her last weak cry and fell to the ground with a bang. Ding. System prompt, you killed Rat Feifei, and the experience bonus for killing monsters above your level was 200%, and you gained 1,200 experience points, including plus 300 experience points for killing monsters above your level, and plus 600 experience points for God level talent growth. Chu Tian looked at his level and found that he had directly reached level 3.8%. This rare monster gave a lot of experience, and his God level talent could double the experience gained from killing monsters. After the mouse died, its body changed to the size of an ordinary mouse. Chu Tian walked over and searched under its body and found 2 silver coins, a bag of enhanced gems, medium, an identification scroll, bronze, and a 2-handed hammer. Enhancement gem bag, medium. After opening, you will randomly obtain 5 to 10 enhancement stones. Identification scroll, bronze, can be used to identify bronze equipment. Random teleportation scroll, after use, you can teleport randomly within 10,000 meters. Needless to say, 2 silver coins were definitely a huge sum of money at that time. There is actually a random teleportation scroll, which is a good thing to save your life. In Tiandao, the chance of this kind of scroll dropping is extremely low, and only high-level inscription masters can make it. Moreover, even for high-level inscription masters, the chance of success is extremely low. In the later stages, many players will buy a random teleportation scroll in order to save their lives. However, this kind of thing is in short supply and you can't buy it just because you have money. Chu Tian remembered that the random teleportation scroll was once sold at an auction for a high price of more than 8,000 gold coins. Although the exchange rate between gold coins and RMB had dropped a lot at that time, it was still a sky-high price. After all, the random teleportation scroll is a one-time consumable item, and it is gone once used. The currency exchange rate in the Tiandao world is, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10,000 copper coins. In the previous life, a few days before the new server was opened, in the Eastern Theater, in the number 1 Novice Village, there was a very wealthy player. The price of 1 silver coin was raised to 1,000 renminbi, and that rich man almost swept away all the gold coins in the entire number 1 Novice Village. Of course, this was in the first few days after Tiandao was launched. In the later stages, it would not be possible to be so expensive. Chu Tian checked the properties of the 2-handed hammer. Heavy hammer, bronze level, unidentified. It's actually bronze level equipment. In the Tiandao world, equipment is divided into iron level, bronze level, silver level, gold level, dark gold level, artifact level, legend level, and equipment with set attributes. However, before Chu Tian was reborn 4 years later, most players wore ordinary iron level white equipment. Any equipment that reached bronze level needed to be identified, and after identification, it would have special attributes. Equipment with special properties is extremely valuable, and the price is simply beyond the reach of ordinary players. Many people may not even be able to afford the cost of identifying the equipment. Chu Tian was lucky this time, as an identification scroll also popped up. Use it directly on the 2-handed hammer, ding-ling, a bronze light flashes. Heavy hammer, bronze. Equipment level, level 3. Attack, 12 to 16. Attributes, there is a chance to add 7% damage when attacking. Use professions, warrior, paladin, druid. Weapons with added damage, this attribute is considered to be a top-quality attribute, but it is a bit low level and has less basic attack, otherwise it can definitely be sold at a good price. Chu Tian directly opened the strengthening gem bag and got 7 strengthening stones. He couldn't wait to take out the wish box that he loved and hated. He began to strengthen the heavy hammer, consuming 1 strengthening stone each time. The sound of the machine running and the pleasant prompt tone rang in his ears. Ding. Congratulations. You have succeeded in strengthening Heavy Hammer, Bronze, by +1. Ding. Congratulations. You have succeeded in strengthening Heavy Hammer, Bronze, by +2. Ding. Congratulations. You have succeeded in strengthening the Heavy Hammer, Bronze, by +7. The pleasure of the previous life is experienced again in this life. People who have never played the game will not know the joy of successfully enhancing equipment. There are only 7 strengthening stones on me, otherwise Chu Tian really wants to strengthen it to 30 directly. The enhancement was successful, and the ding-ding sound that came out was really wonderful. Heavy Hammer after adding 7, attack power, 20 to 27. Holding the Heavy Hammer with enhancement +7, Chu Tian's attack directly increased from 2 to 6 points to 20 to 31. The druid's attack attributes will automatically change as the druid switches forms. Druids are just like this, except for bows, crossbows, and shields, they can carry almost any other weapon. But it is better to bring a spear-like weapon. Because druids carry long-handled weapons, specializations can increase their hit rate. Looking at his own attack power, he upgraded his weapon to a better one. Is there any monster that can withstand being torn to pieces by me? If you can hold on, come on. Chu Tian opened the attribute panel with excitement and prepared to allocate the free points. In his previous life, he played a rogue. The druid cheetah specialization is somewhat similar to the rogue. In this life, he plans to specialize in cat druid. The abbreviation of cheetah specialization druid. As for adding points, he had already thought about it. A normal player would be given 5 free points for each level up. As for himself with God-level talent, he would get 15 points for each level up. Strength would increase by 5 points and agility by 10 points. Isn't that enough? But the moment the panel was opened, all Chu Tian's thoughts were shattered. Ding. The player sets the free points to be automatically distributed: strength 20%, intelligence 20%, agility 20%, endurance 20%, and physical strength 20%. This function cannot be reversed after it is successfully set. Are the players sure? Chu Tian was stunned when he heard the prompt. He knew this function. After setting it, the growth direction would be determined. Players no longer needed to manually add points each time they upgraded. The system would directly allocate attribute points according to the allocation ratio. Therefore, almost no one will set up this function, because there are many uncertain factors in the later stage, and you have to rely on adding points to supplement the attributes. For example, if there is a piece of equipment that requires very high strength to wear, you need to add strength to supplement the points if you want to wear it, and you can only wear it after meeting the equipment requirements. No, no, no. Ding. Setting completed. The system ignored Chu Tian's answer. Don't be so deceiving. Chu Tian knew that it must be that old man's doing again. First he forced him to assign a profession, and now he was forcing him to assign attribute points. Everything has become a fact. Chu Tian's eyes were filled with tears and he cursed in his heart. The old saying does not deceive people. This old man is so evil. I just don't know where this old man came from, and how he can dominate the system of the Tiandao world. Since he resurrected me, it couldn't be that he did it to play with me, right? In the chaos of the heavenly Dao world, an old man holds a wine gourd and says, "Little bastard, luckily I'm watching you, otherwise you would have randomly allocated points. Why did I spend tens of millions of years carefully selecting someone like you who has a physique of a peerless waste?" Chu Tian opened the attribute panel and calculated carefully. Other people's strength growth is 12 stars, which is a 1.2 attribute bonus. After conversion, the player with the maximum bonus will gain 6 points of attack. His growth is 20 stars. After evenly distributing, one level up in strength can add 3 attribute points, and the attack bonus is also 6 points. However, he also has other attribute bonuses, so he is not at a disadvantage in terms of attack power. He felt relieved after thinking this through. Although a single expertise might not make him much stronger than other players with extreme points allocation, if he developed his all-round abilities, he might be able to perform more tricks. Regaining his confidence, Chu Tian stepped into the underground floor of the power plant. Cheetah form. Sneak. After upgrading to level 3, the system automatically comprehends the basic skill, Stealth. Stealth, transform into cheetah form and enter stealth. The first floor is filled with level 1 to 2 corrupted spiders, and no monster can survive being torn apart by him. After killing several monsters, he was too lazy to even use stealth and shred. He just killed them instantly with one claw attack. The monsters were level 1 to 2, with almost no defense and only more than 30 health points. He swept through all the places and turned all of them into 2 or 4 experience points, which he pocketed. An hour later, Chu Tian arrived at the entrance to the second floor. He checked his experience and found that his level was 78% at level 3. Chu Tian frowned and thought, it's too slow, it only takes an hour to gain this much experience. If other players heard this, they would probably curse at me. Looking at the 20 full tasks in the task panel, I decided to continue doing the tasks. Killing monsters and leveling up alone is still too slow. Just as he stepped into the second underground floor of the abandoned power plant, he suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart. The feeling was fleeting, but thanks to his years of experience in avoiding pursuit, he still managed to capture it. There's a thief. Chu Tian made a judgment immediately. Sneak, flip and jump. The cheetah's body nimbly jumped onto the broken concrete wall next to it. A figure appeared where Chu Tian had just stood, with the dagger in his hand still in a sneak attack motion. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the figure disappeared instantly. It's him. Chu Tian's eyes turned cold. The figure just now disappeared very quickly, but Chu Tian still saw his appearance clearly. Although there was a little difference from his memory, he looked a little immature at this time. In the previous life, when I was being hunted, my biggest opponent was the thief in front of me. Role name, Kill. It is said that he is also a killer in real life, and he will do anything as long as he has money. After the heavenly Tao was opened, Chu Tian relied on the power of the wishing box and a set of +30 equipment to rush to the altar and achieve the title of the #1 thief god. Juesha, with his superb assassination skills, earned the name of God of Death. Later, Wang Shui paid a high price to hire Juesha to help him, and he chased Chu Tian many times. In the beginning, they were evenly matched. Later, Chu Tian's equipment gradually failed to keep up with the level, because the wishing box had been exploded by his former brother Huang Shui. Without high-strength equipment of the same level, Chu Tian slowly began to lose. In the end, he was trapped at the resurrection point and had to guard his body. Almost all of his low-level +30 equipment was destroyed in this incident. Without equipment support, Chu Tian fell into an endless siege, was killed all the way to level 1, and returned to the novice village. The hatred from the previous life should be settled in this life. Just as Chu Tian was still reminiscing, that feeling of palpitations came again. It's bad. Chu Tian said in his heart. The killer figure appeared behind him and hit him with a club. The black cat cub that Chu Tian transformed into emerged from stealth as the club hit him on the head. SAP, Stealth State Skill, paralyzes a non-combat target for 1 minute, and any damage will wake it up. Can only be used on one target at a time. Chu Tian gave a bitter smile. When he jumped onto the concrete wall just now, dust was slightly splashed under his feet and was actually noticed by Juesha. As expected of the God of Killing from the previous life, he is already so powerful at this early stage. The club paralyzed him for 1 minute. As time passed, Chu Tian knew that he was about to face a sneak attack from the opponent. The sneak attack stunned him for 5 seconds, but he was not worried. The opponent's level 2 thief only had one skill, Eviscerate, and had not yet used his finishing move. With his 160 health points and 20 defense points, he could not kill him instantly. Chu Tian even doubted that the opponent could not break his defense. As long as 5 seconds are up, I can kill him with one skill. As the seconds passed, the paralysis that had lasted for a minute was about to disappear, and the opponent had not attacked him all this time. Is he leaving? If you want to hit me, just hit me with a club and I'll be done with it. Chu Tian thought to himself. I used to do this a lot when I played a thief. I would just walk by, hit others with a club, and then leave. Unless the other party has the skills to release the control, just stay still for a minute. SAP is an extremely disgusting skill, although it can only be used in stealth mode, and you cannot use it on the opponent if he is in combat. However, the person hit by the sap will be paralyzed until the duration is over unless he is attacked again or has the skills to remove the control. However, even if there is a skill to remove control, no one will use it to remove the sap, and using the sap will not exit the stealth effect. Because once you use it, if the opponent hasn't come out of stealth yet and you can't catch him, it means that you have lost your skill. What's waiting for you next may be a sneak attack, which can't be cancelled by being attacked. If you don't have the skills to cancel it, you'll just have to take the beating. So everyone will endure and wait for the opponent to attack you, and then they will be freed from the control after they come out of stealth, so as to avoid being attacked passively. That's it. The thief's 3 consecutive stuns are disgusting, and you will be immune to the 4th one, but the 3 times added together can control you for 1 minute and 45 seconds. Now it's my turn to be beaten up here, and I suddenly think in my heart, thieves, what a despicable thing. There are still 3 seconds left for the stun gun to end. Chu Tian is counting the time silently in his mind, and is ready to use stealth when the time is up. 3, 2. Ding. You are hit by a player's ultimate club, paralyzed for 30 seconds, originally 1 minute, the second skill in a row will have a decreasing effect. The system prompt sounded again. Chu Tian immediately prepared to counterattack at any time. What the hell, the god of killing, who is always quick in killing people, is so despicable when he first enters the game. Chu Tian really couldn't believe that this was the god of death he knew, the ultimate killer. In his impression, the first time that he gained the reputation of Juesha was when he assassinated the leader of the first guild in Xingjing City at that time, Tianya Quangdao. Tianya Quangdao is a shield warrior, and most thieves would not touch this kind of physical high-defense profession. It is said that in that assassination, Tianya Quangdao brought his new girlfriend and called more than 300 brothers to clear the monster spawning point, and then he and the girl spawned monsters in the middle to level up. No one knows whether it is for leveling up or doing something sexual. Juesha sneaked all the way in and broke through the 3 defense circles formed by more than 300 people. When he found the Tianya mining knife, he started with a set of burst and control skills including sneak attack, kidney shot, chisel, forced stealth, sneak attack again, etc., perfectly playing the thief's ultimate control and killing. It is said that Tianya Quangdao was controlled for a full 49 seconds, and a top-level shield warrior was worn down to death. From then on, his reputation as the god of killing rose, and almost everyone he assassinated became a celebrity at the time. But in this life, Chu Tian secretly decided that he must put an end to him. The second stun time gradually came to an end. Chu Tian, who had been waiting for the opponent to attack, was disheveled in the wind. Because just when it was about to end, the club hit him on the head for the 3rd time, and this time it lasted for 15 seconds. The feeling of being high-spirited and secretly delighted when I was playing tricks on others in my previous life has completely disappeared. Instead, there is endless anger and frustration. Chu Tian was cursing the old man in his heart, why didn't he let me choose the thief? At this moment, Chu Tian hoped that the fatal sneak attack would fall on him. It would be better than being controlled by the opponent and unable to move for 1 minute and 45 seconds. It's really a matter of time. It's not that I don't want to report it, but the time has not come yet. There will be times when I will be suppressed by 3 consecutive attacks. 15 seconds passed quickly, and the opponent's attack still did not come. Chu Tian sneaked off the wall at the moment the paralysis was lifted. As he expected, the opponent was playing tricks on him. Before a low-level thief has mastered the skill of forced invisibility, he usually won't directly fight the opponent. If you don't have the skills to escape, once you encounter a tough problem, you will be the one to die. Just wait for the final blow. At this time, Chu Tian urgently wanted a book that could remove control and anti-submarine skills, or equipment. Squat in the dark and observe every movement of the grass around you. Recalling that Juesha's first attack on him was a sneak attack, not a stun attack, so he was sure that this guy's main purpose later on was not to play tricks on him, but to make him let down his guard. In the early days when there were no anti-submarine skills, it was really uncomfortable to encounter a profession that could stealth. You didn't know whether the opponent would leave or continue to stay around you. However, when 2 professions that can steal meet, what they need to test is patience, because once you come out of stealth to fight monsters, or are caught by the other party, you will be the one to die. After more than 10 minutes, Chu Tian walked slowly, and his body shape changed with the surrounding terrain. This was his experience from his previous life. Just like a chameleon, it could greatly reduce the probability of being discovered while in stealth mode. He didn't believe that his 4 years of experience could not beat a rookie who had just entered the game, even though he might be very strong in real life. Chu Tian looked at a weed under his feet and an idea came to his mind. With a determined look in his eyes, he stretched out his front paw and gently poked it. Then he slowly took 2 steps back and crawled on the ground. As soon as I lay down, I felt the air around me fluctuate slightly. Chu Tian suddenly stood up and pounced forward, swung his front paws towards the things around him, and tore them into pieces. Ding! You are attacked by the player's kill. Ding! You killed the player with a kill. This is a passive counterattack and does not increase the sin value. Chu Tian was dizzy, looking at Juesha with a shocked look, then slowly fell to the ground and turned into a corpse. So strong. Chu Tian was also surprised. Because Chu Tian discovered the decisive move first, and he walked slowly beside him and moved towards the direction of the weed. He predicted the opponent's position and launched an attack in the first place. After he made a move, Juesha noticed him, counterattacked instantly, and used sneak attack skills to attack him. The final result was that the final blow attacked Chu Tian first, and was determined by the system to be the priority attacker. Then the decisive attack was torn into pieces by Chu Tian and killed instantly. The difference was only 0.1 second, but Chu Tian knew that he had lost this round. Although he killed the opponent, in terms of technique and reaction, his final blow was indeed superior. If it were my previous life, I would never be able to turn around and counterattack in such a short time and use sneak attack skills. The 5 seconds of dizziness passed quickly. Chu Tian looked at the corpse on the ground that turned into white light and disappeared. He knew that Juesha had chosen to resurrect at the resurrection point. In the heavenly Tao, if you choose to revive at the resurrection point, the body will turn into white light and disappear. If you choose to revive by running away from the corpse, the body will turn into a skeleton. Running away from the corpse to revive, the player's soul state runs to the vicinity of the corpse and accepts resurrection. Resurrection penalty at the resurrection point. After resurrection, you will enter a weak state for 1 hour and your level will drop by 1. Penalty for resurrecting a corpse. After resurrection, the health is only 50%, and the experience is reduced by 20%. Relatively speaking, the loss from corpse resurrection is less. Chu Tian picked up the item that fell on the ground, picked it up and took a look. It turned out to be a ring. Because the system determines that the ultimate killer attacks first and is converted into an attacker, his name will turn gray. When a player with a gray name dies, he will definitely drop an equipment. When a player with a white name dies, there is a probability that an equipment will drop. When Chu Tian saw it was a ring, his heart moved. Could it be? He quickly took it in his hand and opened the properties to check. Eye of Truth ring. Grade, ordinary iron, white, upgradable. Attack, 2 to 5. Attribute 1, increases the chance of detecting stealth. Attribute 2, not activated. Use the True Eye skill to detect invisible creatures within a 3-meter range for 10 seconds. Activate after upgrading to bronze. Seeing this attribute, Chu Tian almost jumped up. This was the equipment that made him famous for his decisive attack in his previous life. It is said that he later upgraded it to the dark gold level, with the range of the Eye of Truth increased to 30 meters and the duration reaching 5 minutes. Chu Tian had failed many times because of this piece of equipment. The Eye of Truth is known as the nemesis of thieves, and its reputation is well deserved. Chu Tian was so happy to get this equipment. What a change! It's my turn to hunt you down in this life. He completely forgot about the frustration of being fooled by others 3 times. Although this ring is only of ordinary iron level, the drop rate of jewelry items in Tiandao is extremely low, and any piece of jewelry equipment is a special item. I really don't know how this guy got so lucky and where he got this equipment. With the Eye of Truth on your finger, head straight to the mission area. 2 hours later, all 4 tasks in this area were finally completed. Monster killing missions require too many monsters, so usually such missions are completed in teams. Chu Tian is alone, and although his attack is high enough, he still needs to kill monsters one by one. When he returned to the ground again, there were already many players leveling up here. Most of them were around level 2, and Chu Tian was already level 4 with 54% of the experience. Looking at the 4 completed tasks, you can reach level 5 by returning and handing them in, and the owl form will also be activated. Chu Tian, who had transformed into a cheetah, had already attracted everyone's attention when he ran up from the 3rd underground floor at lightning speed. This is the human novice area. How come there is a druid profession? In fact, Chu Tian really wanted to stay in stealth mode all the time, but there was no way. After sneaking, the movement speed was reduced by 50%, although the cheetah form had a 30% movement speed bonus. But after cancelling each other out, only 80% of the movement speed remains, which is too slow. As soon as I reached the ground, I heard a scream from the front. Looking up, I saw a level 5 corrupted rat leader suddenly appeared. It should be that the corrupted rats on this floor were killed to a certain number, activating the refresh mechanism of the area's small boss. A girl in novice clothes was being pinned down by it. After being bitten by the corrupted rat leader, the health bar above her head was reduced to only 1/10. Help! The girl struggled to get up from the claws of the corrupted rat leader. However, because his level was too low and his strength was insufficient, he naturally couldn't get up and could only keep calling out. "Don't be afraid, beauty, I'm here to save you." What's more, when she called for help, a young man actually rushed over like a fool, holding a one-handed sword and a shield. This young man shouted at the corrupt rat leader, "Thief son. Turns out you're a shield warrior. If you want to taunt, just taunt. Why do you have to imitate some uneducated cow and yell like that?" Unexpectedly, what happened next was that he, who wanted to be a hero to save the beauty, taunted him, and the corrupt rat leader gave up the girl under his claws, knocked him to the ground, and bit him on the neck. -30, -4, -4, -4. The bite of the corrupted rat leader directly triggers the tearing effect. Ah! The young man screamed and turned into a corpse. The corrupted rat leader stood up and chased after the girl with low health. The other players around cast a detection spell and found that it was a level 5 leader monster. In addition, they saw with their own eyes how ferocious the corrupted rat leader was. A shield warrior went up and was killed instantly. Everyone retreated in fear. This girl is just a little pretty, but after all, we don't know each other. Although this is just a game, they who have just reached level 2 do not want to die. After all, 4 hours have passed since the server was opened. If they die once and run their corpse back, they will lose 20% of their experience, which means an hour is wasted. It is not worth it. Just when the girl was about to be caught up, Chu Tian turned into a cheetah and ran over quickly. When the beautiful girl saw Chu Tian, who had turned into a black panther, rushing towards her, she threw the novice healing potion in her hand directly to the ground, squatted down, hugged her legs, and burst into tears. She was actually scared by Chu Tian and cried, thinking that another monster was going to attack her. The cheetah's figure gracefully passed over her head and landed between the girl and the corrupted rat leader. Upon seeing this, the people around were stunned at first, and then they realized that the Black Panther was actually a druid, and discussions broke out. "Don't be a frivolous man, why is there a druid? Did he come across the border? Can't stand it, I don't know. No Cherry, no way. I saw a druid in the novice village before the disaster. It must be him. Want to eat steamed buns? Yes, yes, you see his name, he is the first person to arrive at Senjin town. Don't be jealous of others, huh, you think you're the first one to arrive in town and get some rewards, like a hero saving a beauty." The people around turned their eyes to Chu Tian, ready to see how he was killed instantly. But when they looked over, there was no trace of the black cheetah. This is just showing off and then running away. Everyone's voice. But the next second, a big red critical damage appeared above the head of the corrupted rat leader. 234. The mouse's health dropped by more than 1/5. Then a black figure appeared behind the corrupted rat leader. Looking at the injury, everyone was stunned. What kind of injury is this? The critical hit damage is 1.5 times the normal damage, so his normal damage is more than 170 points. Is this my eyes playing tricks on me? Fuck, my 20 normal attacks can't hit as many as his one. As everyone was astonished, they saw the corrupted rat leader turn around and chase Chu Tian, while Chu Tian remained on its hind legs, moving at high speed as it turned. A mouse and a cat, they were spinning like a top. Everyone was stunned and shocked. The movement and speed. Tear, claw, tear. -164, -43, -159, -47, -46. After the first attack, Chu Tian silently calculated the monster's health, which turned out to be as much as 2,000 points. Fortunately, its defense was not high. This was also a characteristic of the monsters in the novice village. If the defense was too high, there was no way to break it, so there was no need to fight at all. As for the attack power, he didn't dare to try it. What if he was killed in an instant? So he used his speed to start this classic shot of Tom and Jerry. It's just that the cat is too small, while the mouse is as big as a cow. Under the surprised gaze of everyone, the corrupt rat leader fell to the ground with a bang. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first in the world to kill the level 5 boss corrupted rat leader. A global announcement will be made. Do you want to hide your character name? Hide. Chu Tian was stunned for a moment, and the next second he picked up a treasure chest on the ground, disappeared stealthily, and left quietly. Ding! Server-wide announcement, Dragon Nation player, *******, is the first in the world to kill the server's first commander-level boss corrupted rat. The system reward will be claimed in the email later. Then came the announcements of the national first kill, the Warzone first kill, and the first kill in Novice Village number 1314. Each notice was accompanied by an email sent to Chu Tian's mailbox. Chu Tian was so excited at this moment. The first kill reward was very generous, usually skill books and gold coins. Quickly open your mailbox, the first thing you see is the first kill reward in the Novice Village, 10 silver coins. The drop rate of gold coins in Tiandao is very low. You have to kill many monsters to occasionally get a copper coin. Gold coins are the only currency in Tiandao, and you need to use them for everything. Equipment repair, casting, strengthening, etc. Of course, if you have the wishing box, you don't need gold coins to strengthen it, you only need strengthening stones. In his previous life, when Chu Tian was level 120, he would only occasionally drop a few silver coins when killing monsters of the same level. At this time, 10 silver coins in the novice period were a huge sum of money, but the subsequent rewards made him feel that these 10 silver coins were just a drizzle. Hurry up and open the war zone to get the first kill, and you will be rewarded with 1 gold coin. National first kill, reward 10 gold coins. World's first kill, reward 100 gold coins and skill book, Ferocious Bite. I've made a fortune. Not only do I have breakfast, I can even have a big meal every day. When Chu Tian saw these gold coins, he was so happy that he almost burst into tears and jumped several times on the spot. A few days before the server was opened in the previous life, a major event happened in the number 1 novice village in the Eastern Theater. A wealthy man bought up gold coins on a large scale, and a silver coin was sold at a price of 1,000 renminbi. Chu Tian looked at the 111 gold coins and 13 silver coins in his bag and had an urge to cross the border to the number 1 novice village in the Eastern Theater. But he knew that this was unrealistic. The borders between the novice villages were filled with level 30 elite monsters. Even if he was very powerful now, he couldn't surpass so many levels to challenge the elite monsters. Even if you sneak away, it is impossible because the level gap is too big. Stealth is useless. If you enter the monster's warning circle, you will be discovered. Before Tiandao opens the connection with real currency, players can only find middlemen to withdraw money, or trade directly with each other based on mutual trust, or make transactions in person. The connection with real currency will not be opened until half a year later. Mutual trust is impossible. He doesn't have time for face-to-face transaction, so I can only contact the middleman. In his memory, there was such a person in Novice Village number 1314. They had done a lot of transactions in the previous life and their credibility was still good. Open the Add Friends interface. Output character name, integrity number 1007. Ding. The other party has approved your friend request and can now video chat with you. Chu Tian opened the call interface and sent a message directly, "Brother, I don't care about the amount of money. Tell me the price." After a few seconds, the other party replied, "Master, is that you? Do you know me?" Chu Tian felt something strange. Master, you don't know that even though you hid your character name in the announcement, who in the 1314 novice village doesn't know your name? You killed a level 5 boss all by yourself. After Chu Tian read the other party's message, he thought, that's right. So many people saw that he had killed the corrupted rat leader at that time, even if he had hidden the announcement, they would still know who he was. He was not excited about becoming famous at this moment, but instead felt something was wrong. In his previous life, he suffered because of his great fame and was eventually framed by Huang Shui. It seems I have to be more low-key in the future. The current price of 1 copper coin is 0.6 cents. How many do you have? If the quantity is large, I can give you a higher price. The other party may have seen that Chu Tian did not reply to the message, so he sent another one. Seeing the other party's quotation, Chu Tian's heart moved. The price on the first day of the server opening was still relatively high. You should know that after half a month, the gold price of the 1314 novice village basically stabilized at around 1 copper coin and 30 cents. The same was true for other novice villages, except for novice village number 1 in the Eastern Theater. 100 gold coins, can you eat it? Chu Tian thought about it and originally didn't plan to sell all of them, but considering that he wanted to buy a game cabinet, he replied. Seeing that the other party did not reply, Chu Tian did not care. After all, he had the gold coins in his hand. At worst, he could just shout and sell them. The second-hand dealer charged 60 cents for gold. If he shouted and sold them himself, he could even sell them for 1 yuan per copper coin. He was not idle during this period and was always on his way towards the town. Suddenly he remembered that there was a skill book reward, so he opened his backpack to check. The moment he saw the skill book, Chu Tian felt a little worried. Skill book, Fierce Bite. Occupational limitation, Druid. Use level, level 5. Attributes, Final Move, uses the accumulated energy stars to cause a lot of damage to the enemy. 1 star is available, causing 100% to 200% physical damage, and the damage increases by 10% to 50% for each additional star. The higher the proficiency, the higher the damage. How to use mouth attack action to trigger skill release. When he saw the instructions for use, Chu Tian almost threw the book away. What he was worried about finally came true. Except for the initial skills given in Tiandao, other skills required special actions or spells to trigger the attack. At the same time, proficiency and perfection of the movements are required to increase the attack limit. But using your mouth is a bit. The background of the Tiandao world is that after a planetary collision, the monsters have been corrupted into zombies. Each monster is covered with pus and emits a foul odor. I could imagine the scene of biting those disgusting monsters with my mouth, and I cursed the old man again in my heart. If Mauda didn't have this one finishing move that dealt direct damage, he would really have found a stinky puddle and thrown the book into it. Check your own level. Since you have gained a lot of experience by killing boss, you have reached level 5 and met the usage standard. Although I was reluctant, I still gritted my teeth and learned the skill book. As for whether to use it or not, I would consider it later. Ding. Your friend, Integrity number 1007, sent a video call request. Do you want to accept it? Accept. A light screen appeared in front of Chu Tian's eyes, and a familiar face appeared, a wretched bald fat man. Master, you mean 100 gold? Not 100 bronze. When the other party answered the video call, his first words were questions. Chu Tian didn't care, because on the first day of the server, 100 gold coins was indeed a bit shocking. Originally, he had no plan to sell all the gold coins he had, but considering that the game cabinet he was going to buy was quite expensive. For the sake of my own safety, I have to buy it. I have no choice but to sell all the gold coins, and I don't even know if it will be enough. Only when you are safe can you transfer money with peace of mind, and spend money wisely. As for the game, he can't spend much money for the time being. 100 copper coins, I'll just tell you 1 silver coin, okay. When the other party heard Chu Tian's answer, his eyes lit up. Master, if it's convenient, can you come to Senjin town? I still want to confirm it. Thinking that he had to go back to the city anyway, he agreed, and the two of them agreed on a place and hung up the video call. Chu Tian returned to the town and immediately hid his character name display, then transformed into a human form and came to the task release hall. After completing the 4 tasks, he was already level 5 and had 41% of the experience. Then he gave up all the remaining 16 tasks. He didn't want to do any more tasks. Next, he has to complete the transformation task into the owl form, so that he can implement his plan, upgrading by exploiting the bug terrain. The streets in the center of the town are crowded with people at this time, noisy and bustling with all kinds of stalls selling goods. Chu Tian took a look and found that they were all some first and second level white equipment, as well as some potions, all garbage. However, there were a few people selling strengthening stones. I spent 3 silver coins and bought all the 19 strengthening stones from all the stalls. At this early stage, he was probably the only one who could be so generous as to not feel bad about spending 3 silver coins at once. Walk out of the street quickly and reach the end of the street. All kinds of groceries, come and see, we'll sell them to you for money. A familiar voice sounded. Chu Tianshun looked over and saw a soldier squatting on the ground, lazily glancing at the people passing by, especially beautiful women, whom he would often stare at for a few more seconds. When he saw him, Chu Tian's eyes instantly turned red. The character name, sword pointing to the sky, emerged in his mind. One of my friends in the game in my previous life. After he was killed for the first time and returned to the novice village, this group of friends stayed with him in the valley for more than 3 months. Later, because of him, this group of people were constantly hunted by Huang Shui, and many of them turned into life players so that they could stay in the city without having to go out. In the end, only, sword pointing to the sky, stayed by his side, including escaping from the current city, and it was all because of his help. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a person with disabled legs like me to do it. Chu Tian really wanted to go up and meet him, but when he thought about his revenge, he would have to confront Huang Shui. It must be hard for people around him, so let it go. Everything is up to fate, everything comes and goes. I hope that in this life, you will not be implicated because of me again. Chu Tian walked through the streets and entered a low tavern, which was cluttered and dimly lit. A thin old man was sitting at the counter at the door, flipping through a yellowed book in his hand. Rows of tables and chairs are arranged in the hall. Walking inside is a corridor with partitioned boxes on both sides. This is an absolutely safe zone set up by the system. You can rent it by spending a certain amount of gold coins. Once you enter, no one can hear the conversations inside. Not many players come here. Unless there is something to discuss, generally no player will come here to waste time. When he arrived at the private room where he had an appointment with Integrity number 1007, before he could knock on the door, a bald fat man came out. When the fat man saw him, he smiled and said, "Master, hello, please come in and sit down." As soon as Chu Tian entered the door, he didn't waste any time and directly initiated a transaction request, entering the number 100 in the gold coin position. Wait a few seconds and close the transaction window. How about it, can you eat it? The fat man was silent for a few seconds. Can we pay first, or meet in person to trade? Chu Tian shook his head and said, first money, then gold, you can trade in small amounts multiple times. Naturally, he would not meet with anyone to do business. The first reason was that he did not want to waste time, and the second was for safety reasons. The lessons of his previous life were still fresh in his mind. Seeing that he rejected his proposal, the fat man gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, send me your payment account." After Chu Tian transferred the money to his account, he was actually quite excited. After completing all the transactions, he would have 600,000 renminbi. This is a huge sum of money for him. Ding, detected that the amount of RMB, 600,000, has been deposited into the player's real account. After hearing the prompt, Chu Tian looked at the fat man in surprise. Aren't you afraid that I will run away now? Honesty number 1007 smiled and replied, Master, I believe you are not an ordinary person. You can kill the boss alone in such a short time in the early stage, and you can also get so many gold coins. We will definitely have a lot of cooperation in the future, so this time, just regard it as my investment of trust. At this point he paused and continued, of course, I admit that the video recording system in this private room has always been on. If you run away, I will spread it. Of course, if you don't care about your reputation, this is nothing. Chu Tian certainly knew the function of this box. He initiated a transaction with a smile and sent 100 gold to the other party. Since you said that this is an investment of trust, then I will also give you a message. Don't wait for the gold price to rise, sell it quickly. Believe it or not, he said, then opened the box and walked out. The fat man who was left in the box was stunned at first. Originally, he did plan to hoard gold coins and sell them when the price went up, but when he heard Chu Tian's suggestion, he felt a sense of crisis in his heart for some reason. After thinking about it, he took out his communicator and dialed several numbers in succession. Ignoring the fat man's decision, Chu Tian was extremely excited at this time. He walked out of the tavern humming a little tune and looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning. There were still 2 hours before Tiandao would shut down for rest. In order not to affect the work and rest of ordinary people, Tiandao was open from 6 o'clock in the afternoon to 8 o'clock in the morning every day. Everyone's online time is basically the same, so the level gap between players will not be widened. Nor will the game's economic chain collapse due to a large number of studios entering the game. Therefore, the situation of making money 24 hours a day will not occur, which greatly guarantees the interests and benefits of all players. In the future, the Tiandao world will complete the currency docking and will be completely integrated into the real world. People from all over the world, from children as young as a few years old to people in their 70s, can all experience the charm of the virtual world in the Tiandao world. The consumption of global players in Tiandao is even more than 5 times the total consumption in the real world. The super-consumer crowd has led to the emergence of a large number of service industries within the game. Many ordinary people who have no time to rest and have fun can spend only a small amount of money in Tiandao to get together with friends and have fun, which just solves their mental fatigue and stress. Entering the heavenly Dao after getting off work every day is equivalent to entering a deep sleep, which allows you to not only have a good rest. You can also experience the excitement of holographic virtuality. At the same time, many professional players have emerged, allowing people with poor family environments to earn extra income after get off work. Thinking about the 600,000 renminbi in his bank card, Chu Tian could be considered to have earned his first pot of gold. And it is the most important sum of money. First, it solves the problem of food and clothing, and secondly, it solves the problem of safety. There are still 2 hours before the server is shut down, so he decided to complete the all-beast form mission first. Chu Tian came to the engineering shop and spent 50 silver coins in the NPC shop to buy a paraglider. This is what he had heard from a druid friend before: an item needed for an important part of the all-form mission can reduce the difficulty by 100%. But that was already in the late stage. In the early stage, no one would spend 50 silver coins to buy this thing. The natural force drifting in space, listen to my call, let me transcend the boundaries of space, and guide me to the home of life, teleport, natural forest. Chu Tian found a deserted place and chanted a spell. Teleport, natural forest, this skill is a skill that druids are born with. This is the home of all druids, and many exclusive quests can only be received by returning here. After use, you will be teleported to the natural forest map. If used in the natural forest map, you will be teleported to the original location. The casting time is 10 seconds and will be interrupted if there is any interference. The entire continent is full of devastation, except for the natural forest where birds are singing and flowers are blooming. The entire forest is shrouded in magic. It is said that this is a peaceful place preserved by the moon goddess using supreme magic when the natural disaster occurred. In the past, anyone who harmed the forest or created disputes here would be expelled by the druids. But after the disaster, only druid players can come in through teleportation spells. This was also Chu Tian's first time here. The lake in front of him was vast and huge. It was located in the center of a natural forest. The sparkling water is like the moonlight against a sky full of stars. So people gave it this legendary name, Lake of the Moon. From the structure of the building behind to the harmonious atmosphere with the surrounding forest, it seems that there is a wildness hidden under the quiet appearance. Ding. System prompt, you have discovered a natural forest. The system prompt brought Chu Tian back to reality. It was really beautiful here. Chu Tian gathered his thoughts and looked around, and found a bloated figure sitting by a campfire in the distance. An NPC with a body like a bear but with feathers, and a head a bit like an owl but with antlers. It danced with its beer belly swinging back and forth, and there was a dark golden exclamation mark on NCP's head. He looked at this NPC, with his fat, honest and adorable figure, and thought, "Is this the form I will become in the future? It's okay to act cute, but you're so fat, forget about flexibility." Chu Tian walked towards the NPC. Gradually approaching the NPC, Chu Tian almost stumbled and fell to the ground. This NPC was not only dancing but also singing. "You say you can sing, so just sing." It was actually rap. "The damn crowman stole my feathers, causing me to be woken up by the cold wind even when I was sleeping. Warrior from another world, are you willing to take them back for me?" "Ah, I do." Chu Tian felt devastated when listening to the tone-deaf all-beast NPC singing rap. In the previous life, I never heard anyone say that this all-beast was a rapper. It might also be because there are too few druids. Ding. Accept the mission, commission of the Moonlight Owl Beast. The Moonlight Owl's request. Mission target, tail feather of Moon Owl 0/1. Mission location, the Crowman's lair on the southern mountain top of the natural forest. Mission description, when the Moonlight Owl first came outside the natural forest barrier, he was full of curiosity. As he listened to the voices of the various souls here, he was very surprised at what he heard. At the same time, he also noticed that the voices of some souls could not be heard clearly. He tried various methods, but still could not reach the souls of these crow people. Chu Tian bid farewell to the Moonlight Owl Beast and headed south, bypassing the Moon Goddess Lake. After passing through a forest, he saw the edge of the barrier. From within the barrier, one could already see a towering mountain forest outside. After leaving the natural forest barrier, Chu Tian discovered that there was another barrier not far ahead. He knew that entering there would be the range of the Crowman's nest. Ding. System prompt, after entering the trial ground, the lair of Crow God Onsu, all enhancements are invalid. The creatures in the trial land have flexible levels, which change with the levels of the combatants, and the highest level of monsters is level 6. This is also the reason why Chu Tian purchased so many strengthening stones but was not in a hurry to strengthen them. Because he had heard of this mission before, once entering the Crowman territory, all enhancements would be ineffective. The scenery here is completely different from that of a natural forest. The sky, earth, flowers, trees, etc. are all dark purple in color. The monotonous color makes Chu Tian's vision very uncomfortable. Continuing forward, we found a crow claw warrior. The appearance of the crowman was just as its name suggested, he really looked like a crow that had become a spirit. He walked upright, and his limbs were as dry as chicken claws. Chu Tian raised his hand and threw a detection spell over. Raven Claw Warrior. Elasticity level, 1 to 6. Elastic attack, 5 to 30. Elastic HP, 60 to 360. Flexible defense, 5 to 30. Skill, Berserk. After releasing, enter Berserk state, attack speed increased by 200%. Description, a descendant of the Raven God, bloodthirsty and manic, he will tear apart any creature that appears before his eyes, except for his own kind. Chu Tian slowly approached the back of the Crow Claw warrior, suddenly jumped up, and tore his head to pieces. In the world of Tiandao, there is a weakness attack judgment. Generally, the weakness of a creature is the head. Attacking the weakness can increase the upper limit of the attack output. -82. It didn't critically hit, but it still took away about 1/3 of the enemy's health. The Ravenclaw warrior screamed and released the violent skill directly, rushing towards Chu Tian, and Chu Tian dodged. The Ravenclaw warrior's attack speed was really fast after using the violent skill, and the two double swords chased Chu Tian and slashed. Chu Tian jumped and flew over his head, tearing and clawing, and releasing in the air. -82. -35. After landing, it swiped its tail and tore into pieces. -123. Red critical hit damage. The Crowclaw warrior fell to the ground with a wail. He picked up a copper coin on the ground and sneaked towards the other one. In his previous life, he heard that the drop rate of the quest item for the Owl Beast transformation was 1 in 500, which meant that he had to kill countless crowmen to complete the quest. If he was lucky, the next one might drop it, but if he was unlucky, it might take a long time. Now that today's game time was about to end, he didn't know if he could complete it. Fortunately, the crowman gave him a lot of experience points, which should be a flexible mechanism. This crowman gave him a full 120 experience points. No one competes with monsters here, so it's good to kill monsters and level up. After he killed several crowmen, the quest item still did not drop, and he gradually went deeper into the nest. Just as he was sneaking towards his next target, there was a sudden commotion deep in the nest. Chu Tian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a purple-pink cheetah running towards him in the distance, followed by a crowman warrior, and a little further away there were 2 crowman wizards chasing after it. There are other druids here, and they are just a female leopard. While Chu Tian was stunned, a white and pink cheetah ran past him and attracted the crowman he was about to fight. The druid was obviously a little panicked. Although the melee crowman warriors could not catch up with her, the ranged crowman wizards kept casting instant curses on her. The druid's operation was actually quite good. If she hadn't lured this monster away, she would have almost killed the other raven warrior herself. But with 2 crowman warriors going berserk at the same time, she didn't dare stop attacking. Seeing that only 1/3 of her health was left on the health bar above her head, Chu Tian thought, since we are both druids, and share the same unfortunate fate, let's give each other a hand. I sneaked up behind one of the crowman wizards and started to tear both of them apart. -95. -135. Red critical damage. The Ravenman wizard only had a tiny bit of health left. It seemed that the health and defense of the magic profession were much lower than those of the Ravenman warrior. A claw attack followed and the wizard fell to the ground without losing a single hair. The pink leopard noticed someone and paused for a moment. It was almost hacked to death by the 2 soldiers who caught up with it from behind. Its health dropped sharply and it turned around and continued to run. This time she didn't run outside, but drew a big circle around Chu Tian. Chu Tian nodded secretly when he saw this, knowing that he had not saved the wrong person this time. If the other party keeps running, maybe he won't help her fight monsters anymore. If the opponent keeps running, the monsters will escape from the battle and return along the same route. Then Chu Tian will become their target on the return route and they will attack him collectively. If the opponent remains in combat mode and drags the monster around in circles, if Chu Tian does not attack, he will not attract hatred, and he can defeat the monsters one by one and kill them. This shows that the other party is not a selfish person, otherwise she would not care whether anyone helps her fight monsters or not, and would just run away from the battle and survive. Looking at the opponent's health, the biggest threat is still the wizard monster. If the wizard keeps casting curses, it is very likely to wear her down to death. Chu Tian ran a few steps to catch up with the other wizard, pounced on him, opened his mouth and bit the crowman wizard's neck. I have accumulated 5 energy stars from killing monsters just now, so I can try out the damage of the fierce bite. This monster can only bite a mouthful of fur at most, which is much better than the zombie and corrupted monsters outside that are covered with pus. Ding. Fierce bite, average completion. +2 proficiency. -89. Chu Tian cursed inwardly. The damage was almost the same as tearing something apart, but it was his first time using it and the completion rate was average, so it was fine. The degrees of completion are poor, general, excellent, perfect, and extreme. The extreme level allows for supermodel output, and can deal damage that is twice as much as the skill's highest attack. This kind of extreme operation is what professional players pursue in the later stages. If you can deal 20% of the extreme damage times, you can be classified as a god-level player. In addition to the skills given initially, learning and understanding are all ranked, with the highest level being 20. With each upgrade, the basic damage of the skill will increase, but the required proficiency is an astronomical figure. In his previous life, Chu Tian was a level 120 thief, and his highest skill proficiency was only level 6. He tore the Crow Claw wizard to pieces twice in a row, knocking it down and picking up a copper coin on the ground. He turned around and met the pink and purple little leopard running towards him. When the two passed each other, Chu Tian had just recovered 40 energy points. He directly tore the low-health Crow Claw warrior into pieces and killed him instantly. Then, under the shocked gaze of the pink leopard, the claw attack dealt red critical damage. -69. Successfully drew the hatred of another Raven Claw warrior. What are you looking at? Help me! Chu Tian shouted to the pink leopard. Now he has no energy left, and after killing several monsters in a row, his health has been reduced by a quarter. Facing the violent Crow Claw warrior, he was indeed not afraid, but he couldn't just do the work and let the other party just watch and watch, right? Oh. The other party gave a soft reply. Then Chu Tian pulled the monster and circled around her. The opponent's attack was no match for his. Tear apart, -36. Claw attack. -17. This was the highest damage she had ever inflicted. Unable to bear it any longer, Chu Tian turned around and bit it fiercely. The completion is average. Then the two tore the Crow Claw warrior to the ground. Wow, a skill book, a copper coin and a strengthening stone actually dropped. This is already a big deal. Looking at the things on the ground, Chu Tian picked them all up under the other party's gaze. The skill book turned out to be Slash, which was exactly the starting skill that he lacked the most. This skill caused bleeding damage when not in stealth mode, but when released in stealth mode, it would add a 5-second stun, and would also cause bleeding to the enemy. It was much stronger than the rogue's sneak attack, which only caused stun but no attack power. The other party just looked at him without saying anything, but Chu Tian felt embarrassed and shared the dropped items with her. How to divide it? You decide. Seeing Chu Tian asking her, she hesitated for a moment, then transformed into a human form and spoke to Chu Tian. I don't want it anymore. Thank you for saving me. My name is The Other Side of Dreams. When Chu Tian heard her name, he instantly recalled the only god-level druid player in his previous life. It's not that she was very powerful, but she was the only one who insisted on playing the druid profession and became famous. The reason why she became famous was that during a national war, she released a skill called Forbidden Resurrection. You should know that some people still play druid in the later period because the ancient tree form has a skill called Resurrection, which is the only skill in Tiandao that can revive the player in battle. It is precisely because of this skill that druids have a slight sense of presence, otherwise no team would bring druids to play dungeons. On the other side of the dream, through some unknown adventure, she obtained the skill of Forbidden Resurrection. In that national war, the Dragon Kingdom had already collapsed completely, but with the appearance of this skill, all the dead players of the Dragon Kingdom within a radius of 3,000 meters were resurrected, successfully fighting back against the odds, but the price was a 20-level drop and a 180-day cooldown. Facing this great god, Chu Tian was a little excited, but what he didn't expect was that the other party was actually a girl of 12 or 13 years old. Chu Tian couldn't help but think, if he builds a good relationship with her now, will she be a great help to him in the future? At the same time, an idea came to his mind: can he dig those god-level players in the previous life to his side before they become gods? I'm not a druid. Chu Tian answered unconsciously in his memories. There is a question mark in the eyes of the other side of the dream. Ouch, I meant my name is, I'm not a druid. Chu Tian felt ashamed, and suddenly felt that the name he had chosen might easily cause misunderstandings from others. Haha, then why did you choose the druid profession? The girl asked him with a smile, her eyes curved. Well, it's a long story. By the way, why are you killing monsters here? What level are you? Chu Tian thought to himself. I can't say that the system forced me to choose this profession, right? So he quickly interrupted the topic and asked, and this was the question Chu Tian wanted to ask when he saw her, because he felt it was impossible for someone to have reached level 5 like him. I'm level 3. I was just curious, so I used the skill, Teleport, Natural Forest, and when I came here, I thought it was beautiful, so I wandered around and ended up here, and then I kept killing monsters here to level up. So that's how it is. Chu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. What about you? Why did you come here? The other side of the dream asked curiously. She felt that Chu Tian was so powerful and his attack was so strong. I'm here to do the Munkin form quest. The monsters here are actually quite strong, you should go back to the novice village map to level up. Chu Tian persuaded her, and he was right. The monsters here were indeed difficult for ordinary players to fight. I really don't know how she insisted on fighting here, and she was already level 3. The great god in the previous life should not be underestimated. Yeah, I was just about to go back. But the skill, Teleport, Natural Forest, can't be used here. I have to go back to the barrier over there to use it. Chu Tian looked at the skill and found that it had indeed turned black. Seeing that Chu Tian didn't say anything, Meng Debian asked cautiously, "Big brother, can you help me level up?" Chu Tian actually didn't want to take her, but seeing her expectant expression he agreed anyway. "Okay, but we have a deal. I will leave after I finish my mission." Okay, I'll team you up." The other side of the dream invited Chu Tian to form a team. Ding. System prompt, the other side of dreams invites you to join the team. Ding. System prompt, the other side of the dream requests you to add you as a friend. 2 prompts popped up in succession, and Chu Tian accepted them all. In fact, Chu Tian was quite curious about meeting the god-level figures from his previous life. Also, by teaming up with a level 3 player, although his experience would be less, the monsters with flexible levels would also become lower in level because of the presence of low-level players in the team. When the 2 of them teamed up, the monster directly became level 4. Although there would be a level suppression on Dream's other shore, her damage was not enough, so her own output was enough. By the way, Big brother, what items does he need to hand in the task? I got a lot of things here. Meng's other side followed Chu Tian and asked. I need a Moonlight Owl's tail feather, Chu Tian answered casually while killing monsters in front. After Chu Tian killed a Crow Claw shield guard, Meng's other shore ran over with a feather as big as a pig's ear in his hand and asked, "Is this it?" Chu Tian took it curiously. Ding. Found, tail feather of Moonlight Owl. The host can carry the tail feather to the top of the Crowman's nest, summon the Crowman leader, kill it until its health is 30%, and then activate the next stage of the task. It turned out to be the quest item he needed. Chu Tian held the feather and said to Meng's other side jokingly, "Little sister, if you give me this feather, I will complete my mission and leave." Ah. Dream's other shore was obviously a little overwhelmed after hearing Chu Tian's words, but she quickly continued, "Okay, then let's go back to the natural forest together." Hee hee. Chu Tian smiled and stuffed the feather into her hand. "I'm just kidding, take this. When you reach level 5, you will also need this item to complete the task." The other side of the dream looked at the feather in his hand, and saw Chu Tian turn around and continue killing monsters. His eyes were curved and dimples appeared on his face. Then he turned into a pink leopard and went up to help. After acquiring the skill of diagonal sweep, killing monsters is obviously much more comfortable. With diagonal sweep at the beginning, the monster will be stunned for 5 seconds. Although the bleeding damage is affected by the completion degree, in such a short battle situation, the bleeding damage is really not important. Moreover, Chu Tian discovered that the other side of the dream also had the skill of sweeping diagonally. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that luck was something that really made people frustrated when compared to others. Seeing that the time was almost 7:50 and they had been fighting here for more than an hour, there was still no quest item. Chu Tian wanted to ask Meng's other side for the feather to complete the quest. After beating 2 more monsters, they came to a relatively safe place. Chu Tian said, "Let's just stay here. The game will be closed soon. Let's wait until 5 p.m. to go online again." "The game is going to be closed." "Why?" asked the other side of the dream in confusion. "I got inside information that the operation time of Tiandao is from 6 p.m. every day to 8 a.m. the next morning. It should be to avoid affecting everyone's work and study in real life." Chu Tian gave a fictitious answer. "Oh, is that so? Then I'll log off first. I still have homework to do. Big brother, I'll be online to wait for you at 6 p.m. After saying that, he actually logged off directly. "Ah, do you trust me so much?" Chu Tian muttered to himself. He then disconnected from the game as well. But what he didn't know was that at 7:59, the other side of the dream secretly came online, just in time for the system prompt. Ding. The server is about to shut down. The next time it will be open is 1600 hours. The countdown to shutdown is 42 seconds. It seems that the big brother is not a weird uncle who deceives little girls. The big brother is a good person. The other side of the dream was disconnected again. I wonder what Chu Tian would think if he knew. Chu Tian left the game, took off his helmet, stretched on the bed, picked up his old and outdated mobile phone, opened the text message notification, and looked at the reminder text message sent by the bank. He was counting the zeros with a silly grin. Knock, 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 knock on the door. Needless to say, everyone knew it was Luo Luo, because among the people he knew, only Yuxue knew that he lived here, but they had broken up. Another person I know is the girl next door. I thought of the girl next door, Luo Luo, who was who had always been by my side in my previous life. Chu Tian felt conflicted again. He didn't know how to face this girl who had deceived him but had always been by his side. Moreover, that kind of thing happened between the two of them during the game, and more than once. Although it was only in the game, seeing Luo Luo wearing a pink suspender pajamas with her snow-white shoulders exposed last night still reminded him of the time when he was with I suppressed the rush of blood and opened the door. Outside the door, Lolo was wearing a beige casual outfit and a ponytail. She had no makeup on her face, but her skin was so fair and tender that it looked like you could squeeze water out of it. Chu Tian was stunned for a moment. At this moment, the face of in his eyes overlapped with Luo Luo. Although a person's appearance can be changed by the way of heaven, beauty and ugliness will not change. When two different beautiful faces overlapped, Chu Tian almost had the urge to hug Luo Luo in his arms. "Senior, let's go have breakfast together." Lolo, with her dimples, invited Chu Tian. Chu Tian suppressed his impulse and said, okay, I'll clean it up first." Chu Tian answered embarrassedly. Hurry up, I'm so hungry." After saying that, she actually stepped into Chu Tian's room and sat on his messy bed without any disgust. That Luo Luo, I need to change my clothes." Chu Tian pointed at the basketball vest and shorts he was wearing. "TSK, why are you being so conceited? I'm just going downstairs to have breakfast. Just brush your teeth and wash your face and that's it." Luo Luo said nonchalantly, with no intention of leaving, and even pinched the corner of his quilt with his fingers and threw it aside. At the breakfast shop, Chu Tian vented all his anger on the buns. Lolo drank the porridge in small sips and looked at Chu Tian with a smile on her face. Occasionally, when their eyes met, she would stick out her tongue mischievously. People around them would look at this oddly dressed couple from time to time and secretly speculate about their relationship. Chu Tian had never been so embarrassed. After finally finishing his meal, he left the breakfast shop as if escaping. Unexpectedly, Luo Luo took his arm and said, "Senior, do you feel like you have seen this before?" Her intimate behavior made Chu Tian's heart move, and then he felt a chill on his back. All the men around who looked at him had murderous eyes. Chu Tian didn't know what to say for a moment. Luo Luo looked at him scrutinizingly. After 2 seconds, he let go of his arm and said, "Think carefully. I'm going to school to study first." After saying that, he skipped and walked backwards for 2 steps and waved to him. "By the way, Senior, my name is Luo Yi." The Chinese character for 1, 2, 3, 4, Yi. Luo Yi. In his previous life, he only knew that her name was Luo Luo, and did not mention her full name. However, this name seems a little familiar. It does seem a little familiar, but I can't remember where it is. Looking at Luo Luo's back getting farther and farther away, she turned back and waved to him. Chu Tian waved to her to remind her to be careful. Chu Tian felt that it felt so good to live a second life. Being alone, Chu Tian didn't care about what he was wearing. He waved to stop a taxi and headed straight to the Tiandao Group's franchise store. I have to say that the quality of the employees in Tiandao store is really good. They didn't care about Chu Tian's clothes and enthusiastically introduced the price and function of each product to him. When Chu Tian said he wanted to buy a gaming warehouse with high security performance, the other party quickly took him to the virtual warehouse showroom on the 2nd floor. The lowest price of the game cabin starts at 100,000. The most basic virtuality of Tiandao's game helmet is 100%. The only difference is the operation sensitivity. Just like the number 207 helmet that Lolo gave him, it is not the most basic, but it is not the best either. It costs 5,000 yuan and the operating sensitivity is about 68%. The most basic game cabin operation sensitivity has reached 92%. In the later stages, professional players not only compete with strength, but also need the support of equipment. Finally, Chu Tian chose the 16-701 model gaming cabin. The entire fuselage is made of special alloy and can withstand water pressure at a depth of 3,000 meters. The anti-shock system can ensure that even if the game cabin falls from a 100-story building, the people inside will not suffer fatal injuries. The hatch is made of explosion-proof glass that is said to be indestructible even with 40 degrees of fire. It has its own power storage and can last for a week after a power outage. Once it is attacked from the outside, it will automatically call the police. It also has 32 cameras on the body to capture all-round images of the perpetrator and transmit them to the security system. There is also an automatic oxygen production system. As long as the battery has power within a week, it is not afraid of any poisonous gas, fire source, sinking, etc. There is also the global Beidou positioning system, which is comparable to a small defensive fortress except that it has no means of attack. The most important thing is that the player accidentally disconnected from the game, and the character in the game went offline with zero delay. In his previous life, he was attacked in reality, and the character in the game had a 20-second offline time, which led to him being killed and the wishing box exploding. But the price also made Chu Tian heartbroken. It actually cost 560,000 renminbi, and his bank balance of 600,000 was almost wiped out. The only thing that made him dissatisfied was the operating sensitivity. It was so expensive but only 92% of the primary game cabin. However, it could be upgraded later. Even if you cannot upgrade, Tiandao Company also provides a one-for-one exchange service, where the old machine can be exchanged for a new model with at least 80% of the price. I have to say it is really user-friendly, much better than world-renowned companies such as Huawei and Apple. After Chu Tian paid the money with great reluctance, he was embarrassed when the salesperson asked him for the shipping address. The game cabin he bought was 3.5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 1.5 meters high. The small room he rented was so big that it could fit a bed inside, so there was no room for it. I'll let you know about this address after I confirm it. Sure, sir. You can notify us at any time, 24 hours a day. As long as you confirm the address, we will deliver the goods to your door within 2 hours and help you install it. After leaving the Tiandao store, Chu Tian was a bit troubled. The only solution now was to change houses. Of course, he could only rent one for the time being. He only had 40,000 yuan left in his pocket, which was not enough to buy a house. But he was a little reluctant to leave the beautiful girl next door. In his previous life, although he didn't have a confirmed relationship with EE in the game, both of them did what they should do. After thinking about it, he took out his phone and called Luo Luo. Hello. Lolo, it's me. Senior. How do you have my phone number? Ah, it's not important. Are you busy now? I have something to discuss with you. Chu Tian forgot that in this life, Luo Luo and he had not exchanged phone numbers. I just arrived at school, and I'm not very busy. I just made an appointment with a classmate to study together. I just need to tell her. Then I'll come find you. Chu Tian said. No need, just wait for me at the Xiaoxi gate of the school. Okay, see you at Xiaoximen in half an hour. Then he hung up the phone. More than 10 minutes later, Chu Tian took a taxi to Xiaoximen and saw Luo Luo standing at the door from a distance. It seems that she came here to wait for me after hanging up the phone. This girl, didn't she say she would come in half an hour, but she actually came out so early. Senior, have you been secretly in love with me for a long time? Chu Tian was about to say hello to Luo Luo after getting off the car when the other party said this directly. Ah. Chu Tian staggered in shock. Or you are a peeping Tom, otherwise how do you know my name and my cell phone number? Well. It turned out that it was because I had not considered this matter that I was misunderstood by Lolo. Just as he was about to explain to the other party, tears appeared in Lolo's eyes. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You just broke up with Yuxue the day before yesterday, but you've been thinking about me for a long time. This is a huge misunderstanding, what should I do? However. How do you know that I just broke up the day before yesterday, and you also know Yuxue? When Lolo heard Chu Tian asking her, she showed a trace of panic, turned her head to the side and didn't look at him. Humph, it's not important. When Chu Tian saw her appearance, he felt happy. This little girl actually learned to talk like him. Okay, it doesn't matter. But if I say I traveled back in time, would you believe me? He didn't know why, but he couldn't bear to lie to Lolo and told her the truth directly. He was still a little worried when he said this, for he was afraid that Lolo would think he was making up excuses to lie to her. Sure enough, after hearing what he said, Lolo turned around and stared at him. To be exact, it's Rebirth, do you believe it? Chu Tian felt a little flustered when she stared at him. Luo shook his head, and nodded after a while. Seeing Luo nod, Chu Tian was a little bit unconvinced, and confirmed again and again. Every time Luo told him affirmatively, believe it. Chu Tian looked at her as if she was a psychopath. How could he believe this? In the end, Chu Tian stopped hesitating and told Luo that he would treat her to a big meal at noon. Instead, it was Luo who suggested buying some snacks, going hiking, enjoying the scenery, and listening to his stories. Chu Tian smiled bitterly. How could he not understand this little girl's thoughts? He said that he believed her, but he still had to test himself. Lolo seemed exceptionally quiet along the way. Except for the few times when Chu Tian took the initiative to talk to her, she just stared blankly outside the car. After arriving at Mailish Mountain, Lolo kept walking in front, and the place he walked to was getting more and more remote, until he had already walked out of the tourist area designated for sightseeing. Chu Tian called her several times, but she told Chu Tian that they had not reached their destination yet, and then continued to climb the mountain stubbornly. When they reached the back mountain and came to a hidden cave entrance, Lolo stopped. Seeing the sweat dripping down her face, Chu Tian felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart, a hint of pity and a hint of heartache. Brother Xiao Tian, do you have any impression of this place? Luo asked, pointing at the cave. Chu Tian looked at the cave hidden behind the weeds and was a little confused, but he really had northwest impression of this place. But Luo's sudden change of address to him made him feel very familiar. Looking at Chu Tian's frown, Luo sat on the stone at the entrance of the cave and said, Brother Xiao Tian, let me tell you a story. Chu Tian sat opposite her and said, okay. 14 years ago, a girl and a boy met in this cave. The boy was 6 years old and the girl was 5 years old. They were both kidnapped here by human traffickers. Lolo said here, paying attention to Chu Tian's eyes. After hearing Lolo's narration, Chu Tian stood up quickly. His head buzzed and he quickly looked towards the cave, then turned to look at Lolo. At this time, Luo also stood up, tears already filled his eyes. Brother Xiao Tian, you remember it, right? As she said that, she ran to Chu Tian and threw herself into his arms. You are Xiaoyi, you are Xiaoyi. Chu Tian looked at Lolo who was sobbing and nodding in his arms. Yes, Chu Tian remembered that one day 14 years ago, his hood was taken off and the first person he saw was a girl who looked like himself. The girl kept crying and making a fuss, which made him impatient. He threatened her, saying, if you keep crying, I won't take you with me when I run away. Unexpectedly, the girl stopped crying when she heard him say that, can you really take me out? The boy said, do you believe it? The girl said, I believe it. A week went by, and finally on a rainy night, the boy used a stone blade from the cliff to cut the rope that tied his hands. They were discovered by the guards when they were helping the girl untie the ropes on her feet. They took advantage of the opportunity to run out of the cave, but how could two children outrun an adult? They were about to be caught up after running a few steps. At this time, the boy asked, let's jump from here. The girl answered him without even thinking, I believe whatever you say, let's dance. So the boy hung the girl's arms, which were still untied, around his neck, and when the men chasing behind him could touch him, he jumped down with the girl. The cliff was slightly sloped, and the boy slid down with his back touching the ground. The men who was chasing them slipped and fell down. Maybe he was unlucky, as he fell from midair to the bottom of the mountain. When the boy used himself as a skateboard and slid to the bottom of the cliff, the two children fell on the men, which played a certain cushioning role. When the two woke up, they were already in the hospital. They heard that the kidnapper had fallen to his death and his accomplices had been arrested. 3 months later, the two were discharged from the hospital. After living in the girl's home for a week, the boy asked to return to the welfare home. The girl's family was very wealthy and wanted to adopt him, but he firmly opposed it and insisted on returning him to the orphanage. At that time, he still held out a glimmer of hope that the parents who abandoned him would come there to find him. On the morning of leaving the girl's house, the girl's mother said she would fulfill one of his wishes. His request at that time was to have a full meal of buns. So he put on his tattered clothes again, and the girl dressed like a little princess. The girl's mother took them to the bun shop for their last breakfast. After coming out, the girl waved goodbye to him. In the driver's car of the girl's family, he vaguely heard the girl's voice shouting, "Brother Xiaotian, you must remember me. My name is Luo Yi, the Chinese character for 1, 2, 3, 4, E. When I grow up, I want to." The sound of the car starting covered the girl's voice. "Brother Xiaotian, this is where we jumped from, right?" Luo took Chu Tian's arm and the two stood on the edge of the cliff. "It should be here." Chu Tian looked down and felt a little dizzy. If he were asked to jump now, he would definitely not dare to. "You know, I come here once a year. Let me see your scars." Chu Tian tilted his head and looked at Luo, and Luo also looked at him with a smile on his face. He hesitated and turned around. Lolo was behind him, slowly lifting up his basketball vest. Crisscrossing scars covered his entire back starting from his shoulder blades. Lolo's cool fingertips traced down his spine to the scar, tears filling her eyes once again. "Does it still hurt?" The fingertips kept sliding down. No. It doesn't hurt anymore. Not only does it not hurt anymore, it has become my protective shield. Once during a fight, someone hit me on the back with a steel pipe, and the pipe was bent, but I didn't feel much pain. Just now, when Lolo's fingertips slid to his waist, he almost couldn't control himself. He quickly turned around, pulled down his clothes and said to her with a smile. Hearing him say that, Luo burst into laughter and punched him, saying, "Look how powerful you are. By the way, do you still dare to jump now?" Lolo pointed down the mountain. Chu Tian took a look and quickly shook his head like a rattle. "How dare you do that back then? And even take me with you?" Chu Tian heard her ask this, thought for a moment and answered, "I don't know, it doesn't matter, anyway, we survived, right?" "Ah. What do you mean it's not important, you little bastard? You don't know how much I believed you could get me out, and you actually said it's not important." When Chu Tian saw that she was about to lose her temper, he turned around and ran away, and Luo chased him and beat him. After running for a distance, Chu Tian suddenly turned around, grabbed her hand and asked, "By the way, when I left, you were shouting outside, what do you want when you grow up?" The car was too noisy at the time, so I didn't hear clearly. "I won't tell you." This time it was Lolo who blushed and broke free from Chu Tian's hands and ran in front. Chu Tian looked at her back, and all the haze in his heart was swept away. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he muttered softly, "No matter what you say, you can't escape in this life. Because I have failed you in the last life." Thinking about the unwavering companionship of Yi in the game in his previous life, Chu Tian secretly made up his mind. The two returned to the tourist area, found a patch of grass, and laid a moisture-proof sheet. Under Luo's questioning, Chu Tian talked about his experience in the previous life, and the relationship between him and Luo, and also mentioned Yi in the game. But he avoided the kind of relationship that happened between two people in the game. Listening to Chu Tian's story, Luo burst into tears again. In the end, he only talked about the interesting and fun parts. After he finished speaking, he asked her if she believed it, and Lolo gave her an affirmative answer as always. At the end of the conversation, Chu Tian mentioned that he might want to rent a bigger house. Lolo was silent for a moment, pulled Chu Tian up, and started packing. Chu Tian was inexplicably dragged out of the park by her. He brought Chu Tian mysteriously all the way to the Huafu East community. In the entire community, except for 3 high-rise buildings, the rest were single-family 2-story villas. When they got here, Chu Tian said, "You don't have a house here, do you? Hee, you're quite smart." Arriving at the door of a villa, she scanned her pupils for recognition and the door opened with a click. Then he pushed Chu Tian in. "How is it? Is it big enough?" Luo Luo put his hands behind his back and walked in square steps, like a child showing off his treasure. Why do you want to live in a house with 7 people when you have such a nice house? Chu Tian was also a little surprised. What is it to you? Lolo rolled her eyes at him. Hee hee, I understand, I understand. Chu Tian had an expression that said I understand. Humph. Lolo snorted at him with a blushing face, then turned and ran to the 2nd floor. Pushing open a door, the scent of a girl is overwhelming. The whole room is pink, even the game cabin is pink. Chu Tian looked at the model number and cursed, SUP-R-006, how rich are you? The highest model of Tiandao gaming cabin is the SUP model, which has an operating sensitivity of 99.8% and costs about 17 million renminbi. However, this SUPR model, those with an R are all customized, and I don't know how much it costs. Looking at this 2-story villa, the price is about 50,000 renminbi per square meter, and it is about 700 square meters. Adding this customized game cabin, the total price is estimated to be no less than 50 million. Chu Tian looked at Luo Luo in shock. He remembered that her family was quite wealthy and they lived in a villa at that time, but he didn't expect that they were so rich. If they didn't have money to burn, how could they buy a customized gaming cabin? Luo Luo felt a little embarrassed when he looked at her, and said, "These are all prepared by my father. I didn't plan to move in originally. Since you are planning to move to another place, why don't we move here?" After hearing Luo Luo's words, Chu Tian's little self-esteem still made him a little hesitant. Is he going to be a gigolo? Luo Luo seemed to see through his thoughts and pulled Chu Tian to the room opposite and opened the door. This room was also decorated exquisitely, but there was no game cabin inside. This is what Dad prepared for you. But at that time, I didn't know when you would be able to come, nor did I know if you were interested in Tiandao, so I didn't install the game cabin for you. Prepared for me? Chu Tian was stunned. He completely ignored Luo Luo's next words. Well, go in and take a look. Lolo pushed him. Following Lolo's words, Chu Tian entered the room. There were many photos in the room, from Chu Tian in the ward to his discharge, as well as photos of him playing with Lolo when they were children, and finally, photos of him eating buns in the bun shop. Tears fell uncontrollably. Xiao Tian. A voice came from the holographic projection in the room. Chu Tian turned around and a familiar figure appeared behind him. However, the traces of time on his face could no longer be erased. He looked much more mature than the men he remembered. I know Xiaoyi will bring you to this room one day. Xiaoyi gave up a lot for you, please treat her well. Come to my home in Beijing for a reunion dinner when you have time. Your aunt and I miss you very much. The projection only had a short sentence, but it touched the softest part of Chu Tian's heart. Aren't you ashamed of crying? Luo Luo hugged his arm, made a face, then let go of him and walked out the door, adding, It's up to you whether to move in or not. Chu Tian wiped away his tears and said, Okay, let's move in together. But this place is a bit far from school. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Luo threw a bunch of things back at him. From now on, you will be my full-time driver. You are not allowed to bring other girls in the car. Looking at the car keys in his hand, Chu Tian smiled bitterly. It seemed that Lolo, this clever little devil, had prepared everything. What else could he say? That afternoon, Chu Tian asked someone to bring over the game cabin he had bought and install it. Luo Luo looked at the game cabin Chu Tian bought and teased him. TSK, you are so rich, you bought a game cabin for 560,000 yuan, and it is an explosion-proof and safe type. Are you really afraid of being harmed? Hearing her words, Chu Tian rolled his eyes and retorted, 560,000 is not even enough to buy the scraps of your game cabinet. That wasn't bought with my money, she said as she twisted his waist 180 degrees. Chu Tian found that he met Luo Luo in this life, and her personality seemed different from what he knew. In the previous life, Luo Luo was the type of person who always kept a vague distance from him. Later, he fled the city, and the two lost contact in reality. Later, when he was chatting with Lolo, he found out that the key that triggered Lolo's active attack on him in this life was the day he knocked on Lolo's door and called out her name, making her mistakenly believe that he still remembered their childhood. This incident completely aroused her curiosity, so Lolo went to give him the helmet. Later, he called her again and asked her, "Do you believe me?" This completely broke her psychological defenses and she decided not to hide her identity anymore. After the two of them moved in and finished packing, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After dinner, there were still a few minutes left before the opening of the Heavenly Dao. During the afternoon, Chu Tian told Luo about several adventure missions in the novice village, as well as how to bypass bugs to upgrade. Let her enter the game and try it herself. Quickly upgrade to level 15, then she can leave the novice village and meet up in Xinjiang's main city. Lying in the game cabin, Chu Tian felt so happy, comfortable, really fucking comfortable. The more than 500,000 renminbi was not wasted. Ding. The game will start in 30 seconds, please wait. The familiar voice and the things that happened that day made Chu Tian look forward to the wonderful life in this life even more. With this vision, he entered the game and secretly told himself that he had to work harder. After successfully entering the game, Chu Tian moved his body and found that his sensitivity was at 92%. This was much better than the previous helmet which had a sensitivity of only over 60%. Brother, you are quite punctual. Just as Chu Tian was experiencing the operation, the other side of the dream was also online. After more than 3 hours of killing monsters, when Chu Tian's experience reached 98% of level 5, the quest item finally dropped. The level of the other side of dreams has reached level 4, and it is about to reach level 5. She can also do quests. However, considering her experience, she has to kill the monsters here at least until tomorrow morning before she can level up. Although his relationship with her was developing well and this little sister was very cute, Chu Tian was also willing to teach her some combat experience, but his time was precious, so he could only say goodbye to her and head to the top of the nest alone to complete the subsequent tasks. As he moved forward stealthily, the Crow Claw monsters became more and more dense, and many Crow Claw scouts from the Eye of Truth also appeared. He dodged them if he could, and if he couldn't, he would just fight and kill all the monsters that entered the battle before continuing to move forward. It took another hour or so before we finally reached the altar on top of the nest. There were no monsters on the entire mountain top. Chu Tian went straight forward and lit 4 bonfires around the altar. Chu Tian discovered that the tail feathers were actually used as a fan, otherwise the bonfire could not be lit. Quack. Who disturbed my slumber? Outsider, you shouldn't be here. I will tear you into pieces. A crowman with a transparent shadow appeared at the center of the altar, holding a skull staff. Chu Tian threw a detection spell over him. Shadow of Ravenclaw Commander. Level 10. Attack power 0. Defense 0. Health 1500. Skill, Summon Ravenman. The chanting time is 120 seconds, or when the health is lower than 30%, it will be cast instantly, randomly summoning 50 to 200 Ravenmen to attack the enemy. Description: the Ravenclaw leader who is sleeping in the void can only use soul projection to preach the teachings of the Ravenclaw to his followers. The soul projection has no attack power, but it can summon its followers to fight for him. Ding. Trigger the subsequent task. Reduce the health of Shadow of the Raven Leader to 30%. Escape back to the natural forest druid camp while being chased by the Raven army. When Chu Tian saw the task prompt, he was wondering if an adventure task would be triggered if the Shadow of the Crow Claw leader was killed. He had never heard of it in his previous life. However, I didn't have the ability to kill it in my previous life, because its health was less than 30%, and it summoned at least 50 Crowman soldiers. At that time, I could only run away, otherwise I would die, and no one would have the chance to test it. There was once a druid who came to do this quest at a high level. After entering the lair, his level was compressed to level 6. Even his weapon was compressed to the attack power of an ordinary iron-level white equipment. All the attributes of other equipment were invalid. As a result, it was more difficult for that player to do this quest than for other low-level players. Chu Tian calculated that when the opponent's health was only 30%, or 500 points, he could accumulate enough energy, use 2 consecutive shreds plus 5-star ferocity to kill the Shadow of the Crow Claw leader in about 2 seconds. At that time, I will look at the distribution of the summoned monsters. If I can give myself some time and prevent them from surrounding me, I may be able to kill him. Chu Tian was only using claws to attack at this time, calculating his health and tearing it apart. He had to make sure that when his health reached 50%, he would have 5 energy stars and a full 100 points of energy. -56, -48, -105. Because the opponent has no defense, a normal claw attack can cause more than 100 points of damage. Soon the health of the Shadow of the Crow Claw leader dropped to 513 points, and Chu Tian added another claw attack. -101. Red critical damage. There were only 412 points of Shadow of the Raven Claw commander left, and he screamed. I saw red light particles appearing on its body and it was waving the skull-shaped staff in its hand. Come out, my believers, fight for me, and you will gain eternal life. Swish. The originally purple sky became even darker, and dense purple circles appeared on the ground. Figures emerged from the purple circles. Chu Tian took a rough look and saw more than 100 purple circles. Fight. Fierce bite and excellent finish. -145. Shred, shred, and bite fiercely, with excellent completion. -98, -102, -65. The last one, Fierce Bite, has only 2 stars, excellent completion, and also deals 65 points of damage. 2 seconds had passed and the Kramen soldiers had begun to surround him. Shadow of the Ravenclaw Lord has 2 health points left. Chu Tian gritted his teeth and added another claw attack. -2. 43 points of excess damage. Damn Druid, I remember your smell, wait for my revenge. Ding. System prompt. A system prompt appeared, but Chu Tian didn't have time to deal with it now. He picked up an item that fell on the ground and turned around and ran. He was running in the opposite direction. He didn't run towards the direction he came from, which was surrounded by monsters and there was no space at all. He was running towards the cliff behind him, where there were also quite a few Crowclaw soldiers. He had just determined a route and had not been surrounded by the soldiers yet, but they moved much faster than ordinary monsters. If they started running at the same time, Chu Tian might be caught up with his speed. He rushed to the cliff, dodged the double sword swung by a soldier, and jumped up. I jumped directly off the cliff. I didn't expect that I would have to jump off the cliff again to escape. It's really fate's trick. 300 meters away from the ground, Chu Tian opened the paraglider that he had bought for 50 silver coins. After adjusting the direction, he glided all the way towards the natural forest. He first left the barrier of the Crow Man's lair and soon entered the barrier of the natural forest. Finally, they landed at the edge of Luna Lake without any danger along the way. They completed a feat that many druids in their previous life had not completed and killed the Shadow of the Ravenclaw Lord. Open the backpack to check what you just picked up. Staff of the Deathbinder. Grade, Dark Gold. Equipment level, no requirement. Equipment requirements, Intelligence 800 points. Magic attack, 8001200. Intelligence, 800. Additional skills, Resurrection of the Dead, Life Siphoning, and Natural Disasters. Resurrection of the Dead, the killed creatures can be resurrected, and they have 70% combat power according to the level of the corpse, which lasts for 3 hours. A maximum of 10 undead creatures can be summoned, and the number of summoned creatures will not be occupied. The player's corpse cannot summon resurrected creatures, but the player's corpse can be destroyed. The player whose corpse is destroyed can only choose to revive in the cemetery. Life Siphon, when you attack an enemy, you can absorb 15% of the enemy's health to replenish yourself. Natural Disaster, summons a meteorite to fall, attacking all targets within a 50 by 50 meter range and causing a 3-second stun effect. After the meteorite falls, the ground will burn and any creature standing on it will suffer 5% of its maximum health damage per second, affected by the fire effect and the monster's level, with the effect decreasing by 40% for elite creatures, 55% for rare creatures, and 70% for boss creatures. It lasts for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 6 hours and a chanting time of 3 minutes. Faction Limitation, Survivor Camp. Occupational Limitation, Warlock. It is true that the bolder the men, the more fertile the land. Although this staff is only dark gold grade, its attributes are comparable to god-level equipment. However, the intelligence requirement is too high. It seems that a warlock with full intelligence points needs to be over level 130 to be able to wear it, unless you find a bunch of passive skill books that increase intelligence and learn them, so that you can wear it in advance. Chu Tian couldn't believe that such high-level equipment dropped from a level 10 quest monster he killed. But when he opened the system prompt to check, Chu Tian completely lost the joy of getting the equipment. His eyes were dull and lifeless as he cursed, "You brought this upon yourself." Looking at the system prompt, Chu Tian felt no joy at all. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on killing the projection of Crow God Ansu, pseudo-god level, LV.200, that stayed in the heavenly Tao world to cultivate believers. It has a grudge against you and will come to you from time to hunt you down. Warrior, quickly become stronger. I wish you good luck. Congratulations, sir. A pseudo-god of level 200 is chasing me. Do I still have a chance to survive? I was chased by people in my last life, and now I am being chased by monsters in this life. What did I do to offend anyone? Somewhere in the heavenly Tao world, there was chaos. The old man who had appeared in front of Chu Tian at the beginning was lying in the void with his legs crossed. Hee, little guy, who told you to be so arrogant? It's no use regretting it. Now you can only pray that the wrath of the false god will only descend on the heavenly Tao world. Instead of. Interesting. Chu Tian was in a very bad mood. He came to the druid camp and found the moon owl beast. From a distance he saw it with a beer belly, twisting its waist back and forth and singing rap. Chu Tian had an urge to kick it to the ground and beat it up. Yo. Thank you. Warrior from another world. You brought back my lovely tail feathers. May Mother Earth protect you. This is the reward you deserve. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on completing the druid form mission. You can now transform into owlbeast form. Chu Tian looked at his special skill column and found 3 skills: transformation, human form, transformation, cheetah form, and transformation, owlbeast form. Human form, unable to use any skills. Transforming can remove the movement restriction effects on the body. Cheetah form, transform into a cheetah, attack speed increased by 20%, attack power converted to feral, physical, damage, physical critical strike chance of self and teammates within a 100-meter radius increased by 5%, only exclusive feral skills can be used in cheetah form, immune to deformation magic effects, transformation can remove all movement restriction effects on the body. Munkin form, transform into a Munkin, defense increased by 36%, attack power converted to astral, magic, damage, magic critical strike chance for yourself and teammates within a radius of 100 meters increased by 5%, only moonlight, sunlight, and astral spell skills can be used in Munkin form, immune to deformation spell effects, transformation can remove all movement restriction effects on the body. Chu Tian turned into a bird druid, the common name for a druid in owl form, and took a look at his appearance. There are only 4 words to describe it: cute and bloated. A balance bar appears in front of your eyes, with a yin-yang fish that is a mixture of light blue and light yellow at the center, a light blue moon icon on the left, and a light yellow sun icon on the right. After looking at the skills, I found that there are 5 initial skills: Moonlight Fire, and Sunlight Flame. These 2 are instant debuff skills, and Sunlight and Moonlight are direct damage skills. There is also an auxiliary skill, Wings. Solar Beam, summons a sun beam, dealing 1%-150%-80% astral damage within a 3x3 meter radius. Casting time 2 seconds. When cast, the balance bead gradually moves toward the direction of the moonlight energy, dealing very low damage when close to the moonlight energy, medium damage when close to the sunlight, and high damage when close to the center point. Moonlight, summons moonlight energy, causing 80%-200%-1% astral damage to the target. Casting time 1 second. When cast, the balance bead gradually moves towards the direction of sunlight energy, causing very low damage when close to sunlight energy, causing medium damage when close to moonlight, and causing high damage when close to the center point. Wing flap, although you are too fat to fly, you can use the wing flap to slow down your fall and glide, but you cannot change direction in the air and any attack can interrupt it. You can be cute by performing the wing flap on the spot. Laugh. Chu Tian almost spat out blood when he saw the introduction of the wing flapping technique. He couldn't change the direction while gliding, and any attack would interrupt it if it touched him. This was really a cute skill, which matched his current, cute and bloated, figure. The thought of being watched by others made him feel uncomfortable. But the best thing about Bird Druid is that, although it is a ranged magic system, it does not need to consume mana points. You just need to control the balance bar. This is an absolute advantage when you are preparing to exploit bugs to upgrade. No other profession has stronger endurance than Druid, not even archers, because they still need to consume arrows, which cost money. There is no consumption when casting the skill of Bird Druid. Although the basic damage of the skill is low, if you try to block high-level monsters, then even if the damage of your skill is high, you will still be forced to lose some health, right? Chant the spell again, cast the teleport skill, and return to Senjin Town. Chu Tian identified the direction, transformed into a cheetah, cast stealth, and quickly moved through the streets of the town. Soon he arrived at the bank. He wanted to deposit the staff of the dead binder. He couldn't lose something that he had obtained at the risk of being hunted down by a pseudo-god at any time. Moreover, at this time, there is no market for this weapon at all. When everyone doesn't know much about Tiandao, selling this weapon will directly lower its value. Currently, only Chu Tian knows how rare the chance of a dark gold level equipment dropping is. What's more, it is a top-notch weapon with 3 top-notch skills. The skill of Life Siphon can greatly improve the endurance of the warlock. Many of the warlock skills require the consumption of his own blood before they can be cast, such as the warlock's AoE skill, Self-Immolation, which burns his own blood in exchange for high-range damage. There are many warlocks who have such skills, so the Life Siphon skill is too powerful for warlocks. Not to mention the resurrection of the undead, the coming of natural disasters is simply the most abnormal. If you don't have fire resistance, you will be hit by the skill center and stunned for 3 seconds, and you will definitely be burned by the ground to lose 15% of your blood. By the time you recover from the stun and run 50 meters, you will probably be dead. He really didn't want to sell such a powerful weapon. If it fell into the hands of hostile players, it would be his loss. After storing the staff of the Deathbinder, he sorted out his backpack and suddenly found a treasure chest. It took him a while to recall that it should have been dropped by the level 5 boss. However, because the reward for the first kill was so rich, he forgot its existence for a moment. I took out the treasure chest and checked it, and it turned out to be a silver treasure chest, and it was locked. Locked boxes usually produce some good things, not to mention it was a silver treasure chest. Treasure chests, like equipment, have levels: bronze, silver, gold, and dark gold. Treasure chests are extremely rare in Tiandao, and it is possible to find god-level talents and equipment in dark gold boxes. Chu Tian thought about it for a while, and quickly ran to the NPC to buy the key. He had opened a few of these boxes in his previous life, because he played a thief at that time and knew how to unlock them. Looking at the price of the key in the NPC store, Chu Tian felt a pang of pain. In his previous life, he played a thief and recorded the locations of many high-level treasure chests. It seems that he will not be able to open them in this life. Bronze key, 1 silver coin; platinum key, 1 gold coin; gold key, 100 gold coins; dark gold key, 10,000 gold coins. It's simply robbing money. In the early stages, no one would spend money to buy keys to open boxes. As the price of gold coins gradually stabilized, the thieves' lockpicking skills also improved, and no one would buy this key anymore. This may be a benefit for thieves. Leveling up alone is relatively slow. If you encounter a treasure chest in the wild and open it, it can bring in high income, and you also gain experience points by opening the chest. Chu Tian once opened a dark gold treasure chest when he was level 109, which directly increased his level by more experience. However, that was a treasure chest refreshed in the wild. This kind of treasure chest does not give experience after being picked up and opened. The treasure chest refresh locations in Tiandao are fixed. Once opened, they will disappear and will not refresh again. Spending 1 gold coin to buy a platinum key is equivalent to spending 6,000 renminbi. I hope it doesn't mean you're getting a bunch of garbage. Looking at the unlocking progress bar, 1%, 20%, 50%. Chu Tian kept praying in his heart, "Come on, give me something good, come on, give me something good, you old men, stop playing with me." Ding, unlocked successfully. He quickly opened the treasure chest, reached in, and after searching for a long time, he took out a bracelet. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. It turned out to be jewelry. Not bad. With the attributes of garbage, a piece of jewelry is worth 1 gold. Hot bracelet. Grade, gold, upgradable. Equipment level, level 5. Defense, 18 to 32. Attributes, increases the carrier's physical and magical defense by 10%. Set attribute 1/3, not activated players wearing the Scorching Bracelet, Scorching Ring, or Scorching Necklace can obtain the skill, Scorching Defense. Describe. Death immunity, lasts for 8 seconds after use, reduces damage received by 20% during the duration, is immune to death once, and restores 100% of health. Cooling time 3 days. Looking at the bracelet in his hand, it turned out to be a set. Although the level was a bit low and the basic attribute defense was lower, the attributes were very powerful. It may not be reflected in the early stage, but in the later stage, when other equipment has defense, this attribute bonus will be much greater. This gold coin is really worth spending. It is the graduation equipment, the kind that you can wear to your death. If you can complete the set, you will have a powerful life-saving skill. He took out his most precious treasure, the wishing box, which contained the 19 strengthening stones he had purchased. There are also the strengthening stones that exploded from the crowman's nest with the dream's other shore, a total of 33 pieces. I have to say that the drop rate in the crowman lair is quite high, with a total of 14 reinforcement stones. Maybe all the monsters they killed were killed for the first time, so it was considered as a new era, and the drop rate was higher. When the items were distributed, Chu Tian only asked for the strengthening stone, and gave all the other things, including a skill book in the form of an ancient tree, to Meng's other side. First, strengthen the weapon to +10 and activate a rare attribute, versatility +2 points. For every point of versatility, all damage and treatment amount increase by 1%, and all damage received is reduced by 0.5%. There are 30 strengthening stones left, which can be used to directly upgrade the Scorching Bracelet to +30. Under normal circumstances, attack should be the main focus in the early stage. After all, the faster you kill monsters, the faster you can level up. However, the route Chu Tian was going to take, relying solely on the attack added by the enhancement, could not make up for the level suppression at all. Any number of attacks would only force a certain amount of blood to be deducted. After the Scorching Bracelet is strengthened by +30, the defense directly reaches an ultra-high defense of 54 to 96 points. Chu Tian's maximum basic defense at this time has reached 138 points. With the attribute bonus of the Hot Bracelet, it has reached 152 points of defense. He can almost walk sideways in the novice village. Except for the monsters in the dungeon and boss-level creatures, no monster can break his defense. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. I go to the blacksmith shop and spend another gold coin to buy 10 repair hammers. Each repair hammer can be used 30 times. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Chu Tian sneaked and hid his body. Although his movement speed was a bit slow, he didn't want others to find out where he was going. The levels of monsters around the town are 1 to 10. The farther the distance, the higher the level of the monsters. After the player level reaches level 10, he will face the first copy in Tiandao. The experience gained in the dungeon is much faster than in the wild, and there is a scoring mechanism for completing the dungeon. The higher the score, the more experience rewards are, which are then evenly distributed to every player who participates in completing the dungeon. Chu Tian kept passing through various leveling areas, and almost all of them were overcrowded. This is also one of the reasons why everyone leveled up slowly in the early days of Tiandao. There were more people than monsters, which greatly slowed down the upgrade speed. As we gradually arrived at the level 4 area, there were fewer people. After all, there were still only a few players who could reach level 4 at this time. Most of the players here are in teams of 4 or 5 people, and each team in Tiandao is capped at 6 people. After the team mode is turned on, 5 squads form a battalion, and 10 battalions can form a complete regiment, which is a team of 300 people. However, the larger the number of people in the group, the thinner the experience each person gets after killing monsters. The advantage is that you can occupy a large area of territory or even clear the field. In this early stage, it is already very good to be able to level up in groups of 3 or 5. It is not realistic to want to clear the field and kill monsters. After all, they are not familiar with each other, and some people are lazy and try to gain experience, or some valuable items dropped are distributed unevenly, and they are ambushed and killed by friendly forces in the same team and their equipment is exploded. These things happen from time to time. Each of these teams occupies an area, and some melee players such as paladins, warriors, and thieves shuttle between monsters and are responsible for luring them. Ranged professions such as mages and sharpshooters kept bombarding, while many priests were just watching the fun. Occasionally throw in the punishment skill, but that little damage is almost drizzle, although in the early stage the priest has no damage and no treatment. But many people still like to bring such a jerk with them. Because in the later stages, a team will be unable to move forward without the support of a priest as a mobile blood bank. Everyone has experience in previous games that for this type of nanny and dad profession, the player population is very low. If you don't build good relationships with them now, they may ignore you in the future. Chu Tian carefully passed through the monster spawning areas of these players. In fact, he could have taken the main road where no monsters spawned. But it would be a long way, so the route he chose was to go straight ahead, and he had to pass through these monster spawning areas. When he gradually came to the level 5 corrupted giant bear monster spawning area, he actually discovered that there were people here. Open the level ranking list and check to make sure that you are still at the top of the list, level 5, with 98% experience. The second place is still level 4 with 7% experience, called People Die and Birds Fly to the Sky. Chu Tian had never heard of this name in his previous life. Otherwise, it would be impossible not to remember such a unique character name. Then the two groups of people in front of us should be level 4. They dare to come to the level 5 area to kill monsters, which proves that they have good equipment. But at this time, the two groups seem to have an argument. Chu Tian thought to himself, what a bunch of idiots, the entire level 5 area is so big, and there are only so many of you, why don't you just level up separately? Are you still fighting over the territory? Curiosity prompted him to slowly approach and stop about 10 meters away from them, which was a safe distance. In fact, he was at a higher level than the other party and could have gotten closer, but his experience from his previous life had made him accustomed to putting himself in a safe position. After arriving here, he understood why the two groups were full of tension. There were 5 people on one side and 4 people on the other side. The leader of the smaller group was furious. You are so shameless, it's just a piece of rubbish bronze wristband. Do you really need to kick us out of the team and kill Jianji Tsangtian to get his equipment? Hearing his question, the bald man who was also the leader on the opposite side, with a red face, swung the huge sword in his hand with white mist on it and said, Tisk, Hengdao, just based on your rubbish equipment and a bronze-grade wrist guard, you are qualified to call it rubbish. But you are wrong about one thing. Killing him is not the main reason. I have been coveting the silver-level giant sword in his hand for a long time. If he hadn't been named a red name, I wouldn't have had a chance. The person called Hengdao was so angry that his face turned red. He's in the red list because he killed the most people during the previous leveling point turf war. Otherwise, how could we have reached level 4 so quickly? Haha, they are such idiots. He kills the most people, but we leave the ones with low health for him to kill, just to make him a red name so that we can kill him, haha. Among the 5 people on the opposite team, a mage was winking and chatting with his teammates unscrupulously, laughing. It was as if they were treating the horizontal sword as transparent. Hengdao was speechless for a moment. You guys. Chu Tian understood what had happened. It turned out that the internal conflict was caused by a dispute over equipment. However, it was such a coincidence that he had just seen this person on the leaderboard and then met him here. No. What was the name of the person who was killed? Sword pointing to the sky. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Chu Tian's eyes suddenly turned cold. What are you talking about? Get out of here right now. You're a bunch of rubbish. Do you really think we'd like to team up with you? You're slowing down our upgrade process. That's right, don't force us to kill you all. At most, we'll just have 1 or 2 more red names, which means we won't be able to return to the city for a day or 2. The people on the opposite side were talking at once and criticizing Hengdao and the others. Hengdao was a priest. He had no ability to lead the battle at all and looked back at his teammates. Hengdao, let's retreat. "We can't defeat them," said the mage behind him. Another sharpshooter immediately followed up. "Yes," Jianji also sent a message, asking us to leave quickly and not to take the equipment anymore, as we can still fight again later. If we all die here, they will definitely guard our bodies, and there will be no way for us to revive. Hang Dao looked at the other paladin. The paladin did not hesitate, stepped forward and stood with Hang Dao, drawing the great sword behind him. Hang Dao nodded to him and looked again at a thief at the end of the team. The thief did not look at him, but took 2 steps back and sneaked away. Ding! The system prompts Yi Luo to leave the team. Hearing the system prompt, Hang Dao let out a bitter smile. It's true that people's hearts are separated by stomachs, and everyone runs away when disaster strikes. The sharpshooters and mages in the team also withdrew from the team one after another and retreated back to the level 4 area. Hang Dao looked at the paladin beside him and said, "Xiaoliu, there are still 3 of us left. Let's go and accompany Lazy. At worst, we can start all over again. Nothing to say, just do it. We have never given up in real life, so why should we be afraid of being killed in a game? Take out your best weapon, maybe we can kill 2 of them." The paladin said with a smile. Just when the 2 were preparing to fight to the death, something unexpected happened on the other side. "Oh no, there's a thief. I have to say, this guy is quite good at it." Even though Chu Tian's level was higher than his, he was sensed by the other party as soon as he approached within 2 meters of him. The opponent must have equipment that increases perception. If not, then he is really a master, but Chu Tian had never heard of this person in his previous life. Before Ren Si Niao Chao Tian finished his words, Chu Tian pounced on him. He knocked down the thief behind him, whose figure was gradually fading, and the thief's stealth was interrupted. Sweep diagonally. The rogue will be stunned for 5 seconds and will continue to lose health. Chu Tian threw the stunned thief aside, turned over and tore him to pieces, hitting the mage next to the thief. -243. Instant kill. He picked up a helmet dropped by the mage and ran straight to chase after another shield warrior. In just 2 seconds, 1 person died and 1 person fainted in the team. The thief had basically been sentenced to death. There was no priest in their team. Even if there is, it is estimated that no priest has healing skills for the time being. After being hit by Chu Tian's oblique attack, he lost about 1/6 of his health per second. Even if he recovered from the dizziness and took the highest level of life potion available, he would at most die a little later. The duration of Rake's bleeding debuff skill is 18 seconds. I have to say that the quality of their team is quite good and they changed their formation instantly. The remaining warlock hid behind the shield warrior and summoned 2 little demons with a wave of his hand. Then, the warlock began to chant the channeling skill Arrow of Destruction, and the imp also began to cast Fire Arrow. The dead bird rushed towards the sky to block Chu Tian. Chu Tian glanced at him with a hint of disdain. If he wanted to kill someone, it would be a piece of cake. But he wanted to save him for last, and how could he avenge his brother by killing him once? "I don't have time to hunt him down to level 0, so I'll just kill him." Chu Tian's mouth flashed an evil light. "Kill a few yellow-named and white-named ones first, and then kill him, the red-named one. Then you don't have to worry about his teammates risking their lives to pick up equipment, and then you can keep most of the equipment." Ren Si Niao Chao Tian held a giant sword emitting silver-white light in one hand, which should be the one that exploded when the sword pointed to the sky. He jumped high, then fell down and slashed towards Chu Tian with a sword. Seeing the giant sword whistling towards him, it was already in front of Chu Tian. The cheetah's body suddenly shrank. Its originally 1.5-meter long body arched its back, with its 4 hooves put together. Its entire body seemed to be broken, with its chest pressed against its abdomen. Chu Tian didn't know how much attack power he had, and he thought that he would not be able to break his defense at all, but he didn't want to expose too much. In Tian Dao, ranged attacks have automatic calibration tracking, and you can only roll when the skill is about to get close, or use obstacles to dodge, and let the spell hit the ground, or obstacles. Melee attacks can be avoided through flexible body movements. In real life, martial arts masters, fighters, and people who have been fighting for a long time have an innate advantage here. For someone like Chu Tian who had been hunted for several years in his previous life, this oncoming attack was like a little kid wielding a sword in front of him. However, the cheetah can perform such difficult moves thanks to the flexibility of its body. The dead bird slashed the air with a sword, and was stunned for a moment. What kind of posture is this? How can you dodge this? By the time he reacted and turned around, Chu Tian was less than 3 meters away from the shield warrior, and he chased after him with his sword in hand. But he didn't worry too much, because the shield warrior was the best equipped in their team. The previous thieves and mages were killed instantly by Chu Tian's sneak attacks, but he didn't think that Chu Tian could kill the shield warrior instantly. If you come into direct contact with a shield warrior and are hit by the shield, there will be a knockback effect. The warlock's arrow of destruction skill is about to be completed, and that will be the end of his death. Whoosh! 2 flaming arrows shot by the little demons crossed and attacked Chu Tian when he was still 2 meters away from the shield warrior. They arrived in front of him in just a moment. At the critical moment, the cheetah kicked the ground with its hind legs, suddenly accelerated, and the wheel method reappeared. Boom boom, 2 flaming arrows hit behind Chu Tian and exploded with 2 loud roars. Oh no, Xiaoliu, let's go help! Heng Dao shouted. But just as he took a step forward, he stopped and stared blankly into the distance. Chu Tian turned into a wheel and rushed directly towards the shield warrior. He thought that Chu Tian would definitely be hit by a shield strike, and then be knocked back by the knockback effect of the shield strike. They will be attacked by the dead birds that follow and thus be in danger. They only know that shield strike has a knockback effect. But they don't know that the knockback effect of shield strike is triggered according to the size of the force. When your strength is lower than others, the knockback effect will not take effect. Moreover, shield strike is a skill that does not cause damage, but it has the highest hatred value among all the skills of the shield warrior. A shield warrior among advanced players will not use shield strikes in PK if he predicts that his strength is lower than that of his opponent, as doing so will put himself in an irretrievable situation. They didn't know, but Chu Tian knew that he was forced to balance his points, but his strength was equal to the growth of other players' maximum points. Although the shield warrior stance has a strength bonus, since you have chosen the shield warrior path, most of the points will be added to endurance and stamina. For each level of free points, at most a few free points will be allocated to strength. Otherwise, no matter how high your attack is, it will be useless if you can't withstand the monster. Bang, with a loud noise. As the wheel approached the shield warrior at a rapid speed, it gradually stretched out and turned into a cheetah again, coming into direct contact with the shield. Chu Tian actually controlled his body and hit the lower edge of the shield with his head. Hiss, it really hurts. Although there was no damage, there was still pain. However, he used his skill to directly knock the shield warrior's hand holding the shield up. This is the harm of using shield strike when the shield warrior's strength is lower than that of the opponent. The shield will fly directly and the door in front of the chest will be wide open. The shield warrior's reaction was pretty good. The moment the shield was knocked away, he swung the one-handed sword in his right hand. But no matter how fast he is, he can't be as fast as Chu Tian's cheetah form, which increases his attack speed by 20%. Tear into pieces. -193. He didn't kill the opponent instantly. He is really a blood cow. However, the opponent doesn't have much blood left. He made a sideways sweep, dodged the opponent's one-handed knife, left him behind and ran straight towards the warlock behind him. It only took the warlock 7 seconds to see Chu Tian sneak attack the thief, kill the mage, dodge the berserker's interception, break through the shield warrior's defense, and come in front of him. He was so frightened that he forgot to chant the spell, and the arrow of destruction interrupted him. He took 2 steps back and turned to escape. How could Chu Tian give him a chance? He knocked him down in mid-air and bit the back of his neck without any mercy. Bite fiercely. -262. Red critical damage. The warlock turned into a corpse immediately, and the 2 little demons he summoned also disappeared on the spot with the warlock's death. So poor. Chu Tian muttered, because the warlock didn't lose any hair after his death. As soon as the warlock died, 2 screams were heard. The Blood Bowl Shield Warrior and the thief who drank a bottle of slow recovery potion and a bottle of instant recovery potion in succession fell to the ground one after another. Rensinio Chao Tian stopped and turned around to escape, but as soon as he turned around, he was hit by a judgment skill and staggered. Heng Dao and another paladin stopped him. Chu Tian picked up the shield dropped by the warrior, turned over and came behind Renchinio Chao Tian, and slashed across, leaving a wound on his back. Blood kept flowing out of the wound. He grimaced in pain and took out a bottle of slow recovery potion and drank it. If you dare to kill me, just wait for our revenge in the future. Once you leave the novice village, you will have no chance of survival. -34, +16, -32, +16. His blood volume continued to decrease. But at this time he did not forget to threaten Chu Tian and the other two. Brother, give him some milk, don't let him die so soon. Chu Tian said while looking at Heng Dao. As early as when he was about to collide with the shield warrior, Chu Tian saw Heng Dao holding a magic staff, with white light flashing in his hand. That was a sign that he was about to release the primary healing spell, but seeing that Chu Tian was not hurt, he stopped casting the spell. Heng Dao was stunned for a moment, then nodded and cast a basic healing spell at the dead man with the bird facing up to the sky. His blood was instantly restored to full value. It has to be said that the priest who had primary healing skills in the early stage was really strong. He could fill up the blood of the low-blooded warrior in one breath. When Renzi Niao Chao Tian saw Heng Dao casting a healing spell on him, he sneered. Oh my, you actually know healing skills, you hit it quite well. If you know what's best for you, Druid, hand over all the equipment you just picked up, and I'll let you go. Oh. Really? Chu Tian smiled, but he was in cheetah form at the moment, and his smile was really creepy. The corners of his mouth were stretched to the back of his ears, and his sharp teeth flashed with bloodthirsty light. When Renzi Niao Chao Tian saw his expression, he shuddered and said, forget it, I'll just give you those equipment as a reward. As he said this, he slowly backed away and was about to leave. Chu Tian's figure turned into a black lightning. He stood up and pressed him to the ground. He made 2 consecutive slashes, drawing a cross on his face. Blood gushed out instantly, and Chu Tian's attack did not stop. Sweep, sweep. Although multiple slashes will not cause bleeding damage, scars can be accumulated. His entire chest was scratched, his head was facing the sky, and he was wailing in pain, with curses and threats pouring out of his mouth. Every time Chu Tian swung his claws, there was a sound of leather being cut. Chi-chi-shi-shi. Rencheng Niakation's health kept decreasing, and when the health bar above his head was about to reach 0, a white light flashed. His health points were restored to full, and even the cross that Chu Tian had initially drawn on his face was slowly healing. Chu Tian looked back at Heng Dao and smiled at him. But Heng Dao also shuddered. This smile was too ugly. A new round of abuse came. I don't know how long it took, but Chu Tian was tired of scratching. There was not a single good spot on the dead man's body. There were wounds all over his body, and blood was flowing with minced meat falling out. Hey, brother, I'm running out of magic points. At this time, Heng Dao's voice came. At this time, the paladin named Xiaoliu had already squatted on the side and vomited countless times. Heng Dao was also sweating profusely, but he still insisted on throwing healing spells at the dead bird, fearing that this leopard grandfather would not be satisfied and turn around and make his 2 brothers the next target. Although in real life, he was also a man who lived on the edge of a knife and had killed countless people, he had never abused anyone so cruelly. If Chu Tian knew what the other party was thinking, he might really give them a blow. You actually think I'm a pervert? Hold on a little longer. Chu Tian really hadn't vented enough, not just because this birdman killed his brother, sword pointing to the sky. At the same time, he found himself constantly venting, as if he had vented all the resentment from his previous life. After he was reborn, the depressed energy that had been blocking his chest was slowly disappearing. Oh. Heng Dao took out a bottle of magic recovery potion and drank it with pain. You have to know that in the early stage, a bottle of mana recovery potion was worth 5 silver coins each. This bottle was dropped from killing someone before, otherwise he really didn't have the money to buy it. At this time, Chu Tian also silently replaced the +10 bronze level heavy hammer with novice equipment. The damage was reduced, but the pain was not reduced, and Chu Tian found a new target. One claw scratched the soft part of the opponent's lower body. Ah! A shout that was 10 times louder than before. Players in the level 4 training area raised their heads and looked over here. Of course, they could not see anything. After several consecutive hits, the other party did not make any sound. Chu Tian looked and saw a 20-second countdown starting above his head. He knew that the other party's helmet was forcibly taken off. According to the settings in Tiandao, when being attacked or in the attacking state, you cannot exit the deep sleep state, and you cannot leave the game on your own initiative. He probably couldn't stand it anymore, so he sent messages to the people around him. After they quit the game, they forcibly took off their helmets. Chu Tian thought to himself, it's a close call, he was just venting his anger. What if he was using a high-level game cabin? He would be offline in seconds, and he wouldn't be able to kill the red names and get the equipment. He quickly used 2 shred skills to kill it instantly. With a crash, a pile of equipment burst out. Looking at the equipment on the ground, Chu Tian casually picked it up and found a ring among them. It really increased the perception. No wonder Ren Si Niao Chao Tian was able to discover him. He put the ring on his hand, took out the shield and threw it on the ground, saying, "Let the sword point to the sky and turn into a shield warrior." He remembered that in the later stages of Sword to the Sky in his previous life, he regretted that he was playing the weapon master and was very envious of the shield warrior who could rush in front of the entire team. However, because of the point allocation, he has no choice. Even if the level drops to level 1 and you level up again, the free point allocation will only gradually restore the attributes of your previous point allocation and will not give you a chance to start over. I took a look at the bodies of Rensi Nikaoshin and the others. They all turned into white light and disappeared. They must have chosen to resurrect at the resurrection point in the city. Seeing that there was nothing here that could threaten Hingdao and his men, Chu Tian sneaked away and continued moving towards his destination. Leaving behind Hingdao and another knight, I was a little dumbfounded. There were equipments all over the ground, and this great god only took away a ring. He also threw out a shield and pointed the sword at the shield warrior. Is he instructing us? This person is either mentally ill or too rich. He doesn't even care about so many good things. But judging by the way he treated the dead man just now, it is more likely that he suffers from a mental illness. Otherwise, who would torture and kill someone like that for no reason? No matter what, if they made it this time, not only could they make up for the losses they suffered, but they could also make a fortune. Hangdao was thinking about his brothers in real life, as well as the families of his former brothers, all of whom he needed to support. Money was really important to him, so he pulled the paladin named Lao San and quickly picked up the spoils on the ground. Chu Tian didn't know all this because he was almost approaching his desired coordinates, 3823.874.2.8192. Check on the minimap, it's here. At this time, Chu Tian was standing at the foot of a mountain road, which extended all the way to the top of the mountain. Chu Tian left the stealth state, increased his speed to the extreme, and ran all the way along the mountain road. Soon he came to the edge of a cliff and looked down. There was a swamp below and high-rise buildings covered with vines in the distance. It seemed that this was once a prosperous city. This swamp was originally the city's sewage treatment plant, and the mountain beneath his feet was a garbage disposal station. It was bulged up by the movement of the Earth's crust during the planetary collision and turned into a mountain. This was mentioned in the previous life when Tiandao gradually opened up the map and the map introduction that came with it. Walking along the edge of the cliff and looking down, Chu Tian stopped when he came to an iron pillar that looked like a lightning rod. This should be the place. This is where I fell and died before. Chu Tian transformed into an owl beast, adjusted the angle, and after making sure, he stepped backward step by step and jumped down. He didn't come here to jump off the cliff. There was a protruding foothold about 1.5 meters away from the ground about 20 meters below. He found this when he was being chased here in his previous life and accidentally fell down and died on that foothold. That time he discovered that below this foothold was the activity area of the ultimate wild boss of the novice village, the swamp crocodile. The swamp crocodile is a level 20 boss. It drops a wide range of equipment, including silver-level weapons for all professions, and it can be worn without any level restrictions. Its attributes are those of level 20 silver equipment, making it a complete benefit monster for novices. In the absence of silver-grade or higher-grade equipment, it can be worn all the time, because even level 20 silver equipment is comparable to level 80 ordinary iron equipment, or level 60 bronze equipment. Moreover, the silver weapon it drops must come with an attribute of additional real fixed damage. Every time the swamp crocodile is killed, it will not refresh until the server is restarted the next day. In addition to dropping weapons, it will also drop some skill books. In the previous life, many people rushed to kill the swamp crocodile. Even in the later period, there were many high-level players waiting for it to refresh, because it was the only silver weapon that could be easily obtained. Many ordinary players even carried it when they were over level 100. It was a chaotic battlefield at the time, which eventually led to the Tiandao system carrying out maintenance here, prohibiting players above level 15 from returning to the novice village, thus ending the dispute here. But the low-level players will still fight to the death, and a large number of people will die every time the game is refreshed. The equipment on the ground is full, and the value of all of them after picking them up is far more than that of the swamp crocodile's weapon. Here there are winners who become rich overnight every day. Killing the giant swamp crocodile is not the most difficult thing, and if someone steals the monster, it is not the most dangerous thing either. The most difficult and dangerous thing is how to get close to it. To get close to it, you need to pass through the swamp under your feet. The swamp is full of level 15 small crocodiles, and they are non-active attacking monsters. You have no idea where you will step next, and whether there are any sleeping small crocodiles under the swamp. Once you step on one, you will be considered to be in an attack state. The little crocodiles will roar, and other little crocodiles within a range of 10 by 10 meters will be awakened and attack you immediately. You will be dismembered by hundreds of little crocodiles in an instant. After death, your body will be considered destroyed, and you can only choose to resurrect in the cemetery. Your level will drop by 1 level and you will enter a weak state. Then you will have no chance of snatching the boss. Chu Tian's body continued to descend, and when he could see the small bulge, he used the cute skill of flapping wings in the owl form. Because his face was facing the mountain wall, he was gliding along the cliff to avoid floating to other places. With a nervous mood, he kept approaching the landing point, and finally his feet stepped on flat ground. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he jumped in the right place, otherwise he would have landed directly on the giant crocodile's head and would have been dead for sure. The location of this foothold is very strange. Looking up from below, it is a blind spot. Unless someone stands here, no one below will notice this place. This can be considered Chu Tian's exclusive discovery. As for whether it will be discovered by others later, he doesn't give it any consideration. Even if someone found out, Chu Tian had already made a fortune here, and by then he would have gone to develop in the advanced maps. Looking at the giant swamp crocodile lying in the swamp and sleeping, Chu Tian vaguely remembered that his health was about 40,000 points. He had 2 debuff skills, and the sunlight spell was cast once per second, which meant that he could take away 3 points of his health per second. 1 minute is 180 health points. Taking into account the speed at which it recovers health every once in a while, a conservative estimate is that it will take at least 4 or 5 hours to get rid of it. I looked at the time. It was just past midnight. I still had more than 7 hours, which should be enough. Chu Tian should also be thankful that the spell setting in Tiandao is a must-hit skill. It will only offset the damage according to your resistance level, and at least there will be a mandatory blood loss. On the contrary, physical attacks will result in misses and dodges. He threw out 2 instant skills, Moonlight Fire and Sunlight Flame, and then began to cast Moonlight spell mindlessly. The giant swamp crocodile woke up from his slumber, moved his huge body, determined Chu Tian's direction, and ran towards him quickly. Because it was unable to attack Chu Tian, it actually stood up along the mountain wall. Although it was huge, it was only about 10 meters tall when standing. There was still a long distance between him and Chu Tian's landing point, and he couldn't jump, so he posed no threat to Chu Tian at all. Chu Tian cast the moonlight spell leisurely. He didn't care whether the balance ball had floated to the sunlight energy side. It would just be a forced loss of blood anyway, so he didn't need to care about the damage at all. After fighting for a few minutes, Chu Tian glanced at the magic value below his health bar and found that it was less than a bar. What's going on? Chu Tian paid attention to the changes in his magic value. He found that when he cast the moonlight spell, the magician's magic power was decreasing, so he switched to chanting the sunlight spell. This time, the magician's magic power did not decrease. Could it be that because the balance ball has reached the sunlight energy side and continues to release moonlight magic, it begins to consume magic points? After several tests, he found that it was indeed the case, but the two debuff skills, whether in the direction of sunlight energy or moonlight energy, required the consumption of magic points. No wonder, I thought mana was just a decoration. It seems that this is how the endurance of balance druid comes from. It is necessary to constantly balance the abilities of the sun, moon, and light, and use the same skills with the same energy to not consume mana. The consumption of debuff skills can be almost ignored. One's own growth is equal to the growth of others' full intelligence points. The duration of two 26-second skills can almost recover the consumed magic points. In this case, he would have to recalculate the killing time. The casting time of the sunlight spell was not 1 second, but 1.5 seconds. He didn't know if more than 7 hours would be enough to kill it. Chu Tian calculated that the time should be enough, so he was relieved. Otherwise, he would be almost done and the game would enter the rest period, and he would be forced to log off, which would be bad. Although its health will not be restored when you go online the next day, if you don't kill it today, it will be a waste of a refresh. After killing it today, you can fight another one when the server opens tomorrow. It was a continuous mindless operation. Fortunately, I used the skills initially given by the system, otherwise I would have to make hand gestures and chant spells, which would be really troublesome. Out of boredom, Chu Tian opened his friend's system and made a video call to EE. Soon the other party accepted his invitation. A familiar face appeared on the screen in front of Chu Tian. But the other party must be busy and didn't even look at Chu Tian. Looking at her focused profile, Chu Tian was stunned for a moment. Lolo chose the elf race, with pointy ears that accentuate her sweet features, making her choice particularly sophisticated. Chu Tian asked curiously, "Lolo, what are you doing?" "I'm upgrading." "Huh, I finally killed it." Lolo turned her head and looked at Chu Tian, revealing her two dimples. Chu Tian saw that she was in the level 5 training area, so he asked, "Didn't you upgrade where I told you to?" After Lolo finished talking to Chu Tian, she started to get busy again. Chu Tian could feel that she was shooting arrows one after another. "I went and killed the Wolf King Husman. It took me 2 hours. It was so boring. And it was so expensive. I almost ran out of money to buy arrows." Lolo was fighting monsters while talking to Chu Tian. Chu Tian was speechless for a while, but he also expressed his understanding that not everyone can endure the boredom of repeating the same operation. "Aren't I just video chatting with her out of boredom? So what level are you now? Didn't any good stuff drop?" Chu Tian knew that the Wolf King Hugsman was a level 5 commander level boss. If he was killed for the first time, there would definitely be some drops. As for me, I'm almost level 6. I leveled up 2.5 levels by killing the Wolf King, and I also dropped this bow. As Lolo spoke, he raised the weapon in his hand to show Chu Tian. The bow has a beautiful shape. It is silver white all over with a silver glow, and the bow wings fly up into a graceful arc. I actually got a platinum weapon that I used dropped. I was really lucky. Of course, Chu Tian did not hesitate to praise her. In fact, it was not an exaggeration. After all, for a novice, although she had her own guidance, it was really great that she could find the right point and kill a commander-level boss alone. After hearing Chu Tian's words, Lolo's face turned red and she glared at him fiercely. That kind of scenery made Chu Tian feel very happy. "Hey, Lolo, what are you doing? Aim carefully before you shoot," a delicate voice came. "Ah!" Lolo screamed. "I won't tell you anymore, I accidentally shot my teammate," Lolo whispered to Chu Tian. Chu Tian laughed heartlessly. "Lolo, you are not jealous because of her beauty, are you doing this on purpose?" "Humph, turn it off." Lolo rolled her eyes at him again. Chu Tian felt embarrassed to disturb her any further, so he just said okay. After all, the two of them have just started and their relationship is not even confirmed. Although they have a foundation of affection from childhood, they should still proceed step by step. After turning off the video, Chu Tian hurriedly output. Lolo was almost at level 6, and he still had 98% of the experience of level 5. Opening the ranking list, I was still at the top of the level list, and the second place had more than 70% of the experience at level 4. However, this ranking list only counted the current status of the novice village. When the first person left the novice village, this list would be activated for the war zone. After the first war zone competition, the national ranking statistics would be opened, and so on. According to the current situation, before the game is closed today, the second-place player is likely to reach level 5 or above. Looking through the names on the rankings, there are almost no familiar ones. It seems that there has never been any god-level figure in the novice village 13-14 in the previous life. Ding. You have a friend request. Please check. When Chu Tian was bored and scrolling through the rankings, a system prompt popped up. Chu Tian opened it curiously and found that it was an application sent to him by Sword pointing to the sky. He hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to accept. He was not too surprised by the friend request sent by Jianji. In the entire 13-14 novice village, he was the only druid, so it was hard for him not to guess who he was. Master, why did you let me become a shield warrior? Sword pointing to the sky sent a message. Seeing the other party's address, Chu Tian smiled bitterly. Why did everyone call him like this? In the early days of his previous life, everyone called him like this. Later on, everyone wanted to step on him. According to your own heart. Chu Tian replied briefly. It wasn't that he had to point his sword to the sky and play the shield warrior, it was just that he always complained in his ear in his previous life, so he said that to Hengdao casually before. Okay, I'll play shield warrior, replied Jianji Tsangtian. Just when Chu Tian wanted him to think about it carefully, the other party sent another message. Master, we are going to form a guild, do you want to join? He said the same words to him in his previous life. But at that time, he was still a thief. When he saw Jianji Tsangtian teasing a girl as beautiful as Ruhua, he was disgusted and beat him up severely. From then on, he followed behind him and forced him to establish a union. Calculating the time, it should be when everyone is about to reach level 10. Why was it so early this time? And at that time, there was no Hengdao beside him. Could it be that some uncontrollable factors appeared after his rebirth? Chu Tian thought about it and replied, okay, but the name can't be Aosher Dynasty, and I want to be the president. Also, do you want to borrow money from me? After receiving the news from Chu Tian, Jianji Tsangtian was stunned for a moment. Lazy, what's wrong? Did the great god agree? The paladin named Lu Zi saw that he was stunned and poked him. Hengdao also looked at him with the same curiosity. Jianji Tsangtian shared the message sent by Chu Tian with the two of them. All three of them were stunned for a moment. Just now, they had just decided to name the guild Aosher Dynasty, and then came to the guild registration hall, only to find that it cost 5 gold coins to register the guild. The Sanha people tried to collect but couldn't even come up with a single gold coin, so Liuzi instigated Jianji Tsangtian to be shameless and tried to get Chuqian to join them. Jianji Tsangtian was reluctant at first, but finally said, if this doesn't work out, I'll let my sister go after you. At that moment, he was startled and thought of Hengdao's sister whose waist was twice as thick as his, and he immediately promised that this matter must be done. Jianji Tsangtian is a man who claims to be the same even when the lights are turned off. He doesn't care about his appearance, but he must have a good figure. At least he still has the sense of touch after turning off the lights. The three of them looked at the message sent by Chu Tian and didn't speak for a full minute. It was Liuzi who slapped Hengdao's shoulder fiercely and shouted, am I seeing things? Hengdao nodded, I guess I'm not mistaken. This is not just a great god, this is simply a deity. Liuzi shouted in a sly manner. You're guessing, right? Jianji Tsangtian came back to his senses and said. Hengdao said calmly, why don't you try guessing one? Ding. You have a mail to receive. Just when the three people didn't know what to do, Jianji Tsangtian received an email. The title of the email, let's call it the Anti-God Alliance. There are 5 gold coins in the attachment. Sender, I am not a druid. After sending the email, Chu Tian continued his blood-grinding work. The giant swamp crocodile kept roaring and banging its head against the mountain wall. At this time, it had lost half of its health, and the time was already 3:45 in the morning. Chu Tian almost went insane after repeating the same action over and over again, his eyes were red. Finally, at 7:30, the giant crocodile let out a wail, and fell to the ground with its belly facing up. Ding. Killed the giant swamp crocodile. Experience bonus for killing monsters above your level is 3000%. Gained 124,000 experience points, basic experience points plus 2,000, reward for killing monsters above your level plus 60,000 experience points, god level talent increase plus 62,000 experience points. 5 consecutive golden lights flashed on Chu Tian's body, directly pushing Chu Tian to level 10, and the experience value has reached 78%. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on being the first to kill the level 20 wild boss, swamp crocodile, in the world. A global announcement will be released soon. Do you want to hide the character name? Hide. Next, Chu Tian experienced a barrage of various system prompts again, and the 4 first kill reward emails he had been looking forward to for a long time had also arrived. Looking at the staff, 2 skill books and several strengthening stones emerging from the giant crocodile's corpse under his feet, Chu Tian did not collect the mail for the time being. He used the flapping wings to float down. There were no small crocodiles near the giant crocodile, so there was no need to worry about stepping on them. After landing, he picked up all the spoils, then used flapping wings to float on the water. The flapping wings could actually be used as a floating technique. He stepped on the water surface of the swamp and gently moved it, and it was actually like walking on the ground without stepping into the mud. Otherwise, every time after killing a big crocodile, he would have to use the free return stone which had a cooldown of 24 hours. Otherwise, the overwhelming small crocodiles would attack him. Even if they could not break his defense, they would just force him to lose blood, and he would probably not be able to escape from this swamp. After leaving the swamp, I found a safe place to sneak in and opened my backpack to check. A silver staff, 2 skill books, namely, Precision Block and 9-layer Continuous Shot, 14 strengthening stones, and 1 gold and 52 silver coins. It was a huge harvest. Although he could not use any of the skill books, he could use Precision Block after changing from Sword to Heaven to Shield Warrior. The 9-fold burst shot was left to Luo Luo. This was an advanced skill book with a very low production rate. In his previous life, many players who were above level 100 and changed their jobs to sharpshooters did not have the 9-fold burst shot. After Tiandao opened the real currency connection in the later period, this skill book could be sold for about 1.5 million renminbi conservatively. Of course, its value is higher now. But for the woman I choose, this little money is nothing. Of course, this is the current Chu Tian. In his previous life, when he was worried about food and clothing all day long, he didn't dare to imagine what 1.5 million would be like. Although he had been on the altar before, he only knew how to play at that time and didn't know how to make money. By the time he wanted to make money, he had already fallen from the altar. I casually sent the precise block to Jianji Tsangtian via email. As for the 9-fold continuous shooting, I could only wait until I left the novice village and trade it to Luo Luo face to face. The portable email function is only available in the novice village. Once you leave the novice stage, you will no longer have this convenient benefit. Moreover, you will not be able to send emails across novice villages at this time, just like the current game cannot send emails across servers. Thank you, great boss. After Chu Tian sent the email, Jianji Tsangtian sent him a message. Chu Tian smiled and did not reply. He guessed that the message he had sent before had completely intimidated the other party, who now regarded him as a god who could predict the future. Chu Tian opened the email and received the first kill reward he was looking forward to. As expected, it lived up to everyone's expectations, with the usual gold coin rewards: 3 silver coins for the first kill in the novice village, 3 gold coins for the first kill in the war zone, 30 gold coins for the first kill in the country, and 300 gold coins for the first kill in the world. It's the level 5 boss from last time, with 3 times the reward. This time, there was nothing except gold coins. It seems that in addition to gold coins, the first kill reward also includes random items. Looking at the huge amount of 333 gold coins, Chu Tian almost drooled. He wondered if integrity number 1007 could eat it. It is estimated that he has not sold those 100 gold coins yet. After all, in the novice stage, there are relatively few places to consume gold coins. Anyway, I have enough money now, so I'll keep it for now. Although it will depreciate, who knows if there will be a time when I need money urgently. Besides, I have a guild to support, which is a big spender. Take out the wish box and directly strengthen the silver weapon to plus 14. Giant Crocodile Original Staff plus 14. Grade, Silver. Equipment level, no requirement. Attack power, 182 to 247, including basic attack, 76 to 103, including plus 14 enhanced attack, 106 to 144. Attributes, when attacking, additional true damage equal to the player's level multiplied by 2. Enhanced attributes, 10 mastery plus 2. Faction limited, survivors. Occupational limitations, mage, warlock, priest, druid. I don't know if my attack power with this weapon can break the giant crocodile's defense. Even if it can't, relying on the attribute of true damage, my speed in defeating monsters will increase 20 times. Now the level is 10, and the additional real damage of each attack is 20 points. Chu Tian is full of confidence that in 3 days, he will break out of the novice village. In the previous life, the fastest player to rush out of the novice village was 11 days. This time, I will break that record. After checking the time, there were still more than 10 minutes before the server was shut down. Chu Tian came to the edge of the cliff again and jumped down again. With the experience from last time, he successfully landed on the small platform this time as well. Log off right here. After quitting the game, Chu Tian left the game cabin and came to the door of Lolo's room. She should not have quit the game yet. He did not disturb her. After washing up, he went downstairs directly, left the villa, and started jogging leisurely. After running 2 laps in the villa area, he found that his face was red and he was out of breath. When did he become so physically fit? You know, after he entered college, he was a complete stay-at-home for more than a year and never exercised. Gradually speeding up, and speeding up again, he found that he was running like lightning. Until the 12th lap, his physical strength began to fail him. He slowly stopped and began to breathe in big gulps of fresh air. The physical changes surprised him. In the past, he would be exhausted like a dead dog after running so many laps, let alone one. What on earth is going on? I thought about it for a while but couldn't figure out what the problem was, but it felt great to be able to walk and run. Thinking about his last life, he had his limbs amputated above the knees. Every time he left the game, he was a useless person. He never wanted to live that kind of dark and hopeless life again. Chu Tian rested for a while, and his cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Lolo calling. He answered the phone with a smile. "Where have you been?" Luoyi's sweet voice came directly from the phone. "Why, are you afraid that I'll run away?" Chu Tian teased her with a smile, and at the same time stood up and walked towards the villa. "Tisk, the food is ready, eat it if you want." Luo pretended to be angry and hung up the phone. Back at the villa, a delicious breakfast was placed on the dining table. I accompanied Lolo to finish breakfast, and then went out to hang out for the whole day. I didn't come back until the game was about to be launched in the afternoon. Lying in the game cabin, Chu Tian let out a long sigh. Phew, I'm so tired, why do girls love shopping so much? Back in the game, he was still standing on the platform. The swamp crocodile had refreshed and threw out 2 skills. -1, -20. -1, -20. Having the added true damage is awesome. Ding. Killed the giant swamp crocodile. Experience bonus for killing monsters above your level is 1500%. Gained 64,000 experience points, basic experience points plus 2,000, reward for killing monsters above your level plus 30,000 experience points, god level talent increase plus 32,000 experience points. Swish. 2 golden lights floated up from his body again, level 12, experience 1%. Yesterday the total damage in 1 minute was only 180 points, but today more than 3,700 points of health can be taken away in 1 minute. However, as the level gap has narrowed, the experience bonus for killing monsters above your level has been reduced a lot. This time it took Chu Tian less than 20 minutes to kill the giant swamp crocodile. He was really efficient. It also flapped its wings to come down and picked up a silver grade one-handed sword, a gold coin and 11 strengthening stones. Druids can use most weapons, but they cannot use one-handed swords, one-handed hammers, crossbows, and shields. Use 11 strengthening stones to directly strengthen the weapon to plus 25. I looked at my own attributes. I am not a druid. Occupation, druid. Race, human. Level, 12. Faction, survivors. Bloodline, elf king, god level. Strength, 60, growth index, 20, increases physical attack power. Intelligence, 60, growth index, 20, increases magic attack power and magic value limit. Agility, 60, growth index, 20, increases attack speed, movement speed, and energy recovery speed. Stamina, 60, growth index, 20, improves defense. Physical strength, 60, growth index, 20, increases the upper limit of health. Special attributes, enhanced versatility +2, mastery +4, critical hit +4, haste +3. Attack power, 330 to 491. Defense, 126 to 228. Health, 1200. Experience, 1200/44,000. Free points, 0. General skills, primary detection, can view the attributes of monsters up to level 5 of your own. Introduction, the peace-loving elves are never afraid of war. In every holy war recorded in the annals of history, the elves have an indelible mark. Equipment being worn. Weapon, giant crocodile original staff +25. Bracelet, scorching bracelet +30. Rings, true eye ring, detection ring. Helmet, pilot's hood. Breastplate, pilot's quilted jacket. Pants, pilot's leather pants. Gloves, pilot's gloves. Shoes, pilot's combat boots. There are also empty spaces for shoulders, wrists, belt, and necklace. Seeing his own attributes, Chu Tian felt extremely proud. Players of the same level would be lucky to have a quarter of his attack. Special attributes are the attributes that will appear when bronze level or above equipment is enhanced to 10, 20, or 30. Bronze level +1 point, silver level +2 points, and so on. The almighty attribute has been mentioned before. As for the critical hit, it is very simple. Every increase will increase the critical hit chance by 0.3%. Haste is divided into two types of bonuses, physical and magical. 1 point of physical bonus increases the attack speed by 0.3%, while 1 point of magical bonus increases the casting speed by 0.3%. For druids, the mastery is more complicated, increasing attributes in different forms. Cheetah form, 1 point increases bleeding and finishing move damage by 1%. Munkin form, 1 point increases the astral damage bonus by 1%. As for other forms, Chu Tian doesn't have them yet, so he's not too sure. After all, there were too few druid professions in the previous life, and even fewer who could wear enhanced equipment. In fact, he could have started to do the giant bear form mission now, but he didn't want to waste time and rush out of the novice village as soon as possible, because the outside was the real beginning. Transformed into a druid and ran all the way. Because of the bonus of agility, the movement speed in other forms has reached 106%, and after transforming into a cheetah, it is 136%, so the speed is extremely fast. If agility is converted into movement speed, for others, 2 points will increase by 0.1%. But because he has a 20-star growth, 1 point of agility will increase the movement speed by 0.1%. His goal was to be the first to kill the level 15 and level 10 novice village boss. After all, the gold coin rewards were very generous. As soon as I arrived at the level 15 Ghost Wolf refresh point, I received a message from Sword to the Sky. Master, are you number 1 on the list? Because Chu Tian hid the character name, the current level ranking of Novice Village number 1314 is that the first player is level 12, and the second player is just over level 5. Now the world chat has exploded. So I'm not sure if the sword pointing to the sky is Chu Tian. But little did they know that it was not just 1314 Novice Village that was in chaos. Due to mutual communication, doubts arose even around the world. A certain European level 8 paladin, Survivor What, there are level 12 yellow people. How is this possible? What, the yellow pigs are already level 12. How is this possible? A level 7 double sword winged demon, Slayer, from an island country, Privy Yamato nationality, East Sikman negative. He's science and technology grasp violation. How could our Yamato nation lose to the Sikmen of East Asia? They must have mastered some kind of black technology. A level 7 necromancer, Slayer, from Goryeo. That player is from our Goryeo people. He is just in Dragon Country. Level 8 shield warrior, survivor, of a certain fighting nation. As a friendly neighbor, please send me the upgrade strategy. Number 1 novice village in the eastern theater of Dragon Country. After a level 9 sharpshooter killed a level 12 violent bear in front of him, he looked at the private chat message and muttered, "Interesting." Then he moved on to the next target. His method of attack was very simple, which was kite flying. It's just that his attack is not very high, and ordinary shooting only has single-digit damage, but each of his arrows comes with real damage. Every time he shoots an arrow of a different color, it also has real damage with a debuff, as well as slowing down, etc. If Chu Tian saw this here, he would definitely curse him as a prodigal. Archers are recognized as the fastest profession to train alone, but you need money. There are various arrows with added true damage, status, etc. You can use them as you like as long as you have money. Arrows with the lowest level of additional damage cost 5 silver coins per barrel, and there are 1,000 arrows in a barrel, but the damage is very low. With this arrow, the additional damage is about 100. Although it is not the best, it costs at least 1 gold coin per bucket. 10 copper coins are shot out with 1 arrow, which is 6 yuan. It is really like burning paper money. This person is the wealthy boss who drove the price of gold in the number 1 novice village in the Eastern Theater to 1,000 yuan per silver coin. In the previous life, he was called the Feather God. Someone once called him the Arrow God, but he killed them back to the novice village, so everyone changed their name to Feather God. Just as Jianji Tsang Tian sent the message, a series of ding-ding sounds came to Chu Tian's ears. When he opened the friend system, his friend request list had exploded. He simply turned on the automatic rejection of friend requests function and chose to turn it on. Then he cleared the application list and rejected all of them. He had previously set the setting so that only friends could send him private messages. When these people saw that they could not send him private messages, they frantically added him as a friend. Most of them were players from novice village number 1314. They guessed that the number 1 on the list was him and wanted to find him to confirm. Open the rankings again and set yourself not to be included in the ranking statistics. Player A, look, the level 12 guy has disappeared. Player B, yeah, what happened? Did you take advantage of a bug and get banned by the system? Player C, that's possible. Let him act cool and ban him for 10,000 years. Player D, I guess it must be that druid. He came to our human novice village using a bug. Seeing the chats in the world, Chu Tian cursed in his heart, a bunch of idiots, you don't know this, only the number 1 on the list has the ability to hide himself, this is called being low-key. After finishing these things, he was too lazy to reply to sword pointing to the sky, and cast a detection spell at the ghost wolf in front of him. Corrupted Ghost Wolf. Grade, Ordinary. Level, 15. HP, 2,400. Attack, 68 to 118. Defense, 59 to 98. Skill, Swiftness, increases movement speed by 70%, lasts for 10 seconds, cooldown time is 1 minute. Description, it is a minion from the Dark World, and no one can escape its pursuit. Seeing the monster's attributes, Chu Tian remembered that the Ghost Wolf King also had this swift speed skill, which was very annoying. When he came, he planned to rely on his own movement speed to race with the Wolf King and use the kite tactic to wear it out. It seems that he has to rethink it. Now that I'm here, it might be a good idea to kill some monsters and level up. Although the Ghost Wolf's level is 3 levels lower than mine, and its defense will increase by 1.5 times, my 500 attacks will still be able to break its defense. As for attacking, there is no need to consider it at all. The level suppression of level 3 has a 3-fold critical strike rate. The critical strike damage is set to 1.5 times in the Heavenly Dao, but it still cannot break one's own defense. Then let's go big. Thinking of this, Chu Tian turned into a cheetah and dived directly into the wolf pack. In an instant, the wolves were in panic, and the sounds of a whoa continued to ring out. He took a look and saw that there were about a dozen corrupted ghost wolves following him, some of which had activated their swiftness and were following him and biting his butt. But the blood loss is just a little bit, which is a drop in the bucket compared to the 1200 health points. Change a few positions, control the monster's formation, transform into the owl beast form, throw out the sunshine flame directly, and all the corrupted ghost wolves within the 3x3 range will be infected with debuff. Sunlight flame burns health equal to 35% of the player's attack power per second, lasting for 26 seconds. A piece of damage floated above the head of the corrupted ghost wolf. -31, -24, -31, -24. Each jump comes with 24 points of true damage. Because the owl beast form has a 36% defense bonus, it is less afraid of having its defense broken. However, he couldn't read out his spells at all, so he had to stand where he was and cast Moonlight Fire on the monsters one by one. Then he turned into a cheetah and slashed the monsters one by one. What he wanted was the attack power of stacked true damage. However, each slash consumed 35 energy points, which was too high. After using 3, he had to wait for the energy to recover. In the end, he simply gave up the oblique sweep. 30 seconds later, more than a dozen corrupted ghost wolves fell to the ground one after another, and a series of plus 300 experience points prompts appeared on the screen. I took a look at my health and found that it had dropped by more than 400 points. Although the defense is not broken, there are too many monsters and the health is still lost by more than 10 points per second. It seems that this corrupted ghost wolf is not suitable for this monster spawning method. It seems that we need to find one with a slow movement speed so that we can spawn monsters in this way of pulling a train. He searched the corpses on the ground and found copper coins at a time, as well as some furs. He picked them all up without any hesitation. Although he had a huge sum of money of more than 300 gold in his bag, a mosquito is still meat, and a good man is one who is thrifty and manages his household well. When he took out a skill book from a giant wolf, his eyes lit up. The drop rate of skill books is not high in the first place, and there is only a 0.01% chance of dropping from ordinary monsters like this, but I actually got one. Skill book, Thorn Entanglement. Attributes: after use, a thorn bush will grow under the enemy's feet, entangle the enemy in place, and squeeze the enemy to cause 10% of the attack power per second. The damage lasts for 10 seconds and the cooldown is 1 minute. In PvP, the player entangled by the thorns can attack the thorns to release the control. Thorn Bush HP, 10% of the caster's HP, afraid of fire skills, any fire skill can ignore HP and directly burn the thorn bush. Occupation: Owl Beast Druid. Use level 10. How to use: syllable 1 plus gesture 1. It really is what you need. I was just worrying about how to kill the Ghost Wolf King. Now with this skill, it's done. 1 syllable and 1 gesture are equivalent to an instant skill. Chu Tian just slaps it and learns the Thorn Entanglement. Sneak directly towards the center of the hill. Soon he approached the Wolf King's activity range. After observing the terrain, he found that the range he could move in was too small. He was surrounded by ordinary level 15 ghost wolves. He could not avoid attracting them when dealing with the Wolf King. Although the damage was not high, it was still painful to be chased and bitten. He could only clear out the monsters first, in 4 directions. It took him more than 10 minutes to finally clear out an activity area. During this time, he tried his skills and found that he had to cast Thorn Entanglement at the same time as the Ghost Wolf's Swiftness skill was activated. Otherwise, once the speed was increased, Thorn Entanglement would be easily avoided. He took a deep breath and came to a distance of 40 meters from the Wolf King. This was the place with the longest range of his spells. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he could kill a commander-level boss alone without being stuck in the terrain. Just now he used the detection technique to look at the attributes of the Wolf King. The attack was actually more than 600, the health was 34,800, and the defense was okay, only more than 200 points. The flames of sunlight and moonlight were thrown out one after another. -1, -24. A whoa. The Wolf King howled, ran 2 steps towards Chu Tian, and suddenly bent his hind legs and squatted down. Right now, the thorns are tangled. When the Wolf King stood up straight, the thorns directly wrapped around his four claws, and at the same time a stream of air flashed across his body. That is the special effect cast by swiftness. But at this time it could only stand there and couldn't run at all. 10 seconds later, the thorns were gone and his speed also disappeared. He could only run towards Chu Tian at a normal speed. As a four-legged speed-type creature, Chu Tian is only slightly faster than him when he turns into a cheetah. So except for transforming into an all-beast form when replenishing the flame of sunlight and the fire of moonlight, Chu Tian remained in the cheetah form the rest of the time. Running in circles with the stupid wolf who only knew how to follow Chu Tian and eat dust, and didn't know how to take a shortcut by going straight. Of course, you also need to pay attention to the CD of Thorn Wrap, because this skill has the same recovery time as the Wolf King's swiftness, so as long as the CD is ready, use it immediately. 40 minutes later, the Ghost Wolf King fell to the ground while running. The first kill reward in the 4 regions was announced, and Chu Tian chose to hide as usual. He only gained 12,000 experience points, which was too little to be any less, because when killing monsters above level 5, an additional 100% experience bonus is given for each level above the monster. Each level above level 5 will get 200% more, and each level above level 10 will get 300% more. So when Chu Tian was level 5 and killed a level 20 swamp crocodile, he got a 3000% cross-level reward. In Tiandao, the experience gained by ordinary monsters in the wild is multiplied by 10, the experience gained by elite monsters is multiplied by 50, and the experience gained by boss level is multiplied by 100. The monsters in the dungeon give 10 times the experience points of wild monsters, but they are also more difficult to clear. Without a well-coordinated and mature team, it is almost impossible to clear the dungeon. Although it seems that there is a lot of experience, only a very small number of players can level up and kill monsters alone, and it is even more impossible to play dungeons. If players want to reduce consumption, they can only form teams. The experience divided equally is already very thin, which makes it very difficult to upgrade within Tiandao. I picked up the items that fell on the ground, but there was nothing good. There was not even a piece of silver equipment. There were only a few strengthening stones and a bronze belt, which still needed to be identified. The scorching bracelet obtained from opening a treasure chest and the staff dropped by the swamp crocodile both have fixed attributes, so they do not need to be identified. Ordinary equipment needs to be identified before random attributes will appear, and it cannot be worn without identification. However, once a red name enters the city, he will be arrested by the guards and thrown into jail. He will not be released until his name turns white, which will waste a lot of time. Not being able to go back to the city for identification or supplies didn't affect him much. After collecting the spoils, he prepared to leave and get the first kill of the level 10 boss. Ding! Global System Notification. Player U from the first novice village in the eastern war zone of Dragon City is the first player in the world to kill the level 10 boss, Raging Giant Bear. The reward will be sent to your mailbox later. Ding! National System Prompt. 2 full-screen announcements appeared in the sky. Chu Tian was stunned at first, and then he regretted why he didn't kill the low-level boss first. Thinking that at least 100 gold coins had been taken away, he felt a pang of pain. However, this you can actually kill a level 10 violent giant bear. It's really amazing. The god of arrows is worthy of being called a meme god. He would not believe that the other party got the first kill through team combat, because if it was the first kill through team combat, the system notification would not be like this. While feeling the pain, he rushed to the spawn point of the violent giant bear. He looked at the giant bear's attributes and found that it posed no threat to him. Besides, he was level 12, which was 2 levels lower than the opponent. So he went straight up and started fighting. It took only a few minutes to bring down the violent giant bear, getting the first kill in the war zone and a reward of more than 10 gold. However, a bronze cloak did drop. The style was quite nice, but I still couldn't wear it because I hadn't identified it. Taking the strengthening stones dropped by the 2 bosses, he strengthened his weapons to plus 30. At this time, his attack had exceeded 500 points, and he also increased his mastery attribute by 2 points. Currently at level 12, his experience is 41%. There are no higher level bosses for him to kill in the novice village. If he wants to continue leveling up, he has to start killing monsters. As for the dungeon, he knows that no matter how powerful he is, he cannot clear it alone. The primary dungeon opened at level 10 in the Novice Village has many places that require the cooperation of a team of at least 10 people to pass. You only have 2.5 levels left before you can leave the Novice Village. I don't know how high that archer god was when he killed a level 10 boss all by himself. If you can't reach the main city first, you won't get the reward you've been looking forward to for a long time. It seems you have to hurry up. He used the method of pulling a train to kill the corrupted bear monsters for a while, but the monsters could not hit him and they would still run away, causing him to be out of the battle, so he could only lure the monsters in small groups. After beating this pile, he went to fight another one. The efficiency was really slow. In addition, in order to prevent the monsters from escaping the battle, he had to stand down frequently and let the monsters hit him a few times. After fighting a few waves like this, you need to stop and rest for a while, and eat food to restore your health. After killing the wave of corrupted bear monsters in front of him, Chu Tian opened the friend system and sent a message to Jianji Tsang Tian, call Heng Dao and the others to come to the level 12 monster area, I will help you level up. At the same time, send your coordinates and tell them to come along the main road and call you at the edge so that I can pick them up. With just 3 level 4 squishy guys like them, they probably wouldn't be able to be hit by a single blow from the violent giant bear. Jianji Tsang Tian and the other 3 heard that Chu Tian was going to take them to level up, and that the level was going to be in the 12th level area, so they happily rushed over here. Chu Tian was not idle either. He continued to kill monsters while waiting for their arrival. More than an hour later, he received a message from Jianji Tsang Tian, telling him that he had arrived. When the 4 men met, they pointed their swords to the sky as nonchalantly as ever, with shields on their backs and one-handed knives hanging on their waists. Seeing him, Chu Tian suddenly felt regretful about letting him switch to become a shield warrior. With his character, he was really afraid that something unexpected would happen when the team was exploring the new land. Hey, great god! Jianji Tsang Tian saw Chu Tian coming out and came up to say hello. But Chu Tian walked around him, patted Heng Dao on the shoulder and said, let's go level up. It's enough for you to nurse me. You two can go back. Ah. The paladin and sword pointing to the sky were both stunned. This. Heng Dao was also a little hesitant. Haha, I'm just teasing you two. You two are still somewhat useful. You can help me lure monsters. Then he invited them to form a team. Ding, Heng Dao joins the team. Ding. Sword pointing to the sky joins the team. Ding. Holy Light is tricking you into joining the team. It was only then that Chu Tian knew the name of this paladin. Hiss. It's another great god. The Holy Light is fooling you. He is not the original great god who rose in the early days of Tiandao, but a god-level professional player who is similar to the other side of the dream and only entered everyone's sight after the national war started in the later period. Chu Tian couldn't help but look at him twice more. After all, when the national war started in the later period, he had become a miner who walked to various mines every day for survival, searching for life crystals while selling some minerals to avoid starving to death in reality. But at that time, I never heard Jianji mention Heng Dao and Shen Guang. Could it be because there was some conflict later? With doubts in mind, he led the 3 of them through the route cleared by Chu Tian and into the level 12 corrupted giant bear refresh area. Next, he assigned Sword to the Sky and Holy Light to trick you two into luring the monsters. Just leave the horizontal sword beside him as a mobile blood bank to replenish his blood occasionally. It's really convenient for 2 low-level people to lure monsters. They can be discovered even if they are far away from the monsters, and a group of monsters will be attracted over. When they entered Chu Tian's shooting range, he directly threw the sunshine flame over, drawing away the hatred of the monsters chasing them, and then they went to lure other monsters. At the beginning, they were both terrified and screamed for help. But when the first wave of monsters lay down, a lot of experience points floated up, with a 700% experience bonus across levels. Each person got 378 experience points per monster, and the experience points skyrocketed. The 3 of them were having a blast killing monsters above their level. Chu Tian gained a lot less experience. Originally, he could get 240 experience points by killing a monster, but now he only got 108 points. Because every additional person in the team will have a team bonus plus 20% experience points, otherwise he will get less experience points. The experience points are reduced, but the efficiency is improved several times. Because the monsters that the two pulled over were hit by the sun's flame as soon as they entered his shooting range, when these monsters changed their hatred targets and tried to pass by Chu Tian, some of them did not even get half the distance before being burned to death by his high damage. With the high experience reward for skipping levels, 3 people were promoted to level 5 in just 2 minutes. It only takes 2,720 experience points to go from level 4 to level 5. The monster couldn't touch Chu Tian at all, and the horizontal sword that was originally most useful in the plan became a mixed bag. Seeing that he had nothing to do, Heng Dao took the initiative to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. In the end, he even joined the ranks of attracting monsters, but every time he did so, he was surrounded by danger because he was a priest and his movement speed was a little slower. At Chu Tian's signal, he had to clean up the battlefield occasionally and then continue to be a slacker. Half an hour later, the 3 of them had reached level 7, which was quite fast. Chu Tian was a little envious of them. It would be great if he had someone to guide him. But after reaching level 7, the speed at which the 3 of them upgraded slowed down, and the cross-level reward dropped to 400%. A monster only gave 216 experience points, but 11,200 experience points were needed to upgrade. Although it was slow, it only took about 50 monsters to be killed. However, Chu Tian saw that the monsters they attracted were getting fewer and fewer. He knew that the monsters nearby were almost all killed, so he suggested changing places, moving the battle, and moving towards a higher level of monster spawning. With such a high attack power, it would be a shame if I didn't kill monsters of higher levels. The 3 of them, sword pointing to the sky, naturally had no objections. Having experienced this method of rapid upgrade, they would of course listen to whatever Chu Tian said. Chu Tian determined the direction, and the 4 of them moved forward step by step. 2 people in the front lured the monsters back and Chu Tian killed them. After the monsters in that direction were cleared, they moved forward for a distance. Just like that, when they were approaching the level 13 monster refresh point, they had already reached level 8, and Chu Tian was only 20% away from level 13. Just as the 4 people were working together and their experience points were soaring rapidly, the world chat channel exploded again. 3 level 8 players appeared in the top 3 of the rankings, which naturally attracted everyone's attention. Madman, male sharpshooter, look at the rankings. These 3 guys leveled up so fast. Sunny Pig, paladin female, yeah, they were teaming up with me just now, and they were only level 4 at that time. Wind blows my butt cool, warlock, male, is there another bug? Please let the master know. Dingfeng Pissenshang, thief male, it will be sealed in a moment. Chu Tian and his 3 companions naturally would not pay any attention to this. They had already passed through the level 13 area and arrived at the refresh point of the level 14 corrupted spiders. The monsters here lived in groups with a high density, which was very suitable for their way of leveling, so the 4 of them stopped here. Here Chu Tian also has a cross-level level bonus. After his god-level talent has doubled, his upgrade speed has also increased. The horizontal sword finally became of some use, occasionally replenishing Chu Tian's blood, and then he continued to clean up the battlefield. 4 hours later, Heng Dao said, my backpack is getting full again, what should I do? Mine is full too, he said, pointing his sword to the sky. Don't look at me, I'm the first one to get a full one. When Heng Dao cleared the bag for the first time, he gave them all to me. Shengguang fooled you and said in the team chat. I don't have many vacancies left, so why don't we stop here today? The game will be closed in less than an hour. Chu Tian looked at the time. It was already past 7 o'clock. No, boss, just brush it off when the time is up. He pointed his sword to the sky, obviously addicted. At this time, the levels of the 3 people have all reached level 10, and Chu Tian has just reached level 14. In the 13-14 Novice Village rankings, the 3 were 4 levels ahead of the 4th place. Chu Tian laughed and said, go on, let's all go back to the city. Seeing that sword pointing to the sky was unwilling to use the free return stone, Heng Dao and Holy Light fooled you, and you said hello to Chu Tian and returned to the city one after another. Chu Tian told them in the team chat, Take the good things in your bags that you can carry with you, get rid of the ones that you can't carry with you, and go to the tailor to buy a few large plaid backpacks. I will take you to Brush for a day tomorrow, and then I will leave the novice village. Looking at his experience bar that had just been upgraded to level 14, it would take 65,520 points to reach level 15, but Chu Tian was confident. Chu Tian also took out the free return stone that he could use once every 24 hours. His red name had already been washed away during this period of time while killing monsters. Back in the safe zone of the small town, the sun had already risen in the real world, but it was just setting in the sky. The street lights on both sides of the town streets were reflected on the walls of the houses, which were all made of cement, and appeared extremely dim. The streets are bustling with people coming and going, and are as lively as ever. Top-quality first-level ordinary iron weapons, available for all professions, with an attack power of 2 to 3, slightly higher than novice weapons, and only 2 copper coins. A third-level thief set up a stall near the novice spawn point, and there were actually a lot of people surrounding his stall. New players who enter the game after the natural disaster have a starting capital of 2 copper coins. Naturally, there is no phenomenon of creating characters infinitely to earn gold in Tiandao, because a person can only create one character. Many people who have just entered the game will still have to buy one in order to upgrade faster. But they don't know that the same level 1 weapon can be purchased at the blacksmith shop north of Senjin town for just 1 copper coin, and it only takes 5 minutes to get there. In his previous life, he foolishly bought one, only to find out later that he had been cheated. Chu Tian looked at the stall and smiled. There are people like this everywhere, and you can't call them liars. At least they deliver the goods to your door, saving you 5 minutes of running errands. He walked through the crowd and came to the guild hall. When he met Jianjit Sang Tian and the others, he was added to the guild, and Heng Dao had already handed over the position of president to him. Since the guild does not have a base during its novice period, all affairs need to be set up in the guild hall. First, I painfully spent 10 gold coins to open the first page of the guild bank. Put all the equipment in your backpack into the guild bank. Once the equipment enters the guild bank, its attribute values will be automatically evaluated and the amount of contribution points will be set. At the same time, a system has been set up in which donated coins can be exchanged for contribution points, and a dynamic exchange ratio has been set. Tiandao's intelligent system will automatically adjust the donation ratio based on the market value of the gold coins. He didn't know what the heavenly Dao was adjusted based on, but the dynamic adjustment was very accurate anyway. Then the ratio of equipment donation to exchange for contribution is set, and the system will automatically evaluate the equipment attributes and give the guild players contribution points. In Tiandao, it is not true that you can buy the equipment you want just because you have money. Those who can get good equipment all have their own teams, and almost all of them are consumed internally. Only some equipment with junk attributes will be put up for sale, and the price is very high, which is not affordable for ordinary players. The guild warehouse system perfectly solves this problem. As long as you contribute to the guild, including opening up dungeons, completing tasks issued by the guild, etc., you will gain contribution points. By spending the same contribution value, you can choose the equipment with the attributes you want here, and all the prices are given after system evaluation, which can guarantee absolute fairness. Of course, there are restrictions on players after exchanging guild equipment. Every piece of equipment exchanged from the guild warehouse has a guild's exclusive label. Once you quit the guild, your equipment will be recycled into the guild warehouse by the system, and your contribution will not be returned to you. This prevents some people with ulterior motives from going to the guild warehouse, exchanging cheap contributions for equipment and selling them at high prices in the market. Of course, if you really have a reason to leave the guild, you can ask the guild's top management to withdraw from the guild. After your departure is approved, your equipment will also be recovered, but it will be converted into gold coins based on your contribution to the guild, deducted from the guild warehouse, and compensated to you. However, when a player feels a sense of belonging to a guild, he will not leave easily. But there are also unexpected events, such as being poached by other guilds. After setting up the guild warehouse, Chu Tian spent 100 gold coins with great pain to upgrade the guild to level 2, because a level 1 guild can only recruit 100 members, while a level 2 guild can recruit 1,000. In the novice stage, the guild can be upgraded to level 2 at most. If you want to upgrade to level 3, you need to have your own guild base and pay an expansion fee of 1,000 gold coins. Not to mention that there is no base now. Even if there is a base, Chu Tian does not have that much money. 1,000 gold coins is as much as 6 million RMB. After everything was done, he sent a message to Jianjitsang Tian and the others, telling them that they could recruit people and use the popularity of the three of them on the leaderboard to recruit more people. For every 10 copper coins picked up by a guild member, the guild warehouse will automatically increase by 1 copper coin. Of course, this will only increase the member's contribution value by a very small amount. For a win-win situation like this, the more people there are, the better. Otherwise, do we have to figure out a way to raise the huge amount of funds for the guild's upgrades on our own? As for the issue of character control, it is not necessary now. After all, the game is just in the early stages and no one knows what anyone is like. However, he still sent some character names over, asking them to pay more attention to these people and strictly prohibit them from entering the guild. These people are all bad people who are famous for cheating and doing disgusting things in their previous lives. The first two on the list are Huang Shui and Yu Shui, whose character names are the mage, Zongheng Tianxia, and the priest, Yu Yuer, respectively. After everything was explained, there were still 40 minutes before the game was closed. Chu Tian chanted the teleportation magic, preparing to return to the natural forest to complete the task in giant bear form. His figure reappeared on the shore of Luna Lake. Looking at the beautiful scenery and smelling the fresh air, he felt much more energetic. After more than 10 hours of continuous monster hunting, I felt a little distracted. Time was running out, and he didn't have much time to appreciate the scenery. He went straight to the camp to find the NPC who issued the task of transforming into a giant bear. When Chu Tian was looking for him, he was afraid that he would run into another unreliable druid. He wanted to beat up the owl beast that sang rap when talking to him before. It would be fine if the voice was nice, but the main problem was that it had a hoarse voice and was simply noise pollution. However, the giant bear druid is still reliable. After asking several NPCs, we finally found a sleeping druid in bear form in the beast cave. The dark golden exclamation mark on its head confirms its identity. Chu Tian walked forward, but did not disturb its sleep. He just waited quietly. Chu Tian was anxious and kept looking at the time. There were still 20 minutes left before the game was closed, and he didn't know if he could wait until he woke up. This is an adventure mission I heard about in my previous life. If you wake it up directly, it will also issue a transformation mission, and then ask you to find a few things to complete it. But if you wait for it to wake up and then talk to it, you can get another task. It is said that you can also get a title called Dream Walker. Waiting anxiously, Chu Tian tried to recall where he had heard about this adventure mission, but he couldn't remember where. Only a voice told him that he had to do this. Hello, outsider. With 2 minutes left before the game was about to end, the giant bear turned over and stood up. Respected giant bear druid, hello, I am here to accept the giant bear form quest. Chu Tian said the words to activate the quest. The druid stood up and faced him. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. You didn't disturb my sleep like other outsiders did, so I finally saw my dream clearly. There is a group of druid companions in a distant place who called me, but I have never understood why they enter my dream all the time. Are you willing to enter my dream to help me clear the fog and communicate with them? I'm happy to help you, Mr. Druid. What do I need you to do? Chu Tian asked. Come see me again tomorrow. I will ask the ancient tree elder to make a bottle of dream potion today, said the giant bear druid. Seeing that the game would be closed in a few seconds, Chu Tian knew that this must be the system setting. Say goodbye to Giant Bear Druid and exit the game right where you are so that you can come online tomorrow to do this quest. After washing up and leaving my room, I saw that Lolo's door was open. I suddenly remembered that today was Monday and I had to go to school. Moreover, Lolo told me yesterday that she had a class in the second period. I looked at the time and it was already 8:05, so I quickly ran downstairs, just in time to see Lolo walking out of the open kitchen with 2 white porcelain plates in his hands. On top was toast, milk and ham. Ah. Miss Lolo, this is not the only thing you can cook, right? At least give me an fried egg. In fact, Chu Tian disliked this kind of food the most. Meat buns were more filling. When she heard Chu Tian's question, her face turned red and she glared at Chu Tian. Chu Tian chuckled and quickly took the plate, knowing that he had said the wrong thing. It was not easy for a young lady like her who had never done housework to make breakfast for herself, so what else could she ask for? Brother, I heard that you disappeared from the leaderboard. Were you really killed by the system? Ah. Chu Tian was speechless for a while. He was speechless not because of her problem, but because the address changed too quickly. At first he was senior, then he was Brother Xiao Tian, and today he suddenly called him brother, which made the hairs on his arms stand up. What's wrong? Lolo asked curiously. Can this address be changed? Chu Tian looked at her uncomfortable expression. Why should I change it? Isn't that what I called you when you were a child? If you hadn't insisted on going back to the orphanage, Mom and Dad would definitely be willing to adopt you. Then you would be my brother. Lolo said seriously. After hearing her reasons, Chu Tian was speechless. Ah, okay. I'm just hiding the display on the leaderboard. Only the top one has this function. Chu Tian replied. Oh. It is not known whether this was because Chu Tian agreed to call her brother, or was a response to what Chu Tian said later about the things in the game. Anyway, when she lowered her head to eat, a hint of cunning and smile flashed in her eyes. After finishing their meal, the two drove to school. Chu Tian already had a driver's license and had worked as a part-time driver for a while to support himself with tuition and livelihood. After finishing their meal, the two came to the garage. Who knew that the moment the rolling door opened, Chu Tian was stunned. This time he was really stunned. Chu Tian rubbed his eyes at the huge monster in front of him, and tried hard to search for information in his mind. The word, Paramount Predator, appeared in front of him. This vehicle is the most unstoppable vehicle in the world, and can easily flatten all obstacles in its path. The armor can resist the attack of individual rocket-propelled grenades, RPGs, and the chassis can withstand the damage of a bomb equivalent to 7 kilograms of TNT. Even if the bulletproof tires are penetrated by 12.7 mm armor-piercing bullets, the vehicle can still travel safely for at least 50 kilometers. Is this your car? Chu Tian asked stutteringly, his face full of shock. He could not imagine that she was driving such a huge vehicle. Yeah, how about it, isn't it handsome? I saw it on TV at the beginning and thought it was very cool. I casually mentioned it to my father. I didn't expect that when I came to Xinjiang to study, the gift my father gave me would be this. From Lolo's expression, we can see that she likes this super land tank with an extremely exaggerated and domineering appearance very much. Are you sure it can be driven on the road? In Chu Tian's impression, this kind of car is not sold in China, and is only available in war zones such as South Africa. Therefore, he highly doubts that this car can only be viewed but not driven, and it will be directly confiscated if it is driven on the road. Why not? I've driven it many times. Lolo asked him puzzled. Ah, okay, just pretend I didn't ask. Your dad is really awesome. The fact that this car can be driven on the road must be that Lolo's father helped her to go through some special procedures. Chu Tian opened the car door and climbed into the driver's seat. The entire interior of the car was full of girlish charm. When he was about to start the car, he found Lolo standing there without moving, looking at him angrily with a pout. Chu Tian knew instantly that he had said something wrong again, and immediately stuck his head out and shouted, "Our dad is awesome, dear sister, get in the car quickly." Hearing Chu Tian's shout, Lolo's expression changed instantly and he climbed into the co-pilot seat with a smile. When the engine is started, a loud roar is heard. However, after closing the car doors and windows, it is not completely silent, but it is very quiet. Looking at the speedometer, the maximum speed is 240. If I remember correctly, the official data given for this car is that the maximum speed is 120. It seems that not only did Lolo's father get special procedures for her, but the car was also modified. The Paramount Marauder hit the road and caught everyone's attention. With a body length of 6.14 meters, a width of 2.48 meters and a height of 2.66 meters, this kind of car should not appear on city roads at all. Passerby A, what kind of car is this? Passerby B, I've never seen it before. It looks like a military vehicle, but the license plate is for civilian use. Passerby C, it must be some rich second-generation kid trying to show off. Passerby ding, pretend to be struck by lightning. A second-generation Richman, this car is awesome. I'll ask my old man at home to get me one too. It had a smooth journey, and even the Bideo had to give way when it saw it, for fear of being hit. The traffic police were all stunned and verified the situation with the main station on the intercom, but Chu Tian had no idea what they verified. They soon arrived near the school and prepared to park the car in the nearest parking lot to the school. This was Lolo's suggestion, as she didn't want to be too conspicuous. Chu Tian thought, you still know how to be flamboyant. I don't know what your father thinks, you said you like it, so I got you this thing. It's just a means of transportation, not a war. They searched around the parking lot for several times before they found a place. His car took up 3 parking spaces. As the manager looked on in amazement, the two got out of the car and drove away. The two of them walked into the university campus, talking and laughing. As they were getting closer to the teaching building where Lolo had classes, people around them kept pointing at them. Is that girl from our department? Don't you know her? She just transferred here a month ago. She's so beautiful, she's comparable to Yuxue. Tisk, you are really a homebody. Yuxue is nothing, at most she is the most beautiful girl in the department. But this freshman named Luo has the same number of votes as Yi Ling in our internet forum. What? Are you talking about the cold-faced witch Yi Ling, the school beauty? Keep your voice down. You don't want to live, but I still want to live. Ah, who is that guy? Could he be her boyfriend? The sound of their whispers all reached Chu Tian's ears clearly, which surprised him a little. When did his hearing get so good? Not only his hearing, but also his physical strength, seemed to have improved after he moved into the villa and used the game cabin. While Chu Tian was thinking about these things, he unconsciously glanced at the people chatting over there and smiled at the person who asked the last question. Ah, he smiled at me. Did you see that? Did he hear us talking about him? Tisk, are you kidding? How could I hear you from such a distance? By the way, what level are you? He saw Chu Tian and the others were walking towards them and getting closer, so he changed the topic to the way of heaven. I'm at level 5 now, and you guys are about the same, right? I heard that the class monitor is at level 6, that's amazing, said one of the students wearing glasses and a gray and white striped shirt, his voice much louder than before. Hearing their conversation, Luo and Chu Tian smiled at each other. Luo thought to himself, you don't know yet. The world's first level 14 player just walked in front of you, and I'm already level 8, all thanks to this man. A little pride rose from my heart, and dimples appeared on my face. Under the gaze of everyone, she hugged Chu Tian's arm and walked in front of them with a smile on her face. Several students stared blankly as they walked away. Chu Tian himself is not a low-key person, otherwise he would not have been so arrogant in his previous life that he fell from the altar. Although I have become much more restrained in this life and know how to protect myself, I am still not afraid of attracting a little hatred. He really enjoyed having his arms clamped by Lolo's plump breasts, and he didn't know whether Lolo did it on purpose or really didn't notice. Let me take you to the classroom. Chu Tian said. Don't you have classes? Lolo looked at him. Do you think I will choose the morning class? Yeah, people like you will definitely choose all the afternoon classes, then play games all night and sleep in the morning. Luo pretended to be disgusted. Chu Tian also pretended to be fierce and said, hey, what's wrong with someone like me? It's too late to despise me now. And you still have the nerve to talk about me, which subject did you choose for the first class? Don't you just like to sleep in? As he said that, he stretched out his dirty hands and put his arms around her waist, and his palm intentionally or unintentionally placed on the half-raised part. He could clearly feel Luo's body stiffen, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he pretended to be angry and slapped his hand away. Brother. I was just getting my beauty sleep, okay. Ah. Chu Tian's hair stood on end again when he was called brother, and his whole body felt numb. He didn't know whether he liked or hated this title. Seeing his embarrassed look, Luo immediately laughed and said, brother, you are going to take me to the classroom, let's go. We won't be in a hurry soon. The two of them walked along the path beside the lake and entered the Finance and Economics Department teaching building. The facilities in all teaching buildings are similar and have everything you need. There is also a training room on every floor. This started a year ago. A training room must be set up on every floor in all university teaching buildings across the country. In order to cultivate the physical fitness of the whole nation, competitive fighting skills have become a compulsory subject for all college students, surpassing any other cultural theory courses. I came to the classroom where Luo had his class and took a look inside. Wow, there were indeed a lot of beautiful girls in the finance department. There were about 40 college students, but only 3 boys. They were as rare as giant pandas. I wonder if they would be feminized after being with so many girls for such a long time. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. I wonder if there is also a cross-dresser's heart living deep in their hearts. Although his ex-girlfriend Yushui was also in the finance department and was the most beautiful girl in the department, she never let Chu Tian take her to class. This was the first time he witnessed the beautiful scenery in the finance department classroom. When Lolo said goodbye to him and walked into the classroom, this beautiful scenery suddenly pales in comparison. All the beauty is not as elegant as Lolo's. Chu Tian knew that this was just a superficial confusion. If anyone thought that Lolo was a harmless little girl, they were totally wrong. In his previous life, in the rental house, he had seen Lolo's violent side when he was pinned to the bed and his legs were broken. 3 thugs holding iron bars slapped him in the face, cracking his skull, punched him, breaking his arm 90 degrees, and kicked him, breaking his kneecap. Anyway, none of the 3 guys who attacked him were less seriously injured than himself. Looking at myself, I failed the competitive fighting technique exam in my freshman year, and I don't know what to do this year as a sophomore. The reason why I am so poor is that I was malnourished when I was a child, and my physical development has not kept up. Although it is not obvious in my height, I am indeed very weak. Even senior sister Yi Ling, the cold-faced witch, who was promoted to teaching assistant of the competitive fighting class in her sophomore year, couldn't bear to do it to herself and described him as a waste. Therefore, he also consulted a Chinese medicine doctor, who finally gave him the conclusion: congenital malnutrition, not supplemented by acquired factors, and unable to be replenished, there is no medicine to cure it. Go home and exercise properly, but don't overdo it, or you will lose your life. But to be honest, his abilities in some aspects are pretty good. Although he's not as fierce as Nanajiro and Jujiro, he can still perform normally for an hour. However, he gets exhausted every time. Shaking his head to clear away the mess in his mind, Chu Tian walked out of the teaching building, walked a few steps along the lake and sat down. My class was in the afternoon and I didn't have anything to do, so I just planned to wait for Lolo to finish class and then go out for lunch together. Looking at this school that Chu Tian was quite familiar with in his previous life, although he left the city half a year later, it still carried many of his memories. The environment in the school is very good. There is a lake in the center of the school. The teaching building is built around the lake. There are lush flowers and plants on both sides of the lake, giving people a fresh and beautiful feeling. There are rows of lush willow trees on both sides, and there are patches of peach trees on the island in the middle of the lake. It is called Peach Blossom Island by the students of the school. Every year when the peach blossoms bloom, the rich fragrance can be smelled far away. Everything is exactly the same as in his memory, but many things have changed because Chu Tian was reborn and deviated from his previous life. A class lasted 90 minutes. Chu Tian sat on a stone bench under the shade of a tree by the lake, enjoying the tranquility of the university campus. Surprisingly, he felt drowsy. I don't know how long it had been, but suddenly I felt someone standing in front of me, and then someone kicked my foot. He thought it was Luo, but when he looked up, a familiar face appeared in front of him. He was stunned at first, Yushui. Then a long-suppressed resentment surged from the bottom of his heart, and Chu Tian stood up suddenly. Before Chu Tian could say anything, Yushui yelled at him with disdain, "We've broken up, what are you doing here? Don't pester me, it's useless. Get out of here, I don't want to see you." Chu Tian clenched his fists tightly. Reason told him that a good man does not fight with a woman, but he really wanted to slap her. "No, I want to kill her." If she had not told Huang Shui where she lived, she would not have had to live like a stray dog. What? He is Yushui's ex-boyfriend. I don't know. I've never heard of her. Isn't she with Senior Huang? Look, didn't that boy often hang out with Senior Huang in the past? They seemed like good brothers. Oh, that's right. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have remembered it. Wow, big news. Senior Huang, the president of the First Grass Student Union, actually picked up a pair of broken shoes, and they belonged to his brother. It was obvious that Yushui also heard the chirping sounds around her. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have said something wrong. She had been with Chu Tian for a year before, and she had always hidden her relationship with him. Only Huang Shui knew about their relationship. At this moment, a supercar suddenly stopped on the side of the road, but no one got out. It just stopped for a while, then started again and drove away. Chu Tian knew that the person in the car was Huang Shui. Yushui naturally noticed it, her expression changed, and then she pointed at Chu Tian, "Give it to me." Before she could finish her words, she was bumped by someone. She staggered and the sunglasses in her hair fell to the ground. She almost fell down herself. "Oh, Auntie, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." She was already angry, and being bumped made her even angrier. Then she heard the word "Auntie" and almost passed out. You. Once again, before he could finish his words, he saw a girl who was countless times prettier than him, hugging Chu Tian's arm affectionately, with their fingers interlocked. This person is naturally Lolo. "Brother, this aunt is so fierce." Lolo smiled sweetly with dimples, hugged Chu Tian's arm, and asked him with her innocent little face. When Chu Tian saw Luo's expression, his anger instantly disappeared, and he was amused by her words, "This auntie is so fierce." "She is your sister?" Yushui couldn't help but ask when she saw that the two of them treated her as a transparent person. No. Chu Tian and Luo's voices came out at the same time. "Auntie, are you crazy? Have you ever seen siblings like this?" She hugged Chu Tian's arm tightly. His entire arm was sunk between the two full breasts. Chu Tian made a comparison instantly and found that they were indeed much bigger than Yushui's. Seeing Yushui's face turning pale and black, Chu Tian didn't want to pay attention to her. He pulled Luo and said, "Okay, let's go eat." "Okay, brother." As he said that, he actually pulled Chu Tian hard. Chu Tian took a step forward following her strength. Snap. There was a sound of something breaking under my feet. Everyone's eyes were focused on his feet. It turned out that Yushui's glasses had fallen to the ground and were broken by him. Oops. Lolo quickly squatted down and picked up the sunglasses that had been broken into two pieces. She took it in her hand and looked at it and said, "It's less than human. Auntie didn't expect you to have such good taste. But why is it different from the one my brother bought for me?" Chu Tian thought to himself, "When did I buy it for you?" But it was not a good time to expose her, so Luo opened her small bag after she finished speaking. After entering the game, he sent a message to Jianji Tian and the others, asking them to level up first, and he had to do a task first. However, the three people with sword pointing to the sky did not reply to his message. He opened the guild system to check and was slightly surprised. After all, there were more than 400 people online in the guild, and more players were coming online one after another. I looked at the total number of guild members and it was as high as 700. How long has it been? Yesterday, after he set up the guild system and told Jianji Tian that they could start recruiting people, there were still 40 minutes before the game was closed. Later, because he was waiting for the giant bear druid, he no longer paid attention to the guild information. In more than 40 minutes, more than 700 people came in, which was simply incredible. How could he know that, although he had set up a hidden level display in the guild, he was a celebrity in the 13-14 novice village? Moreover, the top 3 characters in the 3-level rankings have such strong appeal, and there is also a 10% experience bonus from the 2nd-level guild. With this series of attractions, it is difficult to recruit people slowly. Warrior from another world, you are here. While Chu Tian was watching the guild, he came to the depths of the beast's lair and reached the side of the behemoth druid. This time it did not sleep, but took the initiative to greet Chu Tian. "Respected giant bear druid, how can I help you?" Chu Tian asked respectfully. "Warrior, we will drink the dream potion at the same time later, and our souls will be able to enter my dreams. After entering the dream, everything depends on you," the giant bear druid said, pointing to the potion on the table next to him. Then let's get started. Chu Tian didn't want to waste time. After drinking the dream potion, everything in front of your eyes will turn dark first, and then a little bit of light will appear. The whole world was shrouded in a hazy fog, silent, and all the interfaces of the heavenly Tao system disappeared, as if returning to the real world. Chu Tian walked forward, and after a while there was still no change in the surroundings. He wanted to shout, but found that he couldn't make any sound. The dim and blurry fog made him feel oppressive, as if a huge stone was blocking his chest. Only the guidance from somewhere could make him feel a little relieved. He moved forward quickly according to the instructions, but the fog seemed to have no end. No matter how long he walked, there was no change around him. Without any system functions, he could only move forward at human speed. At first, he paid attention to his surroundings for fear of any sudden danger. Later, he began to run wildly. After an unknown amount of time, he had lost the desire to run. He was like a walking corpse, just walking. His hair grew from a short hair to waist length, past the knees, and to the ground. Chu Tian's clothes had been weathered and torn, and his shoes were gone, but he still walked barefoot. It seemed as if thousands of years had passed, and he was now emaciated and hunched over. During this time, he called the system to exit the game countless times, but the system remained silent. He was also waiting for the game to be closed and kicked out of the game, but it was just a dream. He was filled with helplessness. After finally being reborn, he wanted to change his life. After his rebirth, he learned that the woman, who had always been by his side in his previous life was actually Luo Luo. He wanted to make up for the regrets of his previous life. He still has a great hatred to avenge. Huang Shui and Yu Shui, these two people have not yet received the retribution they deserve. These beliefs sustained him along the way, but hope became increasingly slim. There was only endless darkness, and it seemed as if there would never be an end. Looking at his hands that were as withered as chicken claws, and touching his aging face, he couldn't help but wonder, even if he walked out of the fog now, what would the real world look like? Would things have changed and the world had changed? The feeling of despair was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Chu Tian fell to the ground with his hunched body, his eyes quickly blurred, and he lost all consciousness. Ding. System prompt: congratulations on completing the Dreamwalker trial, with a completion rate of 536%, exceeding the level of completing the trial for 1,000 years. Reward: soul power increased by 5.36 times. Additional reward, level +1. Chu Tian, who had originally lost consciousness, was awakened by a system prompt. When he woke up, he found himself still in the beast's den. The giant bear druid also stood up. Thank you, warrior from another world. It is you who helped me break through the fog and get the guidance from the druid ancestors. Chu Tian didn't react for a moment. In his memory, it seemed as if tens of millions of years had passed and he died of old age in the fog. At this time, the giant bear druid spoke to him, but he did not respond for a long time. The giant bear druid ignored him and continued to speak. Half a day later, Chu Tian finally understood. It turned out that after they both drank the dream potion at the same time, they would enter the dream with double the soul power. The giant bear druid didn't know why Chu Tian didn't appear in his dream, but because of this dream, he was directly connected with another forest of the druid. They learned that the natural forest where they were at the moment was not the origin of the druids, but the dream forest in that other space was the ancestral land of the druids. In the natural disaster 10,000 years ago, the nature's forest lost contact with the ancestral land, causing the druids of the nature's forest to become increasingly weaker and weaker. Moreover, due to the historical gap, they were completely unaware of the existence of this ancestral land. But the people in the dream forest never gave up on them and kept trying to get in touch with us. Because serious problems also occurred over there, several demigods disappeared one after another, leaving only an ancient giant bear demigod, USO. He tried to get in touch with the giant bear druid with a weak blood connection, but because the giant bear druid's blood purity was not high and the soul power was weak, he failed every time. Listening to the giant bear druid's narration, Chu Tian understood and looked at the time. It was now 1 o'clock in the morning, and only 5 hours had passed. Perhaps this is what is called a dream of 1,000 years. Looking at the percentage of excess completion in the system prompt, the trial that was supposed to be completed in 1,000 years took him 5,360 years. But what is this reward of soul power? I can't find anything about soul power in my memories of both lives. While he was thinking about this, the giant bear finally finished his story. Dear warrior from another world, are you willing to become an ambassador of communication between the two places and the Dream Walker? Ding. System prompt, do you want to accept the commission from the giant bear druid? If you accept, your skill, teleport, natural forest, will be transformed into teleport, dream forest, and you will have the opportunity to learn directly from the archdruid in the ancestral land. I do. This is what he deserves. If you have not experienced searching for a way out for more than 5,000 years, walking in a dark and silent world, and enduring the feeling of helplessness, despair, and depression, you will not be able to understand Chu Tian's mood at this moment. At this moment, he seemed to be reborn again. The desire for life, for his loved ones, and for becoming stronger was even stronger than the last time he was reborn. Ding. Completed the giant bear form mission, obtained the skills, transformation, giant bear form, and teleport, dream forest. Additional reward, dream walker. Transformation, giant bear form, druid enters giant bear form, your agility can increase your dodge chance, defense is increased by 300%, and physical strength is increased by 350%. Immune to transformation magic effects, and can use a variety of bear form specific skills. Transformation can remove all deformation and movement restriction effects on the caster. Take out a pair of sunglasses in the bag that are exactly the same shape and color as the broken sunglasses in your hand. Then she held it up to Chu Tian like a treasure and said, "Brother, look, I have a screw with a number on it, why doesn't hers have one?" At this point Chu Tian still had no idea what she meant. This was a slap in the face, a loud slap in the face. Yushui wanted to speak several times, but was interrupted by Luo Luo. "Auntie, I'm sorry. How about I give you this pair of eyes as compensation?" Then he handed over the glasses in his hand. Yushui was now completely led by Lolo and subconsciously reached out to take it. Just when her fingertips were about to touch it, Luo Luo suddenly took it back and said, "No, this is a gift from my brother. How about I let my brother compensate you with some money?" As he said that, he reached into Chu Tian's trouser pocket. Chu Tian thought she was going to take out his cell phone to pay Yushui, and was about to tell her that the cell phone was in her other pocket. Before he could say anything, he saw Luo Luo take out a stack of $100 bills from his pocket, along with some change, including a dime. All the money was tied together in an old-fashioned yellow leather case, even the 10-cent coin was tucked inside. Chu Tian was dumbfounded. When did he have so much money in his pocket? "Well, Auntie, I don't know the price of your fake product, so we'll compensate you according to the price of the genuine product. Here's 13,572.10 yuan, and the store says they can't give a discount. Please keep it." As Luo Luo said this, he threw the money over. The force and accuracy showed that it was intentional. Pa! It hit Yushui's face directly and then she fell to the ground. It was quiet. The people who were watching the fun were chattering around. But at this moment, everyone felt like their jaws had dropped to the ground, with their mouths open and faces full of shock. If before Lolo was just using words to bully Yushui, making her lose face and letting everyone know that what she brought was fake goods, and that was considered a slap in the face, then what is it now? "Auntie, what's wrong with your nose?" Just when everyone was guessing whether the two beauties would fight each other in the next plot, Lolo spoke again. Everyone's eyes were instantly fixed on Yushui's face. Yushui, who was about to lose her temper, was startled, touched her nose with her hand, then turned around and ran away, covering her face. Although Yushui reacted quickly, everyone could still see clearly that the stack of money left a red mark on her face and her nose was crooked, but there was no bleeding. Everyone suddenly realized that the nose was also fake. "Hey, Auntie, you don't want the money anymore. A pair of fake glasses don't cost much, but repairing your nose will cost a lot." Lolo shouted at Yushui's back with a smug look on his face. Yushui, who was running, was obviously unsteady and stumbled. Everyone was speechless, everyone saw it, so you don't have to remind them on purpose, right? Chu Tian was stunned at this time. Could this be Luo Luo's true demonic nature? "Brother, come and help me find it. I lost a dime." Lolo squatted on the ground, picked up the stack of money and waved it to Chu Tian. Chu Tian was just about to go up to her and tell her to forget it. A man walked out of the crowd. "Are you looking for someone?" A magnetic female voice came. Chu Tian looked in the direction of the voice and was startled. Why was it her? "Thank you, sister." Lolo stood up and took the dime between the woman's two fingers. "I thought you were going to call me auntie too," said the woman with a slight smile on her lips. "You saw it," the grim witch smiled. "I'm not dreaming, am I? Hey, why are you pinching me?" The chirping sounds around began again, even more intense than before. The woman turned around and looked around. The noise stopped instantly, and then the crowd dispersed. Many of them covered their faces with the things in their hands, and muttered, "Don't see me, don't see me." When Luo saw the people around him, he smiled and said to the woman, "Assistant Yi is so beautiful, how could she be an ant?" Yi Ling didn't respond to her words, but changed the subject. "You must be the new Luo Yi. Judging from your moves just now, you must have practiced before." No, I just threw it away randomly." Luo was obviously a little nervous when facing Yi Ling. After all, the rumor was too powerful. Seeing Luo's awkward look, Yi Ling raised the corner of her mouth again and said, "You haven't come to the competitive fighting class for this month. Don't be absent from the next one." Then he turned to look at Chu Tian and said, "Waste, Chu Tian, eat more supplements, otherwise, it will be a waste." As he said that, he glanced at Luo Yi with a smile, then turned and left. Chu Tian, who was originally looking up at the sky and selling the order, was speechless for a moment. Luo asked Chu Tian curiously, "What was wasted?" Nothing, I don't know, it's not important, let's go eat. I'm starving." Chu Tian quickly changed the subject. With Lolo's eyes full of question marks, he pulled her towards the school cafeteria. After dinner, Chu Tian went to class, while Luo made an appointment with classmates to study. As soon as he arrived at the classroom, he heard a wolf howling coming from inside the house. "Xiao Tian, you're awesome." A tall and strong man put his arm around his shoulders and said with a smile. This person was his roommate in the school dormitory, named Yanpenghuan. He was the leader of their dormitory and took good care of him when he first entered the school. "What?" Chu Tian asked blankly. "Don't pretend. We all know that your ex-girlfriend is a beauty in the School of Economics and Management, and your current girlfriend is the #1 candidate for campus beauty." Another tall and thin man came over. His name was Guo Jie, and he was ranked second in the dormitory. Although he looked gentle and polite and wore a pair of glasses, everyone called him the shy and reserved Guo Jie. After hearing his words, Chu Tian understood that everyone knew about it. It seemed that what happened today was almost the same if it had not spread throughout the whole school. "Hey, third brother, can you tell us how you managed to get these two top beauties? All the people in our dormitory are single." The speaker was Yao Junjie, who was ranked 6th in the dormitory, and Chu Tian was ranked 3rd. The third brother was referring to him. Yes, Chu Tian, tell me." Other students also spoke up. Chu Tian studied software information engineering, which is exactly the opposite of the Department of Economics and Management, where there are more wolves than meat. The few pieces of meat that were left were all crooked and broken. Just as Chu Tian was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from the podium in front. "What are you arguing about? Do you think this is a vegetable market? This is a university. You college students are becoming less and less civilized. You have 1 minute to sit down, otherwise you will all be considered absent." When Chu Tian turned around, he saw a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hair, wearing a white shirt and suit pants, roaring at the podium. Every time he spoke, his fat belly trembled. I hadn't been to school for many years in my previous life, and for a moment I couldn't remember who this person was, but like other classmates, I immediately found a place to sit down. After an afternoon of boring life, Chu Tian missed his previous life a little. Oh, there is no other way, just sleep. In this way, Chu Tian slept through 2 major classes. Fortunately, both classes this afternoon were in the same classroom. Otherwise, given the character of the people in his dormitory, they would definitely not call him when they needed to change classrooms. I finally got through the afternoon, had a big dinner outside with Lolo in the evening, and then drove the Paramount Marauder back to the villa. After playing with Luo for a while, it was almost time for the Heavenly Dao to open, so they returned to their respective rooms and entered the game cabin. Title: Dream Walker. Attributes: plus 300 friendship points for all druids, minus 8% attributes of dark creatures attacked by you. Munkin, increase attack range by 10%. Cheetah, energy consumption reduced by 10%. Giant Bear, increases healing effect by 10%. Ancient, reduced mana cost by 10%. Description: as the emissary of the druids, you are deeply loved by them. Abnormal attributes. Not to mention other attributes, just the ability to reduce dark creatures by minus 8% is already an extremely powerful attribute. You have to know that the killer camp is full of dark creatures, and you will inevitably have to fight with people from the killer camp in the later stages. Combined with other attributes, it is a comprehensive strengthening of the druid, and an increase in friendliness. You must know that the maximum value of friendliness is only 1000 points. Directly increase the friendliness by 300 points, which means that all druid NPCs will respect him. Chu Tian has been working hard to level up these past few days, and hasn't tried to improve his friendship level at all. It's not that friendship level is not important, on the contrary, it is very important. But what he wants now is to reach the main city as soon as possible, where there will be better development and better rewards. Although friendliness is important, it can be slowly increased. If you can't get the rewards that require levels to unlock in the early stages, then you really can't get them. Opening the guild chat channel, everyone in the guild was chatting enthusiastically. Although only 5 hours had passed during the soul's journey in reality, he knew for sure that he had spent more than 5,000 years there. Looking at what everyone is chatting about at this moment, I feel like I am in another world. He checked the private chat system again and saw that Jianji Tsangtian had left a message: "Boss, you go and do your thing first. The three of us are going to take the new members of the guild out for some activities today and go explore the level 5 boss." Chu Tian nodded and pointed his sword to the sky, just like in his previous life. He was still quite responsible. Although the three of them were already level 10, their equipment had not been updated, so it was still a little difficult to tackle the level 5 boss. However, he did not want to give too much advice. He knew that only by experiencing difficulty and pressure would one cherish the results obtained. Finally, I opened the friend system and saw EE, who was still online. Chu Tian hesitated for a moment, but still started a video call with her. After the call was made, there was no connection for a long time. He thought Lolo was busy fighting monsters or doing something and it was inconvenient for him to answer the video call, so he was about to close it. Call connected. Chu Tian noticed something was wrong at the first moment. Lolo's character name was black and red. How many people did he have to kill to turn it into this color? What's going on? Why did you become a red name? Chu Tian asked quickly. Luo ran, occasionally turning back to attack, and glanced at Chu Tian and said, "Brother, a group of crazy people appeared in our novice village. They cleared the field and killed people at the leveling point. My sisters were all killed by them, and then they chased me. I killed more than 20 of them, and it turned out like this. But now I am running out of arrows for additional damage. What should I do? Who is the other party?" Chu Tian asked anxiously. "It's a guild called Juyatang. At the beginning, there was only one woman leading a team of more than 30 people. They killed everyone they saw in the level 6 refresh area. I don't know what was wrong with them. Later, many players began to resist. After several people were killed in Juyatang, about 100 people came and started to massacre all the players." Luo said as he ran. Jui Hall. Woman. Could it be? Could that woman be called Yuer? She's a pastor. Chu Tian asked tentatively. "Well, how did you know? Do you know her?" Lolo should have reached a safe place by now. She stopped and looked at Chu Tian in surprise. Chu Tian smiled bitterly in his heart. It is true that enemies will always meet again. "Lolo, I'll give you a coordinate. Go there to hide. Remember not to be followed. Wait for me." The coordinate Chu Tian gave her was the place where he had been hiding before when he was being chased. It was very safe there. If you were not being followed, you would not be discovered by anyone hiding there. Moreover, you could defend the front and retreat to the back, and you would not be blocked from getting out. Well, I'll be there right now. Can you come over now? Are you level 15? And who is you where? How do you know such a psychopath? Chu Tian looked at her without saying anything, then thought for a moment and said, you also know this person, and her mental abnormality is probably related to you. Ah. Is it related to me? Luo looked at Chu Tian, who smiled at her. Suddenly, Luo suddenly realized, could it be Yu Shui? Chu Tian nodded with a wry smile, and told her to be careful and tell him when she got there. He was ready to go over now. Under Lolo's shocked gaze, Chu Tian ended the call with her. He opened the private message and sent a message to Jianji Tian, Jianji, I am about to leave the novice village. I will hand over this guild to you first, but you must not fall behind in leveling. Reach level 15 as soon as possible. We will meet in the main city. Jianji quickly sent him a message back, telling him not to worry, that they were here and there would be absolutely no problem. The guild in the 13-14 novice village was the only second-level guild. It already had 1,000 members, and many people were still willing to pay to buy a spot. Here, it is also considered the number one force. Chu Tian was not worried about them at all, he just gave them some routine instructions. The small guild they established in the previous life was built up by Jianji Tian. It was quite famous in the level 5 main city Xingjing and had defeated many opponents, including Juyatang. Later, the guild needed funds for expansion and carried out a round of financing. Huang Shui used special means to inject a large amount of capital. By the time Chu Tian and the others found out, it was already too late, and the guild eventually fell into the hands of Zongheng Tianxia, that is, Huang Shui. In this life, Chu Tian will never accept any financing. All development depends on his own efforts, so he has to leave the novice village immediately. Use the teleportation spell to leave the natural forest and return to the city of 13-14 novice village. Ding! Global announcement, the world's first survivor camp, level 15 players have been born, and the new expansion pack, Main City Domination, has officially begun. Just as Chu Tian teleported back, a global announcement appeared in the sky above every novice village, and everyone could see it by looking up. Ding! System prompt, congratulations on becoming the first level 15 player. You have the privilege to publish a global message anonymously or with your real name. Do you want to publish it now? Chu Tian thought about whether he should use this authority at this time. You know, it will cost millions of gold coins to release a national information in the future, and tens of millions of gold coins for a global information. After thinking about it, I decided to give up. It's better to keep a low profile in the early stage and survive as long as possible. Ding! System prompt, your level has reached level 15. You can now go to the teleportation point and leave the novice village. The world outside is more exciting, warrior, I wish you a safe journey. The long-lost reminder sound rang out, and Chu Tian did not stop and ran directly towards the teleportation point. There was no one around the teleportation point at this time, because only players of level 15 would come here, and they would just walk past and enter the teleportation array to go to the main city of Xingjing. Entering the teleportation array, a dazzling light flashed. When the light dimmed again, Chu Tian had already arrived at the main city of Xingjing. This was not the first time he had come here. Every time he was chased and below level 15, he would be forcibly sent back to the novice village, and then rush out of the novice village, repeating this countless times. The level 5 main city, Xingjing City, was one of the 3 main cities in the northern war zone. The main city was located on the vast Gorna Mountains. Although it was a mountain range, it was actually just some slightly higher hills. 10,000 years of recuperation after the natural disaster allowed the planet to recover again, and only the novice zone still retained its appearance when it was destroyed. The entire mountain range is shrouded in green. Beneath the tranquil appearance, there are dangers everywhere. In Xingjing City, the rows of buildings retain the retro royal style. There are relatively few cities with such retro buildings in Tiandao. It may be due to the history of the city. All the buildings in the city are yellow and red, and only the high tower that reaches the sky in the northernmost part of the city is pure white. There are 9 statues hundreds of meters high around the tower. These 9 statues represent the 9 ultimate professions of the survivor camp and are known as the guardians of the entire blue planet. The city's tall tower and 9 statues exist in the main city of every survivor camp. This city, located on the Gorna Hills, has countless teleportation points leading to various cities, towns, and villages. As long as you enter the teleportation array, pay a certain fee, and tell where you want to go, you can be teleported. Ding. System prompt: Welcome to Xingjing City. You are the first player in the world to reach the main city. You will be rewarded with plus 200 respect points for all main cities. You will also receive a top-level land deed in your city. Ding. System prompt: You are the first player to arrive in Xingjing City, and you get Xingjing City's respect value plus 200. Ding. System prompt: Since you are the first player in the world to reach the main city for the first time as the leader of a second-level guild, you will be rewarded with a guild station. Ding. System prompt: The City Lord has summoned you and will personally present you with a reward. Please go to the City Hall. Chu Tian smiled when he heard the prompt. He came to the main city in a hurry just for this reward, but he did not expect to be summoned by the City Lord. At this time, the streets in the city were empty, with only patrolling NPCs on the streets, all of whom were elites above level 120. Because the teleportation array is located in the center of the city, this will be the most prosperous area in the future. Head north all the way to the tall tower, which is the City Hall. When he arrived at the door, because of his 400 points of respect, the guards did not expel him rudely, but questioned him politely. After Chu Tian stated his purpose, one of the guards led him into the obelisk. Entering the hall, an NPC in golden armor came towards me. Chu Tian used the detection technique and only saw that the opponent's level was 210, and all other information was question marks. The name is Luo Lai, captain of Xingjing's first patrol team, Elite. Dear warrior from another world, the City Lord is waiting for you, please follow me. Respect is really a good thing. In his previous life, Chu Tian had struggled for 4 years but had never reached such a high respect, so naturally he had never received such treatment. Following Luo Lai, we came to an empty hall. In the center of the hall was a 4-dimensional holographic projection map of Xingjing City, and in front stood an old man in plain clothes. The name above his head let Chu Tian know his identity, Luo Guo, Lord of Xingjing City, demigod. Seeing his name, Chu Tian almost laughed out loud. The City Lord was actually called Luo Guo. However, when I saw the rating behind him, I found that he was actually at the demigod level. I didn't expect that a level 5 City Lord would be at the demigod level. Quietly cast a detection spell. Invalid. At the same time, City Lord Luogwa turned around and looked at Chu Tian with a smile. Little friend, although I am old and my strength is no longer what it used to be, I still have the semi-god level body protection aura. You'd better not use your little elementary detection technique on me. Chu Tian said with a little embarrassment. Don't blame me, City Lord. I'm just curious as to how you, a demigod, can be the lord of this small level 5 city. Haha, little friend, you are really hitting on my sore spot. Aren't you afraid that I will deprive you of your reward? A cold light flashed in Luo Guo's slightly turbid eyes. Even Luo Lai behind Chu Tian put his hand on the hilt of the knife. Chu Tian thought, when did NPCs become so humane? In his memory, NPCs all behaved and spoke in a mechanical way. Although he thought so in his heart, he said, City Lord Luo, you are scolding me for my ignorance and offense. As he said this, he bowed to Luo Guo. He was not really afraid of Luo Guo's threat. The rewards given by the system did not need to be awarded by the City Lord. Since he summoned him, there must be something else. It might be a trigger for an adventure. It would be better for him to lower his status. Haha, Luo Guo laughed. Little boy, you are outspoken and flexible. You will definitely achieve something in the future. If I had your patience, how could I be driven out of Zhongdu? Chu Tian saw from the corner of his eye that the captain of the patrol team, Luo Lai, had his hand off the hilt of the knife. He also stood up and smiled at City Lord Luo Guo. You are very kind, City Lord. I am really afraid of death. Haha, kids, come here and choose a place as your reward. City Lord Luo Guo pointed at the holographic projection. Chu Tian stepped forward quickly. He knew the golden zone of his previous life very well and had naturally chosen a place long ago. His favorite place was naturally the 3 pieces of land around the teleportation point, which formed a triangle and surrounded the teleportation point in the middle. In the future, that place will have the largest flow of people. After entering through the 3 gates of Xingjing City, they will eventually gather here. Chu Tian pointed to one of the spots and said, "Let's take this one." City Lord Luo's eyes flickered. "Little friend, this is the best plot of land in the golden area of this city. You really know how to choose. This is worth 1,200 gold. In fact, the official price of purchasing land is not very expensive. The operation of the city mainly depends on the subsequent taxation. 1% of the daily income is paid to the Urban Management Office." "Are you reluctant, Lord City Lord?" Chu Tian asked. Actually, he was unsure. Although the system said it was a reward of a piece of land deed, the final decision on which piece of land it was still up to the city lord. At the very least, the first player who arrived at the main city in the previous life did not obtain ownership of this land, but chose to stay at the entrance of the South City Gate. The city lord did not answer Chu Tian's words, but pointed to the other 2 plots of land that Chu Tian liked and said, "Little friend, what do you think of these 2 plots of land?" Chu Tian didn't understand what he meant. "Does the city lord want me to choose between these 2? These 2 pieces of land are indeed smaller than the one chosen by Chu Tian, but they are also in prime locations. Chu Tian originally planned to buy these 2 pieces after earning enough gold coins. The selling price of these 2 pieces is 750 gold coins. If you can complete the task I entrusted to you, how about I give you these 2 pieces of land? Here he comes, and it really is an adventure. I wonder what task the city lord wants me to complete." Chu Tian's eyes lit up. The 2 pieces of land in prime locations were priced at 750 gold each. Although they are still valuable now, according to the current ratio, it is about 4 million renminbi, and it will appreciate by more than 50 times in the future. "Little friend, do you know that there are 2 level 5 main cities in the north of Xingjing City? Can you go there to buy the prime land in their cities, and then transfer the ownership to me when you come back?" Chu Tian looked at Luo Guo and complained in his heart, "This old guy is quite ambitious. Does he want to control the economic lifeline of the other 2 main cities in his own hands?" However, this task of transferring land ownership had been done by someone in the previous life, but that person ended up in a miserable way. His respect value in the city where the land was sold was directly reduced by 300 points, although he was not thrown into jail or killed on the spot. But he was unable to move around in the city. The price of items purchased from shops increased by 30%, and all NPCs ignored him, so he could not receive any quests. In the end, he had no choice but to go to another war zone to live. Although I now have 200 points of respect for all the main cities, if I reach the other 2 cities first, I should get more respect rewards. Although my points will not be deducted to a negative number, it is still a big loss. Although the 2 pieces of land are valuable, with my current strength, I can earn enough money quickly. I just need to grab the land before others leave the novice village." He looked at the rankings. Currently, his list showed all the personnel in the Northern Theater. The highest level was only level 11. The last 4 levels were not easy to upgrade. The experience required was several times that of the previous ones. Based on his own situation, Chu Tian decided not to accept this task. First of all, putting aside the respect value, he did not have the funds to purchase the prime land in the 2 main cities. Just when he was about to refuse, City Lord Luo spoke again, "Don't worry, kid. I can take full responsibility for the funding. In addition, I will give you this thing I obtained when I was walking on the road when I was young." And Luo Guo paused and smiled, "I can give you the right to use the land deed at that time, but can you give me 50% of the net profit of the store you run?" Chu Tian took the thing that Luo Guo handed over, and when he took a look at it in his hand, he found that it was actually a mask as thin as paper. Disguiser mask. Attributes, can disguise as any player. Use times, 12/100. How to use, apply to face. Special item, does not take up any equipment slot. Seeing the properties of this item, Chu Tian immediately came up with a plan and gave up the idea of refusing. 5%. Chu Tian replied. City Lord Luo was obviously stunned, as if he had heard wrongly. It took him a long time to react and said, 45%, all the funds are provided by me, you are only responsible for the operation. After helping you purchase the golden deeds of Four Seasons City and Black Soil City, I will reward you with the number 2 and number 3 golden deeds in the triangular area around the Xinjing City teleportation array, and give me the deeds of the other 2 cities for free. You can get 5% of the net profit of the stores in these 2 cities, and you will have to pay 50% of the upgrade costs of all stores in the future. After saying this, he continued while Luoguo was stunned, City Lord, you have to think carefully. In 10 days at most, other people may come to the main city. After these 10 days, let alone the 5% profit, you may not even get the ownership of the deeds of other main cities. At this time Chu Tian began to become bolder. At worst, he would just not accept the task. He might be the only player who dares to bargain with a god-level NPC. City Lord Luoguo's face turned red with anger. I will pay a maximum of 10% for the store upgrade, and I want 20% of the profit. I will give you at most 10% of the profits from the shops in Four Seasons City and Black Soil City. Chu Tian said calmly. 15%. I'm going to change my mind. I can only give you 5% at most of the profits from the stores in Four Seasons City and Black Soil City. Chu Tian continued to speak calmly, and lowered the share ratio. Hoo-hoo. Luoguo was obviously suppressing his anger. He took 2 breaths and calmed down. Okay. I agree. 10% is. Before the other party finished speaking, Chu Tian waved his hand, summoned the contract function of the system, appeared between the 2 of them, and said to City Lord Luoguo, this is the video of our conversation just now. Come and sign it, Lord City Lord. Luoguo casually clicked on the video, and what was shown on it was exactly what Chu Tian said. After helping you purchase the golden deeds of Four Seasons City and Black Soil City, I will reward you with the surrounding area of the Xinjing City teleportation array. Seeing this, City Lord Luo didn't want to be angry again, so he turned off the recording video and picked up the feather pen of the contract system. Chu Tian said at this time, Lord Luo, don't you want to take a closer look? Luoguo snorted angrily and said, no need. With a swipe of the pen, he signed his name directly on the contract. Hee. Chu Tian smiled and immediately signed his name. Ding. The contract takes effect. Luoguo, the Lord of Xinjing City, entrusts Chu Tian to purchase real estate in Four Seasons City and Black Soil City. After the purchase is successful, he will be rewarded with the title deeds number 2 and number 3 of Xinjing City. The real estate in the other 2 cities will be handed over to Chu Tian for free. He can get 5% of the profits of the shops operated by Chu Tian in these 2 cities, and pay 10% of the upgrade costs of all shops under Chu Tian's name. The contract has come into effect, and those who violate the contract will be wiped out by the way of heaven. Ding. System prompt, accepted, commission from Lord Luoguo of Xinjing City. Received gold coins, 20,000. If the mission fails, the gold coins will be automatically deducted. What? Isn't it 10%? And when did I say that I have to pay for the upgrades of all the shops? After hearing the contract prompt, City Lord Luoguo exploded, and even the wrinkles on his face were smoothed out in anger. Well, you said it was okay, and when I agreed, my hands shook and I clicked to stop recording. Who knew you would have another word to say? I told you to take a closer look, but it was you who said you didn't need it. As for all the stores, I said it, and you didn't refute it. Chu Tian spread his hands. Seeing the city lord's look, Chu Tian didn't dare to continue talking, and immediately changed the subject. Lord City Lord, I have chosen the location of the number 1 deed and the guild station. Please help me with the formalities. Go to the real estate hall and the guild hall to handle it yourself, he said with a wave of his hand. Captain Luo Lai stepped forward, please follow me. Just like that, Chu Tian was kicked out of the city hall. Chu Tian looked at the sealed treaty in the contract system, grinning foolishly, thinking, you are a digital NPC, playing with words with me, I will kill you. But why do I always feel that something is wrong? The NPC in the previous life was definitely not as realistic as the anthropomorphic one now. He quickly walked to the real estate hall to handle the formalities, and then went to the guild hall to choose a guild residence. Naturally, he chose the one with the best geographical location. This is the advantage of being at a high level, and you don't have to take what others have left. After choosing the base, I looked at the 20,485 gold coins in my bag and thought, it's okay to embezzle some, right? So I came to the guild upgrade place and applied for the guild upgrade to the NPC sitting on the facade. Ding. Insufficient funds, unable to upgrade. Damn, is this 20,000 gold just for show? It seems that the gold coins given by City Lord Luo can only be used to purchase land deeds. He was not discouraged even though his clever trick didn't work. Then he thought for a moment and asked the NPC, "Can I submit a guild war application now?" Hello, respected leader of the Anti-God Alliance. Although it is a truce period now, since your guild is the first second-level guild in this war zone, you have the right to declare war for free once, but you can use it regardless of the truce period. Do you want to use it now? When Chu Tian heard this, he thought it was a good thing. It would be better if he asked. Otherwise, he would just go to Luo's novice village and kill people. His name would turn from red to black. I don't know how long it will take to complete City Lord Luo's task. I'll be at a loss if someone gets there first. Unless he completes the mission first, however, it is impossible for him to swallow his anger when his woman is bullied. Dare to hunt down my woman, humph. Use now. Okay, please confirm the guild you want to declare war on, and the words of the declaration. But you have to set the start time of the war. At this time, the free declaration of war lasts for 12 hours. If you want to increase the time, you need to pay extra. He thought for a moment, 12 hours is enough. After filling out the application form, he ran straight to the teleportation point. Because he could not use any magic skills in the city, he could not even transform, so he could only travel in human form. He was teleported to the 1370th novice village, and they actually asked Chu Tian for 10 gold coins. It was simply robbing him, and it hurt so much. But for Lolo, this amount of money is nothing, only 60,000 renminbi, Chu Tian comforted himself. After the transmission was completed, Chu Tian invited Luo to a video call. Luo answered the call quickly. Chu Tian looked at her location and saw that she had already arrived at the hiding place, so he asked her, "How are you doing over there?" "Brother, I'm fine here, but my classmate told me that the gang is now blocking the road outside the city. All the players who left the city to level up were killed and forced back into the city. They are so inhumane. I'm glad you're okay. Wait for me to pick you up," Chu Tian said. Luo's hiding place was actually not far from the small town. Because the giant deer form did not require any tasks to be completed, it was directly activated when Chu Tian reached level 15. Movement speed plus 200%. His original form has a movement speed of 107%. After transforming into the giant deer form, he has an ultra-high speed of 214%. It took him 10 minutes to get here. This was the first time they met in the game. Looking at Lolo's heroic appearance, it was exactly the same as his memory from the previous life. Chu Tian turned into a human form, took a step forward, and hugged Luo tightly in his arms. This was the release of 5,000 years of longing and repression. During the 5,000 years in the dream, Lolo had always been his spiritual pillar. Until he finally collapsed, he wanted so much to hug her again. Luo placed his hands on Chu Tian's chest and said, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Chu Tian suddenly hugged her, catching her off guard. Seeing Luo was like a frightened deer, Chu Tian let her go and said with a smile, "It's okay, it doesn't matter, it's all over." Seeing Chu Tian's eyes slightly red, Luo couldn't bear to take a step forward, gently hugged his arm and said, "Brother, no matter what happens, Luo will always be with you." "Haha, it's okay, I'm here to save you. Why do I need your comfort?" Chu Tian said with a smile. "Really?" Lolo seems to see through his thoughts. Lolo made a face at him. "TSK, I don't know who was the crybaby when they were little." Chu Tian muttered to himself, and immediately changed his words under Luo's angry gaze. "Let's go out, do you want to play a big game?" Luo asked curiously, "Play something big? What to play?" "Hee, just wait and see." Chu Tian glanced at the time and invited Luo to join a team. So many people. Lolo was surprised. Ding. Guild Declaration of War, 1314 Novice Village, Nei Shenmeng, declares war on 1370 Novice Village, Ju Yitang. Killing each other will not increase the killing value. The duration is 12 hours. Ding. Declaration of War, Bloodbath the Juyi Hall. Those who withdraw will not be killed. Otherwise, no one will be spared. The declarer, the president of the Anti-God Alliance, I am not a druid. 2 system messages appeared in everyone's ears. Above the sky, large bloody words spanned the entire sky. Anyone, no matter where they were, could see them. All the players in Tiandao World were in a frenzy. What was going on? How could a guild declare war when they were not in the same novice village? And wasn't it a truce period now? 1370 Novice Village, Player A, finally someone came to our aid. Come on, peanuts, melon seeds, and mineral water. 1370 Novice Village, Player B, but how did they get here? 1370 Novice Village, Player C, I don't know, isn't it just to install B? Chu Tian looked at the big words in the sky, and a bloodthirsty light appeared on his face. Sword pointing, how many people are coming over? Chu Tian asked in private chat. On the way to the 1370 Novice Village, he contacted Sword to the Sky, Horizontal Blade, and Holy Light to trick you and them, asking them to gather the guild members. There are a lot of people. The total number of people in the guild now is 963. Except for about 20 people who are not online, the rest have almost all joined the big groups, a total of 3 big groups. Those who couldn't join formed their own small teams. Jianji Tsangtian said excitedly. You should count the brothers who participated in this battle. After the battle, each of them will be rewarded with 10 contribution points. For the brothers who died in the battle, each of them will be rewarded with an additional 5 silver coins. Chu Tian replied. Aren't 10 contributions a bit too much, said the sword pointing to the sky. Not much. This is our first battle, we must boost morale, said Chu Tian. At this moment, he was not only thinking about helping Luo vent his anger, but also about his hatred for Huang Shui and Yu Shui. He could not lose the first confrontation. He had destroyed Juyitang once in his previous life, and this time he wanted to directly kill them in the novice village. The sword pointed to the sky and conveyed Chu Tian's intentions to the guild truthfully. The entire Anti-God Alliance guild chat system is now in full swing, with some people excited and some with questions. The president is mighty, he slaughtered the Juyi Hall. How are we going to get across the border? Yes, how can we get through? The sword pointed to the sky, everyone be quiet, the boss has his own way, everyone wait a moment. Chu Tian took out a scroll in his hand at this time. This was the reward he received after launching the guild war in the guild hall. Because it was the first guild war in the world, the system rewarded him with this scroll, a one-time consumable item. He can summon all guild players to his side. Originally, Chu Tian was planning to come alone. But when he saw that this scroll had a time limit, lasting for 12 hours, and would disappear if he didn't move after the time was up, he decided to go for the big one. You should know that group teleportation scrolls are extremely rare in the later stages, and each scroll can almost lead to a classic raid. Not to mention this scroll that can summon all guild players at once, he had never heard of it. When Chu Tian saw the scroll, he didn't want to fight in the guild war anymore and wanted to directly summon all the members of his guild to the main city. But when I saw the usage restrictions on the scroll, it can only be used in the 1370 novice village, I had to give up. While they were making intensive preparations, the opposite was happening in Juyi Hall. At the beginning, when they saw the declaration of war, everyone started to get nervous, and then Zhongming Tianxia and Yui Yuier began to organize people. Their guild also has more than 700 members. After all, it is a second-level guild, and the experience bonus is very attractive, but their recruitment system requires members to pay 5 silver coins to join. Almost everyone came here for the experience bonus, and there is no cohesion at all. This is also the model of most guilds. After all, establishing a guild requires a lot of money. At this stage, there are not many players who can afford 5 silver coins, and they are all relatively wealthy people. In this way, it can also ensure that the strength of guild players is stronger. Half an hour later, the 1370 novice village went from being on the sidelines at first to being quiet later. The members of the Juyatang Guild thought that the other party was just playing a gimmick, so they began to leave the team one after another. Another half an hour passed. Zongheng Tianxia and Yu Yuer felt that there was nothing to worry about and disbanded the team. Boss, the brothers in the city sent a message saying that the people from Juyatang have disbanded the team and almost all left the city, said Engdao. Okay, tell the brothers in the city to be ready to take action depending on the situation. Chu Tian said to Engdao. Then he turned to look at the holy light and said to Yu, are the people at the resurrection points in place? Holy light fooled you into glancing at the information. Level 1 to 7 area, according to the coordinates you provided, you have arrived at the location, at least 10 thieves in each location. Okay. Point your swords, bring your brothers, and follow me. Draw your swords and tell the brothers in the city to take action. Chu Tian transformed into a giant deer. Lolo, come up. The giant deer form can carry one person. When Luo heard Chu Tian calling her, she answered blankly, oh. Until she turned over and rode on the back of the giant deer, and Chu Tian ran with her, she was still in shock. She could not imagine how Chu Tian had crossed the novice village and called so many people. Looking at the giant deer beneath her, Lolo's face showed a happy expression of a little girl. The people in the town who were ready to watch the fun gradually dispersed. Outside the city, on the only road leading to the leveling area, Yuer was still leading more than 100 red-named players to continue to kill them. The players in the city couldn't get out and were extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do. Look, what is that? A group of people were standing on the city wall, feeling angry and bored. Suddenly, someone shouted and pointed to the distance. As this person shouted, a figure on the road in the distance caught everyone's attention. A female elf archer with a blood-red name was approaching this side quickly. What caught their attention was that she was riding a giant deer mount, and was moving very fast. They soon entered the fan-shaped encirclement formed by more than 100 members led by Yuer and stopped 100 meters away. Most of these people are red names, and it seems that they have killed a lot of people. But in Chu Tian's eyes, they are all money. This group of people are well equipped, especially Yuer. Their weapons and robes are all shining with white light. Hey, isn't this the little sister who has been chased all over the map by us? Don't you want to run away? Are you here to die? Yuer turned around and looked at Luo and said. Luo curled her lips and ignored her. I didn't expect you to have a mount. It looks like you've encountered some great adventures. Let me ride your mount for a while, and I won't chase you anymore. How about that? Chu Tian rolled his eyes and thought to himself, you really treat me as a mount. It's not like I haven't been ridden by you before, but it's not as soft as Luo's little butt. Ugh. Thinking of this, Chu Tian knew that he had been thinking wrongly. He looked at Luo in surprise and suspicion, and found that she didn't notice it. Get started. Chu Tian shouted in the guild. There was a commotion in the direction of the town. To everyone's surprise, 53 shield warriors rushed out of the town and stood in a row. The one holding the giant shield would directly insert the bottom of the shield into the ground, then bend over and stand with his back against the inside of the shield. Those holding round shields raised them above their heads to protect themselves and the giant shield warriors. They directly turned the town's only gate into a solid shield wall. The positioning of this group of warriors was very accurate, with their feet within the safe zone and their shields outside the zone. Of course, this was also what Chu Tian told them. He just told them the boundary coordinates. Unexpectedly, these people had such good execution ability. Yuer naturally also noticed this place, but she was only surprised for a moment. He continued to Luo, I didn't expect you to have some people. But what can we do with these blood cows? Are they going to beat us to death with their shields? Haha. Sister-in-law, something is not right. A sharpshooter beside Yuer reminded her in a low voice. What's wrong? Just relying on these shield warriors wearing tattered equipment. Yuer frowned and scolded. The sharpshooter touched his nose and stopped talking. He didn't want to offend this woman who had gone crazy for some reason today. Just as they were talking, a roar was heard in the distance. Everyone on the city wall looked up. The sound came from far away and slowly came into their sight. Under their shocked gaze, a team of nearly 200 people, with various professions, rushed towards this side. To everyone's shock, these people came and stood behind Lolo. At this moment, in their eyes, Lolo had already put away his mount, but they didn't notice that Chu Tian had become invisible in an instant. Seeing so many people in front of him, the sharpshooter who had been talking to Yuiwei before suddenly had a bad feeling, and then he saw the location of the badge on the other party's chest. The 3 words, Anti-God Alliance, came into his sight, and at this moment he finally understood why he felt something was wrong when he saw the group of shield warriors appear. When the group of soldiers came out, they quickly put up their shields. But as a sharpshooter with the blessing of eagle eyes, he still saw their badges, but he didn't pay much attention to them. Gather the formation, protect my sister-in-law, and quickly send a message to the president. We need support. People from the Anti-God Alliance are coming. The sharpshooter gave orders quickly, but he was not too panicked. Although the number of people on the opposite side was larger than his side, these more than 100 people were all guild elites, all level 7 players, and had at least 1 silver equipment and 3 bronze equipment. The other group of people ranged from level 4 to level 5, their equipment was tattered, and many of them were wearing novice clothes. Under the order of the sharpshooter, they began to shrink their front line, because they had previously spread out in a large fan shape to block the players from leaving the city. At this time, Luo pulled out an arrow, pulled the silver longbow, and aimed directly at Yuiwei. Seeing Luo's actions, Yuiwei's eyes showed a trace of panic, but when she saw that the distance was more than 100 meters, she felt relieved again. Such a long distance was beyond the opponent's attack range. However, Lolo smiled sweetly at her, slowly raised the arrowhead, and shot it out in front of everyone's eyes. On the wall, player A, what is she going to do? On the wall, player B, no. I don't know. Is it a projectile? Before they could finish their words, bang. When the arrow reached its highest point, it exploded with a loud bang. Kill. The shouts of killing from both sides were deafening. A shield warrior on the left is rushing in the front, using small animals as targets, using charge skills, and constantly accelerating. On the right, a punishment knight, holding a great sword upside down, also rushed towards Yuiwei's team at great speed. Each of them has a team of at least 100 people behind them, almost all of whom are warriors and knights. Each of these people is below level 6, and their equipment is much better than the more than 200 people in front. The 2 people rushing in the front have already reached level 10. Naturally, they are sword pointing to the sky, and holy light is fooling you. Behind the knight team that is deceiving you with the holy light, there are 2 priests. One of them is holding a sword, and the other is a beautiful woman whom Chu Tian does not know. Behind the team of warriors pointing the sword to the sky, there were also 3 priests, 2 women and 1 man, whom Chu Tian also did not know. These 5 priests are the only players in the guild who have elementary healing skills. At the same time, Luo, with more than 200 miscellaneous troops, was also pressing forward, but did not charge. At this time, Yuiwei's team, under the command of the sharpshooter, had gathered together. Yuiwei was protected in the middle. As the front pressured forward, they slowly retreated towards the direction of the town. They didn't dare to retreat too quickly because there were too many people with red names. If they got within 10 meters of the town, the guards would kill them. The sharpshooter was calculating the distance to the enemies on both wings, and saw that they were about to enter his shooting range. All ranged ones are ready, left and right sides, attack freely after they enter the range. They are all melee fighters, blast them to death. The players on the city wall were all as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They all lay on the edge and stretched their heads out. They saw that the fight was about to begin. Everyone wanted to watch this good show. It's almost there, it's almost time to start, a player shouted excitedly. Look, the long-range weapons of Jui Hall are ready to attack. How many of these warriors and knights will be left when they rush in front of them? It's hard to say, but the equipment of the people in Jui Hall is better, the number of people in the Anti-God Alliance is larger, and those miscellaneous troops are also pressing forward. Well, the city gate is blocked, and the people from Jui Hall can't get in. Besides, they are all red names, so they don't dare to come in. We can only fight hard. In the end, I think both sides will suffer losses. The crowd on the city wall chattered and commented. Suddenly, someone beside them shouted, "Release," which scared the group of players. Magnificent spells from mages and warlocks, along with the roar of cannons in the hands of sharpshooters, flew up around them. Everyone looked sideways. They didn't know when a group of mages and sharpshooter players with the badge of Anti-God Alliance stood on the city wall. There were more than 50 of them. These people were the players who had sneaked into the city with the shield warriors before. Their badges had been taken off before, and their purpose was to stay here. Their skills were aimed directly at Yuiware's team in the middle of the battlefield. At this time, Yuiware's team was still 50 meters away from the town. Logically speaking, this distance was out of range, and this round of skills would definitely hit empty space. Even when these players thought they would miss, their skills hit the target without any deviation. When they saw their skills hit the target, they suddenly realized that standing at a high place could increase the range. These players thought to themselves, the president is worthy of being the #1 player on the ranking list, he can even calculate this. At this time, these players had a little more faith in the president. At this moment, they were like chicken blood, throwing out their skills as if they were free. The team below was caught off guard. Although they were well equipped, they could not withstand the concentrated firepower of more than 50 long-range professions. More than a dozen people fell down in an instant, and after these red-named people died, their equipment fell all over the ground. Just when the players around them were about to pick up the equipment inexplicably disappeared in an instant. Oh no! The other side has thieves cleaning the battlefield, a player in Yuiware's team shouted. The sharpshooter in command was shocked. Let all priests who can use holy light illumination cast illumination without rules and catch the thief for me. No. There are no pastors. All those who died just now were pastors, except for my sister-in-law, another person stuttered. It's over. The sharpshooter thought to himself. He was now completely caught up in the opponent's rhythm. He just hoped that the president could come to support him as soon as possible. Looking at the enemies on the left and right wings rushing up with skills, as well as the skills constantly flying out from the city walls, he gritted his teeth and said, "Go to the direction of the ragtag army and don't get close to the town. Waiting for rescue at this time is completely futile. All the priests are dead. They have no ability to sustain and can't afford to fight with the enemy. I can only rely on my level and equipment advantages to raid out and meet up with the president." Yuiware was in the middle of the crowd, a little confused, and rushed towards Luo as everyone turned around. Looking at the approaching enemy, Lolo's hand holding the longbow was shaking a little. She was still quite nervous. What Chu Tian asked her to do was to measure the distance to the opponent, because she was the only level 8 player in the team and a sharpshooter with Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye is a passive skill unique to sharpshooters and snipers. It can assess the distance to the target and increase the accuracy of one's own skills. When Eagle Eye is upgraded to an advanced level, it can also increase the range. 90 meters. 80 meters. 75 meters, that's now, all sharpshooters, 35-degree angle, normal attack without a target, continuous projectile attack, don't stop. Lolo shouted. All mages and warlocks, at a 40-degree angle, instantly cast low-damage skills, untargeted projectiles, and fire continuously. Once you enter the range, chant your group attack skills. The target is the person at the front of their team. Luo's voice was a little trembling at this time, and it was unclear whether he was excited or afraid. With Luo's quick distribution, Yuiware's team was still 70 meters away from them. They faced the first wave of ordinary flat shots from archers, with only single-digit damage coming from them, and even a mandatory blood loss. Without the Eagle Eye skill, the shooting range of sharpshooters and marksmen is only 60 meters. However, because of the untargeted projectile, the range is 10 meters longer. However, this method is only suitable for group battles. Even so, many arrows and bullets hit the ground and did not hit the target. The sharpshooter's eyes lit up and he shouted, "They are just a bunch of ragtag troops. No harm done. Let's charge." At this time, they were only concerned with breaking through and did not notice that the warriors and paladins on the left and right sides were less than 100 meters away from them. They moved forward under the dense barrage of arrows and bullets. Although they did not have much attack power, their bodies would always pause for a moment after being hit due to the force. Those who were attacked less often gradually left the formation and walked in front. Those who are attacked more often will fall behind the team. What was originally a cylindrical formation was gradually pulled into an ellipse. Just as they advanced another 10 meters, instantaneous magic cast by mages and warlocks fell from the sky. Fireballs, ice spikes, shadow bolts, and the priest's punishment hit them head-on. Although the damage is still only in single digits, the impact force of the magic projectile when it lands is stronger. They were all knocked off balance by the blow, and those who were hit by the cone of ice were in even worse pain, with a layer of white frost covering their bodies and their movement speed reduced by 20%. Sister-in-law, disperse the people who are slowed down, let's rush over quickly. The sharpshooter shouted to Yuer. Yuer was stunned and thought to herself, you dare to yell at me, just wait and see how I'll let the president deal with you when I see him. This sharpshooter had no idea that his wholehearted efforts to protect her had earned him a grudge against her. Looking around, the enemies on both wings are still 90 meters away from him, and he is less than 60 meters away from the miscellaneous troops. He should be able to fight the miscellaneous troops before they surround him. With these low-level players with junk equipment, it would take less than 5 seconds for them to tear open a hole and rush out. The people in the front of the team have lost 1/6 of their health, but they don't care and just rush forward. At this time, they were all angry. At the beginning, they also imitated the opponent and threw 2 attacks, but they were not accurate. Even though 2 skills flew towards the crowd, the opponents scattered in an instant and there was no damage. This group of people are all well-known figures in real life, and there are even many professional players among them, all of whom are relatively wealthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be wearing top-grade equipment and paying the membership fee of 5 silver coins. I was reluctant to be dragged here to kill the small account today, but I came after being promised some benefits. But now they are being beaten up, which is really uncomfortable. Now they just want to rush up and knock down the opponent. 55 meters, 50 meters, 40 meters. Seeing that they were finally within range, the several ranged professions in front raised their staffs and prepared to attack. But what they didn't expect was that the opponent actually cast a group attack spell first, boom. They were directly annihilated, and the concentrated fire of more than 100 people fell on them. The mage's explosive flames and blizzard, the warlock's rain of fire from the sky, the sharpshooter's artillery bombs, and the archer's rain of arrows. Looking from a distance, countless skills were thrown together to form a gorgeous ball of light. However, the 20 or so players who were attacked could not appreciate this beauty. The sudden sharp pain made them scream. They wanted to turn around and run, but it was too late. The impact force caused by countless magic spells directly pressed them to the ground and they were unable to get up. There are hundreds of magic spells, and most of them are continuous attacks, although they all force the target to lose 1 point of health. There were too many of them. In less than 5 seconds, these 20 or so people were annihilated and turned into corpses. Everyone keep up the group attack and use magic to cover those equipment. No one can stop until I say stop. All melee fighters, divide into 2 sides, and join our warrior team and knight team, kill. Lolo gritted his teeth and continuously cast the rain of arrows skill. The ground was filled with top-quality equipment, making everyone drool. Go and pick up the equipment. Yuier shouted. Don't. Before the sharpshooter could finish his words, more than a dozen people rushed into the ball of light. Ah. The dozen or so people were instantly covered by magic. When they found that their blood volume was rapidly decreasing, it was too late. They turned into corpses and equipment on the ground. Yuer heard the sharpshooter was about to yell at him when he was about to refute her order. But the appearance of this scene made her dumbfounded. What should I do? The sharpshooter looked at the warriors and paladins on his left and right. Because of the delay, they were only 30 meters away from him. He thought to himself, it's over. There is not enough time to bypass the magic coverage in front. Just as he thought, they were indeed finished. Boom, 2 torrents directly crashed into their team. At the moment when the warriors and knights surrounded them, Chu Tian shouted in the guild's command channel, focus on killing those without red names first. Since they joined the guild, they had never seen Chu Tian speak in the guild. When they heard someone use the command of the entire guild, they were stunned for a moment, but immediately understood what he meant. The boss won't let them take this piece of equipment. Looking at the ball of magic light that has not dissipated yet, there are equipments all over the ground. These are our spoils of war, and we can exchange them for contribution points later. One by one, they were like tigers among a flock of sheep, wielding their butcher knives at those players without red names, fearing that they were not dead and would pick up one or two pieces of equipment. The non-red name players on Yuuer's side were in a miserable state. Each of them was surrounded by a circle of warriors and knights, and then hacked to pieces by Ben. More than 20 people lay on the ground and turned into corpses the moment the two armies came into contact. The sharpshooter who was leading the team to fight back was extremely frightened at this moment. Who was leading this group of people? Could it be the female shooter? But he quickly gave up this idea. The girl was obviously very nervous herself, and it was impossible for her to be the one commanding this battle. From the beginning, the shield warriors surrounded the city gate, to the enemies attacking from both wings, and then the sneak attack arranged on the city wall. All the priests were killed. A rogue player was also assigned to clean up the battlefield, forcing him to try to break out from the front, and then use projectiles to disrupt the formation and reduce their forward speed. In the end, he used group attack magic to block the road, and took advantage of everyone's greed to kill more than a dozen people. If he hadn't shouted quickly, there would have been more people rushing into the group of light where the magic intersected. One thing leads to another, and every step will result in the loss of a certain number of people on our side. At the moment, it seems that it is useless for the group of shield warriors to block the city gate. No, it can't be useless. What is he going to do? The sharpshooter turned around and glanced in the direction of the town. The group of shield warriors were still there, as if the battle here had nothing to do with them. 3 guns, the president said. Let's hold on a little while. He has gathered a team of more than 200 people and they are coming this way. 3 guns is the name of this sharpshooter, and his full name is No More 3 Guns. However, Sanqiang heard his teammates say, why are there only more than 200 people? We can only hold out for a minute at most. Let the president wait to collect our bodies. The president said that we gathered the team and waited for more than an hour, but no one from the other side showed up. Now few people are willing to come back. They all say that the other side is trying to trick us. Exclamation point. Sanqiang cursed, but there was nothing he could do. At this time, sword pointing to the sky and holy light are fooling you. The two have already rushed into their protective circle and are attacking him directly. As a ranged profession, after being approached by 2 melee fighters, he had no room to move and dodge, and he only struggled a few times. The holy light fooled him, and the judgment and shock skills were continuously cast, making his body unstable and retreating frequently. Point the sword to the sky, seize the opportunity, charge forward, trigger the immobilization effect, and then attack with the shield. Just knock him to the ground with 3 shots, and the holy light will trick you into following him and chop him down with the big sword. However, Sanqiang was still in a fixed state at this time, and was knocked to the ground on his back by the shield attack. He had no way to dodge, and a cold light flashed by. His head was directly chopped off by the holy light. Triggering the system's weakness will kill him instantly, even if he still has half a bar of health left. This fatal blow to the weakness that only appears with an extremely low probability was actually accomplished by the cooperation of the 2 of them. After all, in the game, there won't be any enemies stretching their necks for you to chop off their heads. The holy light fooled you and you actually got an achievement called beheading. The sword pointing to the sky and the holy light fooled you, and the 2 passed each other and completed the target that Chu Tian ordered to kill. They both looked for their next opponent. However, after 3 shots, their team was in chaos. In less than a minute, due to various mistakes made by the other side, only more than 80 people were left, and they were all killed by the more than 300 people on Chu Tian's side. There was equipment all over the ground, but no one was picking it up. This was Chu Tian's order. No one was allowed to take the spoils privately. All equipment was to be used to replenish the guild warehouse, and everyone could exchange it with contribution points. When this order was first given, many people were reluctant, but after this battle, everyone felt convinced by Chu Tian. Under normal circumstances, when these people encounter those who are wearing silver and bronze equipment, it would be great if they don't get wiped out, let alone kill them. But they actually wiped out the enemy at the cost of only a few deaths in the melee just now. All of this is inseparable from all the measures previously arranged by the president. Chu Tian came out of stealth mode and came into the crowd. Lolo also led the group of long-range miscellaneous troops over. Everyone was extremely excited at this time. When they saw Chu Tian, they all shouted respectfully, "Boss." The sword pointed to the sky was rude and shouted to Luo Luo, sister-in-law. When Lolo was called like that, her face turned red, but she didn't say anything. Chu Tianzi cast an admiring look at Jianji Tsangtian, and Jianji Tsangtian raised his chin to him, indicating, "Brother, that's really nice. Point your sword to the sky, take inventory of the battlefield, arrange for some brothers with large backpacks to bring the spoils back to the city, and put them all in the guild warehouse." Chu Tianxia gave the order. "Heng Dao, please count the casualties. For the brothers who died, give each of them 5 silver coins as compensation. The holy light is deceiving you, Luo Luo. Come with me to clean up the remaining scum. We have killed all their elites. The remaining people are nothing to be afraid of." Orders were issued one after another. Sword pointing to the sky was unhappy at this time, and said to Chu Tian, "Why don't you let your sister-in-law go to count the battlefield? I want to go into the battlefield to kill the enemy." The first part was said to Luo Luo with a flattering look on his face, and the second part was said to Chu Tian, actually expressing the feeling of being ready to die heroically. Luo Luo turned sideways to him and ignored him. Chu Tianzi said, "Why don't you go and discuss it with Shengguang?" Shengguang fooled you and answered directly, "Just do what the boss told you to do. Why are you talking so much nonsense? How about asking Hengdao's sister to come and play with you tomorrow?" "Ah, it's Hengdao's sister again. Do you dare to change the way you threaten me? Besides, she is Hengdao's sister, not your sister. You told him to find me, so he should find me." Jianji Tsangtian said with his neck stiff. "The holy light is fooling you, just ignore it and turn away." At this time, Hengdao was behind him, patted his shoulder and said, "Lazy, my sister said she missed you a lot." After saying that, he turned around and left, and began to count the death toll. They were talking and laughing here, but there was a gloomy atmosphere in the Jui Hall. "President, we are completely wiped out. President, help me. There is a group of thieves at the resurrection point, guarding our cemetery. What's going on? How come I can be resurrected right after I die without clicking on the resurrection angel? Fuck, I've been killed twice, and my level is only 5. Yeah, how come you drop a level after dying once, and then automatically revive in the graveyard? Let's quit the guild. These thieves have been shouting, 'Quit the guild and we won't kill you.'" The entire guild chat system of Juyatang crashed. Then there are constant reminders to quit. The president of the Jui Hall Guild, Zongheng Tianxia, who is Huang Shui in real life, was also in a mess at this time and could not get a word in. When no one spoke, the more than 100 people killed by Chu Tian had all resigned from the guild. The Jui Hall was in chaos, and more than 100 elites were killed and forced to resign. Zongan Xiangxia was leading a team of more than 200 people and heading towards the small town. During this period, people kept leaving the team. Zongheng Tianxia has been trying to calm people's hearts, but the effect is not great. Are you kidding? More than 100 elite teams of level 7 or 8 were wiped out, and some were even killed in the cemetery. The lowest level they lost was 3 levels. How can they, a group of second-line personnel with only more than 200 people, win this battle? It is better to wait and see. If it doesn't work, they can quit the guild to keep their equipment and level. Some people were even secretly delighted that the group of elites were wiped out in one fell swoop, and those of them who were neither good nor bad could be directly promoted to top-level players in the 1370 novice village. As their team got closer and closer to the town, the team not only did not grow larger, but instead kept shrinking, until only 183 people were left. Just when Zongheng Tianxia saw the human wall formed by the shield warriors of the Anti-God Alliance at the entrance of the town, the chat in the Jui Hall Guild became noisy again. Players who were leveling in the wild and not gathering were attacked by players from the Anti-God Alliance. Every player from the Anti-God Alliance shouted before coming up, "If the people from the Jui Hall quit the guild, we won't kill them." Then they didn't even give them a chance to quit the guild and just went straight in and did it. After being besieged and killed, these people were teleported back to the cemetery in a daze and automatically resurrected. Then he was ambushed by a dozen thieves and died again. Those who have died and turned into spirit state need to talk to the resurrection angel and resurrect in the cemetery, or if they are in spirit state and run to the vicinity of their own corpse, the resurrection function will be invalid. They didn't know what was going on, but Chu Tian knew that this was a system setting for the guild that started the war after entering the guild war. Players who did not have a guild base would be directly resurrected at a nearby resurrection point after death. For guilds that own guild bases, players who die in guild wars will be directly teleported to the guild bases for resurrection. But perhaps because Chu Tian's guild was based in the main city, during the melee, the players who died on his side were directly teleported back to the town of 1370 and resurrected. According to Hengdao's statistics, 37 people died on the side of the Anti-God Alliance. It must be said that the other side's equipment is very strong. If it weren't for his own design, this battle might not have been lost, because he would personally go into battle. But the losses were definitely not small. When the other side had only about 80 people left, more than 300 of our people surrounded and killed them, and lost 37 people. If you die in a guild war, you will drop a level, and even non-red name players will lose a piece of equipment. It can be said that Juyatang suffered a heavy loss this time. On our side, we are continuing to grow stronger. This is the benefit of fighting to support fighting. When Zongheng Tianxia came to within a few hundred meters of the town, he had to turn around his team and go to various leveling points for rescue, but distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. When they arrived at the location for seeking help, the players of the Anti-God Alliance had already run away. This is of course inseparable from Chu Tian's tracking of the other team, finding out Zongheng Tianxia's route of action, and the information provided. Before the thief's stealth skill is upgraded, the movement speed will be reduced by 50% when entering stealth mode, which makes it unsuitable for tracking and reconnaissance. Therefore, the scout can only do this by himself. Although his movement speed was only 83.5% after he went into stealth, he could still barely keep up with the opponent. Moreover, relying on his experience in his previous life, he was familiar with the locations on the map, and based on the other party's route of action, he knew where they were going. After a round of guerrilla warfare, the players of Jui Hall couldn't stand it anymore and started to return to the city. The people in Juyatang tried to log off, but were told by the system that they could not leave the game while the guild war lasted. They would not be kicked out of the game until the game entered a dormant period, which was 8 AM, when the game was closed. Players in Juyatang whose free return stone has not entered CD are lucky enough to return directly to the town's safe zone. Those who don't have a return stone can only run towards the town. Even those who were in the Zongan Xiangxia team left the team one after another, some used the return stone, and some retreated towards the town. In the end, only some of his close confidants remained in the team, but their number was less than 50. "Boss, let's retreat too," Zongan Xiangxia's real-life bodyguard said to him. "Retreat? Where can we retreat to? Do you think those shield warriors at the city gate are just for show? Have you found any news about, I am not a druid, when I asked you to check it out?" Zongheng Tianxia had a cold look in his eyes. "We checked, but found nothing. Tiandao Group's security system is too strict. We can't penetrate it at all, and..." said the bodyguard. "And what?" Zongheng Tianxia looked at him. "Moreover, we don't even know where the Tiandao Group's headquarters is. We only know that there are operating companies in various countries, but there is nothing there except the assembly lines for producing helmets and game cabins." "Really? I didn't expect the Tiandao Group to be so powerful. Keep investigating. Tell me as soon as you get any news." At the entrance of the town, countless players from Juyatang gathered, and they were 70 meters away from the city gate. Each of them had an expression of panic in their eyes. Just when they arrived here, they saw a group of players in the guild trying to rush into the city. It directly collided with the shield warriors of the Anti-God Alliance guarding the city gate. The combined impact force of dozens of people only caused the shield wall to vibrate slightly. What followed was the bombardment of countless magic, arrows, and artillery shells from the city walls, and dozens of people were wiped out in an instant. Then a crack appeared in the shield wall, and a shield warrior swaggered out, cleaned up the battlefield, and made a gesture to them, "Come over here." Then he returned to the shield wall, and the shield wall closed again. In the distance, no more than 3 shots, who had already quit the guild and was only at level 3, saw this scene. He thought to himself, there really aren't any useless arrangements. Is it their guild leader? That druid player who ranks first in level? If that's the case, then that's really terrifying. Thinking of this, he secretly shook his head. After all these years in the gaming industry, this was the first time he was killed and dropped 5 levels. Fortunately, he was not a red name and had saved some equipment. He raised his legs and walked towards the town. Look, isn't that vice president's no more than 3 shots? Yeah, it's him, but he's quit the club. What is he going to do? Go and die. After only 3 shots, they were already within 3 meters of the shield wall formed by the shield warriors. Suddenly a gap opened in the shield wall and he walked in. Did you see him go in? Could he be an undercover agent sent by the other party to our guild? Not like that. Didn't you see that he was also killed at level 3? Over here where the players of Jui Hall gathered, there was constant discussion. A few smart players among them quickly ran towards the town and quit the guild at the same time. Under the gaze of everyone, these people were let into the city. Everyone understood what was going on and left the guild and ran towards the town. There are some opportunists among them who take off their guild medals and hide their character names in an attempt to fish in troubled waters. However, all these people were killed at the city gate. They thought that hiding their characters would prevent them from being discovered. However, they did not know that in the eyes of other players, their character names were hidden, but in the eyes of the warring guild players, this setting was invalid. Why don't you kill them all? This is all money. The holy light on the wall fooled you and said beside Chu Tian. Chu Tian's right hand went up to his neck outside her silky pajamas and inserted his fingers into his hair. We are going to be late for class. While saying this, he gently patted her raised lips with his other hand. Lolo felt Chu Tian's hot palm and the heat coming from his ears. I wanted to grab something in a panic, but it was hanging in the air, feeling itchy and unbearable. He twisted violently, and suddenly his whole body began to tremble violently, a heavenly sound came from his throat, and he lost his strength. Even the arms that were holding Chu Tian loosened weakly, and his body slowly slid down. Chu Tian was stunned. Luo was so sensitive. After a moment, Lolo's face flushed, a strong sense of shame surged over her, and she struggled to push Chu Tian away. I'll go back to my room and clean up. Lolo said awkwardly, and went upstairs. Unexpectedly, his feet felt weak and he almost fell. She quickly grabbed the handrail of the stairs, not daring to look back at Chu Tian, and ran up the spiral staircase as if she was escaping. Looking at Luo's fleeing figure, Chu Tian turned around and glanced at the edge of the dining table. There was. I didn't do anything, Chu Tian said in his heart. Then some beautiful pictures emerged in my mind. At this time, Lolo was in the room, and I didn't know what he was doing. After a while, Lolo came down from upstairs and Chu Tian had already packed up and was waiting for her. Seeing Chu Tian, Luo blushed and rolled her eyes at him fiercely. Hurry up, you'll be late for class. She was visibly embarrassed after saying this and her face turned even redder. Chu Tian touched his nose tactfully and did not respond. He just opened the door silently, and the two of them walked out of the villa one after the other. It was another boring day for him at school. Today, everyone is discussing the guild war that took place last night. Chu Tian, the leader, just smiled as a listener and did not express any opinion. I returned to the game at night and spent 5 hours finally reaching the Four-Season City. As soon as I entered the city, a system message popped up. Ding. System prompt, you are the first player to arrive at Four-Season City, and you get Four-Season City respect plus 200. Ding. Warzone notice, player, *******, becomes the first player to reach Four-Season City. All functions of Four-Season City are activated. If you want to do something bad, you must hide the character name. After hearing the system prompt, Chu Tian took out the disguiser mask, given to him by Luo Guo and put it on his face. Ding. The disguise function is activated. Please confirm the identity you want to disguise yourself as. Player, NPC, or monster, please select. Player. Ding. Disguise as a player confirmed. Please select the player character name to copy. Traveling around the world, Chu Tian had a sly smile on his face. Ding, copy successful. Disguiser mask, usage times -1. 11 times remaining, duration 3 hours. During the duration, any assets, equipment, and other items of the copied player cannot be used. Anything acquired during the duration can be traded and transferred. At the end of the time, anything obtained during this time will be directly converted into the property of the copied player. After the prompt, Chu Tian was surrounded by white mist, which dissipated after a while. Chu Tian raised his arms and looked at himself, and found that he had really turned into a mage. When I opened the character name display, the name had indeed changed to Zongheng Tianxia. After making sure there was no problem, I headed straight to the real estate hall with a nervous mood. But when he was halfway there, he carefully looked at the system prompt and his heart skipped a beat. 3 hours was not enough to return to Xingjing City. Wasn't this just accumulating assets for Zongheng Tianxia? So he turned around, ran towards the teleportation point, entered the teleportation array, opened the control screen, and tried it. I still cannot teleport to Black Soil City, but the teleport option to Xingjing City has been enabled. It seems that City Lord Luo is not trying to trip me up. It's because the main city is not activated, so you can't teleport. Now that you can teleport, there's nothing to worry about. Chu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would really have to use his real identity to resell the land. At worst, he would just not hang out here anymore. However, he still felt a little unwilling that he couldn't trick Huang Shui. He stood up and ran towards the real estate hall. When he saw the receptionist, Chu Tian didn't waste any time and started to choose a location directly. He spent 9,980 gold coins and acquired 14 pieces of land in Four Seasons City. While he was purchasing the land deed here, Huang Shui, who was far away in Novice Village number 1370, kept receiving system prompts. Ding! Congratulations on purchasing the deed number 1 of Four Seasons City. Congratulations on purchasing the deed number 2 of Four Seasons City. Huang Shui was confused at first. As Chu Tian continued to sweep the prime locations in Four Seasons City with his identity, he obtained more and more land deeds in his name. He became more and more excited and thought he had had some kind of adventure. As an old player of the game, he naturally knew the value of land deeds in the game. He could buy them at a low price from the system and keep them for a period of time, but the value would increase 100-fold, just like real estate in reality. He was so badly beaten by the Anti-God Alliance yesterday that the guild fell apart. He and all his die-hard friends were killed back to level 1, and all their equipment was lost. He almost went crazy after logging online today. But now he was full of energy again. With so much land, he could not only rise again in the future, but even become powerful enough to swallow up all the small guilds. You can also break away from the old man's control, no longer need his financial support, and carve out a world for yourself. Huang Shui, beaming with excitement, even took action himself and rushed into the monster pile to start fighting them. His subordinates were all stunned, thinking, what's wrong with the boss? He has always been standing in the back to gain experience. 20 minutes later, Chu Tian left the real estate hall and went straight to the teleportation point. He spent 20 gold coins to teleport back to Xingjing City. If Chu Tian didn't have some family property, it probably wouldn't be enough to afford such a hassle. When he arrived at the door of the city hall, he was still worried about how he could meet the mayor. You know, it is difficult for ordinary players to enter the town hall unless there is a specific task. Otherwise, if you force your way in, you will be killed by the guards and thrown into jail. What he didn't expect was that when he arrived at the door of the city hall, the patrol captain Luo Lai was actually guarding the gate. Seeing Chu Tian, whose character name was Zongheng Tianxia, he didn't say much and directly brought him in. It turned out that City Lord Luo had instructed that within these 10 days, any player who came to the city hall could be brought directly in to see him. It seems that City Lord Luo knew that no one else would come during this period of time, so in order to make it easier for him to complete the task, he arranged for Luo Lai to guard the gate. I just don't know what the final outcome of the struggle between NPCs will be and what benefits they can get. When he met City Lord Luo, Chu Tian didn't waste any words and directly divided the land over to him using the identity of Zongheng Tianxia. City Lord Luo didn't say much, perhaps because he was afraid of being monitored by the system. After completing the formalities, Chu Tian took off the disguiser mask. Ding! Congratulations on completing half of the commission from Lord Luo Guo of Xingjing City, and gaining plus 150 in Luo Guo's favorability. The current favorability is 0. As soon as he took off his mask, a reminder sounded in his ears. Chu Tian was delighted. It turned out that his favorability towards him was always negative. After completing the task, Luo Guo still ignored him, completely lacking the anthropomorphism he had before, and instead showing a more mechanical feel. These people are just ordinary players, not very profitable. Have the brothers over there finished their arrangements? Chu Tian said. Lei Zi and Heng Dao are over there. They have been ready for a long time, but that group of people haven't moved. I don't know what they are doing. Shen Guang said to Chu Tian while deceiving you. Chu Tian frowned after hearing this. Did the other party give up? He opened the chat and confirmed the situation with Jianji, then said, go ahead. The other party has been forced to quit the game. However, in the guild war, the in-game characters will not go offline. Let the thieves' brothers guarding the resurrection point kill them all back to level 1. Then continue to kill them until they stop dropping their equipment. Originally Chu Tian was still trying to find a way to make all the opponents red-named, but now it is no longer necessary. In a guild war, under the leadership of Chu Tian, almost all the senior management and elite personnel of Jui Hall were killed at a very small cost. A large number of players quit the association, causing the Jui Hall to fall apart. This was also because they had previously blocked local players, causing public outrage. In the days to come, Jiutang will face revenge from all the players in Novice Village number 1370. Without the support of the backbone forces, Huang Xue's Jiutang could only face dissolution. They might even be like rats crossing the street, with everyone shouting and beating them. If they want to develop, they may have to wait until these players leave the Novice Village before they have a chance. Seeing that he was no longer needed here, Chu Tian said goodbye to Lolo and the others. With the encouragement of Lolo's group of beautiful teammates, he entered the teleportation array of the Novice Village and returned to Xingjing City. He didn't know at that time that this guild war had become a global concern. Someone posted the video on the player exchange area of Tiandao's official website. The number of instant clicks exceeded 10 million and is still increasing. In the message area below, various comments emerged. Some said that Jui Hall deserved to be destroyed, some said that the Nishan Alliance was acting in the name of justice, some said that other players of Jui Hall were innocent, and some said that the Nishan Alliance had gone too far. Later, countless people flooded the site with spam, and the war even escalated into personal attacks, and finally reached the level of regional blackmail. It was only when the Tiandao officials stepped in and locked the reply function of this post that this war without gunpowder was put to an end. Chu Tian naturally didn't know all this. He had transformed into a giant deer and was running on the official road to the Four Seasons City in the north. I originally returned to Xingjing City from the Novice Village, thinking that I could spend some money to teleport to the other two cities, acquire the land, and then come back to complete the task. What he didn't expect was that teleportation was not working. Ding. System prompt, Four Seasons City, transmission is not yet enabled. Looking at the system prompt, Chu Tian cursed in his heart, not knowing whether the transmission was really not enabled or whether the city lord Luo Guo was tripping him up. In the Julu form, it takes 6 hours to reach Four Seasons City, and 10 hours from Four Seasons City to Black Soil City. If he couldn't use the teleportation array to come back there, it would take him almost 3 days, wasted on the journey. On the level ranking list, the second player is already level 9. I don't know what the highest level is in other battle zones. It would be a big loss if your level was overtaken because of this task. He didn't know about others, but the arrow god Yu, in his previous life, took only 10 days to leave the Novice Village. If you think about it, if he really can't use teleportation, when he runs back, he might be able to arrive before Yu comes out. Just like that, he kept thinking about it until the game was closed and he was forced to log off. After leaving the game, Chu Tian knocked on Luo's door directly. She didn't log off early today, probably because she had such a great time in the guild war last night. So I played with my friends until I logged off. This is indeed the case. After Luo opened the door, he kept talking in Chu Tian's ear, saying how precise his command was, how well he controlled the time and distance, etc. The two of them sat at the dining table next to the floor-to-ceiling window, eating breakfast. Looking at Lolo, Chu Tian didn't feel annoyed at all. After experiencing 5,000 years of loneliness in his dream, the world at this moment was really beautiful. Chu Tian recalled the things that happened in the game with Yi in his previous life when he was drunk. At this moment, he saw that Lolo was only wearing suspender pajamas. The morning sun shone on Lolo's face and shoulders, reflecting a crystal light. Her eyelashes and every inch of her skin were so beautiful. Under the sunlight, it is as smooth as silk, and my heart can't help but feel warm. At this moment, Lolo seemed to feel something under his fiery gaze. He quickly stuffed a piece of bread from the plate into his mouth and mumbled, "I'm done." He stood up and walked towards the open kitchen with the plate. When Lolo passed by Chu Tian, he suddenly grabbed Lolo. She froze, a little flustered, not knowing what to do. He took the plate from Lolo and put it on the dining table. Chu Tian pulled her in front of him and hugged her tightly. Last night, when he was holding Luo in the game, Chu Tian felt uncomfortable because she was wearing armor. The feeling at this moment was completely enjoyable. Lolo felt a sense of safe and solid strength coming from Chu Tian's not-so-strong arms. Psychologically, Lolo had already accepted Chu Tian, otherwise she would not have given up so much for him and come to the city of Xingjing to find him. If it was just a childhood love, that would be unrealistic. In fact, over the years, she had always been in touch with him, always paying attention to him, and his life, every little detail. The more she paid attention, the deeper she fell. Just because of something, she couldn't come to see him. This time, it was an opportunity she had finally fought for. Chu Tian hugged her and wanted to selfishly take Lolo for himself, but he knew that now was not the right time. Lolo twisted uneasily in Chu Tian's arms, her eyes a little blurry. Looking at her appearance, Chu Tian sighed secretly. If he wanted to do something now, she would never refuse when he thought about what might happen next. Chu Tian couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. At this point, they should be considered boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Lolo. Chu Tian called softly in his ear. Luo murmured in response. Chu Tian picked her up with all his strength, turned around and put her on the dining table. Luo was sitting on the dining table at this time. She screamed, hugged Chu Tian's neck, and clamped her legs tightly around his waist. Smell the fragrance of Lolo's hair. Chu Tian hugged her tightly, and Luo trembled in her heart. Could it be that he? Luo let out a moan, and her whole body went limp like a puddle of mud, without any strength left. In the previous life, how did Lolo feel when he had sex with me in the game? At that time, she must have known who I was. She must have known because I told her my ID in Tiandao. Looking at Lolo, now in his arms. Chu Tian slid a hand down her back. He could feel that Lolo's body was trembling. Chu Tian whispered in her ear, "Let's go." After leaving the city hall, Chu Tian felt sorry for the teleportation fee and was considering whether to use the land shuttle to Black Soil City. However, to go to Black Soil City, one must pass through Four Seasons City. Finally, he gritted his teeth and spent another 20 gold coins to return to Four Seasons City. He used this place as the starting point and continued on his journey. While Chu Tian was on his way, Huang Shui has already quit the game, and there is almost no intact item in his house. Everything was smashed to pieces, even the game cabinet was almost deformed by being hit with a baseball bat. The reason is obvious. When Chu Tian was using his character name to continuously transfer the ownership of the land deeds, system prompts came one after another. In the end, he not only had no land deeds left, but the respect value of Four Seasons City dropped by 4,200. Although he still doesn't know what a city's respect value is, it is definitely not a good sign. The originally overjoyed mood fell directly to the bottom. Ups and downs, this time he went completely crazy. Huang Shui kept hitting objects in the house. After a while, he calmed down, with resentment shining in his eyes. In his mind, there was only one person who could reach the main city. He took out his mobile phone and hesitated to dial a number. A bird's voice from the island country came from the other side. Who are you looking for? Who are you looking for? When Huang Shui saw the call connected, he also said in bird language, help me check a person. Chu Tian didn't know about these things, and he didn't expect that some things would speed up the process because of his rebirth. There are also some things that are beyond his control. He kept running until the game closed again. He was not far from Black Soil City. There was nothing happening that day at school, and even Luo Luo, who had always been particularly close to him, kept a distance from him after that incident. Every time Chu Tian looked at her, he could feel that Lolo's body stiffened instantly. Chu Tian felt that he might have gone too far, but every time he saw Luo Luo, he couldn't help but think of the water stains on the dining table. But when I think about it carefully, I don't think I did anything. Who knew she would? I entered the game at night and finally arrived at Black Soil City after more than an hour. After getting the respect reward with your name, put on the mask again. This time he chose to copy the character's name, Yuer. After the white mist disappeared, Chu Tian looked down at the 2 lumps on his chest. After taking 2 steps, I suddenly felt my center of gravity was unstable and I was leaning forward a little. He tried hard to get used to it, and suddenly thought of something, so he secretly glanced around and found that he was alone. In fact, this was completely unnecessary. Apart from NPCs, how could there be anyone in Black Soil City now? Seeing that there was no one around, he gently unfastened his belt and put a hand inside. The big baby is still here. Chu Tian muttered with a little relief. Then he actually felt a sense of loss, and then he pinched his well-developed chest muscles. It didn't feel this big before, he said to himself. He waved his hands and confirmed again that there was no one around, then quickly ran towards the real estate hall of Black Soil City. After completing all the formalities, he spent only 3 gold coins left of the 20,000 gold coins given by City Lord Luo, and then swaggered into the Black Soil City teleportation array. This time he spent a full 53 gold coins before returning to Xingjing City. The longer the distance, the higher the transmission fee. These gold coins are a high-cost luxury in the later stages. Many ordinary players would rather travel long distances to their destination than use a teleportation array to get there quickly. After returning to Xingjing City, Chu Tian saw that there were only 95 gold coins left in his bag, 3 of which were mission coins given by City Lord Luo and could not be spent. I sighed secretly. It's hard to make money, but it's too easy to spend money. In one guild war, he spent a lot of gold coins to compensate those brothers who died. Although the Jui Hall was directly beaten, and after the equipment they received was converted, they must have made a lot of money. But after several teleports, I guess the money earned from this guild war is not enough to make up for it. Although you have obtained the right to use a lot of land, if you want to make money, you need to wait until all other players have arrived in the main city, and it will take some time to develop. If you want to make money now, you still need to find a way yourself. What can we do now that can make money without hindering upgrading and development? Chu Tian tried hard to recall in his mind. I thought about it a lot, but it seems that I need other players to enter the main city before I have a chance. There is no other way. After completing the task, I can only upgrade first. I came to the city hall again and completed the formalities with City Lord Luogua. This time my favorability increased by 300 points. I could clearly feel that the other party's attitude towards me had changed, but the language was still mechanical. There was no anthropomorphism like that day when I had a heated argument with myself. Chu Tian left the city hall with a hint of doubt in his heart. Just when he was about to go find a life skills trainer, Jianji Tsangtian sent him a video call. Boss, we are stuck in the copy and can't get through. Please help. Jianji Tsangtian asked directly after seeing Chu Tian accepting the video. Judging from his appearance, he seems very anxious. Did you go to clear the muddy swamp? Chu Tian asked in confusion. Well, the 3 of us, along with a few level 10 brothers in the guild, are working on this dungeon. We fought all night yesterday, but still couldn't pass it, said Jianji Tsangtian. Muddy Swamp is the first and only copy of the Novice Village. The difficulty level is divided into 5 modes: easy, normal, difficult, expert, and hell. The higher the difficulty, the better the equipment dropped, the higher the experience value, the more team cooperation is required, and the higher the quality of the team members' equipment. Simple level, you can brush it infinitely, but there are almost no equipment drops, which is similar to the drop rate in the wild, but the experience is much higher than in the wild, and there will be settlement rewards after clearing the level, with high experience. Normal level can be refreshed once a day. After clearing the level, the game must be restarted the next day before entering again. The difficult level can be refreshed once a week, and it will be reset every Monday at 6 p.m. when the game is opened. Expert level, refreshed once a month, will be reopened on the 1st of every month. As for the Hell level, it is an alternative. You need to clear it within the time limit. After clearing it, you can get rewards if the rating is 5 stars. The rewards are very generous, and a piece of gold equipment will definitely appear. However, for the copy evaluation, full stars means 5 stars. It is easy to complete the game within the time limit, but it is too difficult to make all the details reach a 5-star rating. Even in the later stages, it is difficult for many teams to reach 5 stars every time they kill low-level dungeons. If they can reach 5 stars once in 10 times, they are considered a top team. This is the dungeon mode in the Tiandao world. As for how to get full stars, Chu Tian naturally knows it. If he is asked to lead a team to fight the Hell level, he dares to guarantee that as long as the team members obey orders and have strong execution, getting 5 stars will be no problem at all. However, the difficulty of playing dungeons lies in the quality of the players, the strength of their execution, and their personal awareness. Seeing the sword pointing to the sky, they are fighting a simple level of muddy swamp. Chu Tian recalled carefully, then asked him, "How many of you are fighting? What level are you?" Jianji Tsang Tian replied, "Shengguang and I are fooling you, and there is Hengdao. The 3 of us are all level 11, and there are 27 brothers in the guild who have just reached level 10. Seeing the message sent by Jianji Tsang Tian, he frowned and said, "Specific professions, quantity. There are 30 people in total, 3 shield warriors, 3 greatsword warriors, 2 dual blade warriors, 3 punishment knights, 5 priests, 2 thieves, 5 sharpshooters, 5 mages, and 2 warlocks." Jianji Tsang Tian sent the team configuration to Chu Tian. "Among your 3 shield warriors, who has the highest health and defense?" Chu Tian asked. "As for me, I'm in defensive stance. My HP is 1108 and my defense is 792. The other 2 have just reached level 10 and exchanged some equipment at the guild. Their HP is around 980 and their defense is over 500. The shield warrior's defensive posture does not have as high a health bonus as the druid's giant bear form. However, the defense bonus is as high as 480%, plus there are other defensive means such as shield blocking. As the main tank in the dungeon, there is no doubt about it. How about this? You split into 2 teams. With your defense and health, you can handle this dungeon on your own without any problem. You don't need a secondary tank to help you share the burden. If you are afraid that you can't bear it, just let the holy light fool you, get a shield, turn it into a defensive aura, and occasionally help you share the burden. The other 2 warriors' defense and health have also reached the standard." Chu Tian replied to him. "Why? Shouldn't the more people there are, the faster the fight should be?" Sword pointing to the sky was a little confused. Most of the dungeons in Tiandao are flexible. The more people there are, the higher the monster's health and defense will be. If any of you can't deal enough damage and can't make up for the HP and defense you've added to the monster, it's better to get rid of him. Chu Tian explained that because it is the early stage of the game, everyone is not clear about the copy mode of Tiandao and they are still playing according to the previous game thinking. Okay. Let's try it. What details and techniques are needed for the copy? Sword pointing to the sky continued to ask. There aren't many details. You guys are playing on an easy difficulty level, there's no need for so many details. Just go for it straight away. The basics of the simple and normal levels are 12 people can enter, and 30 people are full. In fact, if you want the easiest speed, you need a group of 18 people, which is when the number of people corresponds to the elastic difficulty of the simple level. Just do as I say, split into 2 teams, and you can push through directly. Really? We've been wiped out so many times. If we're wiped out again, someone will fall back to level 9. This is why the sword is pointed at the sky and why he is so anxious. Go ahead, go ahead. You won't lose levels. When the death experience in the dungeon drops to 0%, it won't drop anymore. Chu Tian explained impatiently. In the Tiandao world, you will not lose equipment or levels when you die in a dungeon, but you will lose 5% of experience each time you die. When there is no more experience to drop, your level will not be reduced. Otherwise, when opening up a dungeon, if one dies again and one's level drops to the point where one cannot enter the dungeon, then wouldn't one have to upgrade and then come back to challenge the opening up of the dungeon? Therefore, when many teams are exploring dungeons, they save the experience right after they upgrade, when they don't have much experience yet. Otherwise, if they die once, the loss will be 5%, and after dying several times, it will still be a huge loss. After turning off the chat, Chu Tian suddenly had an idea. That's right. Since Jianji Tsangtian and the others have started to fight in the muddy swamp, there must be others who are also opening up the land. Although the simple level dungeon is not difficult, it hardly drops any equipment and is merely a dungeon for gaining experience. But the normal level is still a bit difficult, not to mention the difficult level and master level. As for the hell level, at the current level, it is impossible to clear it within the time limit, so don't even think about giving it a 5-star rating and getting rewards. In this case, can we make money by selling information? The copy strategies are all in my mind, and they can be exchanged for a lot of gold coins. Thinking of this, Chu Tian's eyes lit up, but how to implement it specifically still needed to be studied. After all, he had no way of spreading the news to so many novice villages. If you want to make money, you have to take advantage of the initial craze when the dungeon is just beginning. Otherwise, after a while, everyone will figure out the dungeon strategy and it will be worthless. Moreover, once a copy is sold, it may be circulated. Although you can sign a confidentiality agreement in the game, don't forget that you can also communicate in real life. After thinking it over, Chu Tian thought of a person named Integrity Number 1007. Chu Tian knew that he was not alone, but had an operations team under him, and there were people who collected gold coins in different novice villages. So is it possible to contact him and ask him to help me spread the news of selling the guide on a large scale in the novice village? He did what he said, and directly opened his friend list. Among his few friends, he sent a message to Integrity Number 1007. Let's talk about business, there is money to be made, and I will reply when I have time. After sending the message, Chu Tian came to the life trainer, found the herb gathering trainer, spent 5 copper coins, learned basic herbology, and could collect low-level herbs. As he walked past the mining trainer. Come on, come on. Learn mining, it's profitable. No investment, high returns. The best choice to make a fortune. The mining trainer looked at Chu Tian and said this. Chu Tian didn't even look at him, thinking, fuck you. I mined for 3 years in my last life, and I won't learn how to mine in this life. I spend all day in the dark mining area, but I haven't made a fortune. At most, I can only eat 3 meals of instant noodles a day. Seeing that there were still 2 empty slots for learning skills for his secondary profession, Chu Tian thought that he could not put effort into his secondary profession and learn to collect herbs. He felt that it would be a pity not to collect rare herbs when he saw them in the wild. It seems that the remaining secondary professions require special practice in order to reap rewards, but that takes time, and may even require giving up combat professions. After thinking about it, he spent another 5 copper coins and learned the skinning skill. He could skin the beast monsters he killed, which could be considered a small income. After learning skinning, he naturally learned leatherworking. It happened that he knew the origin of the leather armor blueprints for 2 sets of sets, one for use in the midterm, and the other was a relatively powerful set in the late stage. After learning the skills, Chu Tian looked at the watch in his backpack that he had obtained by stripping the pilot on the plane at the spawn point of the novice village. Now that you are here, let's complete this adventure mission first. It costs 1 copper coin to teleport to Kajia village, which is relatively cheap within the jurisdiction of Xingjing City. This is a relatively ordinary small village in the Gorna Mountains. After leaving the novice village, there are few remnants of the high-tech era. Everything has become retro and primitive. The NPC settlements are all mud houses, somewhat similar to the characteristics of small villages on the grassland. It is quiet here, but Chu Tian knows that in a few days, it will be bustling here. The monsters that spawn around the small village range from levels 15 to 20. This will be the first place for novice players to level up after leaving the novice village. By then, not only players from the novice village will come here, but players from the northern war zone who choose Xingjing City as their first main city will come here to level up. Chu Tian still vaguely remembered the huge crowds of people here in his previous life. Everywhere was filled with people looking to form a team, and walking on the street felt very crowded. After walking around the small village for several times, Chu Tian finally found a dilapidated house based on his memory. The doors and windows are dilapidated and can only barely keep out the wind and rain. This should be the right place. Chu Tian walked in. When I entered the courtyard, I saw a little girl, about 11 or 12 years old. The girl sat at the door of the house, her chin in her hands, looking at the sky. It's her. Chu Tian was sure in his heart. Walking up to her, Chu Tian said, "Little sister, haven't you seen the plane today?" This is the word to activate the Chiyu mission. Chu Tian remembers it very clearly. In the previous life, every time someone completed an adventure mission, the official would announce the completed adventure mission process in full detail. "Big brother, do you also know plane?" The little girl became energetic when she heard Chu Tian's words, and stared at him with her big, bright eyes. Chu Tian became excited when he saw that the little girl was interested. After all, he had not completed this adventure mission personally, so he was a little worried. "Yes, I have taken a plane before," Chu Tian continued. After hearing this, the little girl stood up and said, "Really? My dad is a pilot, and he said he would come pick me up in a plane one day." But the villagers didn't believe it, saying there was no such thing as an airplane in the world. Chu Tian took out the pilot's watch and handed it to the little girl. "Of course there is a plane, he is very busy at work now, and thousands of people take his plane every day. And he knows you miss him very much, so he asked me to bring this watch to you." He said the opposite of what he said in his previous life. The man in the previous life told the little girl that her father was dead. After accepting the watch he brought, the little girl gave him a silver-grade wristband she found in the woods. Later, after Tiandao released a detailed strategy introduction, it was revealed that this adventure mission had another route, which was to choose to conceal the fact that the pilot had died and leave a beautiful hope for the little girl. Of course, this will activate the next part of the task. After the official guide was released, the person who completed this adventure task almost regretted it to death. The little girl took the watch and said excitedly, "It's really my father. Look at the back, my name is engraved on it. Thank you, big brother. I haven't heard from my father for more than a year. Thank you so much. This is something I found when I was playing in the jungle with my friends. I'll give it to you as a thank you." Ding. System prompt, item obtained, Solent's token. Ding. System prompt, take Soren's token to the Plague Land and look for the Great Wizard Solent to get the follow-up mission. After seeing the two strings of prompts, Chu Tian said goodbye to the little girl with a smile. Plague Land, a level 40 map, there is a small town inside, you can use teleportation to go there. When Chu Tian was heading towards the teleportation point, he suddenly received a private message. When I opened it, I saw it was from Integrity number 1007. "Master, what good business do you have? Tell me about it." "Guide to clear the muddy swamp," replied him. I thought I would have to wait a while before the other party would reply, but I didn't expect that they would send me a video call directly. After the call was connected, the other party was still polite to him first, and then said, "The strategy guide is not easy to sell. After all, it is a one-time thing. Once it is released, it will quickly spread widely." "I know, that's why I asked you to run it," Chu Tian said with a smile. "Oh. It seems that the master has his own ideas. Tell me about them." Integrity number 1007's eyes lit up. "I don't have any idea. I think my reputation and the reputation of the Anti-God Alliance should still be somewhat important now." After saying that, Chu Tian paused. "Master, you must be joking. It's more than just a little bit. I know you have your own operation team, so use my name to announce the sale of the expert-level strategy guide for Muddy Swamp to all the novice villages you can cover. As for the price, I need at least 2 gold for each copy, and after purchase, I will receive guides for all difficulty levels below expert level. From the time you post the message, we will accept payment for 3 days, and after 3 days we will send them the guide. After listening to it, Integrity number 1007 felt that it was quite promising. After the two people agreed, they signed an authorization contract to facilitate the operation. They showed the contract to prove that it was really Chu Tian who authorized them to release the news. After finishing the work, Chu Tian no longer cared about these things. He just had to wait. Anyway, the players in their team were shouting in the city every day to receive gold coins, so it wouldn't be too much trouble to attach a message. As for whether it can be sold and how many copies can be sold, Chu Tian did not hold out much hope. Anyway, any profit is good. I came to the teleportation array. Because the distance was quite far, I spent 10 silver coins to teleport to the plague town. The teleportation array flashed brilliant lights and shadows. After it ended, Chu Tian opened his eyes. Here was a withered jungle. Countless tree houses were built on the huge trees. These tree houses have become dilapidated due to the erosion of wind and rain. The Plague Land town is a forgotten and miserable place. It is said that a long time ago, all people suffering from incurable infectious diseases would be sent here to die. These tree houses are where those people lived. Now few people come here, and those former patients have gradually become indigenous people here. An NPC wearing sackcloth and carrying a longbow cast an unfriendly look at Chu Tian. This NPC exuded a strange and dangerous aura. Chu Tian quickly lowered his head and walked away. The people here felt that they were abandoned and punished by God, and they would always suffer from illness, so the NPCs here did not welcome any strangers. If you see an NPC here, it is best to move away quickly, as they may attack you with just a glance. The NPC in tattered clothes just now, although inconspicuous, is a level 40 elite. None of the NPCs here are below level 40. So for Chu Tian, this place is very dangerous, and it is an extremely dangerous place. With the memories of his previous life, he naturally knew how to protect himself. NPCs of all kinds kept passing by him. Chu Tian kept his head down and body bent, walking by them at a steady pace. Soon, he walked out of the town and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Activate transformation, giant deer form, and quickly run along the path into the jungle. The trees in the jungle were an unhealthy, dead gray color, devoid of any green. The distance between each tree is very small, and the countless withered old trees and densely packed branches give people a dull and depressing feeling. The monsters that spawn in the jungle are at least level 35, so Chu Tian must concentrate highly and listen to any sounds around him. Slowly approaching the monster spawn area, Chu Tian entered stealth mode. Outside the Plague Land, the sun is shining brightly in the Tiandao world at this time, but the sky here is originally dark. The trees in the jungle blocked out the sun, and only one or two dim beams of light shone through the gaps between the crisscrossing branches, leaving mottled and terrifying shadows on the ground. The view was dim and the air was suffocatingly quiet. All this did not have much impact on Chu Tian. After all, he had experienced more than 5,000 years of experience in the dream world. Suddenly, a rustling sound was heard not far from Chu Tian. Chu Tian quickly stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. Through the gap in the tree trunk, he saw a ferocious giant scorpion twisting its body and burrowing into the mud under his feet. The giant scorpion is gray-black in color, the same color as the soil on the ground, and its huge tail hook flashes a blue light. If the giant scorpion hadn't made the noise, Chu Tian wouldn't have been able to discover it at all. He transformed into the body of a cheetah and lurked in place, not daring to make any movement. It was a giant death scorpion, moving so fast that even Chu Tian in cheetah form might not be able to outrun it. The barb on the tail attacks with a deadly poison that will last until you die if you don't have an antidote. Therefore, many people are unwilling to come to this map to spawn monsters even if they have reached level 40. This giant scorpion can sense the enemy based on the vibrations of the ground, and if you get too close, it will give you a fatal blow. Looking at the jungle over there is no telling how many giant death scorpions are hidden beneath the ground. When the giant scorpion finally crawled into the mud, Chu Tian left quietly. As they continued to move forward, there were no more paths and Chu Tian went deep into the jungle. He needs to be more careful at this time. Almost there. Chu Tian thought to himself as he looked at the coordinates. The closer he got to his destination, the more careful he became. He passed through the dense thorn bushes and saw an open space in front of him. There was an altar in the middle of the open space, and a skinny figure was busy there. Approaching the altar, Chu Tian revealed himself and walked towards the NPC, looking at the name above his head, Great Wizard Solent. When Chu Tian approached him, Lorente gave him a hostile look, and Chu Tian quickly took out the token. When the Great Wizard Solent saw the item in his hand, his hostile look turned into doubt. The smell of a healthy person. You are from a place outside the Plague Land. Where did you get my token? Chu Tian let out a breath. Fortunately, the other party did not attack him after seeing the token. This was a level 55 elite NPC, and he could probably be killed with just one slap. I definitely can't tell the truth to his question and say that a little girl picked it up and then gave it to me. That won't work. According to the strategy in his memory, he said, Respected Great Wizard Solent, this is what my ancestors left me. Oh. Are you from the Kajia village? You have traveled thousands of miles and brought my token here. Do you want to enter the realm of the undead to accept the trial? The Great Wizard Solent said expressionlessly. Ding. System prompt, do you accept the trial of the undead realm? Ah, yes. Chu Tian was responding to Soren's question while also accepting the system prompt. He hesitated at first because this was actually different from the official strategy released in the previous life. As far as I can remember, the guide mentioned that after returning the token here, you should be able to receive the reward directly. It is a gold-level pair of undead boots, has no wearing requirements, and comes with an acceleration skill. Because most of the adventure missions are very simple, once you trigger them, it's almost just a matter of running errands. However, if you encounter it during an adventure and need to fight monsters and complete trials, the rewards in the end are very generous. Did I accidentally trigger a different branch line again? Chu Tian thought to himself. The Great Wizard Solent handed the token back to Chu Tian. The people of Kajia village once saved me, so I'll give it to you to use. Otherwise, with your strength, if you enter the realm of the undead, you will soon be assimilated into an emotionless dead creature. Holding it in his hand, Chu Tian discovered that the mottled rust on the surface of the token had disappeared, and it had turned into a silver-white metal. Soren's badge. Attributes, can resist the erosion of the aura of the undead realm. Wearing position, chest. Description, special item, does not occupy the equipment slot. The Great Wizard Solent saw Chu Tian wearing the medal on his chest and waving the staff in his hand towards the altar. He was muttering some spell that Chu Tian couldn't understand. A purple-black space crack gradually opened in the center of the altar and slowly stabilized. Go in, the Great Wizard Solent said to Chu Tian. Are you still coming out from here? Chu Tian asked. When Solent heard Chu Tian's question, he grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, and said, I can only open the entrance here. As for how to get back, it's up to you. Ah. Chu Tian was shocked. This was completely beyond his understanding. Just as he was hesitating whether to go in, a huge force hit him, and Solent grabbed his shoulders and threw him directly into the space crack. The sacrifice has begun. Without sacrifice, I will suffer endless backlash. My master, you should absorb the aura of death in the metal. Solent said to himself. Of course Chu Tian couldn't hear it at this time. The darkness was boundless, and Chu Tian seemed to be swallowed by a huge mouth, falling into an eternal world. There was no time or space here, and Chu Tian just floated. Feeling in space, without gravity, Chu Tian slowly controlled his limbs, trying to move, but no matter how he moved, he felt like he was staying in the same place. Is this the realm of the dead? Chu Tian thought to himself, could this be the same as the dream trial? Just as he was swimming hard, a portal suddenly appeared in front of him. A gap opened between the portals and a ray of light shone out. In this originally dark world, that ray of light is particularly dazzling. Chu Tian's body moved forward involuntarily and floated straight towards the crack in the door. The huge suction force sucked him directly into the portal. After passing through the gate, Chu Tian saw a huge floating bridge. What shocked him was that there were many NPCs on the floating bridge. These NPCs had dull and empty eyes as they wandered around blindly. Just when Chu Tian was in a daze, he was suddenly bumped by someone from behind and he turned around to look. These NPCs kept entering through the huge gap in the door, and I felt like I was one of them. Because he was blocking the NPC's way, the NPC in front of him bumped into him directly. Looking at the NPC who bumped into him, who was now standing silently behind him, staring at him blankly with those empty, unfocused eyes, Chu Tian felt frightened and dodged subconsciously. Seeing that there was no one blocking the way ahead, the NPC started wandering forward again and then stepped onto the bridge. There are rows of strange NPCs of all shapes and sizes, including humans, beasts, and half-human and half-beast. Chu Tian was curious and followed them towards the bridge. When he reached the bridge, he looked down. There is an abyss under the bridge, with red liquid flowing in the abyss and a fishy smell blowing in the face. It's blood. Chu Tian took a step back in shock. The river below, which is unknown how long and how deep, is actually a river of blood made entirely of flowing blood. A veritable river of blood, this is. Chu Tian looked towards the bridgehead and saw 3 bright red characters, Shiweiyuan Bridge. Looking across the bridge, there was a big man in strange clothes, holding a black chain in his hand. In front of the chain hung a huge anchor. Chu Tian could feel the sharp aura of the anchor hook even from this side. He swung the entire chain, continuously killing the NPCs passing by on the bridge. These zombie-like NPCs were not afraid and kept moving closer. Chu Tian had been hiding behind the boulder at the bridgehead and observing. Although the monsters were constantly killing, there were too many NPCs, so there were always a few that he missed, crossed the floating bridge, and continued to move forward. After a while, he felt that hiding was not a solution. Just when he was preparing to go over and try to see if he could avoid the big men, a red-haired woman rushed out from the gap in the huge door behind her. This woman is actually a head taller than Chu Tian. The pupils in both eyes were actually vertical. As soon as the woman appeared, Chu Tian felt a distinct burning sensation coming at him. Unlike other NPCs, she did not lose her mind. The woman looked around and walked quickly towards the floating bridge. When she saw the strange man, her eyes suddenly glowed red. A faint beam of light crossed the floating bridge and shone on the big man opposite. Chu Tian was stunned and thought, this should be a skill similar to detection technique. After being hit by the beam, the weirdo was completely unaware and continued to slaughter the wandering NPCs. After watching for a while, a look of fear emerged on the woman's face. She cut in line and joined the NPC, and began to prepare to go up the bridge. Just when they arrived at the bridge, the woman actually discovered Chu Tian, and she was obviously stunned for a moment. You should know that Chu Tian is now hiding behind the stone tablet of Blood Abyss Bridge, with only his head exposed, and he is still in stealth mode. When Chu Tian saw her looking at him, he was also stunned. Was he discovered? He quickly threw a detection spell at the woman. Name. Grade. Attack. Defense. The information returned by the detection technique could not even find the name. You know, even if the detection technique fails, at least the name will be fed back. The woman seemed to feel that Chu Tian had cast some skill on her. She screamed a few times and her eyes glowed red again. A beam of light shone directly on Chu Tian, and the moment the beam hit him, his stealth was ineffective. He was exposed directly in front of the woman. The woman pointed at him and said something. Can you speak human language? Chu Tian asked tentatively. The red-haired woman looked confused. She walked up to Chu Tian and reached out to grab her tail. Chu Tian dodged, but the woman was very fast and followed him, continuing to grab his tail. He turned around and slashed diagonally, followed by a shredding skill. The 2 skills hit the red-haired woman, but she was completely unaware. She didn't suffer any damage at all, not even any forced blood loss, and the bleeding effect of the diagonal attack was not triggered. Chu Tian has already launched more than 500 attacks, but he still hasn't broken the red-haired woman's defense. He dodged several times in a row, but couldn't escape the woman's outstretched hand, which tried to grab his tail every time. Are you a pervert? Chu Tian suddenly turned into a human form and cursed. The woman stopped in the middle of the pursuit, and glanced behind him with her lizard-like vertical pupils. He pointed at Chu Tian and yelled at him, but of course he didn't understand. But he guessed that the woman was asking him where he had hidden the kitten, or asking him to hand it over. The red-haired woman saw Chu Tian and didn't respond to her, and her face became angry. A flame rose in his hand and blasted directly towards Chu Tian. The moment the flame appeared in the woman's hand, Chu Tian felt danger, a danger that made his hair stand on end. In my previous life, every time I had this feeling, I would die. Transformation, giant bear form. Aim for the farthest wandering NPC on the bridge and charge. Boom. The flame in the woman's hand hit the place where Chu Tian had just stood. At this time, the place was charred black. The ground here was extremely solid. The impact of the flames made the floating bridge shake, but the ground was not damaged at all, just charred black. Chu Tian glanced back as he charged, and was shocked. If this hits me, I will be killed instantly. What kind of monster is she? When he finished his charge, the NPC he had used as his target and who had cast the charge skill was immobilized. As he charged forward, the NPCs wandering on the path were knocked into all directions. Many of them were pushed off the bridge and fell into the river of blood, and were instantly submerged in the rushing blood. The red-haired woman missed her attack, and a ball of fire appeared in each of her hands, which she threw directly onto the bridge. Exclamation point. Chu Tian cursed inwardly. This is a wooden bridge. Wouldn't it catch fire if it was attacked by fire? Transformation, cheetah form. He leaped up, stepped on the shoulders of the NPCs who were crowded together, and ran out. Boom boom. Two flames hit the bridge, instantly engulfing countless innocent NPCs. Chu Tian believed that the scene of the wooden bridge catching fire did not happen. The flames fell on the wooden board, but this time there was not even a charred mark. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. This wooden board was a good thing. If he could take a few pieces off and let the casting master make a set of equipment for him, wouldn't he be immune to fire? Dreams are good, but reality is cruel. When the woman saw Chu Tian dodge again, she turned into a black cat this time, her eyes excited, and she stood up and chased after him. The woman jumped twice in a row, but each time she only rose about 1 meter higher than the NPC before being pushed back to the ground. There is actually a no-fly zone here. Chu Tian discovered it just now. He can touch the edge of the zone less than 10 centimeters away from his back. Seeing that she couldn't fly, the woman squeezed the group of wandering NPCs and chased after Chu Tian. Chu Tian stood on the NPC's shoulder and saw the woman chasing him. He thought to himself, "Are you going to catch me as a pet?" The commotion and roar here attracted the attention of the strange man on the other side of the bridge. At this time, the strange man also went up the bridge, and walked towards this side in the reverse direction while slaughtering NPCs continuously. As he continued to swing the giant chain spear, his eyes swept between Chu Tian and the red-haired woman, as if he saw fresh prey. Chu Tian stood on the head, gritted his teeth, and fought. He turned around, stepped on the NPC, and ran towards the direction of the strange strongman. Although two dangerous enemies were approaching from the front and back, Chu Tian's eyes were calm. When he deliberately adjusted his speed and position, the two enemies in front and behind him were less than 10 meters away from him. Suddenly, the big man threw a chain more than 3 feet long in his hand directly towards Chu Tian. The chain extended infinitely, instantly crossing a distance of 10 meters and coming in front of him. Chu Tian's hair stood on end, and the feeling of death appeared again. He endured his stiff body and plunged into the crowd below him. He had deliberately adjusted his position to block the sight of the two enemies in front and behind him, and Chu Tian dodged them this time. The huge hook like an anchor, with a chain, flew towards the red-haired woman. Originally, the red-haired woman was about to catch up with Chu Tian. Staring at his wagging tail so close to her, the woman showed a hint of enjoyment, but she found that he suddenly swooped under the crowd and was stunned. The giant hook was less than 3 meters in front of her. The red-haired woman reacted quickly. She crossed her arms and raised a flaming shield in front of her. Bang, boom. The giant hook made contact with the shield, making a muffled sound, and then the red-haired woman's shield exploded. A gust of wind blew all the NPCs within a dozen meters around her into powder. Those who were a little further away were also swept into the air. Those with better luck fell back onto the bridge, while those with worse luck fell directly into the blood abyss. The red-haired woman was very strong. Even though her shield was broken, she didn't even take a single step back. The strange man took back the chain, and countless runes appeared on the chain. Chu Tian didn't care about the fight between the two people at all. This kind of fight was not something he could participate in now. Crawling under the crowd, he quickly approached the other side of the bridge. I looked at the skill cooldown and found that the charge still had 3 seconds to recover. After 3 seconds, transform into giant bear form. Charge and aim at the NPC with the farthest casting distance again. Swish. The giant bear's body turned into a shadow and rushed out of the floating bridge and reached the other side. At the same time, boom. There was a loud bang. The hot airflow directly blew Chu Tian's body away, which had turned into a giant bear. -3,549. Huge damage appeared above Chu Tian's head. I looked at my own health and there were only 201 points left. Chu Tian was secretly shocked. If he hadn't been in giant bear form just now, with added health and defense, and his health added up to 3,750 points, he would have been killed instantly. At this time, the entire floating bridge was cleared, all the wandering NPCs were turned into powder, and the whole space looked gray. The floating bridge, however, was still intact, it just shook violently for a moment and then slowly returned to calm. On the floating bridge, the fiery figure's entire left arm disappeared. On the other hand, the strange man was completely unharmed, except that the chains and giant hooks in his hands were much dimmer. But Chu Tian discovered something strange, that is, the gray gas that these NPCs turned into after their death was constantly gathering towards the weapon in the giant's hand. However, he did not realize that the badge on his chest was also quietly absorbing the gray gas, but it was very subtle. Chu Tian, the carrier, was completely unaware. The red-haired woman was seriously injured after this attack. She turned and ran, heading straight for the gate she came from. But just when she arrived at the gate, the chain in the hand of the strange man suddenly grew again, directly crossing a distance of 1,000 meters, like a poisonous dragon. Laugh. Just as the red-haired woman was about to reach the crack in the door, her body was pierced by the giant hook and she let out a shrill scream. The woman's body shrank instantly, and finally turned into mist, which was completely absorbed by the giant hook. The strange man retracted the chain and walked back towards Chu Tian. As soon as he saw it, he ran away. What nonsense. He couldn't even beat that woman, so how could he not die if he met this big guy? After crossing the bridge, there were obviously fewer wandering NPCs. Chu Tian transformed into a giant deer and ran all the way. While running, I was wondering what this trial was. There was no task prompt. Apart from the 2 extremely powerful weirdos I encountered just now, there were only these level 1 wandering NPCs. Just now, Chu Tian tried to kill 2 NPCs and found that there were no task prompts or anything like that. He used detection skills to observe these NPCs. They were only level 1, and their health amounts were different. After killing those with more health, the gray fog would become thicker. Not understanding the purpose of this trial, Chu Tian could only keep moving forward. Passing all kinds of NPCs along the way, they arrived at the edge of a black lake. Chu Tian looked along the group of NPCs. There is a row of driftwood above the lake, leading directly to the other side. However, Chu Tian stopped at this time because he saw many NPCs walking along the driftwood, and from time to time strange silver fish jumped out from them and attacked them. Chu Tian came to the water's edge and found the water was black, like ink, and he couldn't see what was going on below at all. Those NPCs that were thrown into the water by the strange fish did not sink in the instant of water flow, but were corroded and melted. They opened their mouths as if to roar, but no sound came out. Chu Tian's scalp tingled when he saw it. After observing for a while, Chu Tian discovered that the attack power of these silver strange fish was not very strong, and those level 1 NPCs without any defense could not be killed by them. The purpose of their flying and attacking was just to knock the NPC off the driftwood and into the water. The real danger comes from the tiny black fish in the water. Once the NPC falls into the water, he will be surrounded by them in an instant. At the beginning, Chu Tian thought that the lake water corroded those NPCs. Later observation revealed that the fish were eaten by a group of small black fish, which were only the size of a fingernail. The lake water is black and the little black fish are so densely packed that you can't even notice them if you don't look carefully. But after a closer look, people with trypophobia may faint on the spot. Those sluggish NPCs will be pounced on, but he won't be stupid enough to let those strange silver fish hit him. Seeing that there was no threat to him, Chu Tian transformed into a cheetah and jumped onto the first driftwood. He maneuvered and dodged several times, passing through the driftwood quickly, and was attacked by the silver monster fish, but he was able to dodge them flexibly. On the way, he also tentatively attacked one of them. Although his detection skills could not detect the level and health of this silver monster fish, he bit it. -1632. No critical hits. The strange fish will drop about 1% of its health. By this calculation, its defense is almost zero, and its health is around 160,000. But the fish, after being attacked by him, fell back into the water and there was no way to kill it. He shook his head regretfully. He didn't know how much experience he could get from killing a fish. With so much health, its level must be quite high. And it has no defense. I really want to kill one and see. After staying on this piece of driftwood for a while, other NPCs came up. Because Chu Tian was blocking their way, they walked around aimlessly, causing the driftwood to sway. Chu Tian quickly jumped onto the next driftwood, but the NPCs on it before were not so lucky. Plop, plop. There was a series of sounds of people falling into the water, and Chu Tian turned around with an apologetic expression. But immediately several strange silver fish attacked him. He hurried on, and the attacks of these strange fish on him became more and more frequent. Instead, the NPC following behind him was not attacked by any strange fish. Chu Tian cursed in his heart, "You still hold a grudge. Are you born in the year of the bee?" Not daring to stay, the black cat sped up, jumping between the driftwood to avoid the attacks of the school of fish. Soon Chu Tian arrived at the stone platform opposite the lake. On the stone platform, there is a stone tablet with 3 large characters written in blood. Yellow Springs Road, Chu Tian muttered. But if you look closely, these 3 words are not the Chinese characters for Huangquan Road at all. I don't know why, he just knows him. The Realm of the Dead, the Blood Abyss Bridge, and the Road to the Underworld. Is this the Underworld? Chu Tian thought, this map of the heavenly world is really comprehensive. Looking at those wandering NPCs, could they be the souls of living creatures that came to the Underworld after death? If we keep going forward, will we reach the gates of hell? And after passing the gates of hell, we will reach the palace of Yama. A series of thoughts emerged in Chu Tian's mind. Now he didn't care whether he was in a trial or what the content of the trial was. All that's left is curiosity. Moreover, he discovered that if he was not unconscious, there would not be much danger in the underworld. The underworld described in ancient mythology, with evil spirits rampant, ox-headed and horse-faced monsters, and other terrifying creatures, were all nowhere to be seen. Thinking of this, he remembered that the strange man across the Shuiyuan bridge was holding a chain with a huge hook, which looked a bit like the soul-catching chain of the black and white impermanence in the legend. With great curiosity, Chu Tian continued to walk along the only mountain road. While Chu Tian was enjoying the flowers and scenery, he didn't know that somewhere in the Tiandao world, it was all in chaotic fog. The ragged old man whom he had seen before was looking for him like crazy. Where has he gone? Where did this kid run to? A light screen was projected in front of the old man's eyes. As he waved his hands, the map of the Tiandao world flashed like a slide. Finally, the old man waved his hand, and the scene turned out to be Chu Tian lying in the game cabin. He has entered a deep sleep and his soul has also entered the heavenly world, but why can't I feel his soul power? The old man changed his previous nonchalant attitude. At this moment, his face was solemn, looking at the wine gourd on his waist. I got drunk and fell asleep for a while, and I lost the person. After carefully selecting for thousands of years, we finally found such a kid with such a useless physique. Where did he go? The old man waved his hands again. The light curtain paused at the plague area that Chu Tian had visited before. The light screen enlarged, like a satellite map, continuously zooming in on the terrain on the ground. Finally, it stopped at an altar in the plague forest. At this time, the altar was quiet, and the figure of the great wizard Solent was no longer there. The old man flashed and came here in an instant. It's that kid's breath, and also the smell of the underworld. Could it be? The old man's eyes narrowed. At this time, Chu Tian was walking into a valley. The ground was blood red and stretched as far as the eye could see. Looking closely, it was a sea of flowers. The flowers are radiant and very beautiful. Chu Tian walked forward and reached out to touch a flower bud. Ding! I found the precious herb, Higanbana. Should I cast the gathering spell? Yes. Chu Tianxia said subconsciously. Ding! Collection successful, item, Higanbana, obtained. Ding! Increase experience points by 50. After hearing the system prompt, Chu Tian opened his backpack. Red Spider Lily. Grade, Rare. Properties: when refining any medicine, adding it into it can obtain additional effects. The effects are not detailed. Direct consumption can increase the strength of soul power. Introduction: the tea rose is the last flower to bloom in the season. When the tea rose blooms, the flowers are gone, and only the flowers on the other side of the river that have forgotten their past lives remain. The flowers bloom for 1,000 years and fall for 1,000 years, and the petals and leaves never meet. Love is not a cause and effect, but fate determines life and death. At this moment, Chu Tian was extremely surprised, but what surprised him was not the properties of the red spider lily, because he didn't even look at it carefully. The surprising thing is that you can actually gain experience points by collecting red spider lilies, but there are no experience points rewards when collecting herbs outside. He was very glad that when he was on the mission of acquiring land, he collected a lot of herbs along the way. The current level of herbalism is just enough to collect rare species of herbs. Otherwise, so much experience would be wasted. Looking at the endless red spider lilies in the entire canyon, Chu Tian was so happy that he was about to die. At the same time, I am glad that I am a druid. After other professions learn the gathering technique, it takes 2.5 seconds to gather a flower. A druid only needs 1 second to complete the collection. One, and another, and another. Plus 50 experience points, plus 50 experience points, plus 50 experience points. Chu Tian rushed directly into the sea of flowers and continued to use the collection technique on the red spider lilies around him. Although the experience gained from a flower is not much, it is much faster than killing monsters. As your experience grows, there are more and more red spider lilies in your backpack. Ding! The backpack is full, unable to collect. Chu Tian opened his backpack and saw that all 4 of his backpacks had 12 compartments. Apart from some miscellaneous items picked up from killing monsters, most of his backpack was filled with red spider lilies, 20 flowers in a group, fully occupying all the slots in his backpack. Take a look at the experience, level 15, 83742/156800. This time, I have 80,000 more experience points. He had never felt that upgrading was so easy. Looking at the endless sea of flowers in front of him, his excitement was beyond words. He even wondered if he could upgrade to level 100, 200, or even more here. This time, he took a closer look at the properties of the red spider lily and found that it can be taken directly, and the effect is to increase the power of the soul. Although he didn't know what soul power was, there had been such a reward during the dream trial, but he still didn't know where it was specifically manifested. But it wouldn't be a bad thing after all, so he took out the red spider lily from his backpack and stuffed it into his mouth like swallowing a whole apple. It's better to eat it than to throw it away, that's what he thought at this moment. When he put the red spider lily in his mouth, it did not have the taste he imagined. Instead, it melted in his mouth and went directly into his body through his throat. Then he continued, picking and eating at the same time. I was originally worried about what would happen if he ate too much. A system prompt sounded, ding. Congratulations on reaching level 16. Chu Tian calculated that he must have eaten more than 1,500 red spider lilies, but he didn't feel full at all. He felt relieved. He continued his assembly line work of picking and eating flowers. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 17. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 18. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 21. I don't know how much time has passed, but Chu Tian has become numb to the system prompts in his ears. What are you doing? A voice came from my ear. I'm picking flowers. Chu Tian answered directly. After answering, Chu Tian was stunned. He stood up and looked around, but there was no one there. Am I hallucinating? You little bastard, you've even picked flowers in the underworld. You really don't want to live anymore. Just as Chu Tian was about to bend down to continue picking flowers, a furious voice came to his ears. Chu Tian was stunned. What was this voice? You old man, what's the matter? Seeing that I'm leveling up quickly, you come to make trouble again. First you forced me to assign a profession, and then you forced me to assign attribute points. I won't bother with you, but if you dare to disturb my leveling, I will never let you go. Chu Tian's resentment that had been suppressed for a long time burst out directly, and he started to scold me as soon as he opened his mouth. Ah! The old man was speechless for a moment in the chaos of the heavenly Tao world. Hu took 2 deep breaths. In my entire life, this old man had never been criticized by anyone. However, he knew Chu Tian's temper very well. He was a reckless person. Normally he responds to soft words and won't respond to hard words, but when he gets angry, he becomes a tough nut to crack. Well, my friend, the first 2 times, I was afraid that you would take the wrong path, which would be detrimental to your future development. But what? If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just keep it to yourself. I still need to continue upgrading. Chu Tian interrupted him unhappily and bent down to continue collecting. Do you know how long you have been in the underworld? Asked the old man. Chu Tian stuffed a red spider lily into his mouth, glanced at the time on the system, and said vaguely, This time has not moved, how can I know? Well, you've been here for 3 days, did you know that? The old man tried to make his voice sound friendly. I don't know. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't waste time on me. Chu Tian was impatient and started to argue with him again. Okay, you still have 4 days. If you don't come out, your body will be sent to the crematorium. The old man said bluntly. What the hell, are you kidding me? Chu Tian's heart trembled, and he had a bad premonition. At the same time, inside the ghost gate, there was a palace that went straight into the sky. On the top platform of the palace, facing the direction of the ghost gate, stood a man dressed in gorgeous black armor that wrapped his entire body, with only 2 eyes exposed on his head. What a silly child, a neutral voice whispered. Just when Chu Tian's toes were about to touch the black light curtain, the armored man waved his hand. Bang! Chu Tian's body shook and he flew up directly, passing through the cloud ladder, flying over the sea of flowers, crossing the black water lake, crossing the blood abyss, and entering the crack of the door when he came in. The scenery along the way was receding, and no matter how Chu Tian struggled, it was useless. After entering the crack of the door, he lost consciousness. Shengjing First Hospital, Intensive Care Unit, Chu Tian was lying inside. Lolo stood outside the ICU. She looked very haggard as she hadn't slept for several days and nights. She just stood at the window and kept looking at Chu Tian inside. Miss Luo, the director said that Mr. Chu's body functions have almost stopped. Only a small amount of brain activity remains. His heart beats very weakly. He can only last for 1 day at most. Please sign here. A young nurse came over and handed Luo a folder. Luo took it silently. Notice of critical illness, 5 big words came into her sight, and she, who had cried so much that she had no more tears left, suddenly burst into tears. She just couldn't believe that all this was true. The tip of the pen was at the signature spot, and the paper had been pierced by the pen tip, but she just couldn't put pen to paper and sign her name. A teardrop, plop, falls on the paper. She took a deep breath and wrote down. Suddenly, the machine in the ICU made a long hum, followed by an alarm. Go call the doctor. Lolo stuffed the documents into the nurse's chest and pushed her at the same time. Then she leaned against the window and looked anxiously into the ICU. All the instruments were flashing red lights. On the heart rate monitor, there was a green horizontal line that kept moving. The long buzzing sound is made by it. The doctor came in quickly, but left just as quickly. Under Luo's expectant gaze, the person walking in front of the group of medical staff shook his head at her. At this time in the intensive care unit, several staff members had already started turning off the equipment and were cleaning up. You can go in and see him, the attending doctor said to her. just as he turned and was about to leave. Ah, ah. Several screams came from the intensive care unit. Everyone's attention shifted. Luo first covered his mouth in shock, then rushed inside. How is this possible? The attending doctor was shocked and ran inside. Chu Tian, who had been covered with a white cloth, now sat up straight with his upper body naked. Looking at the lovely girl lying in his arms, his dull eyes gradually became bright. He reached out and stroked Luo's hair, saying, "Don't cry, I'm fine now." "Brother, you scared me to death." "Scared me to death." After saying this, Luo fainted in his arms. Chu Tian was stunned. At this moment, the attending doctor came in and quickly examined Lolo. Then he said, "It's okay, she just fell asleep. Help her find a bed and let her have a good rest. This girl hasn't slept or eaten for almost a week. Give her a bottle of nutrient solution." Then someone else took over. "Mr. Chu, let's go for a set of tests." The attending doctor looked at him with the look that a pervert would give to a beautiful woman. This made Chu Tian almost hug his chest. 3 days later, Chu Tian was finally released from the hospital. Yes, it was released. During these 3 days, he was almost taken away for sectioning research. Finally, all the examination results showed that everything was normal, and the health was even better than that of an average person. All physical functions are even comparable to those of athletes at their peak age. On the contrary, Lolo was very weak because of the hardships of the past few days. The two of them walked all the way back to the villa, and along the way, Lolo almost always hung on his arm and never let go. "Let me take you back to your room to rest first," Chu Tian said to Lolo gently. "Yeah." Luo responded. After settling Luo down, she was still quite weak and the doctor had told her to have a good rest. As for Chu Tian, he was simply a medical miracle. Seeing that it was just past noon, there was still an afternoon before entering the game. I remember being blasted out of the gate of the Underworld. After meeting Daotian, he said to himself that the strength of his soul was now too strong because of the food he ate from the red spider lily, and that the strength of his body could not keep up. Although his physical strength was gradually increasing through the stimulation of the electric current in the game cabin after entering Tiandao every day, he also had a little understanding of the emergence of the game Tiandao world. Daotian told him that because his soul had been away from his body for too long, he needed intensive training before he could merge back together. So he drove to a sports equipment store. After coming back, start exercising directly. Now I hang something weighing 10 kilograms on my body, and immediately my legs feel heavy. Hold your head with both hands, slowly squat down, and then stand up. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times. He did 50 consecutive dives with a weight of 10 kilograms without feeling the slightest bit of discomfort. He reached out and took 4 more and hung them on his body. Carrying 50 kilograms, once, 10 times. It didn't take long for Chu Tian to finish 20 of them. He felt almost exhausted. Take out the nutrient solution purchased at the sports equipment store and drink it. After resting for a few minutes, I could clearly feel my physical strength gradually recovering and all my fatigue was gone. Then move on to the next round of squats. Chu Tian was a little surprised at his own strength and stamina. You know, he was called a waste by the cold-faced witch Yi Ling. After experiencing loneliness in his previous life, Chu Tian knows that his current happy life is hard-earned. No matter what the world of heaven is like, he must become stronger. In reality and in the game, he must protect the hard-earned love and this happy life in this life. In this life, he experienced a trip to the Underworld. He had to find out what happened at the gates of hell and who the gentle voice belonged to, because that voice made him feel the tenderness and love that he had never had before. Just like what Daotian said to him when he just came back, only when you become strong can you find out the truth you want to know. In fact, he was pulled back to the Tiandao world by Daotian half a day ago. In that chaos, Daotian told him some things, making him understand that this world is not what it seems on the surface. There are many unknown mysterious forces and powerful individuals, and these forces are not matchable by existing countries. Sooner or later these people will discover the truth about the world of heaven, and then they will rob resources in reality and in the game, even by any means necessary. If he wants to survive, he must become strong, otherwise he and the people around him will become stepping stones for others. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chu Tian's heavy breathing could be heard in the room. Chu Tian himself is a person with extremely strong resilience, otherwise he would not have been able to pass the mission, rescue by the guardian angel. Boring training was not a difficult task for him at all. It was because he did not have the talent and ability before, but now that he had it, he would naturally make good use of it. I will take off the title of waste with my own hands. 100, 101. His physical strength has reached its limit, but with the support of a powerful soul force, he possesses super high willpower, and his willpower takes full control of his body. The heavy load on his body pressed him down, making it almost difficult for him to breathe. Chu Tian roared, 200. Bang! His body fell straight to the ground. After hearing the old man's words, Chu Tian looked at his level, 20 level, experience, 3661650/38080000. Based on his memory, he calculated that the experience points required to upgrade from level 15 to level 21 would be approximately 5.2 million. Adding the 3.66 million experience points in the current experience pool, you have already gained nearly 9 million experience points here. The casting time of the gathering spell is 1 second, 3,000 experience points per minute, and 180,000 experience points per hour. I have been here for at least 50 hours. However, it is impossible to collect data continuously all the time. The old man said he stayed here for 3 days, which should be true. Then I have never logged off, at this time. You mean my real body has already? Chu Tian couldn't help but ask. Yes. On Earth? Chu Tian asked for confirmation. Yes. What should I do? How can I get out? Chu Tian could imagine how anxious Lolo would be if he hadn't gone out of the game cabin for 3 days. Are you anxious now? Asked the old man. Oh no. Old man, just pull me out. Chu Tian nodded continuously. It's too late to worry now. The Underworld is a place with its own order. There is nothing I can do. I'm just informing you that you have 4 days. If you get out after this time, all your body functions will die, and I won't be able to resurrect you again. Also, my name is Daotian, remember that, little brat. Daotian also got angry at this time. Then what should I do? Chu Tian didn't dare to offend the old man at this time. Return the same way you came, exit the gate of the Underworld, and reach the land of nothingness. Then I will have a way to pull you out. Go forward to the Underworld palace and do it. Daotian's voice was a little intermittent at this time. Chu Tian heard clearly what he said before. Go back the same way. It's not that easy to get past that weird guy holding the soul-catching chain. Brat, I'm trying to get through to the Underworld. It's not easy to talk to you. Remember to throw away the badge on your chest before you come out. Daotian's voice sounded in his ears again. What if I'm corrupted by the aura of death? Bullshit, that was all lies. Wait for you to tell me. Don't. Daotian's words started to come out intermittently again, and then stopped abruptly. Seeing that Daotian was completely silent this time, Chu Tian thought to himself, 4 more days. Looking at the sea of flowers, I collected a very small piece and gritted my teeth. He lowered his head and continued collecting. If Daotian saw this, he would definitely be furious and scold him. Another system prompt, Chu Tian reached level 22. His bag was also full of red spider lilies. This time he finally stood up and looked back in the direction he came from. Looking over there in the distance, at the end of the canyon, there is a curtain of water reaching the sky. He had been collecting here for so long that he had long wanted to go over and take a look. Chu Tian's eyes flickered. It seemed a bit regrettable that he had to go back without even seeing the gates of hell. He had already looked around. There was only this canyon, with cliffs on both sides so high that the horizon was invisible. The only thing that looked strange was the water curtain. It was like a waterfall appearing from the sky. Since there are still 4 days left, we might as well go and take a look. Anyway, it will only take half a day at most to get back. Transformation, giant deer form. Chu Tian sped up, moving through the sea of flowers and running towards the end of the canyon. The water curtain gradually appeared before his eyes, and it was even more spectacular when viewed up close. Just when he reached under the water curtain suddenly split open in the middle, just enough for him to pass through. Chu Tian saw a vertical ladder behind the water curtain. Should I go or not? What if I go and can't come back? Chu Tian hesitated and took a step back. As he stepped back, the gap under the water curtain closed again. He took another step forward, and the gap opened again, just like an automatic door. After thinking it over again and again, he remembered that Dao Tian had said something intermittently before, like, go forward, to the Hades Palace, or something like that, which might be another way out. If Dao Tian knew he was thinking this way, he would definitely slap himself hard for saying such a thing. The words were originally meant to scare Chu Tian, but because they were intermittent, he misunderstood them and thought it was another way out. Dao Tianyuan said, don't go forward. If you enter the Hades Palace, you will be sent to the animal realm. You will be a pig or a dog in your next life. Following the ladder to the bottom, Chu Tian was shocked to find that the waterfall flowed backwards here, forming a strange cycle. Logically speaking, we should be underground all the way down. But it was still just as bright here. Chu Tian looked around. There were neither lights nor sunlight shining in. The whole world naturally emitted a yellowish light, as if light existed naturally in the entire space. What was even more strange was that when he stepped into this place and looked up, what he saw was not soil, but the sky. The dim sky looks like a sandstorm. After descending the ladder and walking along the path, a majestic pass appeared in front of us. The huge city gate tower reached into the sky, and there were 3 big characters written on the gate tower. It's not Chinese characters, but Chu Tian can understand it. It means Gate of Hell. The huge city wall reaches up to the sky and down to the earth, and it is impossible to measure its height. The city walls on the left and right also have no end in sight, as if they span the world. As Chu Tian moved forward, an open gate appeared in front of him. Normal gates usually open outwards, but this gate opened inwards. The black iron door panels supported the entire sky, and there were huge rivets on the door panels, each of which was a size that Chu Tian could not measure. When he arrived at the city gate, Chu Tian realized how insignificant he was, just like an ant. Inside the gate, it was pitch black and he could not see anything. The 2 worlds, one bright and one dark, were divided in this way, giving Chu Tian an extremely mysterious and weird feeling. Under the gate, there were no mythical ox-headed and horse-faced guards, nor were there scenes of evil spirits running rampant. There was only darkness in front of the eyes and the dim light behind. Suddenly, Chu Tian spotted 2 figures in the distance. Due to the distance, he couldn't see clearly. He only saw what the 2 figures were and they plunged into the darkness one after another. Chu Tian stood here and thought of a folk saying, once you enter the gates of hell, there is no way back, whether alive or dead. This old man can't lie to me, right? Chu Tian thought to himself. Dao Tian, you bastard, you didn't even hear clearly, but you're just showing off blindly. Sooner or later, you'll be killed by showing off. 1 step forward. Ah. Chu Tian fell from a high altitude. When he got up, he stared blankly at the scenery in front of him. Is this the gate of hell? Chu Tian muttered. Didn't I just go in? Chu Tian rubbed his head and suddenly found that he was holding a jade pendant as black as ink in his hand. There was no carving on it, as if it was just a piece of stone. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand, Chu Tian tried hard to recall where it came from. Didn't he just step into the gates of hell? How did it fall from the sky and come out again? But no matter how hard he tried to recall, he could not remember what happened after he passed away, as if there was a gap in his memory. At the same time, a gentle voice told him that he could not go in anymore, as time was running out and he should go back. Chu Tian remembered this voice clearly. He had never experienced that kind of heartwarming feeling before. How could this happen? What exactly happened? He couldn't remember anything, but he remembered this voice very clearly. Chu Tian took another step forward. He wanted to enter the gate of hell and look for his lost memories. Chu Tian's door was pushed open forcefully. Luo appeared at the door with an anxious look on his face. Seeing Chu Tian lying on the ground, he quickly rushed over. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Chu Tian quickly endured the severe pain all over his body and sat up. "No. It's okay, I'm just exhausted from the exercise." Seeing Chu Tian's room full of sports equipment, Lolo held back her tears and let out a long sigh. A punch hit Chu Tian's chest with such force that he almost passed out. This was when Lolo was weak, otherwise, Chu Tian was really afraid that his ribs would be broken. I really don't know how such a great power can be burst out from her petite body. Although, I know she is very good, but I really don't know when she learned how to do it. How could he know that after he left as a child, Lolo began to learn various fighting styles and later underwent systematic training? Luo probably knew that he had hit him a little too hard, so he quickly went over and helped him up. After resting for a while, Chu Tian drank another tube of nutrient solution to replenish his physical strength. But he was still very hungry. The nutrient solution would only replenish his energy but would not make him feel full. Neither Chu Tian nor the other person wanted to move, so they ordered a super deluxe hotpot takeout. They ate until the game was about to start in the evening, but Lolo didn't quite agree with Chu Tian joining the game. Finally, after much persuasion, Lolo agreed. When he was about to enter the game cabin, he suddenly thought of how she opened his completely explosion-proof game cabin. "Lolo, how did you open my game cabin?" Chu Tian asked curiously. "I couldn't open it at first, but I don't know why, but later it opened as soon as I touched it." Luo said he didn't know what happened. Chu Tian thought about it and thought that it might be the work of that old man Dao Tian. Back in the game. Ding. System prompt: offline double experience rewards have accumulated to 98.8% of the current level. They are automatically consumed when the player kills monsters. The offline time is 9 days, 18 hours and 23 minutes. Chu Tian was stunned when he saw the system prompt. Has he been offline for 9 days? It seems that he has been offline in the Tiandao system since entering the Underworld. Thinking of this, I suddenly remembered that I had collected red spider lilies in the Underworld and upgraded my level. Chu Tian quickly opened the character panel and breathed a sigh of relief. His level was restored. Also, the backpack full of red spider lilies is still there. Oh, that jade. Chu Tian didn't find it in the equipment bar or in his backpack. I thought it would be in the Tiandao game, but now it's not here. Chu Tian quit the game and knocked on Luo's door. She asked Chu Tian curiously, "Brother, what's wrong? Have you seen a piece of black jade?" Chu Tian asked. "Ah, that." Lolo hesitated. Chu Tian didn't say anything, although he was very anxious. He winked at her, meaning don't be anxious and speak slowly. "Okay." Lolo said dejectedly, then pulled down the collar of his clothes. "Here. Get it yourself." Lolo pouted. "Ah." Chu Tian was dumbfounded. "Could it be inside?" "And he asked me to get it myself." "What? I can't take it down by myself, please take it away quickly." Lolo's face was flushed, and it was obvious that this action made her a little shy. Hearing Lolo's commanding words, Chu Tian felt happy in his heart. There is such a good thing. This girl is quite good at playing. Since girls have this request, it seems a bit unreasonable not to do it myself. Chu Tian raised the corner of his mouth and smiled a little obscenely. He raised his right hand and grabbed it. Ah, pervert, stinky Xiao Tian. Lolo first shuddered all over, let out a soft groan, and then screamed. Bang. Chu Tian flew directly back to his own room from Luo's door. He sat on the ground stupidly, then quickly stood up and rushed to Luo. He was also angry and yelled, "Didn't you tell me to reach in and get it myself? Why did you kick me?" "I didn't." Lolo said aggrievedly. "What do you mean you didn't? You clearly told me to get it myself." Chu Tian was furious. He found that Luo had become more and more fond of fighting recently. The most important thing was that he couldn't even beat her. He was so angry. "I said I didn't kick you. Why were you yelling at me?" Lolo felt so aggrieved that she was about to cry. Seeing Luo's look, Chu Tian knew that he might have been too fierce, so he quickly lowered his voice and said, yeah, sorry, it wasn't you who kicked me, did I fly out by myself? He didn't actually mean to be mean to Lolo, he just felt a little uncomfortable being kicked out for no reason, and it was she who asked him to do so. It really wasn't me, it was it. Look, it was it that sent you flying just now. Lolo came straight in front of Chu Tian. Chu Tian stared blankly, and suddenly felt dizzy. I thought to myself, I didn't expect Luo to be so talented. But after hearing her words, Chu Tian thought, who are you fooling? Even though you have a lot of stuff, can you use it to throw me away? Lolo, if you want something, just say it directly, there's no need to do this. Chu Tian stared with his two big eyes and looked down at the person who was so close to him. Could it be that something good was going to happen today? When he said this, he felt a heat in his nose and something flowed out. I quickly touched my nose and found it was blood. Luo also noticed Chu Tian's expression, her face instantly turned red, and she quickly let go of her hand that was grabbing her collar. Brother, where are you looking? This is what I'm talking about. She stretched out a hand and pointed to the upper part of her chest. What? Chu Tian asked blankly. That's it, the black jade you had on your chest when you woke up. After I went in, I just said a word to you, and it flew straight to me, and then I fainted. When I woke up, it turned milky white and I couldn't get it off. Lolo tapped that spot vigorously several times. Chu Tian recalled that when he woke up, he didn't realize that he was carrying the black jade with him, nor did he realize that it flew to her as Luo said. The milky white jade she mentioned was not visible at this time. Could it be that I couldn't see it in the first place? But, I had clearly brought it back from the gates of hell. Are you sure it's here? He stretched out his hand and touched the place where her fingertips were. All I could feel was Lolo's smooth skin, not anything she said. Yeah, you can't see it? Lolo asked in surprise. Chu Tian nodded. Looking at Lolo's expression, she didn't seem to be fooling him. Then he remembered what she said just now, that it was that thing that bounced her away. Then he remembered what the old man Doutian had told him. Thinking about it this way, I wasn't too surprised at this moment. It seemed that old man Doutian was not lying to me. There are really things in this world that cannot be explained by science. Since it is harmless to Lolo and seems to be able to protect her, let's leave it to her. After all, she is my woman, so it's no loss. As long as I don't lose her, it's fine. He always felt that the person who gave him this jade was a very important person. I can't see it, but it seems to be harmless to you and will protect you, so just take it with you. Chu Tian said to Luo. Seeing Lolo fiddling with it, it seemed as if he was pinching something with his fingers and pulling it down hard. Okay, I'm going back to the house, stop deducting my number. Chu Tian said again. Oh, okay. But what is this? Lolo asked. Chu Tian shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. After helping Luo close the door, he returned to his room and lay back in the game room. After returning to the game room, Chu Tian put his hand in front of his nose and sniffed. There was a pleasant milky scent, and also a sweet girl's scent. He grinned and giggled for a while before entering the game. The progress bar, entering the game. Had just finished reading, but Chu Tian's eyes were still dark and he hadn't recovered yet. I was still thinking about the two flower houses just now, like a pair of peonies in bud, the breeze blowing across the white peonies, swaying gently, showing their charming figure, and the sweet and tempting fragrance made people itchy and want to taste it immediately. Ding ding ding. A series of private chat reminder sounds rang out. Who is it? Is this the fatal series of calls? Chu Tian opened the private chat and saw that it was a sword pointing to the sky. The first message, boss, where are you? You haven't been online for 10 days. Why are you online again? The second message read, boss, if you don't come, our brothers will be beaten to death. The third private message, are you online? We are at 32465.59872.6551, come and help. Have you all left the novice village? Chu Tian sent a message back. As soon as the message was sent, Jianji Tsang Tian replied immediately, the three of us are all level 15. There are more than 300 people in the guild. We have all arrived in Xingjing City. Boss, please come quickly. We have been surrounded by Tianya Guangdao and his men. Hearing this name, Chu Tian's heart trembled. In his previous life, the president of the first guild in Xingjing City was Tianya Guangdao, and the name of the guild was Killing. The name Killing originated from a very old classic game. It has continued to this day, but its previous popularity has long since disappeared. The Killing nowadays is just a disgusting bunch of idiots who get together and have nothing else to do except killing people in the wild. As a group of people, they will fight together. Even if they are killing a level 1 small character, a group of big characters will rush forward. Then when they can't win, they just run away, or study some bugs, black technologies and other things to kill people. Their reputation is so bad that they were hunted by people from all servers in previous games, and they beat the shit out of them. Later, they collectively changed their names, and their character names no longer began with Killing. This time, when the Tiandao world was born, they came here again. This group of people, when they are bragging, each of them is as good as 10 people, and when they are killing small trumpets, they wish they had 2 more legs to rush over. However, when they are playing dungeons, they are worse than noobs, some are as mentally retarded as giant babies, and their IQ limit is not as good as that of a husky. Chu Tian was puzzled. He didn't know why so many people would gather together. If you say that there are only 1 or 2 idiots like this, it's reasonable. The problem is that it's really not easy to gather tens of thousands of people in a guild and have them all be on the same level. It can be called a gathering place for giant babies. In his previous life, Chu Tian had once teamed up with the killers in the novice village to fight in an ordinary level muddy swamp. After fighting for a whole night, they still couldn't defeat the boss number 1 giant tree king. In the end, the leader of the team was so angry that he quit the team and left the dungeon. There was really no hope of getting through, and the regiment commander ordered them to go left, but they went around in circles. Let them move forward to gain position, and they will hide behind other teammates. When all members of the team were at low health, they would let those who were hit by the team-destroying skills go out and die on their own, and they would specifically run into the crowd. Anyway, they are just a bunch of morons who can't be shaped. There was also another guild, which was as famous as Killing at that time, called Divine Punishment. But before long, this Divine Punishment turned out to be the lackey of Killing, specifically reporting the coordinates of the players in his own camp to Killing, so that Killing could have fun. He is simply a despicable traitor and pimp. Slaughter, in Tiandao, the reason why it can become the number 1 guild in Xingjing City is because their guild has been upgraded to a high level, that is, they have a lot of money and stupid people, so the guild can accommodate more people. Chu Tian once suspected that the Killing Guild was supported by a financial group, most likely Huang Xue's gang. As he hurried towards the coordinates sent to him by Jianji Tian, he recalled these things. He even thought that there was a killing in the survivors' camp. He wondered if there was a God's Punishment Guild in the killer's camp. Anyway, he didn't come into contact with this level in his previous life, because later on, he stayed in the mines almost every day and was not qualified to participate in cross-camp wars at all. When Chu Tian came online this time, he appeared at the gate of Xingjing City, so he rushed towards the teleportation array. The coordinates that Jianji Tian sent him were near Kajia village, which was the small village where Chu Tian took the watch and found the little girl to hand in the adventure mission. It is one of the few areas with monsters of level 15 to level 20 after coming out of the novice village. When Chu Tian just arrived at the teleportation array, he suddenly found an envelope icon on the mailbox next to him, indicating that there was an email. He walked over quickly and opened his mailbox, which was an email from Integrity number 1007. Chu Tian was stunned for a moment, then he remembered the plan he had made with him before regarding the sale of the strategy. Before he entered the realm of the dead, he was afraid that something might go wrong, so he compiled a detailed guide and sent it directly to him. It seems that there is money to be collected. Chu Tian opened the email happily. Ding. System prompt: receive emails to get 14,256 gold coins. What? Chu Tian was stunned. So many. He opened the letter attached to the email, which was written to him by Integrity number 1007. Boss, we have distributed this time. This is the novice village number 1 to 2000 in the Northern Theater. A total of 7,129 guides have been sold, one of which was bought by the Anti-God Alliance, sword pointing to the sky, but I didn't receive the money. So 7128 guides, a total of 14,256 gold coins were earned, please check. In addition, since other theaters cannot trade gold coins, I have sold the gold coins at the current average price and have deposited them into your bank account. Because our team covers less in other theaters, but there are still 3,562 guides sold. According to the current average price of 4,000 yuan per gold coin, the total is 28,496,000 yuan. This time we have distributed it completely. Next time there is such a good deal, you must remember to contact me. Many buyers said that they are ready to reserve the guide for the next copy. After reading the email, Chu Tian was so excited. 14,256 gold coins, plus 28 million in cash. If he sold all the gold coins now, he would have more than 80 million yuan in savings. I didn't expect that a strategy guide for a novice village dungeon could make me earn so much money. Judging from the tone of integrity number 1007, he seemed to have made a lot of money as well. I just don't know how many gold coins he got for selling a strategy guide. However, Chu Tian was not greedy. He said 2 gold coins for each item. No matter how much the other party sold it for, he would not be jealous and ask for money from the other party. With excitement, he stepped onto the teleportation array and headed for the Kajia village. The teleportation fee of 1 copper coin was just a drop in the bucket. While on the road, Chu Tian kept asking Jianji Tian. It turned out that when they just left the novice village, they encountered the killing people, and Chu Tian had been offline for 7 days. His level remained at 15 on the leaderboard and was gradually surpassed by other players. So when the murderers saw the people from the Anti-God Alliance, they would come up to them and sneer at them, saying that their president had become weak and would become useless if he didn't use bugs, and so on. At first they were just provoking them, but later they attacked them secretly. A few brothers who went back to the city for supplies were left alone when they came back. He was chopped to pieces by the murderous group of people. He pointed his sword to the sky in anger, and led dozens of his brothers to fight against the murderous group of more than 100 people. It is conceivable that in a head-on confrontation, they are no match for those giant babies and idiots. Although there is a gap in numbers, it has not yet reached the point of crushing them. Moreover, the battle in the novice village number 1370 allowed the players of the Anti-God Alliance to upgrade their equipment to a great extent. Later, they led the guild members to open up new dungeons. The equipment level is much better than that of the killing. After all, normal players can still pass the dungeon, but the killing people are stupid and rich, and they can only spend money to buy some equipment discarded by others. So it only took the deaths of more than 20 people to wipe out the more than 100 people who were killed. And so the war began. For example, in the past 2 days, countless battles of all sizes have been fought. After leaving the novice village, the players of the Anti-God Alliance not only did not level up, but some of them fell back to level 14 and returned to the novice village. Although there is a novice protection system at level 15, players can be resurrected directly from the cemetery and there will be no penalty for losing a level. But there is still some time of weakness, and when the time of weakness is over, too much time will be wasted. Furthermore, if one dies more than 10 times, the protection system will become ineffective. This means that during the 2 days of being harassed by the killings, some players of the Anti-God Alliance have died more than 10 times. Being stared at by a group of persistent idiots was a very uncomfortable thing. It greatly delayed the development of the Anti-God Alliance. Chu Tian did not show up, causing some people to start to withdraw from the alliance and leave. Although the penalty for quitting the guild is severe, the contribution points and equipment exchanged by the guild will be taken back by the system, but the level can be retained, and you can upgrade by wearing some ordinary iron-level garbage equipment. Although the development is slow, there are still many people who have made this choice. After listening to the story told by Jianji Tian, Chu Tian frowned. Was it really because he was so powerful that he attracted the attention of the murderous people? In his memory, although killing was annoying, they never targeted anyone in particular. When they killed people, they liked to form a group to bully the small characters, and if they saw a single player, they would swarm up and chop him. I haven't heard of them actually confronting any guild or group head-on. Usually when this happens, they just disperse and run away, then look for the next target they think is weak. The killing style at this time completely contradicted Chu Tian's impression of them. Opening the leaderboard, I saw that in the guild rankings, the Killing Guild had reached level 4, firmly ranking first in the Warzone rankings. To upgrade the guild to level 3, it needs its own guild base, which cannot be purchased with gold coins. The guild team needs to kill copies and gain points. Only then can the points be used in the main city to exchange for a primary base. It is impossible to obtain the points with the idiots like Killing. In the previous life, their guild paid a team of professional players, and after all the members joined Killing, they scored points for them. Every time they upgrade their base, it is almost the same pattern, hiring thugs for money. In addition, to upgrade a guild from level 2 to level 3, 1,000 gold coins are needed, and the guild will expand to accommodate 5,000 people. To upgrade to level 4, 5,000 gold coins are needed, and the guild will expand to accommodate 10,000 people. In the early stage, 6,000 gold coins was not a small amount. Converted into RMB, it would cost 24 million. Chu Tian certainly didn't believe that Tianya Guangdao would have to pay for this amount of money on his own. It was rumored in the previous life that although Tianya Guangdao had some capital in reality, he was definitely not rich enough to invest so much money in the early stage just to upgrade the guild level. Gradually approaching the perimeter of the battle circle, Jianjitsang Tian told Chu Tian that this time it was Tianya Guangdao who personally led more than 1,500 people to surround their more than 200 people. These 200 people are all the players of the Anti-God Alliance who have gradually come to the main city in the past few days. They can be regarded as the top force of the Anti-God Alliance now. They all participated in the battle in Novice Village number 1370. Later, they used the sword pointing to the sky, the horizontal sword, and the holy light to fool you and others, and continue to attack the muddy swamp. That's why the levels of these 200 people can be upgraded so quickly. Now the level of ordinary players remains around level 13 to 14. These 200 people gathered together, and although they were able to kill more than 1,500 people, they were relatively weak-minded, so they were never able to successfully encircle them. Under the leadership of sword pointing to the sky, they attacked left and right and continued to break through. But the other side had too many people, and the Anti-God Alliance was bound to suffer losses. We played until the game was closed yesterday, and more than 200 people suffered a lot of losses. If you continue like this, sooner or later you will be surrounded and made into dumplings. And even with the holy light fooling you, he died 11 times. His lack of experience allowed him to die once without losing a level. If he dies again, he will have to go back to the novice village and train to level 15 again before he can come back. During the journey, Chu Tian discovered many players from other guilds, as well as some people who had not joined the guild, most of whom were thieves. Because of the level difference, their stealth skills were completely ineffective in Chu Tian's eyes. This group of people were also constantly approaching the battlefield, and each of them turned on the video recording function. Even more bizarre was the fact that we encountered a group of people, one of whom was a beautiful woman, who was reporting in real time with a store-bought toy microphone in her hand. Look everyone, after passing the forest behind me, we will reach the Larsen Basin. It is said that the elite forces of the Anti-God Alliance are trapped in the basin. Who is the winner of this battle with a huge disparity in numbers? Let us wait and see. It is rumored that the president of the Anti-God Alliance, I am not a druid, who once dominated the rankings for a long time, was killed in reality and has not been online for 10 days. Without his leadership, can the Anti-God Alliance still sweep through the enemy like it did in the 1370 Novice Village? Let me lead everyone to watch the live battle together. This is the Tiandao World WCC reporting to you in real time. I am Shi Zhenxiang. The beautiful woman who called herself Shi Zhenxiang was telling the story vividly. When Chu Tian passed by them, he cursed inwardly, "You were killed, and your whole family was killed." Then when I heard the name she announced, I almost laughed out loud. WCC. Why don't you just call yourself WC? And this person is called Shit is really fragrant. The names of this group are a perfect match. However, this also gave Chu Tian an important piece of information, which was the Dalsan Basin. Jianjitsang Tian and his men had been surrounded and confused, and had no idea of their exact location. They just kept reporting their coordinates to him. When he learned of their location, Chu Tian recalled the terrain conditions on the map. Suddenly his eyes moved. He sent a message to GNG and the others, asking them to hold on and not be surrounded, and he also sent them a coordinate, asking them to move towards that direction. Hey, killing, fighting with more people against fewer people. Let's have some fun. The Delerson Basin, except for a small area in the center which is a plain, is almost entirely covered with trees. This is also the reason why Jianji Tsangtian and his men have not been surrounded for so long. Chu Tian had already anticipated that the killing team must be in the basin now, stationed evenly, and arranged a spider web-like defense formation, waiting for the members of the Anti-God Alliance to run around. Once a camp or a team discovered them, the killing team would come from all directions to support this point. This made Jianji Tsangtian and his men mistakenly believe that they were completely surrounded by the enemy, so they kept changing direction and running around in the basin. The plan of killing was to use a small force to hold them back, and then more people would come to kill them. However, the entire basin was too large, and the more than 1,500 people were scattered, resulting in the fact that the personnel in each place were still a little weak. They still underestimated the more than 200 people of the Anti-God Alliance. Therefore, Tianya Guangdao is probably still mobilizing more people to rush over here. Once the number of people increases, Jianji Tsangtian and his men will be in real danger. On his way here, Chu Tian had already discovered quite a few killers heading this way. They should be the follow-up personnel called by Tianya Guangdao. The coordinates that Chu Tian sent to Jianji Tsangtian were a Jedi, and there was a steep cliff on this side. He judged that there must be no killers stationed here, because this was the deepest part of the basin and the only direction that could not leave the basin. Although the other three directions are also surrounded by mountains, the terrain is flat and there are some small paths leading up the mountain. Only here is a dead end. He passed through one team after another that were ambushing in the forest, and just as he had expected, the closer he got to the cliff, the fewer people the other side had deployed. Later on, there were no longer even any secret sentries or camped killing players. After Chu Tian arrived here, he discovered that there were several secret sentries in the forest. After observing, he found that they were players from the Anti-God Alliance. It seemed that they had arrived. At the same time, he nodded secretly, pointing his sword at the sky's arrangement, and also knew to deploy secret sentries to detect danger. He was able to survive for so long under the siege of so many murderous people. He really had some skills. In his previous life, he had been with me for so long, it was really a waste of his talent. After exiting the woods, there was a small open space in front of us. In the open space there was a small pond. Opposite the pond was a cliff. More than 200 people were stationed next to the pond. Chu Tian exited stealth, turned into human form, and appeared in their sight. Their first reaction was to draw their weapons. So many people drew their weapons at the same time and stared at Chu Tian fiercely, which made him feel endless murderous aura, like a strong airflow blowing towards him. Chu Tian was stunned for a moment, looking at the more than 200 men in front of him. They could actually gather their momentum into one. This was something that only a few teams could do in the later stage of group battles, although they were just a prototype at this time. Momentum affects the entire body. This team of our guild will surely become a lion that has fought many battles in the future. With this group of people, and by accommodating other people to come in, we can soon cultivate this kind of momentum. When people of the same number and with the same equipment face off on the battlefield, the team that fails to comprehend the momentum will inevitably lose. Even under the first wave of charge, the army will be defeated. After a brief moment of daze, Chu Tian walked forward with a smile. The people on the other side also discovered that the person who came was Chu Tian, and their eyes were full of excitement, although this president rarely showed up. But after the battle in 1370, he was always their backbone, and the president finally came. Although the whole team was a little agitated, it did not make too much noise. However, the guild chat channel became lively. "Hello, boss. Boss, you're finally here. Boss, we missed you so much. The boss is here, let's fight the killer." Countless greetings and passionate words expressed their excitement. Stop arguing. Let's see what the boss has to say." Pointing the sword to the sky, he sent a message. The guild channel fell silent instantly. It seemed that sword pointing to the sky's prestige was also very high in everyone's mind. Chu Tian just sent a few words of thanks in the guild, which were bland, and he didn't mention at all how to arrange the battle. He couldn't guarantee that all members of the guild were trustworthy. There was no way to detect whether there were murderous traitors or spies placed here by other guilds. He points his sword to the sky, holds his knife horizontally, and uses holy light to fool you, and creates a separate chat group. He asked them if they had any warlock players that they could trust absolutely. The three gods pointed their swords at them and exchanged glances, realizing that Chu Tian wanted to pull them out for a chat alone. Heng Dao thought for a moment and pointed at a boy in the team who was about 15 or 16 years old. In the group chat, he said, "His name is Aruru. He joined the guild on the first day we established it. He leveled up and played dungeons with us every day. He should be trustworthy." Chu Tian nodded when he heard that he joined the guild on the first day. He came in on the first day, so he shouldn't be a spy arranged by other guilds. And if they had to arrange one, they wouldn't arrange such a young boy to come in. "Heng Dao, ask him if he has learned the skill of breathing underwater," Chu Tian ordered. After a while, Heng Dao replied, "He learned it." "Okay, all of you quit the team, and let him quit as well, and I'll team up with you." Sword pointing to the sky, they talked about it in the team, and then the three of them joined Chu Tian's team. At the same time, Chu Tian also brought Aruru into the team. Looking for a sharpshooter who can shoot as fast as the wind, and who can be trusted. Chu Tian spoke again. "After a while, Shengguang fooled you and said in the group chat, 'I really can't find this.' Swift as the Wind is a skill book that can only be learned at level 15. We have been harassed these days, and we haven't killed many monsters, so there is no skill book at all. The drop rate of skill books above level 15 is very low. Besides, they had just arrived at this map and had been facing harassment from the idiots of killing. It's normal that no one among the sharpshooters learns." Seeing that there was still a vacancy in the team of 6, but no good replacement, he had to give up. "You have been here for more than 20 minutes, and you should all be out of combat. Let the others use the return stones and go back to the city. Then take off the guild badges, hide your character names, and rush to the outskirts of the basin to wait for news," Chu Tian said to Jianji Tsang Tian. "Ah. Are we retreating like this? What will our brothers think?" Shengguang asked you in a deceptive manner. When he asked, Jianji Tsang Tian had already posted the message in the guild channel according to Chu Tian's request. In an instant, the guild channel became popular again. "Boss, we've been held back for so many days, and we're just going to retreat like this." "Yes, boss. Let's fight them. We are not afraid of death. The worst that can happen is that we have to go back to the novice village. It's so frustrating. I thought the guild leader came and could lead us back and pick up some equipment. I didn't expect him to be such a coward." Ding, ding, ding. The guild system continuously prompts that someone has quit the guild. Chu Tian looked at the news in the guild without saying anything. After a while, gradually no one left the guild. He said 11 words, "The 5 of us are enough for this battle." Silence. The guild suddenly became silent. These short 11 words fully demonstrate Chu Tian's dominance. Some even suspected that they had seen it wrong. More than 200 people had been struggling for 2 days and had not been able to escape the enemy's pursuit and had not been able to escape the battle. The president actually said that the 5 of them were enough. By the way, as for leaving the battle, according to the Tiandao system settings, during PvP, you can only leave the battle after more than 20 minutes. It seems that the president just sent a coordinate and asked us to come over. It has been more than 20 minutes and everyone has left the battle restrictions. We can use the return stone now. Thinking of this, they looked at the president strangely. Maybe he was not just trying to show off. After all, one coordinate location could rescue us all. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes turned hot as they looked at Chu Tian. Soon, more than 200 players all used the return stone to leave. Because they had been in a continuous battle for 2 days, they had no time to use the recall stone, so the 24-hour cooling time was already over. There were only 5 people including Chu Tian left by the entire pond. He looked at the 4 of them, each with a different expression. With his sword pointed at the sky, he looked excited, obviously because he heard Chu Tian say, "In this battle, the 5 of us are enough." It made his blood boil. Chu Tian knew that he was just that kind of person, a passionate young man who could be ignited with just one sentence. He held his sword in his hand, expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking, as if nothing could move his rock-hard heart. Holy light fooled you, a worried look on his face, obviously skeptical about 5 people taking on over 1,500 people. A chubby kid, with excitement and fear in his eyes, he was typically a little scared, but also a little excited because Chu Tian kept him. Chu Tian looked at him and smiled. This boy was a warlock player. Originally, everyone's impression of warlocks was that they were tall and thin, and the warlock's equipment was black and red in color, and they usually wore a big hood, which made people feel mysterious and fearful. After all, they were with demons all day long, so their personalities might not be very approachable. The warlock trainer's dress and aura are like this, so warlock players like to imitate him. On the contrary, the boy in front of him had a chubby body and fair complexion, and he didn't know where he got a pair of black-framed glasses without lenses. The equipment was actually transformed, and the whole outfit looked harmless. It seems like this is another child from a wealthy family who has started playing with the transmogrification system so early. You know, transmogrification allows you to change the appearance of equipment into whatever you want. But first you need to have the template equipment you want to transmogrify. These template equipment are similar to the fashions in previous online games and are sold in the clothing stores in Tiandao. That price is simply not something that ordinary people can afford. Chu Tian only had 7 words to describe the boy in front of him, white fat guy with black-framed glasses. After smiling, Chu Tian said, "Okay, there are only 5 of us left, let's get started. Boss, you decide how we should do this." He pointed his sword to the sky and rubbed his hands ready to fight. Chu Tian glanced at him and said, "Let me make it clear first. You will follow my instructions." It was obvious that he was speaking to Jianji Tian. Chu Tian knew him too well. This kid would get hot-headed when fighting and would like to rush towards death. The men with the sword pointing to the sky nodded continuously. "We will definitely become famous this time, and we won't be able to return for a long time. It's okay, it's okay. Just ask the brothers to help deliver the supplies when the time comes. It won't have any impact if you don't go back to the city." Before Chu Tian could finish his words, he was interrupted by the man pointing his sword to the sky. Chu Tian simply ignored him and said to the expressionless Hengdao, "If Jianji wants to say one more word, call your sister tomorrow and go find him to have some fun." "Yeah." Hengdao nodded. Jianji Tian was obviously about to say something else, but he just held it back. Chu Tian saw the bear-like look of the sword pointing at him, and said with a smile, "Okay, everyone, don't be nervous. Ruru, you are responsible for giving the 3 of them the underwater breathing buff. Hengdao, you are responsible for healing, and dispelling all debuffs that are harmful to us, especially those that slow down and freeze us. As for the 2 of you, follow me, you can cut people, right?" After hearing Chu Tian's arrangement, almost everyone understood, but they still didn't understand what the warlock's underwater breathing was for. But a roguish person was the first to cast the underwater breathing spell on everyone. When he was about to cast it on Chu Tian waved his hand to interrupt him and told him that he didn't need it. Then he was the first to jump into the nearby pool and shouted, "Follow me into the water." Several people were confused. What were they going to do? Weren't they going to fight? Why did they go swimming? However, seeing that Chu Tian had already sunk to the bottom of the water, they hurried to follow. Underwater breathing, you can breathe underwater, and your swimming speed increases by 20%, which lasts for 5 minutes. When they dived into the water, they did not find Chu Tian but instead saw a seal circling around them. "Follow me," Chu Tian said in the team. Only then did everyone realize that this seal was actually transformed by Chu Tian. When Chu Tian reached level 20, the skill, Transformation, Giant Deer Form, was automatically upgraded to Transformation, Travel Form. Transformation, Travel Form, when on land, it transforms into a giant deer form, can carry 1 person, and increases its movement speed by 200%. When in water, it transforms into a seal form, and its swimming speed will not be lower than its own movement speed. When in a flying area, it transforms into a giant eagle form, and its flying speed is 500%. The travel form may be the benefit of druids. When the riding system is not yet opened, they have the giant deer form and can have the speed of others riding mounts. When others still need to learn riding skills and spend money to buy mounts, they can run happily with the skills given for free and even bring one person with them. And it is an all-round form that can be used on land, sea, and air. When a player enters the water and changes to a swimming posture, the movement speed is only 40%. After the bonus of the underwater breathing buff, it is only 60%. Chu Tian's movement speed is 110%, so he has to stop constantly and wait for Jianji Tian and the others. When diving about 30 meters underwater, Chu Tian stopped next to a cave. Jianji Tian and the others gradually came over. Chu Tian sent a message to the team, "Go in, follow me. Enter the underwater cave and continue forward along a path that only one person can pass." They encountered countless forks in the road along the way. Each time, Chu Tian would go ahead to explore the road, and then come back to lead everyone to continue swimming along the correct path. Finally, after about 10 minutes, we came out of a cave and arrived at a pool of water again. Chu Tian signaled them to wait here for a while, and then he floated up to check. When he was about 3 meters away from the water surface, Chu Tian cast a spell and transformed into a cheetah form, then sneaked and continued to float upwards. Just after he left the cheetah form, the breathing countdown progress bar that appeared on the system was halfway through when he successfully emerged from the water. As soon as he emerged, he saw a small camp by the water, with about 50 people sitting there. "Almost half an hour has passed since you were talking. Where have those guys from the Anti-God Alliance gone?" one of them said to the person next to him. "I don't know where to go," said a player. "I guess they may have all returned to the city. They have been out of combat for more than 20 minutes. If it were me, I would definitely use the return stone first." Someone with a little intelligence said. "That's right, I don't know what the president is thinking. He asked us to retreat quickly and then go find a small account to kill. How cool is that?" Another player complained. Chu Tian had been observing them and discovered that most of the camp was occupied by priests, with only a few players of output professions acting as guards. Priest players move a little slowly and cannot form a mobile force. They are stationed here, probably preparing to receive orders before supporting the battle. Chu Tian eliminated several stealth thieves around the camp, including 2 druids in cat form. In Chu Tian's eyes, their stealth was useless. Not to mention that Chu Tian has several pieces of equipment that increase the chance of detecting stealth. Even if he doesn't have them, their level is 7 levels lower than Chu Tian. Because of the level suppression, Chu Tian can see their translucent bodies when he is within 5 meters of them. During this time, Jianji Tian and the others had floated to a position less than 10 centimeters from the water surface, sticking to the edge of the pool, waiting for Chu Tian's instructions. Even a meatball summoned a demon guard, ready to command it to rush out at any time. After making sure that all the secret sentries had been killed, Chu Tian sent a message to the team. "Kill." The 4 people who had been ready in the water suddenly jumped up. With his sword pointed toward the sky, he charged into a group of people near the water. With a shield strike, one of the warriors was knocked to the ground. Heroic strike, fatal strike, giant strike. It hit the person directly, instantly reducing half of his health. There were 7 people in this group, who were gathered together chatting and bragging. Suddenly such a killer rushed in, and for a moment their mentally retarded brains were unable to react. That proud little idiot got beaten up. Haha, he must have been hooking up with a girl in the guild again and got approached by her boyfriend. When this arrogant little idiot was hit by a sword pointed at the sky and half of his health was lost, one of the people with a smart brain finally reacted. No, this person is the sword pointing to heaven from the Anti-God Alliance. After his reminder, the others finally reacted and drew their weapons. At this moment, Jianji Tian stomped his foot, and a thunder-trampling skill made the ground bang, accompanied by a spider web-like electric current. Directly cover these people. Stun for 3 seconds, and the skill effect takes effect. The next thing I saw was a tall demon guard, holding a large sword in each hand. It was also a charge into the crowd, a storm of swords. The demon guard stretched out his arms. His already tall body, coupled with the support of 2 large swords, directly covered a distance of nearly 4 meters. He began to spin in circles, and the two big knives slashed through the bodies of the immobilized players like cutting leaks. Exclamation point. The sword pointed to the sky and a killing blow was thrown at the arrogant little idiot, directly reducing his health to 0. Then he immediately leaned forward and laid on the ground, wielding his sword like an electric fan, creating a gust of wind. Pointing the sword to the sky, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. If he had been slower in lying down, he would have been minced into meat. The slower holy light fooled you, and you stopped instantly. You looked back and saw flesh still standing on the shore, bouncing towards you like a ball. You little Ruru, damn it, can't you see I'm still here? Quickly tell your demon to put away his magic power. Everyone is dead. He lay on the ground with a sword pointing to the sky and shouted in the team chat. Boss, I can only command it to attack and retreat. I have no say on what skills to use. My demon control level is not high enough. You better get out soon. Ruru replied to him in the chat. You. Just as Jianji Tsangtian was about to say something, he suddenly saw, holy light is deceiving you, rushing to the other side with a big sword in hand. Shock, judge, jump and slash, knocking one person down directly. The attack on the next person has already begun. Thinking of the bet he made with him before, about who could kill the most, he immediately crawled out of the range of the blade storm cast by the demon guard. Originally, he thought that he could get the kill first because of his fast charging speed. He didn't expect that a fleshy demon guard would charge forward and follow closely behind him. As soon as he came in, he used his ultimate move and took away 6 heads in an instant. You are the vice president, how can you let him overpower you? During the time he was crawling, the holy light fooled you and knocked down 3 of them. Even Hengdao used punishment and painful curse to snatch a head from the holy light side. He stood up and pointed his sword at the sky in anger. Charging and striking bravely, he also rushed into the battle group, extremely ferocious, and chopped a mage away with one sword. Following the mage's body, he ran quickly and delivered a fatal blow. The one-handed sword in his hand emitted a red light and chopped the mage directly. As the mage's body landed on the ground, the killing skill followed. Turn your head and look at the next target. No one could have imagined that the usually nonchalant and laughing man with his sword pointed to the sky could actually be so murderous when he got serious. He knocked down 6 or 7 people in a row, connecting his skills without interruption, and he didn't even use a normal attack. The skill CD cooling time is calculated so precisely. The holy light is fooling you, but it is also not weak. The Crusaders can strike, shock, judge, and behead. With only a few basic skills, you can kill one person every 10 steps, unimpeded and invincible. As for beheading, it might be that he fell in love with this ultimate move when he was in the 1370 novice village. Relying on his shock and judgment, the stiffness effects of the 2 skills, although they only lasted for a few tenths of a second, he actually did it. He seized these few tenths of a second and beheaded the enemy. However, it is still because the opponents are relatively weak, and most of them are cloth armor professions. If in the later stages, everyone's equipment covers almost the entire body, and even the neck is wrapped in chain mail, I guess this trick of his may not be very useful. At this time, this move can really kill every newbie with one blow. Magic skills sprayed and exploded on them, but the 2 of them didn't care at all. The guild's number 1 holy priest is standing behind him. What's so scary about that? As the leaders of the guild, the 3 of them have almost the best equipment in the entire guild. Even a tanky guy has good equipment. After all, he is rich. He can get a lot of contribution points by donating some to the guild. Facing the killing guild's group of scum, especially a camp dominated by priests, it was a one-sided massacre. In a short moment, more than 20 players fell to the ground. Several pastors nearby were so frightened that they ran away. There are enemies. Run. They are from the Anti-God Alliance. We can't defeat them. Run, run. The whole camp was in chaos. There was a counterattack at the beginning, but their blood volume kept dropping. Fortunately, there was a horizontal sword behind them that kept replenishing their blood. At this time, the killing player was actually thinking about escaping, and no one fought back at all. At this time, Chu Tian transformed into a cheetah and herded sheep. He surrounded them and moved at high speed. If anyone ran, he would go over and kill them. He didn't need any other skills, he would just tear them apart and kill them instantly. When someone saw his teammate in front of him being killed instantly, he was so scared that he turned around and ran back. The people behind didn't know what was going on, so they started pushing each other and eventually bumped into each other. With their swords pointed at the sky, they became tigers and wolves among the flock of sheep, chopping down anyone they saw and being invincible. Until the whole group was wiped out, none of the people involved in the killing had any idea where these killers came from. None of them had the courage to resurrect, for fear that these killers would guard their bodies. So they chose to resurrect directly in the cemetery, and after becoming weakened, they waited for time to pass. In just 2 or 3 minutes, all 57 killing players died. The 5 people gathered together, and all of them turned into bright red, and their eyes couldn't help but reveal excitement. Heng Dao, have you recorded the video? Because Heng Dao had been at the back and his field of vision could almost observe the entire scene, he told Heng Dao to record the entire process as soon as the battle started. Recorded. But, Heng Dao looked at Jianji Tsangtian awkwardly. Jianji Tsangtian immediately responded, Boss, when you post it, please mosaic the part where I climbed. They all knew what Chu Tian was going to do. Jianji Tsangtian knew that he couldn't stop Chu Tian from sending out the video, so he had to ask him to help him cover it up. Okay, no problem, send me the video. Chu Tian said with a smile. Killing Guild, I don't care who is behind you, if you want to play, play big. Open Tiandao official website. Originally, it was quite common for 2 guilds to fight with each other, but because of the name, I am not a druid, by the leader of the Anti-God Alliance, various first kill announcements kept coming during the period when the server was opened, and its level was always ranked first in the leaderboard. At the same time, because the Killing Guild had newly become the #1 guild in the Northern War Zone, this ordinary battle attracted everyone's attention. The official website also contains videos released by Tianya Guangdao and some provocative words. This post was responded to by countless people and ranked first on the entire official website. Chu Tian opened the post option. The title reads, The Anti-God Alliance never relies on numbers, to kill and slaughter, 5 people are enough. The video was directly thrown in, with a sentence attached, time, 21:43, killed, 57 people. At the beginning, his posts were quickly deleted and not many people paid attention to them. 10 minutes later, it was finally dug out by someone. The reason was simple, the poster was, I am not a druid, and the title was so domineering that people naturally clicked on it out of curiosity to take a look. After opening the post, I saw the figure charging with the sword pointing to the sky. The content after the video directly touched everyone's nerves. The Warlock's Demon Guard, a blade storm, killed 6 people instantly. The Shield Warrior's smooth operation, skill timing, and the enemy's landing position are all mastered with great accuracy. The simple skill of the Paladin can make the enemy retreat repeatedly. He can seize the few seconds when the enemy is stiff and chop off his head to kill him instantly. The enemy's head will be shocked as blood spurts out. There is also a black cheetah that appears in the camera from time to time. Every time it attacks, it kills instantly. Such high damage has never been seen before. On the other hand, the players who were killing each other were in a panic, pushing and shoving each other like idiots. It was a stark contrast. There is also a fat white warlock with black-framed glasses. He has endless demon summoning skills, including 1 demon guard, 2 void lords, 3 succubi, 4 hellhounds, and 10 imps. They can be called a demon army. This warlock not only has many summoning skills, but also has ridiculously high damage. Almost every time he shoots a destructive arrow, the opponent will be left with little health. Of course, this kind of high damage skill also takes a long time to cast and can be easily interrupted. Is this the strength of the Anti-God Alliance? During the entire battle, apart from the invisible priest Heng Dao, Chu Tian was the least outstanding. After all, he had to kill the enemy instantly with 1 move and also run around to prevent any of the enemies from escaping successfully. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the rhythm of this battle was firmly controlled by this black cheetah. Take advantage of the opponent's fear and disrupt their formation. In the end, all the people who were killed were driven together so that Jianji Tsangtian and others could be killed completely. Otherwise, this battle could not have been over in just 2 or 3 minutes. Even chasing someone would take a certain amount of time. The effect of total annihilation and quick kill was inseparable from the druid who transformed into a black cheetah. They all knew that this person was the so-called rookie king. I am not a druid. The level of the players in the northern war zone can far exceed that of the players in other war zones. His contribution is also indispensable to their quick departure from the novice village, although the strategy guide was purchased. But what can you do if they don't sell to you? 5 people were killing players as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Although the opponent is a bit weak, who dares to say that they can fight 5 against 57? No one dares, because it is a battle that is bound to be lost. Even if you are a high damage output profession, you dare not fight against 10 priests. After all, it is still the early stages and it is impossible to completely crush them with equipment. But these 5 people from the Anti-God Alliance did it. In addition, everyone is paying attention to the sentence that Chu Tian posted at the end of the video. Time, 21:43, 57 killed. It seemed to indicate that there would be another battle, and the performance of these 5 people was far from over. There is also the title of the post, the Anti-God Alliance has never relied on numbers, to kill and destroy, 5 people are enough. A simple sentence, so domineering and arrogant that it makes everyone's blood boil. For a time, the post posted by Chu Tian and the post posted by Tianya Quangdao a long time ago became hot topics. Many people even put down what they were doing and returned to the safe zone just to read the forum and pay attention to the final outcome of this matter. Chu Tian's words, that the Anti-God Alliance never relied on numbers, severely slapped Tianya Quangdao, or the Killing Guild, in the face. Don't you like to kill with more people? Then we will leave 5 of us to play with you. Many people know the origin of this battle. It was the Killing Guild that provoked first and killed the players of the Anti-God Alliance. Then someone with a sword pointing to the sky brought dozens of people and slaughtered more than 100 people of the Killing Guild. The killers started to invite people, and gathered more than 1,500 people, and began to round up the more than 200 people of the Anti-God Alliance. At first everyone thought that with such a huge disparity in numbers, the battle would be over soon. But after fighting for a whole day yesterday, the Anti-God Alliance lost dozens of players, and no one knows the exact number of losses in the killing. The members of the Anti-God Alliance were so busy with raids that they had no time to visit the official website. Only those who kill are constantly boasting. He also spread rumors that the leader of the Anti-God Alliance, I am not a druid, slept with his brother's woman in real life and was beaten and hospitalized. There were also rumors that he was hit by a car when he went out, and other curse words. Many people couldn't stand it, and there were also players from the Anti-God Alliance who had not left the novice village. They all spoke out to fight back against the players who were killing, but they were all scolded by the idiots. If you argue with a bunch of idiots, you will never win in your life, because they never think before they speak or act, and they dare to say and do anything. Even the reason why Chu Tian's post was pushed up was because of the players of Killing who posted shit-like replies below. Chu Tian looked at the replies below and sneered in his heart. Just wait, I will tell you how to swallow back what you have spewed out. The Anti-God Alliance, which had originally had low morale, rekindled its morale at this time. The boss avenged us. Even if the boss did nothing next, no one would blame him. Those players who had left the Anti-God Alliance guild were a little regretful at this time, and they all looked for their former teammates to see if they could reconcile and rejoin the guild. However, their former good teammates ignored the messages they sent. There were even a few people with bad tempers who responded with, "Get lost." At this time, the 5 people had returned to the bottom of the water and entered the cave again. 10 minutes later, they appeared in another pool of water. Similarly, Chu Tian went out first to clear out the secret sentries, pointed his sword at Song Tian and others, and stood up to launch a surprise attack. This time, the camp is much larger than before, and not most of the people there are fragile professions like priests. There are a total of 129 people in the entire camp, including 34 secret sentries. This time the number of people was quite different. Although Jianji Song Tian and his men were well equipped, they were outnumbered. Chu Tian couldn't kill the escapees on the periphery like he did in the last battle. In order to protect them, Chu Tian also entered the battlefield and began to hunt down those who posed a threat to them. 5 minutes later, the battle was over. Out of the 129 men, only 11 escaped. Pointing your sword to the sky kills 13 people, the holy light fools you into killing 15 people, a tank kills 24 people, and you pick up 3 heads with your sword. The rest were all slaughtered by Chu Tian alone, and he killed a total of 63 killing players. Yizurura, a white fat man wearing black-framed glasses, turned out to be the one who killed the most enemies after Chu Tian, which made Chu Tian look at him sideways. Chu Tian re-edit the post, placing the new video below the previous one, with a sentence, time, 22:07, 118 people killed. Those who killed please post the video, otherwise your words are a joke. His edited post ignited the forum again, and just as they expected, the battle did not end there. After Chu Tian posted the first video, Tianya Guangdao edited his post and said that he had just killed 58 members of the Anti-God Alliance. His intention was to suppress Chu Tian, and those who responded below all asked Tianya Guangdao to post the video, otherwise no one would believe it. This time, Chu Tian directly marked this sentence, which means, don't just brag, let's show the evidence. After he finished editing the post, he saw Heng Dao and the others were still packing up the spoils, so he went up to help. Prepare to clean up the battlefield quickly and move to the next location. Suddenly he discovered that a group of people suddenly appeared in the woods not far away, and there were about 70 killing players approaching this side. This group of players is here for rescue and is the mobile force closest to the camp. Originally, this group of people thought that the more than 100 people in this camp could hold out for a long time. But when they came out of the woods and onto the plain surrounding the pool, they were shocked. How come it was different from what they imagined? It had only been 4 or 5 minutes since they received the message for help. The group was wiped out. Only 5 players from the Anti-God Alliance were seen scattered on the battlefield, picking up equipment. Seeing the names of these 5 people was like the black and red color of coagulated blood, which was simply like a nightmare. Chu Tian reacted the fastest. He sneaked into the room immediately and rushed towards the group of players from the Killing Guild as fast as possible. If he wasn't in stealth mode, everyone would notice a flash of black lightning flying past. When he appeared again, he was already among the group of players. Sweep diagonally. Blood spurted directly onto the faces of nearby players. The pastor who was ambushed by Chu Tian covered his neck and fell to the ground. During this period of fighting, Chu Tian discovered that in fact all skills have techniques, and one can master the techniques to achieve maximum damage. Originally, in his previous life, he played a rogue. Although he had mastered the skills of a rogue, he was forced to become a druid by that old man Tiandao in this life. Originally, he thought that the skills of a thief would be useless when used on a druid. However, after these battles, he found that this was not the case. For example, when using slash in stealth mode, it will cause a stun effect and bleeding damage, but no direct damage. But in a previous battle, he habitually used the slash as a thief's throat-cutting skill. To his surprise, the effect was surprisingly good. He directly cut the opponent's throat with his claws. Causes a direct damage effect. And it was a critical hit. However, this group of people's equipment is too poor to withstand a single skill of mine, so there is no way to try out how high the critical damage limit is. This group of people generally have health points between 360 to 400 without wearing equipment that increases their health limit. Because they are all output professions, few people will allocate free points to physical strength, and only rely on the 2 points of all attributes given by upgrading. At level 15, there are only 30 points of physical strength. Everyone's physical strength growth value is 12 stars, which means that for every point of physical strength, the health point increases by 12 points. Only Chu Tian had the bonus of God-level blood at the beginning, and possessed a growth value of 20 stars. Each point of physical strength increased the upper limit of blood volume by up to 20 points. After Chu Tian launched a sneak attack on the priest, killing him instantly. Seeing that no one else had reacted in time, his opponent had died without being attacked, and he instantly sneaked away again. He swung his demon claws at another priest next to him and tore him to pieces. Squeak! The entire chest of this priest was torn open by Chu Tian's 2 front paws. Blood spurted all over everyone. This group of more than 70 players were frightened to the core. This druid was too ferocious. He was just dozens of meters away, but in the blink of an eye he was among them. With 2 attacks, he killed 2 priests in seconds. The first one was fine, just his throat was scratched. The second one was so miserable. His entire chest was torn open and blood spurted all over their faces. The fishy smell made them feel nauseous. And his terrifying red name, how many people has he killed? There were more than 70 people, and their immediate reaction was to retreat. After taking a few steps back, he threw out an attack mechanically. The magic of several wizards, flashing with different lights, exploded directly on Chu Tian. Bang, bang, bang. -1, -1, -1. Chu Tian is 7 levels higher than them, and several pieces of his equipment are enhanced by +30. The damage inflicted by this group of mages on Chu Tian could only forcefully deduct his blood. Under the attack of magic and arrows, Chu Tian rushed into the crowd. The ferocious cheetah is slaughtering weak humans. Wherever he passed, the group of players fled. However, Chu Tian's movement speed has reached 140% after turning into a cheetah. How could they outrun Chu Tian with just their short legs? Ding. System prompt: the number of kills has reached 100, and you have obtained the unique achievement title, God of Killing. Chu Tian was startled. God of Killing. The title of God of Killing. Hurry up and open the title to check while fighting. Title: God of Killing, only. Hidden attribute: you can freely use your body to fight, no longer limited by skills. If the player has been promoted, this attribute can increase the control of the body by 50%. Introduction: to be called the God of Death, one needs extremely high soul power to control it. In the previous life, I had never heard that the title of Juesha had any attributes. Chu Tian thought to himself. The introduction says that it requires extremely high soul power to control it. Is it because the soul power of the killer is not enough, so the hidden attribute is not triggered? It should be like this. It turns out that the soul power that I have obtained can be manifested here. Chu Tian had just figured out the skill when the system gave him this title. He thought to himself, this would give him more freedom, which was equivalent to getting a bonus after promotion. You should know that if you want to obtain free skills, it is a function that is unlocked after promotion. For example, a thief needs to be transferred to a shadow dancer, so that the thief's skills are no longer restricted and require specific actions to trigger. You can control your body more freely, and even create combos according to your own preferences. But it is not so easy to get promoted. You have to go through layers of tests and complete God-level tasks before you can gain recognition from the system and be given the opportunity to be promoted. The last step in the God-level mission to advance requires the collection of a lot of materials, and it is divided into several levels of difficulty. The most difficult level requires more materials. This again involves whether you have certain assets. You don't have enough money? Fine. You complete the lowest difficulty promotion task. Then after the promotion, your attributes will be less than others, and the rewards you get will also be less than others. As for what the druid will be called after being promoted, Chu Tian didn't know. In the past 4 years of his previous life, he had never heard of a druid successfully changing his job. Chu Tian put on the title of God of Death and began to flexibly manipulate the cheetah's body, constantly changing, and Chu Tian performed various difficult moves. They even use some moves that have no lethality at all to attack the enemy. He just swung his tail and knocked a player to the ground with it, which actually caused damage. Although the damage was not high, you have to know that he just swept the opponent's leg with his tail. Then go up and add 2 normal claw attacks to kill it. There are also those who fly to the top of people's heads and ride on their necks with their hind legs. Then use your claws to cut the opponent's throat. The moment he landed from the air, his hind legs bounced up and kicked the person who was trying to escape away. Chu Tian thought that his series of cheetah hunting movements were smooth and flowing, and he was secretly proud of himself. But in the eyes of Heng Dao and the others, it was completely different. What they saw was a cheetah that knew martial arts. Although it is a bit clumsy, it has already taken shape. Can a druid play like this? Jianji Tsangtian asked dumbfoundedly. This time, even Heng Dao showed an expression of disbelief. Heng Dao, did you record it? Sheng Guang asked you in a deceptive manner. It's recording. Heng Dao replied. That's good, this is the boss's comeback. In the past, people always said that he was a player who only knew how to exploit bugs and had no technical level. Let's see what they say this time. Guang Huyo stared at Chu Tian intently and said to the people around him. A chubby face with eyes full of admiration. Should we go up and help? Asked Jianjitsun Tian. Go to hell, don't you see the boss is having fun, and there are not many people left. Heng Dao actually said the word boss. You know, these two words are how others call him. The sword pointing to the sky and the holy light fooled you, and you looked at him with a little disbelief. Heng Dao touched his nose and said, why are you looking at me? Just watch the show. Ouch, this combo is beautiful. He used this method to ease his own embarrassment, and the two of them, sword pointing to the sky, were really attracted to it. Chu Tian is no longer in cheetah form at this time. He is now chasing the last killing player, who has run a little far away. Chu Tian transformed into an owl beast and attacked with a thorny entanglement, predicting that he would release it half a meter in front of the opponent. The other party stepped on it and was directly caught by the thorns. This person was obviously much smarter than other killing players. He drew his sword and chopped at the thorns. At this time, Chu Tian instantly transformed into a cheetah, increased his speed, and quickly approached the opponent. Just when the opponent had just chopped off the thorns, Chu Tian switched to the giant bear form, and the opponent had already entered the charging range. Charging, the giant bear's running body raised a cloud of dust. Bump directly into that person and the immobilization effect will be triggered. Charge gains 15 rage. Slap, a control skill in giant bear form. Chu Tian transformed into a giant bear and stood up. Hit the other person hard on the head. It is also a control skill that does no damage, it can just smash the opponent's head into a rotten watermelon. Blood splattered all over Chu Tian, and the giant bear's entire chest was covered with yellow and white patterns. Just as Chu Tian thought, there was no damage attribute description for these skills. But they can also trigger the weakness to kill. It's like the holy light is fooling you and enjoys chopping off your head. Gradually mastering the essentials, Chu Tian couldn't hide his excitement. A few minutes later, Chu Tian edited the post for the third time, placing the new video below the previous one, with a sentence, time, 22:29, 78 killed. The 5-member Anti-God Alliance is still killing people. Moreover, the number of killings is still rising steadily. Every time Chu Tian edits a post, he will add a video and report the number of killings. All the players were shocked and frightened. The Anti-God Alliance was too awesome. Were they really going to defy the heavens? Recalling the first time the Anti-God Alliance crossed into the novice village, they launched the first guild war. The next few days have been uneventful. Later, because the guild leader was offline for 10 days, he was provoked by the murderers. Until today, I am not a druid, the rookie king that everyone is paying attention to, has returned with a strong force and has reached level 22 online. Once again firmly ranked first in the ranking list. Regarding Chu Tian's rise, many people said that he used bugs, black technology, and other means. However, when this video was released, everyone was amazed. It turned out that the Tiandao game could be played like this. A druid who knows martial arts is simply invincible. In the previous video, the holy light fooled you, and every time he cut off a head with his sword, he amazed everyone. Seeing Chu Tian's solo show, all those who had criticized him before shut up and stopped talking. At this time, Tianya Guangdao, the president of the Killing Guild, was furious. Originally, in order to accept benefits from others and let him slow down the progress of the Anti-God Alliance, he thought that Chu Tian had been offline for so many days and his level had already been leveled with everyone else. Even if he returns, there is nothing to be afraid of, but unexpectedly, as soon as he comes online, he directly returns to the first place in the Northern Theater level list. 22 levels, which is a huge gap of 7 levels ahead of them. He may be the top player in the world. Moreover, he never expected that Chu Tian's attack and defense were so high. What kind of equipment was needed to reach such a high level? In fact, he didn't know at all that Chu Tian wasn't wearing all the clothes, and he was just relying on a few fully enhanced pieces of equipment to hold on. Now that Chu Tian and the other 5 have made such a fuss and posted it on the official website of Tiandao, he has gone from being proactive to being passive. Now Tianya Guangdao is in a dilemma, neither advancing nor retreating. Attack, there is no way to find the opponent. If you retreat, that would be giving in and you won't be able to survive in the future. The Anti-God Alliance would definitely spread the word that their slaughter guild had 1,500 members, but they were scared off by 5 people. The entire slaughter guild had lost face, and his tenure as guild president might be over. The only way is to hold on. Only by finding these 5 and killing them can we wash away the shame. Tianya Guangdao gave the order to surround the places where the 5 of them appeared. All 5 of them were red names, which meant they couldn't return to the city, so he would just fight them, Tianya Guangdao decided in his mind. He issued an order to the people in the guild, asking everyone to come to the Dalasan Basin. You should know that their guild now has 7,000 people. He just didn't believe that more than 7,000 people couldn't catch 5 of them. With so many people, it would be enough to turn over the land of the Dalasan Basin inch by inch. As long as they dare to show their heads, no matter how strong they are, with so many people under his command, they will be pushed over like a tide and exhausted to death. During this period, Chu Tian and his men appeared again and again, and the number of kills reported by Chu Tian on the forum had exceeded 570. This number is 1/3 of the number of exhibitors announced by Shalu. 5 people killed more than 500 people, shocking the world. But they didn't know that out of these 500 people, more than 400 were killed by Chu Tian alone. At this time, some of the players in the novice village of the Anti-God Alliance were almost crying, shouting in the guild, "You bunch of losers, the bosses are fighting hard, what are you doing? If I could get out of the novice village, I would have rushed into fight with the bosses. Yeah, what are you 200 people doing? Watching a show? Is this how you treat the boss? The boss avenged you, but you don't dare to go in and fight with the boss." Countless voices were heard from the novice village. The players of the Anti-God Alliance were already in a very low mood, especially the players in the novice village. They couldn't bear to look at the official website. Occasionally, there were some with bad tempers who couldn't help but refute the killing behavior, and they were insulted by countless people. Even when leveling up in the wild and meeting other players, I would be pointed at and criticized. Look, this is the Anti-God Alliance. They were so powerful for a while, but now they are being slaughtered in the main city. They are being beaten like dogs. Yes, their president hasn't been online for 10 days. He has abandoned them. I think he is just scared and doesn't dare to go online. Countless discussions made the players of the Anti-God Alliance unable to raise their heads for a while. Although they tried to suppress their sadness, they couldn't stand up straight because they were being bullied and the president didn't show up. They felt a little disheartened. It was not until Chu Tian released the first video that these players even felt tears welling up in their eyes. The boss was finally back. Many people in the guild who had participated in the 1370 Novice Village campaign still had feelings for the Anti-God Alliance. They didn't want Anti-God to become a laughingstock of others because of this. They only hated that they were leveling up too slowly and couldn't follow others to fight hard. After seeing the video, they were filled with excitement. Hangdao even took the time to release a guild message to tell everyone that the people from the killing guild had set an ambush in the Dalasan Basin. If they all rushed in, they would fall into the trap. Therefore, the boss decided that 5 people would massacre the killing guild. Although Hangdao sent a message saying this, the guild channel still fell out. Even the more than 200 people who had reached the outskirts of the Dalasan Basin and were on standby began shouting, wanting to rush back in and fight alongside the boss. Some rational people tried to dissuade them, but Chu Tian and the others had no time to pay attention to these things at the moment. At this time, Yi spoke. "All of you behave yourself. The president asked you to withdraw because he doesn't want you to die. He only left the 5 of them inside. If you go in now, you will only cause trouble and disrupt his original plan. Do everything according to the president's arrangements. People in the novice village, level up quickly. Brothers outside, the president will call you when he needs you." Lolo suppressed these people in the guild, but at this time she was actually infected by the enthusiasm of this group of people. But she knew that since Chu Tian asked them to go out, he must have his own plans, and she couldn't join in the fun. "Hello sister-in-law, we will be obedient." "Yes, sister-in-law. I'm going to level up." "Don't worry, sister-in-law, we won't cause any trouble." "Where are you, sister-in-law? Let's go to the muddy swamp to gain experience. Will you come?" Everyone in the guild knew about the relationship between Chu Tian and Luo Luo. When they saw her talking, everyone fell silent. After the 3 main cities in the Northern War Zone are activated, the novice villages number 1 to 2000 in the entire Northern War Zone are no longer closed. It only takes a certain amount of coins to teleport between multiple novice villages. Lolo had already been teleported to novice village number 1314. After all, this was the headquarters of the Anti-God Alliance, and everything was convenient here. Some of her sisters had also joined the Anti-God Alliance. As for the personnel who had crossed the border to fight in the novice village 1370, they were sent back here by the system when the group teleportation scroll expired. At this time, Lolo, who was still at level 10, saw that there was no more commotion in the guild, so she took her sisters with her and prepared to go to the dungeon to level up. This seemingly ordinary guild war has touched the hearts of countless people. They opened the official website from time to time to check the progress of the matter. Especially for players of the Anti-God Alliance, they would check the homepage almost every time they killed a monster. They all wanted to know whether Chu Tian and his men would be hung up in the end, or whether they would really be able to kill them all. Even if Chu Tian and the others survived, they would still be glorious. 5 men slaughtered 500 people, which was a feat that no one else could accomplish. Even under Chu Tian's post, many people left messages, expressing their desire to join the Anti-God Alliance. Who wouldn't want to join a boss like this? When you are bullied, the boss will stand up for you and slaughter hundreds of people. Let me ask you, do you want such a boss? The answer is yes. At the edge of the Dalasan Basin, Tianya Kwangdao was in an irritable mood and pinched a woman next to him, causing the woman to moan softly and her beautiful eyes wandered. In the Killing Guild, there were constant reports of guild members being ambushed and killed, which made him feel upset. How many people are there? Tianya Kwangdao asked angrily. According to the brothers who escaped, there were really only 5 of them. You useless idiots. 5 of us killed more than 500 of you, and we didn't even catch your shadow. At this moment, Tianya Kwangdao hoped that the number his subordinates reported back was not 5 people. He opened the official website angrily and recognized the 2 people in the video. Sword pointing to the sky and holy light is deceiving you. Needless to say, that black cheetah must be me, not a druid. Needless to say, the person who recorded the video must be Hingdao. The other one is a fat white guy with black framed glasses. I haven't seen him before, but judging from his high damage, his equipment must be very good. These people are not only well equipped, but their skills are almost at the level of professional players. Where did the Anti-God Alliance get these experts? Thinking about my own guild, although there are many people, it seems that there are no expert players except myself. He thought so to himself. If Chu Tian knew, he would probably burst out laughing. You are also a master? I'm afraid you have never seen what a master professional player looks like. As more and more players were killed in the Dalasan Basin, Chu Tian and his team's actions became more and more difficult. Every time he appeared, he encountered no less than 200 people, and within a minute or two, others would come to support him. Deep in the basin, Chu Tian and his group had just appeared, and within less than a minute they had alarmed the 2 surrounding teams, and a total of 400 people came to support them. Retreat. Chu Tian gave an order, and everyone dived into the water without even having time to pick up their equipment. Finally, this time the killers knew where they came from. After Tianya Kwangdao received the news, he was extremely excited. He finally caught you. He immediately ordered, everyone, gather and camp by the pool in the Larsen Basin. After an order, except for those who were killed and lost their levels, all the players who returned to the novice village, even those who had died once, were summoned back. More than 7,000 people in the guild slowly started to operate. Of course, they thought they were executing orders very quickly, but with just over 7,000 idiots, they couldn't even find the nearest pool of water. Tianya Kwangdao enjoyed this feeling very much. With one order, thousands of troops would obey his orders. Seeing more than 7,000 people quickly executing orders, Tianya Kwangdao grabbed a female player next to him and reached his hand in. Die, great king, please be gentle. I don't know where this woman is from, her accent is very strange. Haha, let's see where you can run this time. Tianya Kwangdao's eyes flickered. He thought he had won for sure, so he increased the strength of his hands. The woman's beautiful eyes moved around and she spoke softly, but she made sounds of enjoyment. Time, 1:12, 587 killed. Time, 125, 592 killed. Time, 147, 601 killed. Chu Tian continued to report the number of enemies killed on the forum. The number of enemies killed increases one by one. Although the increase was not much each time and not as horrifying as before, it still shocked everyone. The death toll of players killed gradually increased. None of Chu Tian and the others died. At this time, the third most popular post also appeared, with the title, Tiandao Live Radio WCC, reporting for you in real time the Anti-God Alliance vs. Slaughter, 5 vs 7439, who will win or lose, please come and watch. When everyone saw this title, they thought, wasn't there only 1,500 people? How did it become more than 7,000? After opening the post, the screen came in. It was a live broadcast, not a video. The first screen of the live broadcast was a beautiful woman holding a microphone. Hello everyone, I am Shi Zhenxiang, the person next to me is a member of the Slaughter, now let's ask him to tell everyone. A young man with a flamboyant look put on a self-proclaimed handsome look and said, hello everyone, I am Dei Xiaorbi. I can tell you responsibly that we have dispatched 7,439 people into the basin this time. Except for the 398 people in the novice village, the rest are here. After listening to him, Shi Zhenxiang asked, do you think it's shameful that the Anti-God Alliance only has 5 people and you have dispatched 7,439 people? It's not shameful. We have more people and we are so powerful. What should we be ashamed of? Our boss, Tianya Guangdao, said that bullying small accounts is our honor, and fighting in groups is our capital, said the complacent waiter with pride. But I heard that more than 500 of your people have been killed, said Shi Zhenxiang. What's the big deal? Whoever dies is a loser. The complacent little waiter looked disdainful. Oh. But I heard that you were the first one to be killed by the sword pointing to the sky. Shi Zhenxiang continued to ask. Yes, I'm a noob. So what? Our boss Tianya Guangdao is also a noob. He died the most times when fighting monsters and leveling up in the novice village. The proud waiter said with his neck stiff. At this time, Tianya Guangdao was also watching the live broadcast. He happened to see what the smug little waiter said and his face turned black. Kick this idiot out of the guild. Tianya Guangdao roared. Just when the smug little idiot was about to say something, the killing sign under his character name suddenly disappeared. The complacent waiter was stunned, and Shi Zhenxiang took back the microphone, pushed him out of the picture, and said to the camera, it seems that the number of people in the killing guild has decreased by 1. Let's continue. A group of people left with various equipment, leaving the proud waiter disheveled in the wind. As time passed, the number of enemies killed reported by Chu Tian increased a little each time, but it was also extremely shocking, and the casualties gradually increased. And none of Chu Tian and his 4 companions died. Everyone who paid attention to this matter had to admire Chu Tian and his friends. It is simply unbelievable that 5 people forced a guild of more than 7,000 people to this extent. The killing player was already scared at this time, and was in a state of panic, not knowing when Chu Tian and others would appear. They are like ghosts in the water. Every time they rise from the water, they take a few people with them. When the concentrated fire attack from their side passed by, the enemy disappeared again. During one of these events, Tianya Guangdao gave the order to go into the water and give chase. This time, he lost more than 100 heads. Most of them drowned. Even if there were warlocks, they could not cover a large area with underwater breathing, and this skill was almost useless, so most warlocks did not learn it. If only a small force were to go into the water, it would undoubtedly be like throwing a meat bun at a dog, and there would be no return. Moreover, after Chu Tian and his team entered the cave, they acted quickly, causing the players who chased them in to get lost and unable to get out, and finally had to commit suicide to return to the city. How come they are so familiar with the route below? How did they do it? Tianya Guangdao was so angry that he almost died. Looking at the rising number of casualties, he was extremely depressed. Tianya Guangdao thought about it and decided that if they continued like this, the number of people killed by those 5 people would only increase. If they don't want to fight, there's no way to keep them. Just now, more than 100 people were killed in one go, resulting in the number of enemies killed by these 5 hateful guys from the Anti-God Alliance exceeding 700. If this continues, once the number of people exceeds 1,000, it will undoubtedly make Chu Tian and others in the Anti-God Alliance famous. The title of Thousand-Man Killer can push them to the peak. It even became a glorious history in the world of Tiandao. And the killing that he led might be in danger of falling apart. No matter how many benefits that person promises to you, if you cannot gain a foothold in the way of heaven, those benefits are useless garbage. If it really doesn't work, we can only retreat. We have fought till now, so we have completed what that person asked us to do, right? Tianya Guangdao thought in a very unconfident manner. But he didn't know that Huang Shui was not playing the game at all. He was venting his anger on Yu Shui, cursing, waste, 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 you bunch of waste, I'm killing you, ah. 3 seconds later, he got up, ignored Yu Shui's resentful look, and went straight into the game cabin. At this time, Chu Tian and his 4 friends were resting under a pond. He also paid attention to the report on WCC on the forum. There are more than 7,000 people. So the real show is about to begin. You keep walking along this cave and don't enter any forks in the road. This road leads to the outside of the basin. After Chu Tian brought them to the outermost pool of water in the basin, he sent a message to the team. What about you? Asked the sword pointing to the sky. Hee, just wait and watch the show. You guys retreat first, otherwise you will die soon. After saying that, the seal swung its body and swam quickly towards the water surface. The men with swords pointing to the sky looked at each other, then went in along the cave that Chu Tian pointed out to them. Chu Tian acted alone at a very fast speed. He sneaked directly onto the land and the killing players did not notice him. In this way, Chu Tian slipped out of their encirclement around the pool. Sneaking all the way, going straight towards the center of the basin. The monsters here only refresh at level 20 at most, so they are simply unable to detect Chu Tian who is sneaking around. Originally, the speed underwater should be faster than the speed after stealth, but the speed of passing through the caves is not in a straight line. So Chu Tian chose to walk on land. 30 minutes later, he came to the center of the basin, where there was the largest lake in the basin. Jump down, transform into a seal, and dive all the way down. The lake was very deep, and it took him more than 10 minutes to reach the bottom of the lake. He searched for a while along the bottom of the lake and finally saw a spring when he was almost at the center. There was a constant flow of water rising from the spring, and Chu Tian went upstream, encountering great resistance. Finally, his body felt lighter and he came to a small space. In this strange space under the lake, there is no water at all. This space is not very large, and all the water flows upwards along the walls, which completely violates physics. The water flows upward along the wall and finally converges at the spring where Chu came from. Then it passes through the spring and enters the lake in the basin. After Chu Tian came out of the spring, his body fell straight down and was more than 30 meters away from the ground. Transformation, Ulcan form. Flap your wings. A cute quail flapped its chubby little wings and slowly descended to the ground of the underwater space. After falling to the ground, there was a silver treasure chest lying at my feet. Chu Tian sighed secretly, thinking how nice it would be if he were a thief. I heard that there are many treasure chests here, and there is even a pseudo-god level treasure chest. But now, you can only watch. There were no living creatures in the entire underground world. Chu Tian transformed into a cheetah and kept moving forward, passing through one corridor after another. After passing the corridor, there was another space, and treasure chests passed by him one after another. 1 gold, 2 golds, 1 dark gold, 2 dark golds. Although he forced himself not to think about it, he couldn't help counting. When the gold price drops, I will buy a backpack of keys and try again, Chu Tian said fiercely in his heart. Finally, he stopped in front of a pseudo-god level treasure chest. I couldn't help but drool. There must be a dark gold item in it. If you are lucky, you can get a god level item. It's right in front of me, but I can't open it. Chu Tian stroked the treasure chest that was emitting colorful light and left reluctantly. There is no other way, I can only come back later. Entering another corridor, he knew that he was getting closer and closer to his destination, and there was a constant chill in the air ahead. Walking out of the corridor, the space in front of you is very large. The entire ground was almost covered with ice. At the entrance of the corridor, a fiery red bead was floating, and the heat it emitted was intertwined with the cold air. Otherwise, anyone who comes here may be frozen instantly. There is a melted ice hole under the bead, and the water flows out from here. Looking inside, a light blue transparent longbow was floating in the middle of the space. The entire longbow seemed to be made of ice crystals, with a restrained light. The bow wings formed a graceful arc, and various mysterious runes were carved on the bow body. This bow has a beautiful name, Frost Crystal Dream. The fiery red bead near the corridor is called the Core of the Flame Demon. A legendary weapon, and a god-level material. Legendary equipment is equipment above the god level. They all have their own exclusive legendary descriptions, and their attributes may be almost the same as those of god-level equipment, but they are all weapons or equipment used by legendary figures, so they are called legendary by players. The Dream of Frost Crystal, its owner is the Ixing creature, the weapon of the Queen of Winter. The firstborn of the Winter Queen, Ixing, ruled her own space on Ixing. She shouldered the sacred mission of maintaining the great cycle of rebirth, reviving the deceased Ixing gods, wilderness gods, ancient demigods and other natural spirits, and allowing them to return to the mortal world. And this space also has a wonderful name, called Blazing Blue Wonderland. The souls of all dead natural spirits will enter this space. It can be said that this space is the underworld of natural spirits. But this place is different from other underworlds. The souls here are kind and friendly. After the collision between AI Star and Blue Star, AI Star fell into permanent darkness. The blazing blue wonderland was also destroyed, and the Queen of Winter came to the Blue Star with her pets and people. After a 1,000-year-long battle together with the indigenous inhabitants of Blue Star against the dark creatures that emerged from the mutation of AI Star, they finally gained a place here to recuperate, but what she didn't expect was that they would eventually perish. After the end of the war, the indigenous people of Blue Star began to gradually infiltrate and study their eternal life, hoping to find a way to gain eternal life from it. Human beings are always greedy. Once the external enemies are no longer a threat, they will attack their own people, let alone foreigners. The Queen of Winter became disheartened and closed off the space, refusing to interact with humans. But greed can be infinite. The natives of Blue Star actually combined technology with the magic of AI Star and the body of a monster to create a god-level monster, the King of Fire Demons. They drove the Fire Demon into the territory of the Queen of Winter. Wherever the Fire Demon passed, a scorched earth was left. The indigenous people of the entire blazing blue wonderland died in battle. The Queen of Winter had already consumed endless energy in the 1,000-year war. She no longer had any strength left, and when she fought with the Fire Demon King, she shot her last arrow, killing him instantly, but she also dissipated into the air. And her pet, because of the destruction of the Winter Queen, turned into a monster, unleashed a flood filled with deadly poison, and slaughtered all humans within 1,000 miles. While the indigenous people of Blue Star were in endless panic, the flood was slowly receding. After that, no one dared to approach this place until tens of thousands of years later, when the landform changed and traces of human beings reappeared. And that piece of ruins had long sunk into the ground, which is where Chu Tian is now. The Fire Demon core in front of you is what was left behind by the Fire Demon King after his death, and the beautiful longbow was left by the Queen of Winter. In the previous life, when Tiandao introduced this map, he described it as follows: although the Queen of Winter was dead, she did not want her pets to harm others, so she used her last ability to activate the power of Frost Crystal Dream, and sealed her pets deep underground. The core of the Flame Demon originally contained infinite fire poison. It offset part of the freezing seal while removing the poison from the water source, and actually formed a strange cycle here. The two divine objects do not interfere with each other, yet provide unlimited water to the ground. At this moment, Chu Tian has no way of obtaining these two things, because getting close to any one of them alone would cause him great damage. As for how to get it, Chu Tian had already thought of a solution. Transformation, Ulcan form. Flap your wings. When using the wing flapping technique on the ground, you can adjust the direction of movement or choose to hover in place. This perfectly solves the problem of incurring high damage from touching the frozen ground. Skill casting, Typhoon. Typhoon, call upon the element of wind, and use a fierce typhoon to attack the target within 5 meters in front of you, knocking it back 1 to 10 meters and stunning it for 6 seconds. This skill can be used in any form except human form. Cooldown time 30 seconds. This skill is a druid skill that can be automatically learned at level 20. Cast the Typhoon skill in the direction of the Fire Demon core. The core of the Fire Demon moved a little bit inward. Seeing it move, Chu Tian felt excited. There was hope. He kept flapping his wings, and when his Typhoon skill was restored, he used it immediately. Soon, the core of the Fire Demon gradually approached the Dream of Frost Crystal. The collision between a red light curtain and a white light curtain is already visible to the naked eye. Endless water vapor began to rise and soon filled the entire space. In the foggy state, Chu Tian persisted in the entire operation. In the end, the distance between the two objects was about 1.5 meters. Chu Tian flapped his wings and gradually approached the intersection of the two objects. The heat wave offset the cold, and the cold offset the heat wave, and a suitable temperature was formed between the two objects. This temperature would not cause any harm to him, so he was not in a hurry to get the two items. It is still difficult to obtain two items at the same time. If you are not careful, you will be killed instantly as soon as you touch them. He first tried to get closer and closer to the Fire Demon's core. From a few points of damage at the beginning, the maximum damage was over 800 as he got closer. At this time, he was still 2 meters away from the Fire Demon's core. He quickly took a bottle of intermediate instant recovery potion and a bottle of intermediate slow recovery potion, and his blood volume instantly recovered to the full value. Use the same method to approach the Frost Crystal Dream. When you are 2 meters away, the damage is more than 1,200. Take the medicine again and leave. In the 2 experiments, he consumed potions worth more than 30 gold coins. Carrying life-saving medicine bottles with him was a habit he developed in his previous life. At this time, there is still 1 bottle of advanced instant recovery potion and 2 bottles of intermediate slow recovery potion left in the bag. Chu Tian now has 2,200 HP, and has 5,500 HP when transformed into a giant bear. There will be 0.1 second of invincibility when transforming. This is what he heard from others in his previous life, but he doesn't know whether it is true or not. Cutting in from the safe zone in the middle and coming between the 2 objects, it takes a certain amount of time from the moment you touch them to the moment you put them into your backpack, and you will be damaged at least once. However, the 5,500 health points of the giant bear form still gave him some confidence. With his arms spread out, the distance between them was 2.5 meters. As long as he could touch them, he could put them into his backpack. He thought, success or failure depends on this one move. Even if he dies, it is worth it to put the 2 god-level items in the backpack. As long as they are put in the backpack, they will not be dropped when he dies. As for the wish box that will drop when he dies, he can come again and pick it up. Anyway, he can come and go freely here. There are ways to deal with the poison in the water. Just bring a backpack of anti-poison potions. Anyway, he has money now and can still afford potions. Thinking of this, Chu Tian gritted his teeth and fought hard. Transformed into a giant bear. 2 forces bombarded him directly from both sides of his body. Bang! Chu Tian's giant bear body felt like it was almost crushed. Minus 3,289. Minus 2,192. Receive. Ding. System prompt, obtained item, Frost Crystal Dream, X1. Ding. System prompt, obtained item, Flame Demon Core, X1. At the same time, 2 high-value damages floated up from above Chu Tian's head. Seeing his health bar disappear instantly, Chu Tian's soul almost floated away along with the 2 damaged blood points. Although I was prepared to die. But suddenly, his little heart couldn't take it. Seeing that he only had 19 points of health left, he quickly took out the advanced instant recovery potion. This bottle costs 50 gold each in the store. Now I don't care about anything else and just eat it. The ice beneath his feet had turned into ordinary ice cubes, no longer harmful, and was melting rapidly. The water level was also rising, and it transformed into a cheetah form, running madly towards the tunnel. If you don't run, you're a fool. There's a super monster below. Just as Chu Tian arrived at the room where the pseudo-god level treasure chest was located, there was a loud bang. Accompanied by a scream, "Ah, you damn humans, I will kill you all." Chu Tian didn't dare to look back at this moment, and ran in the direction he came from with all his strength. Behind him was the sound of the surging tide, chasing after his footsteps. The waves were huge and the water was hitting the walls. Fortunately, Chu Tian ran away early, otherwise he would have been swept into the water. The pet of the Queen of Winter is a giant dragon that is capable of both water and poison. It is both her pet and her mount. After the disappearance of the Queen of Winter, he was directly demonized and turned into a horrible monster. After being sealed for 10,000 years, although it consumed a lot of her strength, she became even crazier and was completely beyond Chu Tian's reach now. If the killer had not trapped his guild brothers here, he would have forgotten that there were these two treasures and such a terrifying existence underneath. Finally, Chu Tian returned to the room where he had just come down from, found a shelter, and prepared to avoid the impact of the first wave of water here. He had just taken shelter when, in less than 5 seconds, a rushing stream of water followed. The loud crashing sound made the entire space tremble. He had no doubt that if he hadn't found cover, he would have been flattened to the ground. The first wave of impact has passed. Chu Tian is already in the water, transformed into a seal. He floated directly upwards, and when he reached the surface, he swam to the bottom of the spring. As long as the water level rose, he was ready to dive in and escape. The water flow was very large. When he just surfaced, he was still 20 meters away from the roof. After just 2 breaths, he was less than 3 meters away from the roof. At this time, Chu Tian discovered that a dark green liquid was flowing out of the corridor, and the originally clear water source was gradually dyed green. Chu Tian thought, "Oh no, she poisoned the place." The poisonous water was still about 10 meters away from him and was rapidly spreading towards him. Seeing that there was still half a meter of ceiling left, Chu Tianxia dived down for a while, then floated up straight up and gradually accelerated. Whoosh, he jumped out of the water and dived directly into the spring. Chu Tian swam upwards with great effort. There was resistance when he was coming down, which became a help to him at this time. The tiny seal looked like a torpedo at full speed. He rushed out of the spring and returned to the bottom of the lake in an instant. At this moment, before Chu Tian was even prepared, a huge thrust came from the spring. Chu Tian was directly ejected by this thrust and rushed towards the surface of the water. He had no control over his body at this point, and the restraining force was getting stronger and stronger, and the thrust was getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, the killing player who was still searching for Chu Tian and others in the basin felt the ground shaking. It was as if an earthquake had struck. Everyone was in a panic. What was going on? Were there earthquakes in games? Then they saw a column of water gushing out from the center of the basin, which was 1,000 meters high. Then all the pools of water in the basin gushed out columns of water. Although they were not as thick as the one in the middle, they were also quite spectacular. What's happening? Not only the killers were stunned, but even outside the basin, people from a long distance could see the column of water. Everyone's first thought was, what happened? At this moment, Chu Tian was at the top of the water column. When he was hit by the water column and flew out, he continued to climb a distance of 100 meters. When his body reached the top and he finally felt like he was falling, Chu Tian quickly transformed into an all-beast form. Use the life-saving skill, wing flapping. He really loves this skill now. He originally thought it was just a cute skill, but it actually saved his life countless times. At this time, Chu Tian didn't dare to fall straight back into the water column. The water column below has turned dark green, which is extremely poisonous water. Now he had no anti-poison or antidote potion in his bag. So he chose to glide directly and float towards the outer edge of the basin. At this moment, the entire basin was in sight, and he could see figures running everywhere, although they were as small as ants. Soon they were submerged in the poisonous water. When Chu Tian activated the wing flapping technique, he also turned on the recording function. So he recorded all of this. It continued to descend while flapping its wings and had already reached the edge of the basin. The terrain here is very high and the poisonous water has not yet flooded it. Chu Tian was less than 100 meters away from the ground at this time. Suddenly he noticed a lot of killing players appearing below. There were more than 400 players. In the middle of this group of players, there was a high platform with several figures on it. All women, with only one man in the middle. You really enjoy the fact that I am being chased by people under your command. Chu Tian cursed inwardly. He knew that this person was the leader of the Slaughter Guild, Tianya Guangdao. Tianya Guangdao looked at the poisonous water in the basin, which had completely covered the area. More than 7,000 people in his guild were all inside. Looking at the members struggling below and the corpses floating up one by one, it seemed that the whole army was about to be wiped out. Where does the water come from? Why is it poisonous? For a moment, he collapsed. There were more than 7,000 people. If they all died, each of them would lose an equipment and a level. How could he afford the compensation? The first thing he thought of was, no compensation. But then I thought, if I don't pay, won't I be scolded to death by these idiots? Even if he gave up all the benefits that person had given him, it would still not be enough to compensate him. He fell directly into the chair behind him. What do you think that is? The killing player spotted a fat quail slowly descending in the air. At this time, Chu Tian had already landed on a high slope 100 meters away from them. Tianya Guangdao looked in the direction. Chu Tian was on the high slope, transformed into a human form, and under the gaze of 400 or 500 killing players, he raised his hand and pointed at Tianya Guangdao, with his thumb pointing down, and then made a gesture of wiping his neck. This is Chu Tian's declaration of war against him, and it will also be the end of this battle. He's the president of the Anti-God Alliance. A player recognized Chu Tian. When Tianya Guangdao heard this and saw Chu Tian's provocative action, a gleam of resentment appeared in his eyes. Kill him. Tianya Guangdao's face turned pale and almost twisted. At this moment, he thought, do you still want to kill me in this team of more than 400 people? You are too arrogant. Upon hearing the order, the killing personnel rushed towards Chu Tian, but in a blink of an eye, the high slope was empty and there was no trace of Chu Tian. Protect the boss, Guangdao. All priests, use lighting magic. Catch him out. A smarter player under Tianya Guangdao shouted. When everyone heard this, they quickly gathered around Tianya Guangdao. Everyone lost their target. Chu Tian turned into a cheetah, like a black ghost, and they couldn't find Chu Tian. All priest professions cast holy light illumination skills, covering the surroundings of the platform in all directions without blind spots. But he was still not found. Where was he? Find me a knight with the holy eye skill. Tianya Guangdao shouted from the platform. Among the more than 400 people, only 3 knights had golden light in their eyes after hearing Tianya Guangdao's shouts. They looked around but still didn't find Chu Tian. Logically speaking, their divine eye skill should be able to spy on the sneaking Chu Tian, or at least find a little trace of him. Unless Chu Tian's stealth level is far beyond their detection range. When they were patrolling ahead, a paladin suddenly looked back and a very dim flash of lightning flashed by. There, the knight shouted. Everyone turned around, and at this time Chu Tian was illuminated by the light of the divine eye, and everyone saw a blurry and almost transparent shadow. How could it be so fast? It only took 6 or 7 seconds to cover a distance of 100 meters. What kind of running speed is this? In Tiandao, the normal running speed is 9 meters per second, and 100 meters will take at least 12 seconds. After sneaking, the movement speed will be reduced by 50%. How can he be so fast? When Chu Tian transforms into a cheetah, his movement speed increases to 140%, and even after sneaking, he still has 90% of his movement speed. However, as he had been running for his life all day in his previous life, there were still quite a few things in his backpack besides the necessary life-saving potions. In the early stage, there were 3 scrolls that increased the movement speed by 60%, each costing 10 gold coins. He even had 2 of the least popular scrolls that reduced the size by 50%. The Tiandao system store will remove all items from the shelves after the player's store is opened. Of course, things that players cannot make will still be sold. 10 gold coins for a scroll may seem very expensive now, but when players make it and sell it, the price will be more than that. Based on the price of the materials needed for manufacturing, the players will also add some profit before selling it. In the later stages, a scroll could be worth thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins, but at that time the price of gold coins was not as expensive as it is now. If the system didn't limit the purchase quantity, Chu Tian would want to hoard some scrolls and sell them at a high price later. With the execution speed of killing the mentally retarded giant babies, Chu Tian ate an acceleration scroll at the moment of stealth, and it was more than enough for him to cut in behind them while they surrounded him and released anti-stealth skills. Although the priest's holy light illumination finally covered all directions, it was uneven when it was released. Chu Tian made a few leaps and turned, and reached the bottom of the platform while the light was still not covered. By the time the night's sacred eye opened, Chu Tian was already standing on the platform. At this time, there were only a few disheveled women left between Chu Tian and Tianya Guangdao. The black cheetah grinned with its mouth corners extending to the back of its ears. Its snow-white, shiny teeth flashed a bloodthirsty light. Ah! The women on the podium screamed and ran down the stage in fear. Some players who were killing people below the stage also rushed up, and this time, they collided directly with each other. They rolled down the platform directly, and the killing players rolled in a ball with the beauties. They even forgot to come up to save their boss for a moment. Looking at the women on the ground, many of them pretended to fall, threw themselves into the pile of women, and touched them all over. This caused the women to scream again. At the same time, Tianya Guangdao picked up his shield, the #1 rookie king. I heard that your attack is very high, but I don't know if you can break my defense. Chu Tian ignored his words and went straight into stealth mode. Just in the fraction of a second when Tianya Guangdao got into a defensive posture, Chu Tian appeared behind him. Sweep diagonally. Tianya Guangdao was stunned and affected by the bleeding debuff when Chu Tian was about to cast Shred. Tianya Guangdao moved his body, then turned around and struck with a shield. There is actually a skill to break free from control, Chu Tian thought to himself. But it was also expected. As the president of a guild, he naturally had a lot of resources to support him, otherwise he would not be worthy of being called the #1 guild in Xingjing City. Transform into a giant bear and gain 10 points of rage when transforming. Smash. A skill with 10 rage points. The giant bear's body half stood up, and one of its paws and the shield collided violently. Bang. Tianya Guangdao took 3 steps back, while Chu Tian, who had transformed into a giant bear, didn't even shake. -31, -44. In the short 1-second confrontation, Tianya Guangdao only suffered a diagonal bleeding damage and the real damage effect from Chu Tian's weapon. Chu Tian saw the damage value above his head and thought, his defense is quite high. If it weren't for the enhanced effect of his god-level talent, Concentration, he might not be able to break his defense. In the first step when Tianya Guangdao was knocked back, Chu Tian transformed into an all-beast and cast 2 debuff skills in succession, Sunlight Flame and Moonlight Fire. -31, -44. -1, -44. -1, -44. 3 injuries floated above Tianya Guangdao's head. When he took the 3rd step back, Chu Tian transformed into a cheetah again and came to his side. Tear up. Tianya Guangdao tried hard to control his body and blocked the attack with his shield. Ding, a crisp sound. -1, -44. If the shield blocks successfully, the damage will be reduced by 30%. Chu Tian's attack power is almost 600, plus the bonus of Shred and god-level talent, the skill damage is as high as 300%. That is to say, an attack of 1,800 points, after being blocked by the shield, can only forcibly deduct a little blood from the opponent. Chu Tian was startled. With such high defense, he was indeed a Blood Bull Shield warrior. And it was top-grade equipment. It seemed that he needed to update his equipment. This was the first time he failed to kill the enemy instantly after entering the game for so long. While he was thinking about it, he had already brushed past the other party. At the same time, he turned around and his tail directly swept across Tianya Guangdao's ankle. It is not an offensive skill, but after acquiring the title of God of Killing, he can use it freely. Tianya Guangdao was swept by the cheetah's tail and completely lost his balance. The cheetah's body swept with its tail and came right behind him. Its hind legs flew up and kicked Tianya Guangdao's fallen body directly into the air. Chu Tian turned over and tore it to pieces. Grab him directly on the back and attack from behind, without blocking, parrying or dodging. -546. -44. 2 damages float out directly, and there is also continuous debuff damage, accompanied by real blood loss damage. Tianya Kwangdao's health points were directly reduced by 1/6. He actually has almost 4,000 health points. Priest, add blood to me. Tianya Kwangdao roared in the guild. Boss, you are on the high platform, blocking the view, and can't add any help. A priest replied. When the priest replied to him, his hand was still wandering on the fallen woman. What are you all doing down there? Come up and kill him for me. Tianya Kwangdao was frightened by Chu Tian's operation, including the more than 500 damage in one blow. At this time, the members of the killing club who were rubbing their hands on the women in the audience remembered that their boss was in danger. The players of the killing club climbed up from the pile of women with an unsatisfied look on their faces and rushed up. During the time when Tianya Kwangdao fell to the ground, Chu Tian followed him with 3 consecutive backtorn people. The last one was a direct blast. -989. Red critical damage floated out. The moment Tianya Kwangdao landed on the ground, only a quarter of his health was left, just over 1,000 points. He was holding a bottle of instant recovery potion in his hand and was about to throw it into his mouth. Chu Tian saw a priest rushing up from the stage, and Tianya Kwangdao holding a potion, and he thought to himself, if he takes the potion to restore his health, and then holds on until the priest comes up, it will be difficult to kill him. Shield warriors with top-grade equipment are really hard to kill. It only takes a moment to think, giant bear form, slap, giant bear form's control skills, stun for 3 seconds, but the time is enough. He just didn't believe that the opponent had a second skill to remove control. Bang. As expected, Tianya Kwangdao was stunned directly. The hand holding the medicine bottle froze just 1 centimeter away from putting it into his mouth. It's over, go to hell. Chu Tian thought to himself. Transformation, cheetah form, 5-star ferocious bite. Chu Tian tried hard to adjust the angle and position of his bite, aiming at the middle of his throat. Snap. -2,698. Including 1458 points of excess damage. The degree of completion is perfect. With a bang, Tianya Kwangdao's shield fell to the ground. Chu Tian picked up the shield, sneaked away, and jumped off the platform. The passive effect of Leopard's Grace is triggered, and there is no damage when landing. When the killing players rushed up to the platform, his figure was nowhere to be found. Only Tianya Kwangdao, who had turned into a corpse, was left. Tianya Kwangdao, who had transformed into a spirit, roared angrily in the guild. At this time, Chu Tian opened the guild chat system and sent a message. Kill. As early as when he landed, he contacted Jianjitsang Tian and others who had left the basin and asked them to gather their troops and approach him. At this time, more than 200 players of the Anti-God Alliance have formed an encirclement around here. The moment Tianya Kwangdao was killed by himself, the battle should have ended. The remaining 400+ killing players will be left for the brothers to practice and vent their anger for many days. Climbing onto the platform, the stunned killing players suddenly heard endless shouting and killing. More than 200 players from the Anti-God Alliance charged forward madly with an indomitable momentum. Like a sharp knife, it tore apart the team of killing players. Originally, more than 400 people could still fight against more than 200 people, but the actions taken by Chu Tian and others during this period of time have made them terrified. Later, all 7,000 people were killed, and then Chu Tian was killed in a one-on-one fight with Tianya Kwangdao. At this point they had lost their backbone and had long lost the will to fight. Although they had twice as many people, when they saw the people from the Anti-God Alliance, they just wanted to run away. For a moment, a one-sided massacre occurred. In just 30 seconds, more than 400 killing players were slaughtered. Chu Tian also returned to the platform, with his sword pointing to the sky, his knife drawn, the holy light fooling you, and a piece of meat was also called up to the platform by Chu Tian. Let's take a photo together. Chu Tian said. Good, said the sword pointing to the sky excitedly. Come on, everyone, put on your guild badges, turn off the character name hiding function, line up, and let's take a group photo. Chu Tian stood on the edge of the platform and shouted to the people below. A few minutes later, the post published by Chu Tian was updated again. First is a bird's eye view, which is the video Chu Tian shot in the sky. It was followed by, time, 5:25, 7,000 plus people killed, all wiped out. Next is a video of his battle against Tianya Kwangdao from his perspective, with the caption, time, 5:31, Tianya Kwangdao, dead. Then there was a video of the anti-God alliance of more than 200 people slaughtering more than 400 people, with the caption, 5:33, killing 400 plus people, slaughter. At the end was their group photo. The 5 people's names looked like solidified blood, shiny black and red, and they all showed harmless smiles. The 5 of them stood on the edge of the platform, with more than 200 players from the anti-God alliance below them, all raising their weapons and roaring, shouting, kill, with their mouths. After Chu Tian updated the content on the official website, everyone realized that it was he who created the poisonous water that covered the entire basin, killing more than 7,000 people at one time. This is too horrifying. And when he fought against Tianya Kwangdao, his smooth operation shocked everyone. At this point, who would dare to say that the title of the Rookie King was obtained only by exploiting bugs and using black technology? How many people could match such combo and reaction awareness? Of course, some people were shocked that Tianya Kwangdao could actually hold on for several rounds under Chu Tian's attack. In addition, there was a live broadcast from WCC, which actually captured a panoramic video of the battle between Chu Tian and Tianya Kwangdao. While everyone was still watching the video and being shocked, Chu Tian stood on the edge of the high ground, watching the tide stop rising. It seems to be different from the previous life. The player who obtained the 2 divine objects in the previous life was a level 180 thief. At that time, the poisonous water spread more than 10 kilometers beyond the basin, and then the terrifying dual attribute dragon appeared out of nowhere and slaughtered countless villages and towns. That time, it took countless top guilds, tens of thousands of people, and a heavy price to kill her. Why is it so quiet this time? The tide has stopped rising. No, the color of the water is clear and transparent, and the poison is gone. After looking carefully, Chu Tian found the differences. Could it be that? He saw the man next to him, chattering non-stop with his sword pointed toward the sky. Suddenly he stretched out his foot and kicked him down. You don't know, at that time sword pointing to the sky was still bragging to the other team members. Plop. Chu Tian's sudden kick caused him to lose control of his body and fly out directly, landing in the tide below. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was poisonous water. It would be fatal if anyone went down it. Chu Tian nonchalantly shouted to the people below, "How is it? Is the water poisonous?" The sword was pointing to the sky, and it just happened to surface at this time. As soon as it appeared, it heard Chu Tian asking questions. No, no poison. He answered blankly, and then shouted, "Who kicked me?" Chu Tian kicked too fast and he didn't even see it. At this moment, it was still flapping its wings and roaring below. After Chu Tian heard him say that there was no poison, he observed for a while and it seemed that the super boss had no intention of coming out. Could it be that she got lost? Everyone was speechless for a moment. Is this still the president who killed one person every 10 steps and left no trace in 1,000 miles, like a shadow reaper? Assign a warlock who can breathe underwater to each team and go into the water to retrieve the equipment. Thinking of the deaths of more than 7,000 people and the endless equipment under the water, Chu Tian shouted with stars in his eyes. When the members of the killing group heard this, they reacted for a second, then immediately became excited, formed teams and jumped into the water. There are also some warlock players who rushed back to the city and prepared to buy a skill book on underwater breathing to learn. The players of the Anti-God Alliance became busy. The players with red names were responsible for salvaging, while the players without red names were responsible for transporting equipment to and from the city. He asked Tingdao and the others, selected 2 reliable people to be temporarily appointed as officials, and returned to the guild warehouse to wait. The 2 of them were responsible for receiving the equipment that was transported back and then putting it into the warehouse. Because they are all famous, they can't go back to the city for the time being. At the beginning, Chu Tian was worried that the people from the killing guild would counterattack. After a while, he found that all the killers had disappeared and no one knew where they had gone. After he felt relieved, he traded the golden giant shield that Tianya Kwangdao dropped to Jianjitsang Tian, and then prepared to find a place to kill monsters and clear his red name.